I have been imprisoned by the system for 100,000 years. Every day, I either help mice fight or watch ants move. It's all because when I crossed over, the sand sculpture system sent me to the wrong dimension. I was supposed to be sent to the high martial arts dimension, but I ended up in the terrifying cultivation dimension. The sand sculpture system, which did not match the world template, imprisoned me for 100,000 years to protect my life, and even forced me to practice swordsmanship from the high martial arts dimension. Although I became an unparalleled sword god, I also turned myself into a lunatic. The sand sculpture system can only ensure that I do not die, but it cannot stop me from aging. This led to the first thing I did after leaving the mountain, which was to urgently find a sect to seek elixirs, just to restore my once handsome appearance. When I appeared in Bitey City in tattered clothes, I was instantly attracted by the aroma of the tavern. After all, I hadn't eaten worldly food in 100,000 years, so I rushed into the tavern and called the waiter, ordering all the dishes on the menu. But the waiter looked at me in confusion, unsure how to handle this old beggar. I shook the tattered cloth bag at my waist, and a sound like metal clashing came from inside. The waiter's face lit up with joy, and he quickly went to prepare food and drinks. Meanwhile, I leisurely found a seat by the window and sat down. Hey, little girl, give me a smile. I suddenly noticed two slender girls with veils sitting at the next table, and couldn't help but act like a hooligan. No face? Then let me give you a smile. He. I saw the girl in the yellow dress couldn't help but roll her eyes, while the other girl gently shook her head, indicating not to make trouble. Seeing the two beautiful women just drinking tea without ordering food, I boldly shouted, "Waiter, bring a table of food and drinks for these two beautiful ladies, put it on my tab." Unexpectedly, the woman in the blue skirt bowed to me. "Thank you for your kindness, we will leave after sitting for a while, no need for you to pay." But I waved my hand, "Don't worry about a few coins." Before long, the dishes and wine were all served, and I immediately started eating voraciously. Just as I was enjoying my meal, I noticed that the two women hadn't touched their chopsticks at all, and I felt a bit uneasy. "Why aren't you eating? Are you not giving face?" The woman in the blue skirt smiled gently. "It's been a long time since we've eaten worldly food, so let's give it a try." Although I was old, my hearing and vision were sharp, and I heard every word the women said. I quickly stepped up to the two women. "Are you immortal sisters?" Just then, a young man appeared at the staircase, and when he heard me call the two women immortal sisters, he hesitated for a moment, then suddenly broke through the window and fled. The next moment, the two women also immediately chased after him, and I hurriedly picked up a roast chicken and followed. But in just a few seconds, the two of them disappeared, and I frowned, pointing my right hand to the sky like a sword. Suddenly, a breeze blew by, and the once bright sky started drizzling. Strangely, the rain passed through all obstacles and fell on everyone, yet not a single piece of clothing got wet. This was the sword intent of my spring breeze and rain. Soon, I found the breath of the two women, but their breath was chaotic, as if they were in trouble. "Evil beast, stop hurting my immortal sister." I suddenly flicked my tongue like a bullet and rushed out. At the same time, in a mansion in the western city, a young man was leering at a woman tied up in front of him. The fairy of manhwa pavilion is indeed well deserved. Just looking at her figure makes me unable to resist. The young man then lecherously reached out and pulled off the veil of the woman in the blue skirt. The almost perfect face made the young man dizzy and enchanted. "Who are you? Why do you have the soul-binding rope of the 100 ghosts?" Although the woman in the blue skirt was captured, she remained relatively calm, but the woman in the yellow skirt beside her couldn't help but cry. "Sister, I'm sorry, if I hadn't rashly entered this courtyard, you wouldn't have been implicated." However, the boy smirked. "Don't be afraid, I'm not a good person." Then he reached out to touch the chest of the woman in the blue dress. Just then, an old voice sounded behind him. "Son thief, you're quite good at playing tying up." The boy was stunned in an instant, his whole body covered in goosebumps, not realizing when I appeared behind him. While the boy was in a daze, I suddenly slapped him hard on the buttocks. "Not bad, young man, quite interesting." This slap immediately brought the boy back to his senses, and I looked at him with a face full of ambiguity, as if still savoring the feeling of that slap just now. "Young man, you should work out. This but is not perky enough. It doesn't feel right." Then I took a bite of the roast chicken with a smile. "Who are you? How dare you ruin the good things of my 100 Ghost sect?" the young man asked while his eyes wandered around, looking like he wanted to escape. "Fool." I rolled my cloudy eyes and started gnawing on the roast chicken, and just as I was gnawing on the roast chicken, the young man suddenly jumped up and landed on the courtyard wall. "Old bastard, how dare you ruin my good fortune? You just wait for me," I spat. Before the young man could finish his tough talk, a chicken bone wrapped in sword intent suddenly flew towards him. In an instant, a blood hole appeared on the young man's thigh, And what was even more terrifying was the sword intent crazily cutting into the bone. With a scream, the young man fell directly from the courtyard wall, and then frantically stuffed life-saving pills into his mouth. I hate it the most when people call me old and not dead. Then I turned my head with a smile to look at the woman who was tied up. At this moment, the two women looked confused. Elder, the woman in the blue skirt stammered, while the woman in the yellow skirt looked at me blankly. I smirked at the two women. Don't panic, fairy sisters, answer me 2 questions, and I'll untie you right away. Just then, the young man, corroded by sword energy, roared madly, Master, save me, noisy. I casually sent out a sword energy to seal the young man's mouth. The blue-skirted woman's eyebrows lifted up, her eyes opened wide, and she looked at the teenager on the ground like a loach bouncing around in a daze. What shocked the blue-skirted girl was not Lu Chuan's arbitrary manipulation of the sword chi. Rather, Lu Chuan did not have a little bit of true essence fluctuation on his body, which meant that the old man in front of him was not a cultivator at all. Not being a cultivator, but pressing cultivators to fight indiscriminately. This was completely beyond her knowledge. First question, are you practitioners? The blue-skirted woman froze for a moment and nodded with some dismay. Ha 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 ha, heaven helped me to get it. Lu Chuan grinned happily. This somewhat maniacal appearance caused the blue-skirted woman to shiver. Cough. Sorry for being a bit excited. Lu Chuan coughed and continued to ask. Second question, do you guys have pills to return to old age? The blue-skirted woman sighed in relief and gently nodded. We have the illusionary face pill in the manhwa pavilion. It's just, I'm going to take you as a good friend. Lu Chuan didn't even finish listening to the words before he almost turned his back in excitement. A hand held the small hand of the blue-skirted woman. Feeling Lu Chuan's greasy, withered hand almost didn't make the blue-skirted woman spit out her overnight meal. I'll untie you in a minute, Lu Chuan said and merged his fingers into a sword, gently slashing at the soul-trapping rope. Bang! With a crack, the trapped soul rope snapped in response. The blue-skirted woman's eyes jumped as she watched. Was it that easy? From today, you are my Lu Chuan's good friend. If someone bullies you, I'll rip out his intestines and strangle the hell out of him. Snap. Lu Chuan said not too much, but also directly put his hand on the shoulder of the woman in the blue dress. A look of brotherly love. It's a pity that you're a daughter, or else the Grand Master would have made a brother of a different name with you. Ha ha ha. Blue dress embarrassed to smile also dare not move. Some afraid of this nervous old man. Give yourself a moment. It was this grandson who bullied you just now, wasn't it? Lu Chuan reached out and directly sucked the teenager who was rolling around on the ground. I'll show you one today. Moncler, how to strangle a man with his intestines. With that, Lu Chuan reached out and scratched at the teenager's belly. The teenager couldn't make a sound with his mouth sealed shut, but his face turned pale from the spasms of his heart, even as his heart paused in that moment. Old man, have mercy. The blue-skirted woman hurriedly pulled Lu Chuan back. What? Lu Chuan raised his cloudy eyes, a little puzzled. Looking into those dull eyes, the blue-skirted girl couldn't help but shiver, forcing herself to hook up a little smile to explain. Old man, it's like this. We're investigating a recent missing person case in White Emperor City, and this guy might be related to the case. Aha. Lu Chuan nodded. Just when the blue-skirted girl was slightly relieved, Lu Chuan's hand slashed down, and the next moment blood splattered everywhere. The teenager's eyes were full of incredulity. Then his pupils slowly dilated and lost their luster. Hey, what's it to me? Lu Chuan laughed cheerfully and pulled out a large string of intestines, wrapping it around the teenager's neck. Put! The blue-skirted girl and the yellow-skirted girl directly vomited. It's not that they've never seen anyone killed, but they've never seen anything so vicious. Take off! Lu Chuan pulled the intestines and flung them around, and the teenager's gradually cold body was flung into the air like a kite. Pop! The intestines snapped and the teenager's body went flying. The two girls watched with a chill and quietly moved away from Lu Chuan. Bah! Small, so weak and still so arrogant. Nothing. Lu Chuan wiped his hands full of bloodstains on his body and changed into an amiable appearance, showing his teeth and smiling at the young girl. By the way, you guys just said you're pursuing a missing persons case, right? There are quite a few corpses underneath this courtyard, so I'll lift them up for you to see if they're the people you're looking for, said Lu Chuan as he plunged his hands into the ground. While wondering what Lu Chuan was going to do, the ground suddenly shook wildly. Then an extremely sharp black sword chi cut a huge circle along the edge of the courtyard. Up! Lu Chuan exerted a slight force, and the entire piece of ground was directly lifted up. The two girls watched as chills ran down their spines and they flew up in a hurry. Go you! Lu Chuan grabbed this piece of land and gave it a direct throw. With a whine, the ground was instantly thrown out of sight. It is? The surface of the ground was lifted, revealing a huge hollow beneath. A strong smell of blood, mixed with the heavy stench of corpses hit the air. Chapter 4, Hell on Earth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upon taking a good look at the hollow scene below, the two girls could no longer put their anger into words. One could only hoarsely shout those two words over and over. At first glance, right in the middle of the hollow was a huge pool of blood. The blood pool had been filled to the brim with thick, dark blood, as if it were boiling water, constantly bulging with fist-sized bubbles. The edge of the blood pool was carved with complicated and bizarre runes, and a zombie-like old man was sitting in the blood pool, quietly closing his eyes. And what broke the two women down were the empty cave walls. Above the cave wall, densely hung with dried-up corpses, and it could be seen that these were the corpses of young girls in their prime. The blood of these corpses had been drained and took on an oozing, ghastly whiteness. Some of the corpses had rotted and the stench emanating from them was sickening. How can this be? How can this be? The blue-skirted girl tore her heart out and cried when she saw this hell-on-earth scene. Asterisk 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 pay these kids back. The blue-skirted girl could no longer restrain herself, and with a flash of her figure, she rushed towards the old man in the blood pool with his eyes closed. When he was about to be attacked, the zombie-like old man suddenly opened his eyes. A tyrannical aura surged up, and the blood in the blood pool rolled up furiously, smashing head-on into the young girl. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't hide in the face of the smashing blood. The true essence in his body erupted, forming an eggshell-like shield around him, ruthlessly colliding with the blood that rolled in. Boom! With a loud bang, the eggshell around the girl shattered, and blood sprayed wildly from her mouth as she flew out like a kite with broken strings. As for Lu Chuan, the bastard actually put his attention on the corpses of those girls. Professionally, very professionally, the blood is not drained all at once, but slowly. As he muttered to himself, the young girl flew headlong. Ouch! Be careful, Lu Chuan gently pointed, unloading the impact force on the young girl and steadily catching her. The young girl's face was pale with blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes, full of tears, looked at Lu Chuan prayerfully. Ho ho ho! At this moment, the old man in the blood pool slowly stood up, letting out a burst of laughter as piercing as that of a night lord. Oh people of the Bright Moon Pavilion, you're still so nosy. It just so happens that old me still lacks blood, so let's use yours to make up for it. 100 Ghost Old Man. You old man. At this time a stream of light fell down from the zenith and landed straight in front of Lu Chuan and the young girl. Seen your uncle. You have to make a decision for them. The young girl looked at the woman who suddenly appeared and couldn't help but let out a cry. By Lin Lin. Long time no see. The 100 Ghost Elder slowly walked out of the blood pool. With every step, Old Man 100 Ghost's dried-out figure was a bit fuller and his face a bit younger. By the time he walked out of the blood pool, the 100 Ghost Elder had already transformed from a shriveled old man into a sturdy man around 30 years old. Sinful beast, you actually used the blood of hundreds of virgins to nourish a body eroded by the heavenly Tao. Bai Lin Lin was burning with rage, her entire body's true essence drumming continuously. You want to have a firefight with me? Oh, you have to think clearly. If you and I fight, how many people will have to die in this White Emperor city? Elder 100 Ghosts didn't care about Bai Lin Lin's anger at all, and gently dusted off his new clothes. Bai Lin Lin's teeth clenched, but there was nothing she could do. By the way, my disciple was caught by you. Right, old me just heard him shouting. Hand over the person. Old me immediately leave White Emperor city. Otherwise, in this situation, Bai Lin Lin's side actually became the one being threatened. Don't you dare. Asterisk 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 something. Just as the swords were drawn, a surprised voice rang out. When Lu Chuan saw the scene of the 100 Ghost Elder returning to his old age, his mouth almost didn't trickle out, and he directly plunged into the blood pool. There was a loud plop and a high splash of blood. Everyone's attention was successfully diverted to Lu Chuan. The blue-skirted girl, on the other hand, gently pulled by Lin Lin, telling her not to get close to Lu Chuan. Weedy, how did you rejuvenate? Lu Chuan fluttered around in the blood pool for a while, but didn't feel any effect, and asked the 100 Ghost Elder with some annoyance. Who are you calling weedy? Old thing? Old man 100 Ghost's face was terribly gloomy. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes with a naive batch-like face and snorted. Called you just now there is a little scumbag. Because of not respecting the old and the young. By the old man tore out the intestines, and then strangled him died that old miserable. Oh yeah, when that little scumbag died, he was still screaming master. Master, are you his master? He. 100 Ghost's old man listening to the blood rushing up, could not to find a smelly disciple, actually be strangled with intestines? But soon, old man 100 Ghosts laughed, because he couldn't feel a single fluctuation of true essence on Lu Chuan's body, which meant that this old guy wasn't a cultivator at all. Old thing, apologize and I'll leave you a whole body. You little Yakuza. Lu Chuan, who could tolerate this violent temper? directly scurried up from the blood pool and pounced on the 100 Ghost Elder. So fast. The 100 Ghosts old man's pupils shrank. Lu Chuan's movements were too fast, and the two of them were not far apart, so he did not have time to cast his spells. Card it! A sudden crunching sound came from the violently rising Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, who had leapt high into the air, fell backwards to the ground above. Ouch! Ouch! My old back. Because of the excessive force, Lu Chuan almost didn't flash his waist. Old man, are you here to be funny? The 100 Ghost Elder burst into a cold laugh and offered up a large red streamer. As soon as the large red streamer appeared, the entire hollow instantly became cloudy and haunted, causing people to become unsettled. Soul Invoker, watch out! Bai Linlin was about to make a move when she saw this, but she was stopped dead in her tracks by the blue-skirted girl. The blue-skirted girl prayed with a sobbing voice, "Senior uncle, please, don't go over there. Don't go near that old lunatic. Ouch! My ancestor alas!" At this time, a dried-up and skinny donkey fell from the sky. Ah fuck! Old man's back flashed. Seeing the donkey, Lu Chuan bared his teeth and groaned. You really are an ingrate. Ah Fu hurriedly scurried to Lu Chuan's side. What are you looking at? Do what you have to do. It's fun here. Alfred's intelligent eyes swept the crowd and bared his mouth, revealing a large set of slate teeth, as mocking as they could be. That old thing can't leave. He will return to his old age. Lu Chuan lay on the ground and pointed at the 100 Ghost Elder. People are much younger than you, and now their eyes can't see well, can they? Ah Fu said, getting Lu Chuan on his back. Who are you calling old eyes? Bang bang bang. Lu Chuan was so angry that he threw a few punches at the back of Ah Fu's head, directly blowing the donkey's head away. Chapter 5, Chop You to Death. What an atrocity it is to explode a donkey's head with one wrong word. Everyone watching this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. However, strangely enough, the exploded donkey's head didn't have the imagined brainflower soaring, but instead recovered back very quickly. I said before I came out, to keep a low profile and a low profile, when I match the world template and give you the plug-in, not to mention returning to your old age. It's not a matter of Gaga messing up your kills. Ah Fu had long been accustomed to Lu Chuan's violent behavior and persuaded him without thinking. I'm in charge of Gaga. You're in charge of messy kills, okay? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in a humorless manner. You've got a bad back, a bad brain, and a serious violent streak, so laying low won't do you any harm. Besides, with this body of yours, what if you suddenly die violently during a fight? Be honest. Alfred persuaded bitterly. Who are you stepping on to say is not in their right mind? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Lu Chuan was furious and threw 2 more punches at Fu's head. Enough! Old man 100 Ghosts finally couldn't help but sternly rebuke. This person and a donkey completely did not put themselves in the eyes, as a let a person scared of the evil cultivator, however suffered such contempt, is tolerable. Die together. The 100 Ghosts old man raised the large streamer in his hand, and all of a sudden, a rolling black mist rushed out from the large streamer, covering the sky and the sun in a flash. Wrapped in the black mist were countless wretched ghost heads, which howled mournfully and sent shivers down one's spine. The might was indeed frightening, rather like an eerie ghostly realm. Coach, I want to learn this. This majestic scene filled Lu Chuan's eyes with light. Asterisk 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 off. Neither will the old man. Alfred snorted and kicked back to bolt. Want to run? Ha ha ha. Never offended my 100 Ghost Elder and still left unharmed. The 100 Ghost Elder laughed as the large streamer was waved once again, and countless ghost heads surged towards Lu Chuan. Bitch, had to look for a fight. Giddy up. Charged the old man and chopped the hell out of him. Lu Chuan drew out the wooden knife at his waist and slapped Ah Fu's donkey as hard. You step on a horse and are a sword god. Sword god. You have the strongest sword in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Why do you have to fight in close combat like a reckless man? Ah Fu shook his head in dissatisfaction and refused Lu Chuan's humiliating request. I'm going to chop the hell out of him. Seeing that those ghost heads were about to rush in front of him, the donkey was too embarrassed and refused to move. Lu Chuan had no choice but to roll off the donkey's back. Shivering, he stood up, holding his old waist and holding up his wooden sword. Shivering, he walked towards Elder 100 Ghosts. If you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Old man 100 Ghosts laughed coldly. Careful. Bai Linlin could no longer hold back and was about to strike. However, the blue-skirted girl hugged Bai Linlin's small waist. Senior uncle, don't go over there. Don't make a move, please. Having seen Lu Chuan's brutality as well as his strength, the blue-skirted girl didn't want Bai Linlin to interfere. What's wrong with you today, Shiyun? Bai Linlin had a puzzled look on her face. After such a delay, there was another change on Lu Chuan's side. The black mist shrouded, and a large number of ghost heads opened their black mouths, biting at various parts of Lu Chuan's body. The sheer number of ghost heads left not a single empty space. The corners of Old Man Hundred Ghost's mouth hooked into a bit of a cruel smile. These ghost heads could directly tear into souls. The pain in the soul is 1,000 times worse than the pain in the body. However, the next moment, Old Man Hundred Ghost's smug expression came to an abrupt end. Dismay crept into his face. Like a goose suddenly seized by the neck, Luchuan just topped the 100 Ghost's devouring heart and moved step by step in front of him, holding his old back. Looking closely, the surface of Luchuan's body was shrouded in a faint layer of sword chi, and those ghost heads were unable to hurt the slightest bit. What are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome one. Luchuan slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand, and a strange fluctuation surged from the surroundings. Space twisted up at this moment, visible to the naked eye. The expression on Old Man Hundred Ghost's face was fixed between that dismay, as if space had been frozen. Luchuan's sword had no sword moves, having long forgotten all about them in too many years. Now Luchuan's sword was reduced to the simplest of movements. Pop! Luchuan slapped his sword on Old Man Hundred Ghost's face. That's right, it's a fan. With the hilt of a wooden sword. How insulting is that? Boom! After the fanning, the space returned to normal. The 100 Ghost's old man received a blow to the face. Not only did his mouth full of teeth pop out, but his entire body was also like a cannonball, crashing into the cave wall. What happened? This was the first question the 100 Ghost old man asked after he came to his senses. He had just taken a hit, and he still hadn't even reacted to it. Is that dead old man's wooden sword too fast? No, 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 absolutely not. His sword is slow to the naked eye. The 100 Ghost's old man struggled to crawl out from the cave wall, with a drilling pain coming from his face as well as his mouth. The whole man staggered and stood unsteadily, like a drunken drunkard. As for Bai Lin Lin and the others, seeing that the 100 Ghost elder actually stood stupidly in place and took a hit, their brains were now a little less than adequate. How to return to your old age? Tell me and I'll give you a full body. The reason why Luchuan hadn't slaughtered Old Man 100 Ghosts was because he wanted to ask how to return to old age. There is no rejuvenation. At this point, Shireen came back from her shock and took over. That's what he was supposed to look like. Luchuan's head was full of questions. What's with that old man look he just had? He. Bai Lin Lin looked at the dazed old man of 100 Ghosts and mocked. They do things that hurt heaven and earth, and their bodies will be gradually aged by the erosion of the heaven and earth's vast energy. And only through some evil methods can their bodies be restored to their original appearance. What? Luchuan froze for a moment. Angry as straight shivering. Lousy was fooled by this? Luchuan was furious and swung his sword down at the 100 Ghost elder. All sound disappeared at this moment, and all light was absorbed by a flash of black sword energy. At this moment between heaven and earth, it was as if the only thing left was that flash of half-moon black sword chi. The 100 Ghost elder was horrified to the extreme. The smear of blackness made him feel a kind of trembling from his soul. He wanted to escape, but he realized that as long as he moved, his body actually involuntarily headed towards that smear of sword chi. How bizarre is this? He didn't dare move and opened his mouth to say something to beg for mercy, but like a fish out of water, he could only open his mouth helplessly, unable to make a sound. The smear of black sword chi, as if it was a black hole, absorbed everything. Just like that, the 100 Ghost elder watched as the sliver of sword chi, which wasn't very fast, arrived in front of him. He heard the sound of blood spiking out of his veins. He used to love that sound. Like the wind. The old man of 100 Ghosts just died. A patriarch of the 100 Ghost sect. An evil cultivator who made people scared. Who had committed many evil deeds in his life and escaped several purges. A cultivator of the 5th realm. Died so silently. The 100 Ghost elder's body was split in half, and all the blood drained out of his body. Chapter 6 The Moonlight Pavilion. Snap. What are you waiting for, my good friend? The stagnant Bai Lin Lin trio hadn't yet regained their senses from the 100 Ghost elder being split in half. This somewhat magical thing. A crisp sound brought a few people back to reality. After the voice the blue-skirted girl only felt on her buttocks, a fiery pain, and Luchuan held up his palm. Looking back at it, the blue-skirted girl was shocked and angry, but looking at the two halves of the 100 Ghost elder's corpse, she didn't dare to have a fit after all. Many thanks to Senior for stepping in to get rid of the people. Bai Lin Lin bowed deeply to Luchuan. Alas. Don't be polite. Luchuan waved his hand. I'm doing this for that what? What? Illusionary face pill. I'll settle things for you guys. Give me the pill. Bai Lin Lin looked at the blue-skirted girl with a puzzled expression. The blue-skirted girl endured the pain in her ass and told what had just happened. Damn girl, didn't you tell people clearly? Bai Lin Lin knocked the blue-skirted girl's head. The blue-skirted maiden looked aggrieved. I didn't even finish my words before he interrupted me. Bai Lin Lin frowned slightly and bowed again to Luchuan. Senior. I'm afraid that the matter of the illusionary face pill is a bit. What do you mean? Luchuan drew up his voice and brandished the wooden sword in his hand. Bai Lin Lin gulped and hurriedly explained. Elder, don't misunderstand. What Shiyun promised you. Our bright moon pavilion will not go back on our word. That's more like it. Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction and inserted the broken wooden sword back into his waist. Bai Lin sighed in relief. Senior is like this. The illusory speech pill is a top-grade elixir that is extremely complicated and difficult to refine. And the bright moon pavilion doesn't have a finished product right now. Lu Chuan nodded. I can wait. Just don't take too long. Senior is reasonable. Bai Lin made another bow. If it's possible, could we ask Senior to stay at the bright moon pavilion for some time until the illusory face pill is refined? Lu Chuan asked with a shy old face. Does it come with food and lodging? I can't afford to pay for food and rent. Naturally. Bai Lin nodded. Lu Chuan gave a thumbs up. Painful. From now on, all of you in manhwa pavilion will be my good friends. Just report my name if anything happens. Bai Lin was delighted in her heart. Judging from the strength Lu Chuan had displayed, she was afraid that it was above the sixth realm. If he could sit in the bright moon pavilion, then he wouldn't have to look at other people's faces in the future. I haven't asked for your senior's name yet? Lu Chuan. That stupid donkey is called Afu. Then Bai Lin introduced herself. And by the way, she also knew the names of the other two girls. The woman in the blue dress was called Zhang Shiyun, and the woman in the yellow group was called Zhao Lulu. The bright moon pavilion, situated in the middle of the old lonely mountain range, with the highest peak, Tianshui Peak, as the center, radiating tens of thousands of miles of surrounding territory. The disciples under the door totaled no less than 10,000. However, it is this scale of the manhwa pavilion. In the Tianyuan continent, the overall strength is only medium to low, but also have to look at the face of other big clans to act. The Bright Moon Pavilion was a very special sect, as there were only female disciples in the entire sect. The reason for this phenomenon was related to the cultivation technique of the Bright Moon Pavilion. The Bright Moon Pavilion was dominated by water attribute techniques, and most of them were auxiliary in nature and not suitable for men. Over time, the Bright Moon Pavilion has developed a rule of not accepting men. This place was a tender place that countless male cultivators dreamed of, especially since the Bright Moon Pavilion also had 3 stunning women on the rouge list, which attracted the coveting of many ill-intentioned people. Fortunately, the Bright Moon Pavilion is dependent on the behemoth that is Jinyuan sect, and although its strength is worrying, it has been living quite peacefully under the shelter of Jinyuan sect all these years. Today the main peak, Tianshui Peak Council Hall, had a heated argument, and it all started when Bai Lin brought back Lu Chuan. Moreover, she wanted Lu Chuan to become the guest secretary of the Bright Moon Pavilion. A guest secretary was a cultivator who was powerful but did not want to be bound by the rules of the sect, and was listed in this capacity in some sects. Usually, you receive some offerings and step in to fix things. In fact, the guest secretary is just a deterrent. Really want something to run faster than anyone. Of course not just anyone can be a guest secretary. 2 conditions must be met. First, the fame has to be big enough to keep the curmudgeons at bay. Second, the strength can't be too weak, at least at the level of an elder who wants to hang the clan. Of course Manhwa Pavilion has a special condition. That is, the guest secretary must be a woman. Lu Chuan? He's got a load of fame, but his strength is unquestionable. Castrating him would qualify for the last condition. Impossible. The Bright Moon Pavilion would never allow a man to enter. In the council chamber, a woman in a gorgeous long dress with a bewitching appearance looked agitated as she rejected Bai Lin's offer. This woman's name was Zhang Zhiyao, and her status was that of a guest secretary of the Bright Moon Pavilion. The reason she was so excited to be the first to jump in was simple. The Bright Moon Pavilion is such a small place with limited resources. Moreover, the Bright Moon Pavilion already had 3 guest secretaries, and if another one was added, the monthly offerings distributed to the hands would be much less. For so many years since the creation of the Bright Moon Pavilion, there has never been a precedent of letting a man in. And you, Bai Lin, are going to break the rules of your forefathers? The more Zhao Zhiyao spoke, the more agitated she became, and she was close to disliking Bai Lin's face and spraying it. Bai Lin frowned with some disgust. This Zhao Zhiyao relied on his relationship with the previous pavilion master, relying on the Manhwa Pavilion for hundreds of years, and fishing for a brain full of fat. The point is that it doesn't matter if you rake in some, but Zhao Zhiyao is not satisfied and often dictates the internal affairs of the Bright Moon Pavilion, and the disciples in the door have long been dissatisfied. Elder Zhao, you have to be clear. It's not that the Bright Moon Pavilion doesn't accept male disciples, it's just that the gong methods aren't suitable, and this is the internal affairs of the Bright Moon Pavilion. It's not your turn as a guest secretary to point the finger. Bai Lin wasn't any less of a person, and retorted with a tit-for-tat rebuttal. Zhao Ziyao's face turned red with anger and she pointed at Bai Lin's nose and growled. Bai Lin, when I was acquainted with your master ancestor, you were still wearing crotchless pants, and now that you've entered the council chamber, You're lecturing me instead. Who the hell are you? Above the main seat in the hall, there was a palace-suited beauty sitting, propping up her chin and watching Zhao Jiao's antics with some boredom. This palace dress woman, at first glance, did not feel much stunning, but after a couple more glances, it made people want to stop. Her looks are atmospheric and dignified, the ultimate in circumscribed beauty. Not only was this woman the second most beautiful woman on the rouge list, she was also the contemporary head of the Bright Moon Pavilion. Nangong Chuxue, Elder Zhao, calm down. Children don't know any better. Nangong Chuxue smiled and waved her hand, interrupting the quarrel between the two. Chuxue, you can't break the rules. If the world knows that a man has entered the Bright Moon Pavilion, I'm afraid it will be criticized. Zhao Ziao didn't address Nangong Chuxue as the pavilion master, but instead called someone by their name. As a guest secretary, this was already a great disrespect. Nangong Chuxue nodded and smiled softly. That's the reasoning. But a sword cultivator who can kill Elder 100 ghosts is still very heartwarming. Chapter 7, Dead Bitch. Zhao Zhao sneered. The 100 Ghost Elders movements are so secretive that the upper three sects have been capturing him for hundreds of years without success. And to conclude that the 100 Ghost Elder has been killed based on just a few words from Bai Linlin? I'm afraid it's a bit hasty, isn't it? It makes sense. Nangong Chuxue changed her hand to prop up her chin and looked at Bai Linlin as she asked, Elder Bai, is there any evidence that proves that old man 100 Ghosts is dead? Bai Linlin gently nodded, and from her storage ring, she took out Elder 100 Ghost's corpse that had been split apart from it. Before leaving White Emperor City, Bai Linlin had put away the corpse of the 100 Ghost Elder, and she had expected Zhao Ziao to make a scene. Looking at the gruesome dead bodies on the ground, Zhao Ziao retreated a few steps in fear and froze, unable to speak. What? Very scared? Elder Zhao can see clearly if the corpse is that of Elder 100 Ghosts, so that he doesn't pick on me again when the time comes. Bai Linlin was also sharp-tongued and mercilessly mocked. You! Zhao Ziao gritted her teeth in anger. Nangong Chuxue was also startled when she saw the corpse. No other injuries could be seen on Elder Hyaki. That means that old man 100 Ghosts was split open with a sword without any injuries. Without the strength of the 6th realm onwards, one would definitely not be able to do this. The cultivation system of the Tian Yuan continent had a total of 9 realms. Of course there was the nebulous 3 realms of the Divine Tao upwards from the 9 realms. It was just that the 3 realms of the Divine Tao had long since transcended things and rarely walked in the world. And 6 realms upwards, one could already be called a great cultivator. Nangong Chuxue was also only at the 6th realm, Thousand Faults realm only, and the only 6th realm in the entire Bright Moon Pavilion. Elder Zhao, is there anything else to add? From the moment Nangong Chuxue saw the corpse, her heart had already made up its mind and her tone was no longer so gentle. Zhao Ziao took a deep breath and looked at the other 2 guest ministers. As a result, the other 2 guest ministers turned their heads and pretended not to see anything. Lin, where is that old man you spoke of? Let's go together to greet him. Nangong Chuxue got up and walked towards the door. At One Color Peak, Shiyun is temporarily tending to Elder Lu. Bai Linlin hurriedly followed, and when she went out, she didn't forget to tug at the corner of her mouth at Zhao Ziao, her eyes full of disdain. Little girl, pissed off. Zhao Ziao jumped in anger and hurriedly followed. She wanted to see what kind of saint could kill the 100 Ghost Elder with a single sword. The One Color Peak was next to the main peak, and the entire peak was crawling with a plant called Azure Creeper, giving the entire mountain a turquoise color. Hence the name. Girl, I tell you, women cannot just maintain the appearance. The body is also a top priority. You guys, this girl named Tiny just doesn't have enough ass to poke some people's XP. This girl, called Xiaoling, just slipped her shoulders a bit and detracted from the overall beauty. It is fate that we are gathered together today. Master passes on to you a set of Kung Fu for molding. Yoga DFA. Watch and learn well. On the One Color Peak, in the small, not very large courtyard, a group of young girls surrounded Lu Chuan, chattering and talking. It turned out that as soon as Bai Linlin and the others returned to the Bright Moon Pavilion, Zhao Lulu spread the word about Lu Chuan's heroic deeds to the entire One Color Peak. The disciples of the One Color Peak came to hear about it. At first, the girls were a little disappointed to see Lu Chuan looking like a bad old man, but cannot help Lu Chuan, that broken mouth can blah blah blah. Soon with a group of small girls to mingle. The pavilion master is here. Don't run away yet. Zhang Shiyun stepped into the small courtyard with the clothes she had washed for Lu Chuan and roared. After hearing this, the girls instantly ran clean. Elder Lu, we will come back to you later. Be sure to pass on our yoga dharma. The girls' voices were heard in the distance. Young girls are the best in this world. What a delight to the mind and body. Lu Chuan inhaled the scent left in the air by the girls with an intoxicated look on his face. And this intoxicated scene happened to be seen by Nangong Chushue's group. Zhao Ziyao, in particular, was disgusted after seeing Lu Chuan. By Lin Lin. Is this the person you recommended? These days, really any cat or dog can enter the Bright Moon Pavilion. Zhao Ziyao sneered, her guts suddenly growing again. It was because she could not feel a single fluctuation of true essence in Lu Chuan's body. Even a supreme powerhouse of the divine Dao Third Realm wouldn't be able to do this, which meant that the bad old man in front of him wasn't a cultivator at all. However, Lu Chuan directly ignored Zhao Ziyao's cynicism as the bastard saw Nangong Chushue. Whoosh! Lu Chuan ignored his old arms and legs and rushed to Nangong Chushue like the wind. A pair of cloudy eyeballs stared at Nangong Chushue, just about staring straight out. The ultimate in circumscribed atmospheric beauty. The girl has the look of a mother. Good looking. So good looking. Nangong Chushue gently curtsied with a smile on her face. Thanks for the compliment, senior. My daughter is the owner of the Bright Moon Pavilion. Then he introduced Lu Chuan to his fellow travelers. This is One Color Peak Master by Lin Lin. This is Guest Minister Zhao Ziyao. And this is... Zhao Ziyao snorted coldly, very dissatisfied that Nangong Chushue had introduced herself after by Lin Lin. Well, decent and generous. If I were younger, I would have to pursue you to death. Lu Chuan shook his head with some heartache, becoming more and more dissatisfied with his old arms and legs. Scald head wants to eat swan meat. You really dare to think that? And don't look at your own virtues. This person, Xu Xue, must not enter my manhwa pavilion. If word gets out that manhwa pavilion recruited a denizen as a guest minister, it will become the laughingstock of the world. Zhao Ziyao couldn't help but mock and persuade at the same time. Who the hell are you? I'm talking to your master. Why are you interrupting? Do you have any manners? Do you have any quality? Lu Chuan was not a kind master. His eyes slanted to glance at Zhao Ziyao. Zhao Ziyao was trembling with anger, and her beautiful face was ironclad with anger. No one in the entire Bright Eyes Pavilion dared to talk to her like that. Put next to her, Bai Linlin spat out a mouthful of air, looking at Zhao Ziyao's constipated appearance. It was really pleasurable both physically and mentally. Xu Xue, if you dare to let this old thing in, I'll leave the Bright Moon Pavilion. Zhao Ziyao was burning with rage and actually opened her mouth to threaten. Fine, go to Autumn Water Peak and collect this month's salary before you leave. What Zhao Ziyao didn't expect was that Nangong Chushue actually agreed without hesitation. The atmosphere was extremely awkward for a while. How could Zhao Ziyao leave the Bright Moon Pavilion? There's food and clothing to be had here, resources to be had, and more importantly, no need to fight for your life. And it's only with a bad brain that you'd even think about leaving. Xu Xue, I'm also doing this for your own good. Letting such a colorful embryo enter the Bright Moon Pavilion. If anything scandalous happens. Zhao Ziyao tried to change the subject. Naya, dead. Lu Chuan listened to the fire. This did not forget to smear herself a little bit in 3 sentences. Chapter 8, Weak and Foolish. Pop. Lu Chuan reached out and slapped Zhao Ziyao across the face. A crisp sound rang out, and the slap blindsided everyone. Although this Zhao Ziyao was mean and vicious, she was still a 5th realm player in any case. How did this one plain, unadorned, and highly insulting slap reach her? Gave you face? Dead. Told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and wiped his hands on his clothes in disgust. Old undead. You dare to hit me. Zhao Ziyao was like an enraged rooster. Her entire body jumped up. A mouthful of old things. A mouthful of old undead. If I don't beat the out of you today, I'll count you as having a clean poop. Lu Chuan ruffled his sleeves and was about to rush up, but as a result, he had just taken a step, and his old waist gave another kaboom. Bang! Lu Chuan fell heavily to the ground, covering his old waist with a black face and showing his teeth. The crowd looked confused, and only Bai Linlin pulled the others to keep them away from Lu Chuan. This crotch-pulling performance of Lu Chuan made Zhao Ziyao even more certain that this old guy was not a cultivator. As for how she received the slap just now, Zhao Ziyao could only hint in her heart that she was just being negligent. Old undead thing. You can't even walk steadily and still want to enter the Bright Moon Pavilion. I think you're just senile. After Zhao Ziyao finished mocking, her whole body's true essence bulged up and she took a step forward and slapped Lu Chuan with all her strength. If this slap was real, I'm afraid that a cultivator with a lower realm would be directly slapped in the head. Seeing Zhao Ziyao's killing intent, Lu Chuan was still on the ground showing his teeth. Nangong Chushue couldn't help but be a little skeptical. The body that Bai Linlin brought back, was it chopped by this old man in front of her who couldn't even walk steadily? Have you always been this brave? Lu Chuan looked at the slap that came, and his anger rose from his heart and evil from his heart. It's never your turn to slap someone else. It's never your turn to slap yourself. Kenichi, I'll stab you to death. Lu Chuan made up a sword stance on the spot and pressed his right hand hard on top of the ground. There was a sudden glass-shattering sound in the air. Zhao Ziyao only felt a pain in her back, and in the end, her own slap stayed at the edge of Lu Chuan's face, no longer able to inch in. She froze looking down at her chest. The incredulity in his eyes was like a bolt from the blue hitting his head. A colorless ice sword actually broke through her protective astral aura and plunged into her back, accurately penetrating her heart. Blood dripped down the tip of the sword, reflecting dazzlingly in the sunlight. Bang! Zhao Ziao collapsed heavily, and to her death she couldn't understand where the ice sword came from. Only Nangong Chushue, who was next to him, could see some of the doorway. This ice sword, Lu Chuan had utilized the water in the air to condense it. It's just that Nangong Chushue didn't expect that this ice sword would be so powerful, big enough to directly kill a fifth realm cultivator. Nangong Chushue's face was ugly to the extreme. Zhao Ziao's death was not enough. Her death was something for the entire Bright Moon Pavilion to celebrate with firecrackers. But Zhao Ziao wasn't a parentless orphan. She also had an older brother named Zhao Wuji, who was an elder of the Sky Dragon sect. Although the Heavenly Dragon sect was also only a medium-strength sect, it was a lot stronger than the Bright Moon Pavilion. This is also the reason why Zhao Ziyao has been plundering Manhwa Pavilion's resources with impunity for hundreds of years, leading to a lot of grievances under the door. And Nangong Chushue didn't dare to forcibly drive him out of Mingmu Pavilion. Although the Bright Moon Pavilion was sheltered by the Jinyuan sect, this shelter, too, had been exchanged for something else. If they really went to war with the Sky Dragon sect because of this, I'm afraid that it would cause the Bright Moon Pavilion to suffer a great deal of damage. Ouch! 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 This old back of mine. Lu Chuan slowly climbed up, propped up by his wooden sword. Looking at Zhao Ziao's corpse on the ground, he viciously rolled his eyes a few times. Weak and a workhorse. Who the gave you the courage? Fish Liang? Ah. Yuck. Lu Chuan kicked the body away and didn't forget to spit on it. Little girl, don't worry. I killed the man. I'll take care of anything. Don't cross your face. Come and smile. Lu Chuan, how shrewd. Look at the face of Nangong Chushue. A few people know that this is not over. But Lu Chuan didn't care because these cultivators, they were weaker than expected. Maybe it's because we haven't met the really strong ones. People are dead. It's useless to blame anyone. Nangong Chushue regained her composure and arranged it. Lin, go and get rid of the body. Don't leave a trace. Keep it under tight wraps. Hide it for a while if you can. Then he looked at the other two guest ministers. Both of you. In the future, Manhwa Pavilion will double your salaries. So you two can just pretend you didn't see this today. Don't worry. Pavilion Master, we're on the same boat. The other two guest ministers nodded their heads fiercely. This kind of salary increase good thing could only be encountered once in how many years? You guys go back first. I have something to discuss with Senior. After the crowd left, Nangong Chushue clenched her teeth and went up to help Lu Chuan, and even put Lu Chuan's arm, intentionally against her own chest. Senior, let's discuss the matter of refining the illusory face pill. Lu Chuan's performance just now had given her a peace of mind. She couldn't see Lu Chuan's realm. But one thing was for sure, Lu Chuan must be a great cultivator of the 6th realm upwards. As long as Lu Chuan was willing to sit in the Bright Moon Pavilion, then a lot of things could be resolved, even on the Jin Yuan sect side. Now Nangong Chushue was determined to keep Lu Chuan, no matter what the cost. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Lu Chuan was somewhat impressed with this woman. Nangong Chushue handled things in an organized manner, and also saw the most fundamental way to solve the problem, which was to leave herself behind. No! Lu Chuan gently withdrew his arm. Nangong Chushue froze for a moment, biting her lips, some of her eyes. If there was a way, why would she do it in such a shameful way? Yet this approach was rejected by the other side. There's no need to trash yourself like that. Lu Chuan smiled and waved his hand. It just so happens that there's not much going on lately. I can live here. The mountains are beautiful. And there are so many lovely maids. Retirement couldn't be more suitable. Nangong Chushue froze for a moment, but tears indisputably welled up in her eyes. The world only saw the scenery of the Bright Moon Pavilion, but could not see the hardship behind it. You have to realize that a woman, or a particularly beautiful woman, has to hold up the large Bright Moon Pavilion. How can the world see how much humiliation and helplessness they have suffered? And this old man in front of him, who looked like he had a flowery mouth, gave Nangong Chushue the respect she deserved. Thanks. Nangong Chushue murmured softly and went forward to help Lu Chuan, this time without the small movements from earlier. Ah Fu! Come and step on the master's back. Lu Chuan plopped down on the recliner and yelled to Ah Fu on the roof. Next to her, Nangong Chushue wanted to give Lu Chuan a massage, but she was rejected with disgust, because it's a lot easier for a donkey to do this. Serves you right, old man. Don't you know anything about yourself? Alfred grumbled and jumped off the roof. Hey, mother asterisk 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 her, one day without hammering you. You're itching, aren't you? Chapter 9, This Request. The illusory face pill belongs to the top grade pills and requires a lot of materials to refine. Most of the materials, we at the Bright Moon Pavilion can put together. But there are two things that we have to go to the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm to get. Ah Fu pressed Luchuan's waist, and Nangong Chushue stood to the side, somewhat nervously speaking about the illusory face pill. Secret realm? Luchuan kicked Fu away and rolled up from the recliner. Seeing the donkey that flew out like a cannonball, Nangong Chushue's eyes jumped and her heart became more and more nervous. Yes, secret realm. A very special space with a large amount of heavenly treasures for cultivators to pick. Is there something wrong with this secret realm? How shrewd Luchuan was. He could see at a glance that Nangong Chushue was in some difficulty. Nangong Chushue sighed and nodded helplessly. The Maple Leaf Mystic Realm opens once every 100 years, and these years the Bright Moon Pavilion has been weak and not the least bit competitive, and hasn't gone in for a long time. Hey, what did I expect? Luchuan shook his head. It's okay, I'll just run it myself. Ugh, right. Luchuan's head tilted. It opens once in 100 years. You're not kidding, right? How dare the little woman make fun of Senior? A chill surged in Nangong Chushue's heart and she hurriedly explained. Senior doesn't need to be in a hurry. In a few days it will be the opening time of the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm. It's just that there are weird boundary restrictions in the secret realm, and cultivators above the fourth realm can't enter. No problem then. Luchuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was not bad luck to not have to wait for years. Nangong Chushue froze for a moment, thinking that Luchuan didn't hear clearly, and emphasized again. Senior, cultivators from the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm's fourth realm upwards cannot enter. What's it got to do with me? Luchuan snorted. I'm not a cultivator. What? What? Nangong Chushue stuttered a bit, although there were no true essence fluctuations in Luchuan's body. However, Nangong Chushue still thought that Luchuan was a cultivator. Otherwise how could he easily kill Zhao Ziyao? There's no need to ask about that. Just call me when it's time anyway. It is not clear. The system is different. Luchuan is lazy to explain to Nangong Chushue, although she had a stomach full of questions. Nangong Chushue also knew the way in and out and no longer dwelled on the issue. Senior, regarding your salary, how much do you think is appropriate? Now that Luchuan has clearly entered the Bright Moon Pavilion, Nangong Chushue's main concern is the monthly salary. Manhwa Pavilion's family base is thin. If Luchuan opens a number that he cannot afford, what should be done? Salary? Luchuan glanced at Nangong Chushue somewhat strangely and suddenly realized. You mean salary? Nangong Chushue nodded, her entire heart lifted, only hoping that Luchuan wouldn't ask for a lion's share. Got a pen and paper? Looking at Nangong Chushue's nervous appearance, Luchuan almost didn't laugh out loud. There's. Nangong Chushue hurriedly took out a pen and paper from her ring. Luchuan took the pen and paper and plopped down on the recliner and wrote. Nangong Chushue nervously rubbed the corners of her clothes. Various images of Luchuan leaving angrily because he couldn't fulfill the demands had appeared in his mind. If this kind of result really occurs, Nangong Chushue doesn't know how to solve the problems of Manhwa Pavilion in the future. Food and lodging are included. And in addition, I'll find 2 good-looking little girls to make my bed and fold the covers and serve me tea. Tell someone to go to town and get these for me. Luchuan finally finished writing and handed back the pen and paper. Nangong Chushue wiped the sweat from her palms and carefully picked it up. Only when seeing what was written on the paper, Nangong Chushue's beautiful eyes slowly widened and ended up with a face of bewilderment and unbelief. This is because the paper is not filled with any harsh requirements, but rather with such life supplies as firewood, rice, oil, salt, vinegar, and tea. Former, senior, is that really all you ask for? Nangong Chushue was at a loss for words to the point where she stuttered a bit. Luchuan waved his hand. This is not a low request. The meat should be good, the vegetables should be fresh, and the chili must be spicy. Quickly have someone buy it. I'm still waiting to eat hot pot at night. Eating 100,000 years of vigorous pills, has long been eating laborious intestines and stomach. Luchuan now want this bite. Yes, I'll send someone right away. Nangong Chushue's lifted heart finally let go. Shortly after Nangong Chushue left, Ah Fu ran back with an angry face. This kick sent it flying for thousands of miles, and if it wasn't bound to this Luchuan guy, I don't know how long it would have taken to run back. If you try to push a line, I'll you out. Before he could open his mouth, Luchuan instead came ferociously first. Ah Fu instantly lost his temper. Think about it and then relieved. Anyway, are used to it. What day not be hammered? Old thing. Discuss something with you? Ah Fu farted over, his eyes glittering with wisdom. Luchuan disdainfully bristled. What do I have to discuss with you? Haven't you pitted old me badly enough? You can't say that. I didn't want this to happen. Alfred smiled a little awkwardly, revealing a mouthful of large slate teeth. Besides, these 100,000 years you have not also practiced invincible. Hey, speaking of this, Lu Chuan was puzzled. Stupid ass. Isn't it said that the cultivators in this world, turning their hands to the clouds, turning their hands to the rain, each and every one of them is fierce beyond bounds? How come the ones I've encountered are also pulling their crotches? Alfred instantly came to life and explained. It's simple. The first is that you yourself are too powerful. Your strength has long reached the realm of transcendence. Secondly, this world is very, very big. There are 14 continents, and the overall strength of this Tianyuan continent is the bottom of the pile kind, with nothing much in the way of top-tier combatants. What did you say? Lu Chuan suddenly struck out and grabbed Ah Fu's neck. Did you match the template for this world? Cough cough cough. Let go. Let go. Alfred's neck barely snapped. No. There is no match completely. Just a general understanding. The heavenly way of this world is very powerful. I can't invade. I told you. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and let go of his hand. Ah Fu flung his neck. Furious. Damn you. Don't be so violent. Will you? You're a disease that needs to be cured. Cure your grandma's leg. There's nothing to do. Get out of here. I'm sick of seeing you. Lu Chuan squinted comfortably and enjoyed the sunbathing. Hey, big handsome. Come on. Let's discuss something. Okay? Something good. Something absolutely good. Ah Fu licked his donkey face and desperately came up again. Good things? Nothing good has happened to me since the day I met you. Lu Chuan impatiently opened his eyes and moved his arms. Seeing as how this looks like Alfred doesn't know any better, I'm guessing it's going to be another good beating. Alfred jumped out of the way in a hurry and gave a sarcastic laugh. Let's discuss how to match the cultivation template of this world. And when we succeed, I'll also renew the plugin for you. Wouldn't that be great? Chapter 10, The Wise Alfred. Lu Chuan laughed disdainfully. Look at you. You have a solution? Sure. Alfred saw that there was something going on, and his emotions were instantly high. Let me explain it to you this way, so you can understand it and make it easier. Suppose the whole world is a computer, and I am a virus, and this heavenly way, a firewall. What's happening is that this firewall is so powerful that I can't get in, and there's a probability that I'll be wiped out by the firewall's antivirus program. Alas. That's a bit of an interesting statement. Lu Chuan couldn't help but be interested. I'm flattered. Alfred raised his head triumphantly. Those eyes intelligent. Look at you, Shabby. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Tell me, how are we going to break through the firewall? It's not about breaking through. It's about hiding from the world. Ah Fu bared his large slate teeth and grinned cheaply. You come to attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao, and I'll take this opportunity to pull out the Heavenly Tao's back door. As long as I succeed, once the hangers-on are on, you'll be able to crunch and kill indiscriminately in this world. Good idea, donkey. I usually don't see that you have this kind of wisdom. Lu Chuan complimented with a kind face. My favorite thing is the 36 stratagems of your original world. It's really a great collection of your human wisdom. I'm just trying it out in a small way this time. It's not enough. The donkey looked up at the sky in triumph, looking like he was about to take off. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked, then how do I go about attracting the attention of the Heavenly Tao? That's easy. Ah Fu put his donkey's head to Lu Chuan's ear. You give this Tianyuan continent so many swords with all your might and exterminate hundreds or thousands of his great cities. When the time comes for mourning, blood to flow, and the dead to pile up into mountains, the Heavenly Tao will naturally step in to exterminate you. Ha. Just take the time when the Heavenly Tao is concentrating on destroying you. I'll quietly invade in. Well, isn't this idea flawless? What do you take me for? A murderous demon king? Lu Chuan's voice drew up a bit. Ha? Alfred looked confused. Don't you? Lu Chuan has a serious tendency towards violence. To put it bluntly, he is mentally ill. Killing is as natural to him as eating and drinking water. It's no wonder Alfred was flabbergasted. Well, guess what? I'll believe you or not, you stupid ass. Lu Chuan suddenly got up, pressed down on Ah Fu, and swung his fist down on that wisdom eyeball. If you don't cooperate, you'll wait to be struck by lightning. 10 minutes later, Alfred struggled to get up from the ground, a donkey's face beaten into a pie shape. Your power doesn't belong to this world, and the number of times you strike out will definitely attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao, and you'll be cleaved to death at that time. You old thing. Ouch. I'm so scared. Lu Chuan lifted his foot and kicked Ah Fu away. Nothing, silly dog. When it was almost dark, Zhang Shiyun came to the small courtyard with Zhao Lulu. The two of them were the personnel that Nangong Chushue had arranged to come over to take care of Lu Chuan. The two little girls were very frightened when they stepped into the small courtyard. It was because Nangong Chushue had specifically emphasized for them to fulfill all of Lu Chuan's requests. No matter how rude, they were incapable of refusing Nangong Chushue's arrangement and could only enter the small courtyard with a stiff upper hand. Where are the dishes? Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Lu Chuan wasn't a bit polite. There. Bring it on. Zhang Xian dryly froze for a moment, snapped out of it, and scrambled to take out fresh vegetables as well as various meats from his ring. Bang! Being too nervous, a piece of meat fell to the ground without holding it steady. Elder, I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away. Zhang Xian shivered in fear and crouched down in a hurry. Hey, I don't eat kids, so what are you too afraid of? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and went up to take what Zhang Xian was holding. Next, set up the pot, build a fire, frying materials. Not long after a burst of aroma wafted out of the small courtyard. It's not easy, your mouth is fading out, come and have some together. Lu Chuan set a table full of things and happily greeted the two girls. The two girls looked at me and I looked at you, and for a moment they were a bit at a loss for words. Don't worry, I'm too old to be interested in you guys when I'm so old and that thing down there is about to be reimbursed. It was a crude and revealing statement, but it also relieved the two girls. Elder, let me help you. I'm coming. The atmosphere gradually eased. Only the donkey, who had just run back, lay on the roof of the house full of ghostly eyes. As for the sickly spicy hot pot, the two girls just tasted one bite and killed themselves not to move their chopsticks again. In the end, a large table of meat dishes all went into Lu Chuan's stomach. The next few days went by very quietly. Perhaps because Nangong Chushua had instructed them, those little girls from One Color Peak didn't bother Lu Chuan anymore. Zhang Xiyun and Zhao Lulu also familiarized themselves with Lu Chuan, gradually figuring out some of Lu Chuan's temperament. Lu Chuan's temperament is that of a tyrant who cannot be disobeyed and cannot see any resistance. But any resistance could cause Lu Chuan to storm out and kill. But at the same time, he's pretty good with people as long as they go along. Senior, the pavilion master asked me to notify you that you are to gather at the Longing Valley today, and that in 2 days' time it will be the day the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm opens. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiyun brought Lu Chuan good news. Ha ha, it's finally time. Little girl, bring the pots and pans, and don't forget the vegetables and meat. Lu Chuan stretched his body while barking up. Elder, we are going to the secret realm. Are you sure you want to bring these? Zhao Lulu's cute little round face was filled with bewilderment. Maple Leaf secret realm is full of crisis. Ferocious beasts everywhere. A little inattention is the end of the dead. Bring these or going to picnic? No need to eat. Ha! Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Zhao Lulu was so scared that she hurriedly lowered her head and quickly cleaned up. Lin this time to go to the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm. You will lead the team with full responsibility. Don't clash with other sects. And make sure to take care of Senior Lu's food, clothing, and shelter. On the Tianshui Peak's martial arts arena, roughly 20 people were gathered at this time. This was the disciple selected by Nangong Chushue. These first sons would follow Lu Chuan into the secret realm. The Bright Moon Pavilion hadn't entered the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm for almost 1,000 years because of its lack of strength. Without strength, you can't compete for resources. In fact, this is sort of a vicious cycle. If this goes on, the manhwa Pavilion will become weaker and weaker day by day, and eventually die out. This time, Nangong Chushua had made a great determination to select a portion of the elite disciples, preparing to enter the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm with Lu Chuan, which was also considered a trial. If these Dizzy were able to return safely, they would become the next pillars of manhwa. Chapter 11, Departure. Something happened. Elder Lu was here. I don't know who shouted, and the scene instantly became silent. The chosen disciples, one by one, stretched out their slender necks and looked over. A male guest secretary had come to the Bright Moon Pavilion, which was big news. The first time in 1,000 years, the Bright Moon Pavilion was discussing this matter these days. However, Nangong Chushue gave a deadly order that no one was allowed to go to One Color Peak to disturb Lu Chuan. Without that order, it was expected that the threshold of that small courtyard would have been trampled. The crowd was eagerly awaiting it, but it turned out to be a big disappointment. A bad old man, so back hands, wobbling into the martial arts arena. A kind of old man world-first grizzly. Why an old man? Didn't the Sisters of One Color's Peak say that the new guest minister is an extraordinary master of valor? It's a little strange. This walks like a crab. Won't be beaten to death out there, will it? Hush, keep your voice down. I hear the new guest minister has a bad temper and eats little children, the kind that come 3 at a time. As the girls whispered, they suddenly felt a chill. It turned out to be Nangong Chushua's eyes glancing over, and one of them was immediately silenced in fear. Elder Lu. Nangong Chushua hurriedly greeted her and gave a curtsy. Lu Chuan waved his hand with a big grin. No need to be so polite. When do we leave? Any time. Nangong Chushua sighed in relief as Lu Chuan looked in a good mood. This time, my youngest daughter has the audacity to pick 20 disciples who wish to follow Senior into the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm. Doesn't matter. Of course Lu Chuan knew what Nangong Chushua meant. She wanted to let herself take care of these little girls. It was just a matter of going along. And Lu Chuan didn't refuse. Many thanks, senior. Nangong Chushue was overjoyed. With Lu Chuan's skills, he could definitely keep these girls. Then Nangong Chushue gave a few more instructions before nodding towards Bai Linlin. Bai Linlin took out a bamboo flute and gently played it. Soon a clear cry rang out from the distant mountains. A large green-colored bird like a small mountain spread its wings and quickly arrived at Tianchue Peak. Elder, this is the skywalking sparrow fed by the Bright Moon Pavilion. It is extremely fast, and it will only take a day for us to arrive at the Longyin Valley. Bai Linlin said while glaring fiercely at the little girls who were mingling again. This bird is fat enough. Shabu Shabu is probably strong enough. Lu Chuan looked at the legs of the skywalker sparrow and wiped his saliva. Zhang Shiyun and Zhao Lulu shivered in fear. Other people didn't know what hot pot was. Could the two of them not know after taking care of Lu Chuan for so many days? The Bright Moon Pavilion had just one spirit beast with long-range flight capabilities. If you really get shagged in the hot pot, you'll have to rely on your own flight for anything in the future. And if the distance is too far, you'll probably be able to wear yourself out. Just kidding. Look how scared you two are. Lu Chuan shook his head cheerfully and landed on the skywalker sparrow's head with a light tap of his toes. Everyone was startled. This skywalking sparrow was not very good-tempered, and was not allowed to have someone on its head. Not to be outdone, Skywalker Sparrow was ready to start shaking his head to shake the rude old man down. Sinful animal, how dare you! Nangong Chushue became anxious and scolded fiercely. However, this skywalking sparrow could be considered a patriarchal figure of the Bright Moon Pavilion, and didn't listen to Nangong Chushue at all. Flat hair, if you dare to move this brain, I will take you to the hot pot. Do not believe you try. Although Lu Chuan said the flavor cloudy, listening to the meaning of three jokes, but the skywalking sparrow, as a spirit beast, had a very keen sense of danger. At the same time this bad old man spoke those words, it felt a killing intent. Then the whole soul couldn't help shivering as if it had been electrified. Skywalker Sparrow understood that if he really dared to shake his head a little bit, he would definitely be taken by this old man to Shabu Shabu. Although the Skywalker Sparrow didn't know what a hot pot was, it understood that it certainly wasn't a good thing. Looking at the suddenly quiet Skywalker Sparrow, the maid's eyes widened one by one. Dumbfounded. When has this prick ever been so good? Suddenly I feel that this old man is a bit more handsome. There must be real skills. Otherwise how could the pavilion master let a man enter the Bright Moon Pavilion? He. It would be nice if Senior could guide us in our cultivation. Lu Chuan's image quickly towered in the eyes of the crowd. Have a vision. When your free master will teach you swordplay. Lu Chuan listened to a group of flamboyant little girls chattering. His heart was soothing. This Bright Moon Pavilion is really a nice place. Just by looking at these girls every day, I guess I can live for some more years. The Skywalker Sparrow began to depart. A large head stiff and rigid, not daring to move a bit. Senior, this is the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm's topographical map. Would you like to take a look? Bai Linlin took a map and came to the Skywalker Sparrow's head. Lu Chuan casually swept a glance and instantly engraved the entire topographical map into his mind. Not memorized, but inscribed. The equivalent of a photocopier that duplicates a map. As long as Lu Chuan needed it, he could always get this diagram out of his head and study it. Just tell me anything that needs attention. Lu Chuan returned a careless remark and began to enjoy the scenery along the way. Nangong Chushue nodded and began to speak. Refining the illusory face pill requires 3 herbs from the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm, which are the heavenly fragrant spirit fruit, the Xian Bing flower, and the blood phoenix wood. These 3 herbs, in 3 different areas, require a bit of work. After entering the secret realm, we will be randomly teleported. So in order to ensure safety, we have to rendezvous at the first opportunity. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm only opens for 7 days at a time, and if you still stay in the secret realm for more than that, you can only wait for 100 years before you can come out the next time the secret realm opens. As Bai Linlin was speaking, a huge stream of light skimmed past not far away. This stream of light brought up a raging gale that blew the Skywalker Sparrow off course. What qualities? Lu Chuan looked at the distant stream of light and rolled his eyes. Old thing, you've changed. Ah Fu suddenly appeared beside Lu Chuan, his intelligent eyes looking at Lu Chuan with an expression of seeing a ghost. Given Lu Chuan's tyrant-like nature, that insolent stream of light just now would have been directly torn apart. But now that Lu Chuan just cursed it and left it at that, could Ah Fu not look like he'd seen a ghost? Shut the up. It bothers me to see you. Get out. Lu Chuan lifted his foot and kicked Fu down, scaring a group of little girls into a parade of screams. Just as the crowd was still in shock from the kicking of the donkey and had not slowed down, the stream of light from earlier actually ran back. This stream of light blocked in front of them, directly forcing the skywalking sparrow to stop. The stream of light gradually dispersed to reveal its true form, which was actually a large fish with wings. It was not on par with the skywalking sparrow in size, but its aura was far too strong, and it was not even on the same level. Chapter 12, Weak and Hateful. Begonia Green Fish. It's from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Bai Linlin's face was a bit ugly as she spoke to Lu Chuan. The 10,000 Beasts sect focuses on harnessing beasts. Their overall strength is quite a bit stronger than the Bright Moon Pavilion, and their disciples are much more overbearing and unreasonable. They're a regular visitor to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Yo, isn't this Elder Bai of the Bright Moon Pavilion? By the looks of it, it's going to Longyin Valley. At this moment, a middle-aged man standing on the head of a large fish looked at Bai Linlin with a smile and a grim greeting. Bai Linlin gave the man a cold look and explained to Lu Chuan in a low voice. Qian Shouyu, an elder of the 10,000 Beast sect. His spirit animal is a three-tailed money leopard, and he has some beef with the Bright Moon Pavilion. After saying that, Bai Linlin looked up at Qian Shouyu and said coldly, "What? You 10,000 Beast sect can go? We, Mingyue, can't go?" Qian Shouyu smiled disdainfully after hearing this. Elder Bai has misunderstood. The Maple Leaf Mystic Realm is a masterless mystic realm. Everyone can go. It's just that you women, are you going for nothing? Qian Shouyu's words caused the others to roar with laughter. Almost all cultivators in the Tianyuan continent knew that the Bright Moon Pavilion was not good at conquering. This group of women can play support, but to go and fight for resources is purely and simply giving away their heads. There was a time when the Bright Moon Pavilion had also sent people to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, but basically they were all wiped out. This was also the fundamental reason why the Bright Moon Pavilion had not entered the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm in the past 1,000 years. Bai Lilin's angry little face was red, somewhat helpless. After all, what people said was the truth. Seeing Bai Linlin speechless, Qian Shouyu became more and more complacent. Some years ago, your Bright Moon Pavilion got away with one thing from me at the auction in Phaseless City. Isn't it time to return it to me? Shameless. Bai Linlin's beautiful eyebrows were raised high in anger. That was originally from our Bright Moon Pavilion, obtained through a formal call for auction. When did it become your thing? Some years ago, at the auction in Phaseless City, the Bright Moon Pavilion and the 10,000 Beast sect, at the same time, had their eyes on the same thing. But the 10,000 Beast sect didn't have enough money because they had auctioned off other heavenly treasures. In the end, this item was auctioned off by the Bright Moon Pavilion. That's really all there is to it. It's no big deal. But the 10,000 Beast sect was used to being overbearing and nonetheless thought that Mingyue Pavilion was targeting them. Since then, whenever there was an opportunity, the 10,000 Beast sect would come looking for trouble. Qian Shouyu laughed strangely. A beast control artifact. What is your Mingyue Pavilion shooting for? Taking it back to be used? What does the Bright Moon Pavilion shoot that still has to be agreed upon by your 10,000 Beast sect? Bai Linlin retorted through gritted teeth. At this time, Lu Chuan had finished watching the theater and yawned with some boredom. What do you force with him? This is deliberately to find fault. Kill the girl. Not finished. Only then did Qian Shouyu notice Lu Chuan, who was lying on the head of the skywalking sparrow. The feathers of the skywalking sparrow were fluffy, and Lu Chuan lay on it. His entire body sunk in, and if the angle wasn't right, he couldn't see the person at all. Seeing Lu Chuan's half-dead bad old man appearance, Qian Shouyu couldn't help but laugh. Yo, what a rarity. When did your Bright Moon Pavilion even keep a man, or a bad old man? Lack of men with our 10,000 Beast sect say Our 10,000 Beast sect can be more than enough sturdy young men. Not so hungry to such a point. Qian Shouyu's words caused another round of laughter. That's a bit of a vicious overkill for a group of girls. The disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion, each and every one of them were filled with righteous indignation. But the strength couldn't beat the opposite side, and he was so angry that he was close to wiping his eyes. Qian Shouyu, you don't bully people too much. The air around Bai Linlin exploded as a murderous intent rose to the sky. If you want to fight, just fight. What's the point of nagging? Go up and tear the girl's broken mouth. Lu Chuan was fanning the flames. Old thing, do you think she dares? Ha ha ha. Qian Shouyu nearly lost his breath from laughing. You stepping horse little rotten. You like to laugh, don't you? Lu Chuan suddenly burst out. This time Lu Chuan's old waist fought for its breath and actually didn't flash. Before Qian Shouyu's laughter could fall, the hunched, bad old man arrived in front of him. So fast. Qian Shouyu was startled and just wanted to activate his true essence. The next moment, however, a dry, old hand reached for his mouth. Then Qian Shouyu felt what it meant to be savage. The old hand cupped his chin in one hand with such force that it directly crushed the jawbone. It was too late to feel the pain, and something even more atrocious happened. Lu Chuan's other withered hand, inserted into his mouth, hooked the corner of his mouth with his middle finger, and pulled so hard. Half of his face was just pulled open with a gaping hole, and blood gushed out, staining half of his body. It all happened so fast and so quickly that half of his mouth was torn apart, and up until this point Qian Shouyu hadn't even felt the pain. Talking is with communication. Not for you to spout off with your mouth full of little rotten, uneducated thing. Before the words left his mouth, the other half of Qian Shoyu's mouth was also torn apart. Ah! The pain came like a tidal wave. And Qian Shoyu finally howled miserably. Lu Chuan snorted and smoothly lifted Qian Shoyu's hair again. Turning him around, he turned to those disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect. As for Qian Shoyu's body, at this time, it had been invaded by a sword qi, and all the meridians were twisted to pieces in an instant. Not to mention begging for mercy, even breathing was beginning to be a struggle. Looking at his elder's mouth that was completely torn open and drooping on his face, he lived in the horrible appearance of an evil spirit. Those disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect were so scared that their legs and stomachs were trembling. Laugh? Why don't you laugh? Didn't you laugh quite happily just now? Lu Chuan happily bared his teeth and smiled at this moment. A bunch of losers. Ah, weak and hateful. How did maggots like you survive to this day? Former seniors, you high stage. It is we did not long eyes. You adults do not count the small person over. Finally, someone plucked up the courage and begged Lu Chuan for mercy. Yo, Lu Chuan said in a conspiratorial manner. Just now you called someone old and undead. Old thing, but now you're a senior. A bunch of ungrateful dogs, living to waste air. Lu Chuan suddenly changed his face as he spoke, his old face instantly collapsing as a tyrannical aura erupted. When he finished speaking, he stepped heavily with his foot. Bang! The begonia big fish didn't even grunt before its entire brain was blown off, and the entire fish corpse plummeted towards the bottom. Seeing this, the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect didn't even think about it, and one by one, they wiped their feet and skipped, like to run, then run faster. Lu Chuan gently waved its hand, and the begonia big fish spewed out blood, and eerily all of them rose up. The blood fused into a ball of blood that came before Lu Chuan. A strand of sword intent swam out from Lu Chuan's body and attached itself to the blood. Merging his fingers into a sword, he pointed toward the front. The blood sphere transformed into dozens of long swords and whistled out, chasing after those fleeing disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect. Chapter 13, First Arrival at Longyin Valley. Inform the clan that we were attacked by the Bright Moon Pavilion and Elder Qian has died in battle. The disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect who had escaped was slightly relieved when he saw that Lu Chuan didn't come after him, and hurriedly reported the matter to the sect. However, the summoning talisman in their hands had just been extinguished when they felt a continuous tremor coming from the air. The tremor wasn't so noticeable that it could even be missed without some scrutiny. Before we could celebrate, before we could seek the source of this tremor, a red longsword then pierced through one man's chest, accurately piercing through the heart. Then more sounds of sharp swords penetrating muscles followed. None of the 38 people from the 10,000 Beast sect who had traveled to the Maple Leaf mysterious realm had escaped, and they were almost instantly wiped out. Lu Chuan picked a piece of the most tender meat on the begonia green fish and happily carried it back to the Skywalker Sparrow's head, like an old farmer coming back from the fields with an air of nothing happening. The girls had long been stunned by the ferocity, and only when Lu Chuan set up the pot did the crowd come back to their senses. Bai Linlin's face turned pale because she knew the cultivator's methods very well, and this group of people must have notified the 10,000 Beast sect. Those who could be selected to go to the Maple Leaf mysterious realm were basically the elite disciples of the sect. But now they were killed by Lu Chuan all at once. There was already an old grudge, and now there is a new one. So I'm afraid the Jin Yuan sect won't be able to protect Ningguat Pavilion this time. Don't just stand there. Come over to the hot pot. Lu Chuan waved to the girls with a smile as if they were nothing. Elder. This time, I'm afraid that the Bright Moon Pavilion is in big trouble. Bai Linlin brought a sobbing voice. Before leaving, Nangong Chushua repeatedly urged not to start a conflict. This is good. We haven't even arrived at the Dragon's Bardo yet. And we've caused this heavenly trouble. What if the sky could fall? Lu Chuan smiled and raised his chopsticks. Don't worry. Your grandpa is here. The sky won't fall. This fish is very tender. Sure you don't want to try some? People have been killed. Fish have been cut. Things have happened. What else can you do? Bai Linlin gritted her teeth. Anyway, it's come to this point. Let's talk about future things later. Elder, do you still want the corpse of the begonia green fish? Lu Chuan waved his hand. No. You guys want to take care of it yourselves. Thank you, senior. Bai Linlin bowed and turned her head to look at the stunned disciple. Tiny, take the men down and get rid of the big fish's body. The begonia green fish has a faint ancient Koan Pang bloodline. It's all treasure. Don't waste it. A delicate and cute young girl stood up, looking at the expression but more excited. The young girl nodded. Don't worry, elder. Who told them to bully us a lot in the past? They deserve to die. Hearing this, the girls woke up as if in a dream, and one by one, they turned from fear to excitement. They chirped up and looked at Lu Chuan with eyes full of little stars. Bai Linlin smiled helplessly. How this would end was the big question. Finally, the crowd cleaned up and had another fish hot pot, and the Skywalker sparrow swallowed the inner elixir of the begonia big fish. Everyone was happy that only the world where the beastmen were injured was finished. Early in the morning of the next day, he finally arrived at Longyin Valley. Legend has it that this place is the burial place of a real dragon, and when it rains, a high-pitched dragon's roar will come out. That's where the name of the Valley of the Dragons came from. When Lu Chuan and his team arrived, the entire Longyin Valley had already gathered no less than 1,000 people, no less than 30 clans of all sizes, a scene of a vegetable market rushing to the market. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm, which opened once in 100 years, was an important way for these small and medium-sized sects to obtain resources. Gathering so many clans at once actually made sense. The appearance of the Bright Moon Pavilion caused quite a commotion. The Bright Moon Pavilion hadn't sent anyone in the last 1,000 years, and it was natural to be surprised when it suddenly appeared all of a sudden. Of course there should be an important reason. It's the female disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion. All of them are youthful and beautiful. Who wouldn't be confused when looking at them? In the cultivation world where there were more men than women, it would naturally be especially noticeable. Alas, isn't that Bright Moon Pavilion's one-color peak master by Lin Lin? It's really her. It's said that she's only been practicing for over 100 years and has entered the 5th realm. How dare you say that after 100 years? There's a heavenly pride in the Haotian sect who was said to have entered the 5th realm in 10 years. Talking to you about Chen Men Lozi, you're pulling the crotch bone shaft with me, taking the heavenly pride of the upper 3 sects. Why don't you take the god of war of the 3rd realm of the divine path and compare them to each other? It's said that the Bright Moon Pavilion has 3 stunning colors. How come I didn't see any of them this time? You stepping horse stupid. Bright Moon Pavilion 3 absolute color. 1 is the Pavilion Master. 1 is not. Ask the world's affairs of the Supreme Elder. There is 1 is said to be outside the training. How to come? What are the 3 great colors to brag about? But it's just the Jin Yuan sect's backyard. Brother, that's not right. It's not easy for people's Bright Moon Pavilion. They definitely need to back up a big sect like Jin Yuan sect in order to survive. Ugh. I thought there were no men in the Moon Pavilion. What's up with that little old man? The eaters who appreciated the beauty saw Lu Chuan who was walking at the end, with his backhand looking like a second grandfather. It's not someone from the Bright Moon Pavilion, is it? I don't think so. The Bright Moon Pavilion's taste isn't so bad as to get an old man in there. Definitely not. Don't think about it. If the Bright Moon Pavilion accepts men, I'll be the first to rebel against the division and join the Bright Moon Pavilion. Blow it you. Manhwa Pavilion doesn't have any gongfu suitable for men to cultivate. Even if it does, do you dare? Your master's head won't be ripped off for you. Ugh. Something's wrong. Bai Lin Lin is bowing to that little old man. Asterisk. Come on. Smack me. Bai Lin Lin is the peak master of the 2nd largest peak of the Bright Moon Pavilion, with a status just below that of the Pavilion Master. How could she salute a bad old man? Didn't you guys notice? There's no true essence fluctuation on that little old man. It seems like he's not a cultivator. Asterisk. It seems to be true. Bai Lin Lin saluted a commoner? This somewhat touches my knowledge blind spot. Could this old man be his secular father? Otherwise there's no reason for it. The possibilities are great. But what kind of operation is it to come to the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm and bring one's dad? At this time, the attention of the melon eaters all shifted to Lu Chuan. Of course curiosity is curiosity. Now this kind of sensitive period. Or no one is insensitive to go up and ask questions. Elder Bai, long time no see, don't come back. Bai Lin Lin had just brought the people to settle down when someone came to the door to visit. Elder Zhao. Seeing the visitor, Bai Lin Lin's face unconsciously changed. The visitor was no one else but Zhao Ziyao's own brother, the Heavenly Dragon Sect's law enforcement elder Zhao Wuji. Zhao Ziyao died at the hands of Lu Chuan, something that Bai Lin Lin was privy to. Now that someone's own brother is at the door, can Bai Lin Lin not be nervous? Zhao Wuji, middle-aged man-like, tall, full of crossface meat, wearing a black armor. To that station is very oppressive. Elder Bai, why is your Bright Moon Pavilion here as well? Zhao Wuji pestled in front of the tent and asked, his voice so loud that it shook the entire tent. Chapter 14, Opening of the Secret World. Looking at Zhao Wuji, Bai Lin Lin fixed her mind and forced a smile at the corner of her mouth. The Pavilion Master has asked his disciples to come for some training. Staying in the sect all the time is not a solution. Zhao Wuji nodded. It's time to come out and train. There's no way to grow without seeing some blood? Elder Zhao is right. Bai Lin Lin secretly sighed in relief. Zhao Wuji suddenly asked, by the way, Yao Yao hasn't contacted me recently. What's up with her? Bai Lin Lin explained in a fake relaxed tone. Elder Zhao recently had a sudden realization and is in seclusion. Like this. Zhao Wuji smiled with full relief. That's it then. When you enter the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, just look around. Don't go fighting for heavenly treasures. Your manhwa pavilion is too weak in actual combat. Thank you Elder Zhao for reminding me. Bai Linlin's face was a bit ugly. This Xiao Wuji is afraid that he didn't specifically come to remind himself of this. As for Zhao Ziyao, I'm afraid that he was just asking in passing. It seemed that the clans with the top strength had already allocated their respective areas after entering the secret realm. It's normal. Fist nature can take more and more. If you don't have the strength, you don't have the right to speak. Who will talk to you about friendship? Naive. After entering the Maple Leaf mysterious realm, be sure to hide yourself. Don't expose yourself easily. And gather at the Flying Snow Valley as fast as you can. At midnight, Bai Linlin organized a meeting with the crowd. Because there were boundaries in the secret realm, one could not enter from the fourth realm upwards, and Bai Linlin could not enter from the fifth realm. After entering the Maple Leaf secret realm, life and death could only depend on them personally. This time, Tiny will be in command. There is no need for you to get as many heavenly treasures as you can, as long as you come out safely. Bai Linlin finished her speech and looked at a quirky young girl. The young girl, named Lin Xiaoxiao, was the chief of the One Color Peak and Bai Linlin's personal disciple, and had always been known for her boldness. When Lu Chuan slaughtered the 10,000 Beast sect earlier, it was this girl who had the most guts. Lin Xiaoxiao patted her breasts that hadn't developed much, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, and solemnly nodded her head. Senior, don't worry, I'll definitely bring my senior sisters out safely. Bailin shook her head, still full of worry. The Bright Moon Pavilion hadn't entered the Maple Leaf mysterious realm for thousands of years, and the cruelty inside was completely beyond what these youngsters could imagine. Bai Linlin looked toward Lu Chuan, who was scalding hot pots on the side and eating with his mouth full of oil. In fact, Bai Linlin had always had a question as to why Lu Chuan was so fond of worldly food. Practitioners are usually abstaining from food, and worldly food will fill the body with impurities. Elder, is there anything you would like to urge? For the sake of the safety of these girls, Bai Linlin had the cheek to get close to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with his hand, glanced around at the crowd, and spoke faintly. Since I promised your pavilion master to take care of it, I definitely won't go back on my word, said Lu Chuanping as he flicked his fingers. A stream of transparent sword chi, if any, dispersed from his fingertips. These sword chi attached themselves to the crowd with great speed. One sword chi per person. It will be triggered automatically when encountering danger. It can save your life once. That's it. It'll be safe when you enter the secret realm and find me. The crowd was overjoyed in their hearts. Previously killing the 10,000 Beast Sects group was like killing a pig and slaughtering a dog. They had already seen Lu Chuan's heavenly means. Of course the crowd still had one big doubt, and that was how Lu Chuan was going to enter the Maple Leaf mystic realm. It's not like anyone dared to ask about it, so we'll just have to wait and see tomorrow. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm, and the night passed quite peacefully. Senior, it's time to get up. In half an hour, the secret realm will open. Lu Chuan got up from the bed somewhat reluctantly. At an unknown time, a light rain fell in Longyin Valley. Accompanied by a light rain, the entire valley was awfully quiet, with only an aura of solemnity swirling back and forth. Zhang Shiyun held the umbrella for Lu Chuan, and Bai Linlin led the group to the place where the Maple Leaf mystery realm opened. The Dragon's Mouth Cliff. Perhaps feeling this depressing atmosphere, the usually cute and lively young girls, at this time, one by one quietly followed behind Bai Linlin. The top of the Dragon's Mouth Cliff was almost full of people. This was the only passageway into the Maple Leaf mystic realm, and going in a second beforehand would give you an extra point of head start. This kind of place was naturally held by the top few clans in terms of strength early on, and Lu Chuan and the others could only be ranked last. The appearance of the Bright Moon Pavilion had attracted quite a few gazes, especially Lu Chuan. This oddball, actually had to hold an umbrella, naturally became the center of attention. But there were no more voices of discussion, and the overall atmosphere was horribly depressing. Everyone understood that the Maple Leaf mystic realm was not only a place rich in resources, but also a cruel testing ground. It was more of a location for the big clans to compete. The number of people who were able to walk out of the Maple Leaf mystic realm each time would not be more than 30%. That means this time 1,000 people entered and less than 300 were able to come out alive. Although it was cruel, if one could come out of it alive, they would definitely be able to rise up the ranks in the sect in the future. Lu Chuan didn't care about the queue and took out the meat buns and chewed on them. The secret world is open. Just as Lu Chuan waited with some impatience, a muffled voice rang out above the Dragon's Mouth Cliff. All eyes gathered to where the voice came from. Only a small black dot appeared in the air at the edge of the cliff. This tiny black dot began to enlarge at a speed visible to the naked eye, while a strange fluctuation spread out in the air. Eventually the little black dot enlarged to the point where it could pass through one person before coming to a stop. Life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and honor, please, fellow Taoists. That mellow male voice sounded again. The voice fell. And according to the order of queuing, the crowd began to enter that black spot in a row. Lu Chuan looked amused and asked the air next to him, "Donkey, what kind of space is this? Is it an alien space? Or is it a broken little world?" Just as the question fell, Ah Fu's figure suddenly appeared by Lu Chuan's side. Alfred's intelligent eyes swept the black dot, and he grinned a big, disdainful grin that showed his slate teeth. "Small world minion. It can't be called a foreign space yet. It's probably left behind by some cultivator." Looking at the long crowd in front of him, Ah Fu continued with some impatience. "How long is this going to take to line up? Don't you have a sword move that specializes in cutting through knots? Chop that broken knot." "Sword move? What sword move?" Lu Chuan looked at the donkey with a blank expression. A mouthful of old blood almost didn't come out of Fu's mouth. How did you end up with such an unreliable host as Lu Chuan, who actually forgot everything he had learned? Come on, you have too much Alzheimer's. Forget I said that. Hey, who are you calling Alzheimer's? Lu Chuan lifted his foot and sent Fu flying. This little interlude lightened the mood a bit. Chapter 15, Come here, let me Kong Kong. After waiting on the Dragon's Mouth cliff for a full almost 20 minutes, it was finally the turn of the last Bright Moon Pavilion to enter the passage. However, the leading Lin Xiaoxiao was just about to step over that black spot when an arm reached out. A woman who was born quite bewitching stopped the crowd of the Bright Moon Pavilion. The woman looked at Bai Lin and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Bai Lin, you have to think clearly. Manhwa Pavilion originally has fewer disciples, and those with good qualifications are even more rare. And if all of them are folded in the secret realm, you guys are afraid that you can't afford it. Don't bother." Bai Lin returned with an expressionless face. The woman smiled, not caring about Bai Lin's attitude, and continued, "Your young master uncle has been down the mountain for some years, right? So why has there been no news?" Bai Lin's face grew more and more somber. This woman's name was Bailey Dai, and she was an elder of the Haisha sect. However, this Bailey Dai used to have another identity. That is, it was the previous peak master of the Bright Moon Pavilion's one-color peak. Because of various reasons, Bailey Dai rebelled from the Bright Moon Pavilion 100 years ago, and it also took away several copies of the few offensive feats that the Bright Moon Pavilion already had. This led to the exodus of the Bright Moon Pavilion's merit laws, giving many sects a way to deal with it. The Bright Moon Pavilion, which was already at a disadvantage, had been in a state of collapse since the exodus of the merit law 100 years ago. Originally, betraying the clan was the most intolerable felony in the cultivation world. Cultivators who rebel against their masters usually become evil cultivators. However, Bailey Dai didn't know what means she used to enter the Haisha sect and gained asylum. He was even promoted to elder of the Sisan sect 30 years ago. The Bright Moon Pavilion and Bailey Dai could be said to have a deep hatred. Nay, the situation no one strong. This breath can only be held. A hold on the hold for hundreds of years. Bai Lin was furious as she saw Bailey Dai blocking the passageway and pulling the strings, not allowing the Manhwa Pavilion disciples to pass. Bai Lin was clear about Bailey Dai's purpose, which was to stall for a while. After allowing the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion to enter the secret realm, they were completely passive, and their minds were malicious to the extreme. "Bailey Dai, are you finished? Manhwa Pavilion had the grace of raising you, and didn't even pursue you for the felony of rebelling against the clan, and now you have to come to pick a fight. The white-eyed wolf is nothing more than that." In order for the disciples to enter the secret realm as soon as possible, Bai Lin also went out on a limb and argued with Bailey Dai in public. Bailey Dai sneered, "What a big mouth. Nangong Chushua would like to pursue the matter, only she doesn't have that strength. Get out of the way." Bai Lin was too lazy to make a verbal argument. With a wave of his hand, a white ribbon rolled towards Bailey Dai. Bailey Dai pulled the corner of her mouth without any concern and flicked her finger. A small red sword flew out and directly rolled Bai Lin's ribbon to pieces. Flying sword. Bai Lin was startled and hastily backed away, allowing the chi energy around her to bulge and form an invisible wall of chi. The small red sword rolled and shattered Bai Lin's ribbon, and did not pursue, just quietly hovering in front of Bailey Dai. "How's that?" Bailey Dai smiled smugly. A flying sword in exchange for the 4 techniques of the Bright Moon Pavilion. Shameless. Bai Lin's little face was red with anger, but there was nothing she could do. Although Bailey Dai was not a sword cultivator, the killing power of a flying sword was not something that a half-wit like Bai Lin could contend with. Shameless? Bailey Dai shrugged his shoulders in a somewhat bored manner. "In my life, the best decision I made was to leave the Bright Moon Pavilion. Guarding such a tight place, no one would know if I died one day. Get out of the way. What do you want?" Now that she couldn't even fight, and couldn't even compare shamelessly, Bai Lin was frantic with urgency. If there was any further delay, those who had gone in first would have already assembled, and the Bright Moon Pavilion disciples were afraid that they would be caught in a situation where they would be surrounded and killed. The surrounding 30 to 40 elders of various great sects not only did not stop Bailey Dai's bad behavior, but instead, they happily watched the show. Ha! Bah! At this time, Lu Chuan, who was at the end of the row and squatting in the distance, finally ended his hearty breakfast, received the mouthwash handed over by Lualu, and gurgled for a while. Hey, why are you blocking the way? Collect the toll. Lu Chuan wandered over with his hands behind his back, and at a glance, he saw Bailey Dai blocking straight in front of the passage. Old undead, what are you? Bailey Dai, who had been called instantly blackened her face. Elder, she wants to delay the Bright Moon Pavilion from entering the secret realm. Bai Lin was anxious in her heart and directly sued. If we drag this out for too long, the girls will be surrounded and killed if they go in. So think of something, senior. CHCHCH changes. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and mocked. Manhwa Pavilion is really a soft persimmon. Anyone can come and pinch it When Bai Lin heard this, she was angry and annoyed in her heart, and her aggrieved tears were welling up in her eyes. Hey, you little ninny, why are you still crying? Lu Chuan cried and laughed a little. I didn't. Irritated, Bai Lin wiped her eyes and rushed towards Bailey Dai. Damn, get out of my way. Something with an unclean mouth. Nangong Chushua really didn't teach you well, then I'll help her. Bailey Dai waved her hand and the little red flying sword went straight for Bai Lin's throat. Bai Lin was also infuriated and lost her mind. Frontal hard against the flying sword. If she was hit this time, she would be half mutilated if she didn't die. Feeling that sharp sword aura, Bai Lin also reacted at this time that she had been too reckless, but it was too late to pull out, so he could only mobilize his entire body to fight back. Seeing that Bai Lin was about to suffer, an untimely voice rang out at this moment. Come here, let me conk out. A strange scene occurred. The flying sword that was charging straight at Bai Lin's throat actually made a hard turn and flew towards Lu Chuan. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded. Flying swords can be considered on this continent the strongest killing force of the magic weapon. Said that the dip that is dead is not too much, and flying swords are generally connected to the owner's mind. Never heard of. There are flying swords on the verge of mutiny. This is simply magical. Shocked, Bailey Dai hastily urged that half-baked sword skill, trying to control the flying sword. However, what made her even more terrified was that her connection with the flying sword had actually been completely severed. What was even more incredible to the crowd was this. The small red sword stopped 3 feet in front of Lu Chuan and trembled gently. Then it swam happily around Lu Chuan, like a child that had thrown itself into its mother's arms. It's a bit interesting, stupid ass. This little thing has a strong sword chi, but not much sword intent. Lu Chuan looked at the little sword with interest. What a piece of thing. Uing popped a fart. It's better than this thing's sword chi too. Can you be a little out of your league? Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, full of wisdom and disdain. Nigga. Why am I so out of touch with you? Lu Chuan raised his foot and kicked Fu off the cliff. Chapter 16, Matching Small Worlds. Old undead. Give me back my flying sword. Lu Chuan and the stupid donkey this as if no one else play. The loss of flying sword Bailey Dai. Stimulation to almost psychosis. Bailey Dai's entire body pounced on Lu Chuan, wanting to snatch back her flying sword. However, to people's great dismay, the little red flying sword, without anyone commanding it, turned around and rushed straight towards Bailey Dai. This is the flying sword automatically protects the owner. How is it possible? What is this old man's origin? Why can he control other people's flying swords? This unbelievable scene caused the surrounding crowd watching the show to suck in their cool breaths one by one. Bang! The small red sword slammed straight into the top of Bailey Dai's protective astral aura. The red sword chi that made people tremble erupted out. Bailey Dai's protective astral chi was stirred up, and the whole person was sent flying out. So vegetable? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and walked towards the passageway with his hands behind his back. Seeing that Lu Chuan was about to leave, the little red sword flew back in a hurry, hovering around him non-stop, emitting a buzzing vibration sound, like a pet. What for? You're such a vegetable. Why are you following me? Looking at little sword, Lu Chuan rolled his eyes without any good reason. The little sword seemed to understand Lu Chuan's words, and the entire sword suddenly dimmed. Alright, like a little girl, you have to cry when you say 2 words. Lu Chuan bristled and pointed at Bai Lin. Nah, I'll give you a mission. Protect this chick, and when Lousy comes out, I'll give you a spirit or something. Empowerment? No one knew what empowerment was, not even Lu Chuan himself, because it was made up on the spot by Lu Chuan. The dimmed body of the small red sword suddenly flared up again, as if it was filled with endless power. The small sword flew to Bai Lin's side, and the sword aura radiated out viciously. Gone. The somewhat bored Lu Chuan waved his hand and took a step into the passageway. and Lin Xiaoxiao and the others hurriedly followed. Seeing Lu Chuan, a bad old man, pass through the boundary without any hindrance, the crowd muttered again. It's so weird that this year is especially weird. Of course, Lu Chuan's unhindered passage through the boundary was a relief to the crowd. At least in the crowd's perception, Lu Chuan was definitely a cultivator who would not exceed the fourth realm. As for how to explain the flying sword thing just now, the hell knows. After Lu Chuan left, the Bailey die that had been blown away also finally returned. Seeing that his flying sword was actually guarding by Lin Lin, he almost exploded with anger on the spot. But this time, Bailey Dai had learned her lesson and didn't come on hard. After all, compared to a small life, a flying sword wasn't that important. Only, this beam knot is also deeper, and I'm afraid that if I run into it again in the future, it will be your death and my death. The scenery after the passage made Lu Chuan somewhat surprised. This is supposed to be a grassland, and as far as the eye can see, it is lush and green, and you can't see the edge of it as far as the eye can see. There was clearly no sun, but there was plenty of vision and you could even feel the warmth of the light. A wind whipped in the grassland swept a burst of waves, let a person cozy to the extreme. It was just the right time of year when the breeze was not too dry and the sun was just right. Kind of interesting. Lu Chuan nodded cheerfully and sank his mind into the sea of consciousness, flipping through the map that had previously been imprinted into his mind. Soon enough, there were results. This should be the 100 Spring Grassland labeled on the map, which is considered the safest place in the entire Maple Leaf mysterious realm. This place is not only safe, but also has a lot of heavenly treasures. Ha! The time has come? Lu Chuan had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to have a cerebral palsy system. Now that I've come to this world, it seems like the time has come. Stupid ass. Match this little world and go ahead and gather those little girls. Lu Chuan is a man who is murderous, violent, unreasonable, and has a serious mental illness. Though, it's not even possible to say that it's Alzheimer's, after all. It's hard not to be suspicious when you can forget everything you've learned. But people can't be all flaws. There's always 1 or 2 good points. And the only good thing about Lu Chuan is that he is a man of his word and a promise. Since he had promised Nangong Chushue to take care of these little girls, Lu Chuan would definitely bring everyone back safely. You're quite the enabler. The donkey was pestled by Luck Chuan, baring his large slate teeth, and his intelligent eyes were full of dissatisfaction. Because it was bound to Lu Chuan, no matter how far he was kicked, Fu could return to Lu Chuan at the first opportunity. So Lu Chuan has nothing to do and likes to kick donkeys for fun to relieve stress. Get it straight. You're not a human being. You're just an ass with cerebral palsy. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and emphasized. Old me was unlucky in 8 lifetimes to have a host like you. Alfred sputtered as he closed his intelligent eyes. A strange fluctuation spread out from Afu, enveloping the entire small world. After waiting a few minutes, Alfred opened his eyes and said with disgust, "The match is complete. This is a small world left behind by a cultivator. There are no complete rules of the Great Tao, and the entire area of the small world is almost the size of that planet you used to live on." Lu Chuan's eyes jumped as he listened. A small world with the size of the Earth was a bit scary. Kind of interesting. This little world seems to have something lurking in it. I'll transmit the information to you, Fu said, his eyes suddenly rolling white. Above that miserable white eyeball, a large number of mysterious runes quickly appeared. These runes flickered with a weird green light, bright and uncertain. With the donkey's flurry of operations, Lu Chuan's mind was filled with a large amount of additional information, all about this small world. If an ordinary person suddenly had so much information in his head, his brain would probably be burst on the spot. It was only Lu Chuan, this pervert, whose sea of consciousness was vast and boundless, who was able to receive this volume of information. Then an extremely detailed map spread out in Lu Chuan's sea of consciousness. The map as a whole was divided into 5 large areas, and Lu Chuan's location was in the center. On top of this map, the locations of all the heavenly materials were also clearly marked. So much for the so-called opening. Not only that, but there were tons of red dots moving around on top of the map that characterized the life forms. But in the northernmost part of the entire map, there was a dark, shadowy land, and no markings were made in Afu's matching information. It seems that this location is where Alfred said something was lurking. Lu Chuan does not care much, no matter what it is. Mess with yourself, rammed to death. Can you be more detailed? All the red dots. How do I know which are the girls? Lu Chuan muttered in dissatisfaction. Alfred's eyes bulged as he heard this and yelled, "What do you think I am? It's good enough to give a general idea, but I can't do that with details like appearance and gender. If you can't do it, get the hell out." Lu Chuan lifted his foot and sent Fu flying. Chapter 17. Actually, I'm a swordsman. After kicking off Afu, Lu Chuan found the place called Flying Snow Valley in the map of his sea of consciousness. Earlier, I heard Bai Lin Lin say that it seemed like they were going to meet at this place. Looking at the location of the Flying Snow Valley, It was actually not far from that northern piece of shadow, which was really a good place to choose. You can't really blame Bai Lin for picking a bad spot. After all, she didn't have Afu's ability to detect the abnormality of this small world. Determining the direction, Lu Chuan began to head towards the flying snow valley. Lu Chuan didn't walk fast, enjoying the scenery as he skipped along. The scenery of this small world was much prettier than that stupid donkey's small world off his own. After skulking along for about 2 hours, and having seen enough of the scenery, Lu Chuan was ready to take off and go directly to the flying snow valley. Unconsciously glancing at the left front, that not far away actually appeared a field of corpses. Lu Chuan was a little curious. From a distance, these corpses lined up on the grass, neatly odd to the extreme, slowly slipping through. There were about 20 corpses. The deaths were extremely strange. All became dry corpses. All the blood was gone, yet there was no smell of blood in the air, and the bodies were definitely fresh. Because these people, Lu Chuan had seen them yesterday. It seemed like they were disciples of a sect called Haisha sect. Judging from the intactness of the body, it should have been drained of its entire body without any resistance. It's a bit strange, but cultivators who enter here aren't too far off in terms of strength. If it's cultivators beating each other up, they shouldn't die so casually. Is there something else at work? Lu Chuan pondered while kicking the corpse with his foot in disgust. After thinking about it for a while, there was some fear that something might happen to those maids. Lu Chuan took one step and his entire body rushed into the distance like a meteor. Flying Snow Valley was located in the northern part of the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm. Unlike the warm spring sunshine in the central region, it's a completely chilly winter weather over here in the north. The entire realm was bare and unusually desolate at a glance. Lu Chuan followed the map's directions and found the entrance to the Flying Snow Valley. Senpai! Lu Chuan had just reached the entrance when a brittle voice rang out. Turning his head to look, it was actually the girl Lin Xiaoxiao. Hey, you're pretty quick. Lu Chuan smiled and nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao scratched her head a little embarrassed. I just got lucky and randomized directly to Flying Snow Valley. Lu Chuan looked at the gloomy sky and asked with a frown. How long will it take for the others to arrive? Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly took out a summoning talisman and lit it in her hand. Everyone is heading this way. At the earliest someone will be here before dark. As she said that, Lin Xiao's face became a bit ugly. Senior, some of the senior sisters have noticed something strange. Is it a corpse that has been drained of blood? Lu Chuan blurted out. Lin Xiaoxiao stared with big beautiful eyes and nodded fiercely. Did you encounter it too? Senior? You point me to the direction of the girls. Let's go find them. Don't stay in this direction, Lu Chuan said and casually scratched in front of him. Soon the air around them let out a burst of sound as 24 water swords emerged from the air. The already dry and cold air was aggravated by a few points. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with envy when she saw this scene. This was because in the Tian Yuan continent, sword cultivators were recognized as the cultivators with the strongest killing power and also the highest status. Senior, are you a sword cultivator? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Lu Chuan thought for a moment and returned. Inaccurate. I should be considered a swordsman. Don't get it. What's the difference? Lin Xiaoxiao adorably spat out her little tongue. It should be about the same. In fact, Lu Chuan didn't know, as he hadn't encountered any sword cultivators since he came to this world. But Lu Chuan subconsciously still thought that he was fundamentally different from this group of cultivators. Jump up, let's go. Lu Chuan waved his hand, and a water sword fell from above and came in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. Looking at the water sword in front of her, Lin Xiaoxiao's little face turned red with excitement. Although cultivators were able to fly at the fourth realm, it was not as dashing as flying with a sword. Lin Xiaoxiao carefully stood on top of the water sword. The water sword was much sturdier than expected, and the whole person stood on it without any problems at all. Which girl is the closest? Lu Chuan asked. 700 miles to the east. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed in a direction. Stand still. I won't be responsible if you fall and die. After saying that, the water sword violently rose into the air, frightening Lin Xiaoxiao, not daring to think of anything else and focusing all her attention on her feet. On the contrary, Lu Chuan is much more dashing. He actually sat on his butt on top of the water sword with a dangling look. More than 24 water swords, bringing up amazing streams of light, rushed towards the east. More than 700 miles came in a flash, and soon Lu Chuan spotted the Bright Moon Pavilion disciples on the ground. However, this girl seemed to be being chased, covered in blood, running in a stumbling manner. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaoxiao was so anxious that she jumped directly from the water sword. Is this girl so tigerish? Lu Chuan cried and laughed, and hurriedly commanded the water sword to fall to the ground. Just as Lu Chuan reached the ground, he was surrounded by a few cultivators, and judging by their attire, they should be from the Sky Dragon sect. Lin Xiaoxiao held her injured senior sister and looked at these people with a murderous spirit, without any fear at all. Lu Chuan looked amused. This little girl is really interesting. Tiger Head is quite cute. Seeing the aging Lu Chuan, and those water swords suspended in the air, the Heavenly Dragon sect disciples were a bit puzzled, but they didn't take it too much to heart. After all, only cultivators of the fourth realm, or below, could enter here. Even if the bad old man in front of him was a fourth realm sword cultivator, he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers and was not enough to be feared. Senior sister of the Bright Moon Pavilion, let that little ninny hand over the chaotic stargrass and you can be let off. Yet the words came to an abrupt end before they were finished. At the first moment, a water sword pierced right through his mouth, blood gurgled out, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. This scene came too suddenly, causing the rest of the Sky Dragon sect to still be in a state of confusion. No time to fool around with you guys. Lu Chuan gently waved his hand, and the spare other water swords suddenly snapped. These little chickens didn't even have time to react before they were stabbed into a hornet's nest by the water sword. Next, on which side? Killing so many people at once, Lu Chuan was as unperturbed as if he had stepped on a few ants. That side, 1200 miles. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao was a little girl, who had seen such brutal people, and for a while she was scared and a little at a loss for words. Go! Next! Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head as he commanded the water sword to fly in the direction that Lin Xiaoxiao had pointed out. Chapter 18 Red Leaf. Help! Help! Just after arriving at the place Lin Xiaoxiao had pointed out, Lu Chuan saw a dozen people below, running away as if they were playing for their lives. One of the maids from the Bright Moon Pavilion was also among the running crowd. The men flew while shouting in terror, as if something horrible was chasing them behind their asses. The next moment, the running crowd suddenly stopped. They had to stop as a large area of land ahead of them suddenly lifted. Instantly it was the sky shaking and rocks flying. A large amount of debris shot towards the crowd, bringing up an amazing whistling sound. The crowd was able to cope with it at first. However, there were too many of these stones and the impact was too strong, and they soon broke through the defenses. Almost everyone was hit by the rocks, and one by one, they fell to the ground with a scream. Seeing that the little girl from manhwa Pavilion in the crowd was about to suffer, Lu Chuan swung his right hand down fiercely. The water sword came straight down with a whistling. Bang bang bang. The water swords were stuck one by one on top of the frenzied ground, forming a strange sword formation. A stream of morose sword chi erupted from the sword formation, suppressing the raging earth. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, looked at the sword formation below him. When did I ever learn this stuff? It turned out that Lu Chuan didn't have the intention of setting up a sword formation. He just thought of using his sword chi to forcefully suppress the riotous earth. However, after these water swords went down, they actually became a sword formation. Something Lu Chuan had not expected. This is called the heaven-suppressing sword formation. It's mainly used for sealing and suppressing. You learned it a long time ago. I told you that you had dementia and you still didn't believe me. You forgot everything you learned. Ah Fu appeared at the right time and explained to Lu Chuan. Put your mother's fart. I have long been a human sword unity, commonly known as the sword man. All things in heaven and earth can be swords. What else do I need these broken sword moves? Lu Chuan is dead set against admitting that he has Alzheimer's. Oh, Alzheimer's is Alzheimer's. Such a grandiose statement. Ah Fu couldn't help but mock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old man for you. Lu Chuan was furious and rammed his fist on Ah Fu's head. Alfred fell towards the bottom like a shooting star. Just as Ah Fu was about to make a close contact with the earth, a bloody mouth suddenly rushed out from the ground and directly swallowed Ah Fu. A smell of rotting corpses, accompanied by a rush of blood, instantly polluted the air. Former, senior, your donkey was swallowed by what? Gave to you. Lin Xiaoxiao, who saw this scene, was so scared that her face turned pale. It's best if that stupid ass dies. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. You go get the little girl and I'll go see what it is. With a greeting, Lu Chuan descended to the ground and scurried above the torn boundary. Sister, the little girl who was scared to death. As soon as she saw Lin Xiaoxiao, she cried and got into Lin Xiaoxiao's arms. The others also gathered around, all looking at Lu Chuan, who was so old that he was trembling. Just now, when Lu Chuan suppressed the earth with his water sword, they had seen it clearly. The people realized that if they wanted to live, they were afraid that they would have to rely on the bad old man. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled her senior sister behind her and looked at the others warily. Looking at the fawning faces of these people, Lin Xiaoxiao felt sick. If nothing had happened, senior sister might still be bullied by these people. Little senior sister, that old senior is someone from your Bright Moon Pavilion, right? Some people recognized Lin Xiaoxiao and greeted her warmly. No, don't act like you do. Lin Xiaoxiao made a denial trifecta and pulled his senior sister to sit on top of the water sword. Obviously anyone with a normal IQ could see that Lin Xiaoxiao was lying. Seeing that the lifesaver was about to leave, The crowd hurriedly surrounded Lin Xiaoxiao. Tiny fairy, you see we are both cultivators. You can't see death and save us? Yes, our heavenly dragon sect still has some fragrant love with the bright moon pavilion. Tiny fairy, as long as you are willing to say a few kind words in front of that old senior, we will not forget the great kindness. The crowd spoke while looking toward the back, each looking terrified, as if something horrible was coming. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes jumped straight up, and this time, I have seen to what extent people can be shameless. There is one here that counts. Which one hasn't taken advantage of the bright moon pavilion? Which one hasn't taken the resources of the bright moon pavilion by force? Now it's actually cheeky enough to come up and climb up the friendship ladder. Don't know, don't recognize, have the guts to say it yourselves. Lin Xiaoxiao bit down and didn't let go. Keep running, gentlemen. Why don't you stop running? At this moment a feminine voice, which was eerie, suddenly sounded from the rear. It was accompanied by a sickening gust of fishy air. As the voice fell, a woman in a blood-colored robe slowly emerged from the wind. A pair of long, straight legs, hidden in the hem of the loose robe between walks, letting people have unlimited reverie. The sultry face, the spitfire-inducing body, with the red robe, said it all. Protector of the 100 Ghosts sect, Red Leaf Reality. Seeing this woman, Lin Zhao's pupils contracted violently. This woman's number is Red Leaf Real, and no one knows her exact name. This Red Leaf Realist is a protector in the 100 Ghost sect whose status is second only to the sect master. She is sinister and vicious, and is most skilled in charm techniques, and I don't know how many cultivators have died under her skirt. The Xian Tian sect had raised an army to capture her several times, but all to no avail. After Lin Xiaoxiao's shock, what followed was an even greater doubt. It was said that this Red Leaf Realist was a great cultivator of the 6th realm. How did she enter the Maple Leaf mysterious realm? Tiny fairy, quickly let that old senior make a move, or else we'll all die here. Seeing the Red Leaf Reality walking in style, it scared the crowd. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't even have the intention to open her mouth, not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't dare. The Red Leaf Real person was getting closer and closer. The corner of that mouth hooked up in a soul-crushing smile, with a bit of cat and mouse general teasing. The crowd simply didn't have the courage to fight against it, because it wasn't in the same class, and going up any more people would just end up giving away their heads. The enormous pressure emanating from the Red Leaf Realist caused the crowd's legs and stomachs to tremble, and cold sweat had long since drenched their clothes. Demonis, even if you die today, you won't lose the prestige of my Sky Dragon sect. Suddenly a teenager stood out and offered a magic treasure to confront the Red Leaf Realist. Senior Brother Zhou is mighty. Senior Brother Zhou, feel free to go on. We'll pillage for you. Seeing someone being a standout, the crowd cheered him on. Sky Dragon sect? That bully clan? With eyes full of flirtation, Red Leaf Reality looked at the person who stood out and covered her small mouth with a delicate smile. Female devil, don't talk nonsense. My heavenly dragon sect has always hunted down the strong and supported the weak. What is there to be said about bullying the soft and fearing the hard? The teenager was full of righteousness as he rebuked, but his eyes glanced obliquely at the fellow disciples beside him. Chapter 19, The Heart of Man. I like hard bodies the most. Red Leaf Reality covered her small mouth and smiled sweetly. In that case, let's take you first. Saying that, the Red Leaf Realist raised her delicate hand, and a bit of scarlet cold aura coalesced at her fingertips. At that moment, the young man with the strong bones of iron suddenly snapped. However, the target of his strike was not the Red Leaf Realist. Instead, it was Lin Xiaoxiao next to him. Along with the teenager, there were also two other Sky Dragon sect disciples. Lin Xiaoxiao's attention was all focused on the Red Leaf Realist, and she didn't even guard against the people around her. Bang bang! With two muffled sounds, the sneak attacker scored, sending Lin Xiaoxiao flying and landing straight in front of the Red Leaf Realist. Looking at the Red Leaf Realist who was not far away from her, Lin Xiaoxiao was anxious and angry, coupled with the fact that he was injured by the sneak attack. For a moment, the qi and blood in his tendons and veins surged, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Shameless! The other two Bright Moon Pavilion disciples froze for a moment and cursed in anger. Yet the crowd was not at all impressed. The teenager sneered. Since you're not willing to open your mouth, Lin Xiaoxiao, and ask that old thing to help us, I'll have to give you a bit of a hard time. Senior brother is good at this. The others gave the teenager a thumbs up. That old thing? It's obviously related to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Now that Lin Xiaoxiao was in trouble, there was no fear that he wouldn't step in. That's a masterful hand at undermining people and playing to their advantage. Look at this. This is your so-called vast righteousness. Cultivation orthodoxy. Red Leaf Realist snorted as he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion was obscure to the extreme. Over the years, manhwa Pavilion had protected their generation of newborn disciples too well. The result was not enough experience, and now that he was being counted on, He could only blame himself for not understanding the evils of the human heart. Lin Xiaoxiao struggled to hold her body up and stood up, her complexion gradually returning to calm. Lin Xiaoxiao endured the severe pain in his body and mobilized his entire body's true essence to confront the Red Leaf realist head-on. They are shameless and nasty. You are no better. I don't believe there is no righteousness in this world. The Red Leaf real person looked at the stubborn Lin Xiaoxiao, and for a while, he was a little lost in thought, as if he sought his own self once upon a time in this little girl. Real Red Leaf smiled and shook his head. Little girl, you are too naive. This world is not black or white. The so-called justice, only if your fist is big enough, you are qualified to talk about it. Lin Xiaoxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly looked at the Red Leaf realist without further words. As the saying goes, different paths lead to different things. Different values in debating what constitutes justice here is tantamount to chicken scratching. Count on it. Red Leaf realist shook his head and laughed. There are very few people like you nowadays, so I won't make things difficult for you. The words had just fallen, and Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't reacted yet. A flash of red swept right past his eyes, and the Red Leaf realist directly bypassed Lin Xiaoxiao and rushed towards the others. The crowd was dumbfounded. This Red Leaf realist's behavior was completely inconsistent with a tyrannical and murderous cultist. Run! The crowd was so scared that the chickens flew and the dogs jumped, and they dispersed, each fleeing for their lives. Boom! The crowd had just run no more than 2 steps when the earth around them suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the ground for miles around was actually all lifted up, and a huge creature emerged from the ground. The creature was extremely odd-looking, a huge round ball of flesh with wet slime smoothly attached to its entire body. A large red mouth that took up almost half of the body was extremely exaggerated. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who told you to come out here? Get back in. When the Red Leaf realist saw this giant beast, he scolded it in a stern voice. This gigantic beast, named Empyrean Beast, was usually of the 6th realm strength, and was an extremely gluttonous demonic beast. This big mouth eats everything that comes its way, and the Red Leaf realist was the owner of this giant beast. The fact that the Xiantian sect had been unable to capture her all these years also had some reason to do with this demonic beast. Red Leaf realist sternly rebuked, yet the Empyrean Beast was unmoved. Looking closely, the Red Leaf realist's face changed drastically, for it wasn't that the airbender didn't want to go back. It couldn't because it was being held up with one hand. Compared to the size of the Empyrean Beast, this person who lifted the Empyrean Beast was too small, and at the first moment, the Red Leaf realist didn't even notice. Who else could this person be but Lu Chuan? Just now, Lu Chuan went down the big hole that the airbright beast had drilled out and pulled this thing out. Lu Chuan, this goods do not look old arms and legs, but a body of strength to move mountains and reclamation in no time. After all, after eating a full 100,000 years of Hercules pills, it is a pig that can eat into Hercules. Bang bang bang. The ground hadn't calmed down yet, but the water sword not far away had made a move at that moment. More than 24 water swords suddenly snapped, whistling and pinning everyone except the 3 people from the Bright Moon Pavilion to the top of the shattered ground. A few of them were unlucky enough to be nailed to the head and die a violent death directly on the spot. Even the great cultivator of the 6th realm, realist Redleaf, was no exception. By a sword of water, which pierced her abdomen and pinned her to the broken earth. The terrifying sword she entered her body and directly crushed her tendons. Even if he didn't die, the Red Leaf reality had become an invalid. Senpai. When Lin Xiaoxiao saw Lu Chuan, her aggrieved little mouth deflated and she almost didn't cry out. Don't cry. Watch the master kill a pig for you. Lu Chuan cheerfully propped up his hand and lifted the held-up Empyrean beast out of the air. Before the poor empty light beast could even struggle, it was cut into meat foam in the air by an invisible sword chi. Blood and broken flesh rained from the sky. Lu Chuan wandered over slowly with his hands behind his back. Old man, we are all in the same boat. Have mercy, have mercy. The teenager who had previously counted on Lin Xiao was nailed through the thigh. The exploding sword chi stirred his flesh, causing him to stop yelling in pain. Hey, you sure know how to put a smile on your face. A boat? Do you deserve it? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Then the sword chi in the teenager's body suddenly rioted, directly churning the whole person into pieces. A mist of blood filled the air. Ah, the fragrance of blood. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and was filled with intoxication. The perverted look almost made everyone piss themselves. No one dared to say anything anymore and could only silently endure the sword chi erosion. Lu Chuan slipped up to the already dying Redleaf reality. Hey, big beautiful girl. Lu Chuan stretched out his withered old hand and lifted the Redleaf realist's chin. But at this moment, the pupils of the Redleaf realist, who was too heavily injured, had already begun to be lax, and it looked like he was going to sail away. In the face of Lu Chuan's lightness, there was no way to resist. Only 2 drops of clear tears crossed from the corner of her eyes. Looking at the appearance of the red leaf reality, Lu Chuan withdrew his hand with some embarrassment and wiped it on his clothes. My hands are a little dirty, but they're not so disgusting. So don't cry. Is this a dirty hands thing? The three little girl brains of the Bright Moon Pavilion were a bit confused, thinking whether Lu Chuan had some kind of problem with his brain circuits. Chapter 20 Right, Wrong and Feud. Looking at the red leaf real person was in great pain. Lu Chuan was very thoughtful and pulled out the water sword that pierced through her abdomen roughly. What about me? I've always done things without talking about right or wrong, only about grudges. You could have killed that little girl just now, but you didn't. In that case, then I'll let you off the hook as well, Lu Chuan said as he withdrew the sword chi that had invaded the red leaf realist's body. The red leaf real person's condition has improved a little, but those eyes, however, no longer had a bit of luster and were full of gray. You kill me. The red leaf realist smiled miserably and closed his eyes in despair. The meridians in her body were almost shattered by Lu Chuan's sword chi. Even if this life is saved, he will still be an invalid in the future. From a high and mighty cultivator, he fell to become a mortal, to experience the birth, death and old age of mortals. The red leaf reality couldn't accept it. She would rather die here. Hey, what a strange request. Lu Chuan looked at the red leaf realist, then pinched her pulse. Don't touch me. Get away. The red leaf realist snapped his eyes open and roared hysterically with all his strength. Originally, he had entered the maple leaf secret realm as a hunter. Now, she was killed by a bad old man in seconds, and her meridians were completely wasted. How could this not make her go crazy? Tramp, don't you know how to be polite? Don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? Lu Chuan smashed his fist on real red leaf's nose. The high bridge of his nose was instantly collapsed by the blow, and blood gushed out of his nose. This fist went down, and the red leaf real person really didn't have the strength to call out to Lu Chuan. Broken pots lie on the ground waiting to die. Oh, that's right. Why don't you be honest now? Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction and once again pressed his finger on top of realist Hong Ye's pulse. Body skin are well maintained well. Then those little girls can be much better. This chest this ass. TSK TSK TSK. Feeling the rough touch on his wrist, listening to the frivolous words, and thinking of Lu Chuan's old, creased face. Red leaf reality was so nauseated in his heart that he wanted to vomit, and now he just wanted to die. Just as the red leaf realist greeted the 18 generations of Lu Chuan in his heart, a gentle sword chi suddenly entered his body through his veins. This sword chi didn't have a wild killing intent, but only the gentleness of moisturizing everything. The sword chi swam up along the meridians in his body. Those meridians that had been stirred up actually all began to recover at this moment. What is godly? This is a miracle. Cultivator's meridians, after damage and then want to repair, has always been a difficult thing. Even if it can be repaired, it will leave a legacy. However, at this moment, this gentle sword chi not only repaired the broken meridians extremely quickly, it even made the meridians grow a lot. The red leaf realist sat up violently, shocked beyond words as he looked at Lu Chuan. Finding it again after losing it can be considered one of life's great joys. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, was looking at his withered hand with a thoughtful face and muttered, I told you, if I can kill people, I can definitely save them, and it's true what I've seen. At this time, it was time for Afu to appear by Lu Chuan's side. As for being swallowed by the Empyrean beast just now, that's totally harmless. After all, compared to Lu Chuan's means of hammering himself, being swallowed by a demonic beast was simply painless. Your sword chi has long been divine, and the two poles of life and death flip at will with ease. But it's quite surprising to me that you can think of this method of flipping the poles of life and death. It seems that your Alzheimer's is moving in a good direction. No one will take you as dumb if you don't say anything when you step on the horse. Hearing the donkey say that he had dementia again, Lu Chuan was furious. A direct backhanded slap sent Fu flying. Ouch! Soothing, smoking flying off Fu, Lu Chuan was immediately in a better mood. Gone gone gone. With a gentle wave of his hand, the water swords that were pinning the crowd suddenly flared up. A scream rang out and soon fell silent again. The crowd thought that Lu Chuan would be able to spare an evil cultivator, so surely he wouldn't make things too difficult for the lot of them. However, they simply didn't know that Lu Chuan, a person who did things, never distinguished between right and wrong, and only recognized grudges. Earlier, that disciple from the Heavenly Dragon sect had pushed Lin Xiaoxiao towards the Red Leaf Realist, and while Red Leaf Reality did not strike at Lin Xiaoxiao, she inadvertently saved her own life. This outcome no one could have expected. It's so true that life is a big deal. Slaughtering the others like pigs, Lu Chuan commanded the water sword and prepared to leave the place. Former seniors. At this moment, the Red Leaf Realist called out to Lu Chuan. What for? Lu Chuan's eyes slanted. Is it because you see the old man's beauty and want to give yourself to him? Put. The Red Leaf Realist almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Even if he was blind, he wouldn't look at a bad old man. How can you say something like that? Red Leaf Reality gave an awkward laugh and immediately looked serious again. Senior, if you have nothing to do, don't stay in the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm. What for? You're teaching me to do something. Ha! Before real Red Leaf could finish his sentence, he received a slap on his face. The entire person was directly slapped and flew out, blood spurting wildly in the air. This slap took half of Red Leaf's real life. Silly dog. Chirping. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and left with the three little girls. After a while, the Red Leaf Real people hard and dangerous from the ground to get up. The left side of the face was pumped has been deformed. It was only after stuffing a large amount of elixir that the deformed face slowly returned to normal. Looking at the direction Lu Chuan left, the Red Leaf Realist's eyes became complicated in addition to being shocked. Maybe this old man can end. Next, Lu Chuan searched all over the world for the scattered disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion. Luck was pretty good, except for the two unlucky ones at the beginning. The others didn't have any trouble. It took until dark to finally get everyone together. One and all, a campfire was raised at night, and Lukawa started dinner. The crowd gathered around the campfire, listening to Lin Xiaoxiao add to the story of what happened during the day. Hearing about the imperial sword flight, the faces of the little girls were filled with envy. When they heard the name of the Red Leaf Realist, all of them were scared to the point that their little hearts went poof again. They didn't understand how a cultivator of the level of Red Leaf Realist had gotten in here. When they heard that Lu Chuan had smacked the female demon with a slap, the eyes of the group of little girls turned into little stars. Soon after Lin Xiaoxiao's jealous description, Lu Chuan managed to become the mysterious old man who was invincible and beat everything. Looking at the chattering group of little girls, Lu Chuan smiled as his old face turned into a chrysanthemum. Chapter 20 Legend of the Blood Demon. The relaxed atmosphere didn't last long. Soon a bizarre fluctuation, like an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, scraped across the entire Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm. I don't know when, but the night was so thick that it seemed as if a knife couldn't cut it and a needle couldn't pierce it. That rising campfire actually couldn't illuminate a meter of distance around it. This deathly blackness, like the dull, cold blood that flows out from above a corpse, snakes over the sky and the earth. The great mountains in the distance, their edges blurred off by the darkness, seemed like bloody faces from afar. Everything seemed to become damp, as if the skin of the trees and the dirt began to fester, and a suffocating smell filled the air. X. Lin Xiaoxiao's trembling voice resounded under the thick black night. Well, it's on, Lu Chuan softly agreed. 3 simple words, but it made the maids eat a tranquilizer pill in general. No longer panic. Something's coming out. Lu Chuan got up and looked to the north, slowly raising his withered hand. A bit of cold aura lingered on his fingertips. This fingertip white sword chi actually penetrated the thick black night and illuminated the surrounding area. It's okay, time to eat, drink and sleep. Lu Chuan flicked his finger, and a bit of white from that fingertip spread out. The white sword chi formed an eggshell-like shape that enveloped all the little girls. The shuddering suffocation instantly dissipated without a trace. Let's go out tomorrow after picking herbs. It's not peaceful here. Lu Chuan smiled and rubbed the head of the startled little girl beside him. Senpai. Lin Xiaoxiao came over, revealing her cute little tiger teeth and smiling sweetly. This girl is quirky, and Lu Chuan likes it very much. Of course this liking is not intertwined with male and female feelings. It is simply the elders liking the juniors. What's the matter? Say it. Lu Chuan nodded. He. Senior is really wise and invincible. Lin Xiaoxiao spat out his tongue and patted his ass. Lu Chuan looked amused and knocked Lin Xiaoxiao's forehead. Say something if there's something to say. Go rest if there's nothing. Something. Lin Xiaoxiao covered her forehead and squirmed a little. Elder, can you take us to collect medicines tomorrow? So many people from other clans have died. The heavenly treasures in the secret realm must still be there. There were abundant resources in the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm, and if they could all be harvested, it would be great news for the Bright Moon Pavilion. With these resources, the pills used for cultivation by the senior sisters would be available, and the extra, but also be able to take to buy spirit stones and other supplies. Manhwa Pavilion at least 20 years do not have to worry about the problem of resources. I thought what's the matter? Lu Chuan waved his hand. No problem. It's not a big deal. Go take a rest and move early tomorrow morning. He. Senior is the best. Lin Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and happily sat beside Lu Chuan, closing her eyes and resting her mind. However, this night was not destined to be peaceful. Lu Chuan had just closed his eyes for a short while when the entire Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm shook like an earthquake, shaking wildly. Above the dead sky, a few bright lights occasionally crossed, seemingly the figures of cultivators. Lu Chuan has some neurasthenia, and when he sleeps, he can't have a little noise, or he can't sleep at all. Fired up by the noise, Luchuan climbed up with a prancing movement and looked into the darkness of the distant night. Girl, you guys stay here properly and don't step out of the range covered by the sword chi. I'm going to fix that noisy thing, Luchuan said and twisted his neck somewhat nervously, his eyes full of tyranny. The girls were frightened by Luchuan's appearance, and each of them nodded their heads like a chicken pecking. In fact, Luchuan wasn't too worried about the safety of these girls. After all, they still had the sword chi he had bestowed on them. This sword chi would be automatically triggered when their lives were threatened. Luchuan moved his old back, then his entire body rose up like a cannonball. Maple Leaf Secret Realm, North, Burial Star Plateau. It was barren, not a bit of life to be seen, and there were black patches of dirt everywhere. A little bit of it is set above the earth as if it were a skin disease. There were no heavenly treasures growing in this hellish place, and even cultivators who entered the secret realm to collect medicines wouldn't come here. However, tonight, in the center of this plateau, dozens of figures were silently mortared and pestled, and the air swirled with a suffocating aura of solemnity. Where's Red Leaf? Why hasn't she arrived yet? The one who looked as if he was the leader asked faintly at that moment. Lord Sect Leader. The left protector had previously gone to collect the blood of the cultivators, but I don't know why he suddenly lost contact, and there's no news until now. The man at the head of the group pondered for a moment. Begin to set up the formation. For today, our 100 Ghost Sect has been setting up for thousands of years, and we can't afford to have any accidents. As long as we succeed in resurrecting the Blood Ancestor, no one will dare to browbeat our 100 Ghost Sect above this Tianyuan continent anymore. If there was a slightly older cultivator present, I'm afraid that when they heard the words Blood Ancestor, they would be scared out of their wits. 10,000 years ago, an old devil named Blood Ancestor came out of nowhere. No one knew where this one had popped up from and appeared very suddenly. At first, those so-called prestigious orthodoxies didn't pay attention to it. However, but in just 3 to 5 years, this Blood Ancestor had actually reached a terrifying 8th realm strength, and even went straight to the 9th realm. Not only that, the Blood Ancestor also founded the Blood Demon Sect, absorbing half of the evil cultivators on the Tianyuan continent in a short period of time. The strength of the Blood Demon Sect had once swelled to the point where it was able to compete with the upper 3 sects. By the time the cultivators realized it, it was already too late. The Blood Demon Sect has unleashed the horrific March of Blood. In March of that year, the Blood Demon Sect started from the south of the Tianyuan continent, slaughtering and clearing all the major sects along the way. Adding to the fact that the Blood Demon Sect's technique was weird and relied on blood to enhance its strength, the more people who died, the more blood there was. The Blood Demon Sect grew stronger and stronger with each passing battle, slaughtering hundreds of sects in the southern part of the Tianyuan continent in just a month's time. That march was a mountain of corpses and a river of blood. Later on, the upper 3 clans abandoned their differences and joined forces to battle the Blood Demon clan at the Black Moon Beach. Although the Blood Demon Sect was finally exterminated at the Black Moon Perilous Beach, the upper 3 sects also suffered heavy losses. Almost all of the heavenly talents of that generation died in battle, leading to a break in the inheritance. It wasn't until tens of thousands of years had passed that it slowly recovered until today. The Blood Devil could be said to be a super devil who had slaughtered an entire generation of cultivators, and anyone who heard those 2 words would be afraid that they would have to shake a little. Moreover, after the Blood Demon Sect was destroyed, not all of them died in battle, but there were still some evil cultivators lingering on. The 100 Ghost Sect was a branch of the once Blood Demon Sect. Formation. The leader snapped and officially opened the Blood Demon Resurrection. Dozens of people around them heard the order and immediately spread out to find their own bearings. Chapter 22, The Blood Ancestor. As the crowd took their positions, a huge formation map quickly surfaced above the barren earth. The range of this formation map almost covered a 10-mile radius of the land, and the dozens of people from the 100 Ghost Sect, standing at the key position of the formation diagram, as the leader gave an order. The men took out their prepared blood and poured it out. The pungent smell of blood rises to the sky, and blood is pumped in large quantities. This blood followed the pattern of the formation diagram and converged into the formation eye at the center of the diagram. The blood flowed on, gathering into a stream. So much blood. I wonder how many lives it would take to fill it. Godfather. At this moment, the Red Leaf Realist appeared beside the leader and respectfully bowed. Watch this place. The leader looked at the Red Leaf Realist without saying anything more. Realist Red Leaf's eyes looked obscurely at the huge formation diagram, not knowing what he was thinking. As time passed, after about 10 minutes, the infusion of blood finally stopped. In the eye of the formation, a sky-high red light violently erupted. This red light went straight up into the sky, actually dyeing the heavy black night into the color of blood. Not enough, not enough. Blood, blood, more blood. A vapid roar resounded in the formation's eyes. The hoarse voice was like a beast that had been starved for 9 meals in 3 days. and was full of violence in its madness. The leader's eyes revealed a blazing fervor when he heard this voice, as if a faithful believer had seen the coming of the true God. Death, the sacrifice. The leader's mouth faintly spat out 2 words. Then the horrifying image appeared. A small black sword flew out from his sleeve. This small sword took advantage of the darkness to hide and darted towards those who stood in the formation diagram. Put. After a faint muffled sound, one person had his carotid artery cut, and blood soared out as if the wind had risen. After killing one person, the small sword did not stop and rushed to the next one. By the time the people in the formation diagram reacted, they had already been slaughtered by close to 2/3 by the little sword. The survivors tried to escape. However, it was simply too late. They could not escape the speed of the small sword. In the blink of an eye, several more people were slaughtered by the small sword, and in the end, only one person was left. The last survivor fell to the ground and roared hysterically, knowing that he could not escape his poison. Wu Shang, you said you didn't need to make death sacrifices as long as there was enough blood. There's already enough blood. Why do you still need to make death sacrifices of us? The leader called Wu Shang snorted. Who can be blamed for being so naive after so many years of life and death? You this. As the screams of the last survivor fell, the death ritual began. Fresh, bubbling blood was frantically sucked into the eye of the formation, and even their ghosts were not spared. This is the horror of the death sacrifice. Not only destroying the physical body, even the soul is sacrificed. A death sacrifice is a true ash that leaves no trace. Dominion of blood, great one who makes all beings tremble. Your followers are here to welcome you back. Wu Shang watched as the red light from the eye of the formation became more and more brilliant, and his entire body fell into a state of madness. Bang! With a loud bang, the earth around the formation eye was like a spider web, cracking away at great speed. The rushing blood light became more and more intense at this moment, illuminating the entire dome of the sky in red. Bang! There was another loud sound, and a dry zombie-like hand poked out viciously from the formation eye. The blood demon is resurrected. This devil who had once thrown the entire Tianyuan continent into a great panic. This devil who had once caused endless killings, returned once again in the Maple Leaf mysterious realm this night. Boom! An explosive sound once again followed, with the eye of the formation as the center, and the area covered by the formation diagram as the boundary. These 10 miles of earth were shaken and crumbled by a terrifying force. The earth fell, and the mountains and rivers lost their colors. Under the roiling bloodlight, an old man, dry as a zombie, slowly walked out in the midst of the shattering. The entire secret realm trembled under his footsteps, and the mountains and rivers trembled with every step the old man took. Welcome back, old ancestor. The only 3 people left in the 100 Ghost sect had to kneel down in the face of the pressure from the heavens. Phew! Suddenly the blast of wind sounded vigorously, and the right protector of the 100 Ghost sect was swept up by a terrifying force. The force carried him to the old man. Old ancestor, spare your life. Old ancestor, spare your life. Go out of the secret realm and there will be endless blood served. The old man's emotionless eyes of the old man. The right protector begged for mercy in terror. The old man's dark gray eyes rolled gently for a moment, cracking his dry mouth and laughing strangely. Old ancestor, can't wait. As the hoarse voice fell, the entire body of the right guardian exploded, covered in blood that turned into a bloody mist that filled the air. Bathed under the blood mist, the old man breathed greedily and closed his eyes in intoxication. Wu Shang and Hong Yizhenran were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Kneeling on the ground and not daring to move a single bit, one could only pray in his heart that this old devil would show mercy. What year is this? After sucking enough blood, the old man looked at the 2 kneeling on the ground and faintly asked. Wu Shang was greatly relieved. It seemed that this life was saved. Back to old ancestor. It is now 138 years of Tianyuan, and tens of thousands of years have passed since you were sealed. 10,000 years? The old man looked up at the dark sky with some emotion. The year Tianyuan? The old man suddenly remembered something, and his dark gray pupils contracted violently. Wu Shang was taken aback and didn't know why the old ancestor reacted so much, so he could only say stiffly, returning to the old ancestor, it is indeed the Tianyuan year. More than 100 years ago, the upper 3 sects suddenly changed the year to Tianyuan. Ha 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 ha. The old man's strange laugh like a dragon knight lord rang out. Do you know under what circumstances the year named Tianyuan can be used? Wu Shang was a bit bewildered. A year number is a year number. Is there something to be said about it? My subordinate is obtuse. I don't know why. The old man looked into the distance and said with some nostalgia, only when a recognized heavenly pride is born can the year number be changed. This is the rule of the Tianyuan continent. But this year number has not appeared for fear of 20,000 to 30,000 years. Wu Shang heard, the heart more and more confused. But subordinate did not hear. There is the birth of sh natural talent demonic people. Humph. Who are you qualified to know? The old man sneered and glanced at the red leaf realist next to Wu Shang. Seeing the demonic appearance of the red leaf realist, as well as his devilish figure, the old man stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. With a wave of the old man's hand, the red leaf reality flew in front of him uncontrollably. The old man took a close look at the red leaf realist as he grabbed him by the neck. Not bad. Charming bone is heavenly. Still virgin body. Is a good pot. Tonight you will serve the bed. I'm afraid that no one would believe that the red leaf real person, who is proficient in seduction techniques and is the best at seducing men, is actually still a virgin. Chapter 23, Playing with Flowers. Real red leaf was strangled and struggled helplessly. However, under the old man's large, chicken claw-like hands, the struggle seemed too feeble. In the midst of the struggle, the red leaf realist suddenly fished out a dagger and stabbed it into the old man's neck. Sinner! The intense pain made the old man almost go mad, and he ruthlessly pressed the red leaf realist to the ground. The already broken earth was shaken viciously again. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the red leaf realist, and the entire person almost passed away directly. Sealed daggers? Ha! The old man drew the dagger from his neck and laughed strangely once more. The neck that had been pierced recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very interesting. The old man played with the dagger in his hand. Although this thing had the word dagger in it, it was not refined. Rather, it is a strange thing generated by heaven and earth, which has an extremely strong killing power for evil devils and foreigners. It's just that this thing is rare and usually grows in the middle of a Jedi, so it's very difficult to get it. This woman, it seems, is premeditatedly trying to kill herself? The old man laughed and shook his head as he stomped on the red leaf realist's calf. For the sake of your fine cauldron, old ancestor, I'll keep you for a few more days. Real red leaf's face twisted in pain, twisting his head to look at Wu Shang, who was silent at the side, and roared madly. Wu Shang, what the hell did you let out? Kill him quickly while he hasn't recovered, so that he can go out and the world will be in chaos, and the people will be devastated. Red leaf. Wu Shang gently shook his head, a trace of intolerance flashing in his eyes. I've had enough of hiding in the east, and if I want to stand in the sunlight in the future, I have to let my old ancestor come out to preside over the situation. Old ancestor. Wu Shang bowed to the old man again. Please, old ancestor, spare Hong Ye's life. Tapeless thing. The old man snorted. Wait until old ancestor I'm done playing. When Wu Shang heard this, his fists clenched up tightly, but then quickly unclenched, all at old ancestor's disposal. Wu Shang lowered his head fiercely. Coward. The red leaf realist smiled miserably. Wu Shang, although you and I are evil cultivators in the eyes of the world, we have always lived according to our own ideas. We only seek a peace of mind in our lives. Will your heart find peace when you release this devil and cause the world to be devastated? Enough. Wu Shang suddenly erupted, growling with eyes full of madness. Getting away with it. Peace of mind. Ask the Orthodox. Did they say yes? Red leaf reality smiled bitterly and shook her head in despair. She knew that this close friend, who had once fought side by side, had already entered the devil. You care about her a lot? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the erupting Wu Shang. Having attachments is not a good thing. The old man's face sank and he waved his hand fiercely. In the next moment, all of the clothes on the red leaf realist's body shattered away, exposing the snow-white body that made people spurt blood into the air. Get her and then kill her. Tell me, can you do it? The old man looked at Wu Shang coldly. Wu Shang's lips trembled a little, and in the end, the madness in his eyes overpowered his sanity, and he nodded his head fiercely. Good. The old man was happy. This cauldron is yours. Ha ha ha. At this time, the red leaf real person raised his eyes to look at the dark night sky and suddenly laughed, because she saw in the sky, a white stream of light was approaching here at great speed. Red leaf reality remembered that. The bad old man with the flowery mouth and old immodesty, whose sword chi seemed to be the same white color. Tell you a secret. The red leaf realist laughed happily, as if he had encountered the funniest thing in this world. There is a sword cultivator in the secret realm. A sword cultivator who can make sword chi. Life and death. Flip. Nonsense. The old man laughed disdainfully. To flip the poles of life and death. That was something that only cultivators of the third realm of the divine Tao could do. The entire Tianyuan continent, only the extreme north of the Kunlun Peak, there is such a god who does not ask the world. Wu Chuan walked towards the red leaf realist, the desire in his eyes already spilling out. Yo, play pretty fancy. The eerie, pale, incredulous flirtation just rang in the crowd's ears. Then Lu Chuan's figure appeared not far from a few people. Both the old man and Wu Shang's faces changed drastically, because they actually didn't realize how this bad old man had approached to such a close distance. Who are you? The old man looked at Lu Chuan coldly. However, at this moment, Lu Chuan's attention was all on the side of the red leaf realist. Lu Chuan raised his eyes to the unclothed body of the red leaf realist, and his nosebleed spurted out on the spot. The big, beautiful girl. This, can play? Please, don't look, don't look. Watching Lu Chuan's nosebleed spraying wildly, the red leaf real person was ashamed and angry, but he couldn't move, and his tears swished down. I didn't mean to you grinning broadly here. Don't look at it for nothing, right? Lu Chuan shrugged and gently moved his fingers. A gush of black sword chi roared away, and on the body of the red leaf realist, a black armor of sword chi was formed. At this scene, the pupils of the old man and Wu Chong shrunk violently as they watched. To have control over sword chi, to reach this kind of at-will point, was really a bit scary. But what puzzled the two was that on this old man's body, there was no fluctuation of true essence. Even a god of the third realm of the divine Tao could not have done this. Who are you? The old man narrowed his eyes and asked again. I'm your father. Lu Chuan wiped off his nosebleed and glanced at the old man with a crooked eyebrow. Did you guys make that noise just now? Damn. It's nighttime. Shaking the sky and earth. Letting people sleep. Have you no sense of public morality? Ha. Hearing Lu Chuan's unqualified words, the old man laughed lowly and coldly. Bang! The next moment, without warning, a red tentacle rose under Lu Chuan's feet. Tentacles come extremely fast, and from the ground up extremely sudden, if ordinary people are afraid to be hit. However, the moment this tentacle touched Lu Chuan, it was cut into powder by an invisible sword chi. Interesting. The old man couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. There are no true essence fluctuations in your body, yet you can use a sword chi of such power. It truly amazes me. Asterisk. No martial virtues. Sneak attacking me. An old man, right? Lu Chuan said and touched his waist, yet the next moment it froze. The broken wooden sword, sleeping, seemed to have been put to rest. I was in such a hurry to leave just now that I forgot about it. Is it that you don't have a sword? The old man couldn't help but taunt. The sword is the second life of a man who uses it. How strong can a man who forgets his sword be? Even though he couldn't see through Lu Chuan's path, in the old man's mind, he had already pronounced a death sentence for him. Chapter 24, A Vegetable and a Fun-Loving Person. Where's your sword? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as his entire body's true essence bulged out. Even in his mind, he had already sentenced Lu Chuan to death. However, he still mobilized all his strength and prepared to take a shot at Lu Chuan. The lion wrestles with the hare, but it also uses its full strength. Contempt and arrogance have always been the most convenient steps into the abyss of death. How could an old monster like the blood ancestor, who had lived for so long, not know the reasoning behind this? With the frantic mobilization of true essence, a thick mist of blood erupted from the old man's body. The range of this blood mist expanded extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped dozens of miles around. Wherever the blood mist passed, everything withered and festered with corruption. At this point in time, this realm had been plunged into a lifeless hell. In the face of this blood mist with strong corrosive ability, Lu Chuan was still. Slowly, he raised his withered old hand. Sword. Lu Chuan's mouth gently spat out a word, but in the next moment, like a deflated ball of leather, his arm hung down fiercely. Ugh, forget it, against a dead rookie like you, just don't come with a sword. Even though the old man had been sealed for tens of thousands of years and his strength had been damaged, he still had the strength of the peak of the seventh realm. What arrogance and hubris to say such words to a cultivator at the peak of the seventh realm. Ignorant people, it is hard to escape. Ha. Blood coffin burial sky. The old man let out a strange laugh and clenched his own fist fiercely at Lu Chuan. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering roar. A blood-colored coffin fell from above Lu Chuan's head at great speed. Boom! The blood-colored coffin violently lifted open, and blazing blood light erupted out from the coffin, and the heavens and earth were once again dyed a suffocating blood red. When Wu Shang saw the blood-colored coffin, cold sweat instantly soaked his shirt. In the ancient texts of the 100 Ghost sect, it was recorded that the blood ancestor had this winning aptitude. The blood coffin is formed by the gathering of filth, and being locked up in it can not only contaminate the cultivator's true essence and sea of consciousness, but even straighten it out and refine it. Back then, the blood ancestor had slaughtered a large number of experts with this hand. In the face of the blood coffin, Lu Chuan stood still without making any extra movements, just watching the old man perform with interest, like he was watching a monkey show. He even ended up allowing the large blood-colored coffin to shut himself in. This breezy appearance completely enraged the old man. The old man waved his hand, the coffin closed hard. Today, I will let your god's soul be annihilated. Only then will I be relieved of my heart's hatred. The old man's hand magic trick pinched sharply. At the same time, the blood-colored large coffin above began to emerge one by one bizarre arcane runes. These runes followed the speed of the old man's spell pinch and flashed with a violent red light. Break! The old man let out a snappy cry. Boom! The entire blood-colored large coffin exploded. A blazing heat wave erupted along with the loud noise. Rolls of blood mist rose up in the air like a sandstorm, blossoming into demonic blood flowers in the air. A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, cut through the sky along with this demonic blood flower. The whole world was awakened. What a horror this is! Seeing this soul-crushing scene, Wu Shang bent his waist and became more and more respectful. Oh, it's a little rusty, but it's more than enough to kill an old dog. The old man looked at the center of the explosion and grinned his dry mouth in triumph. The thick mist of blood gradually dispersed. However, upon seeing that pale, stooped figure, standing silently in the center of that explosion, the old man's heart contracted violently. Under the bloody coffin, this dead old man is intact? A vegetable dog is a vegetable dog. It moves a lot and has little power. You play with your mom. Lu Chuan craned his neck and then moved. Shoo! There was a sudden explosion in the air. Lu Chuan brought up a trail of phantoms and arrived in front of the old man in an instant. Fast, too fast, so fast that there was no time to react. Before the shock on the old man's face could fall, his neck was viciously choked by Lu Chuan. Vegetable and fun-loving. Yippee dash asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Chuan disdainfully tugged at the corner of his parched mouth, and his hands fired viciously. Tear away. A ripping sound that caused goosebumps to erupt. Half of the old man's neck was directly torn apart by Lu Chuan. Blood gushed out, and the blood-stained windpipe was exposed helplessly to the air in a sickening way. The old man retreated several steps in a row, ruthlessly covering his neck. However, the blood simply couldn't be stopped, and the repairing ability he was so proud of actually failed at this moment. A wave of sword chi devastatingly rushed into the body from the wound and began to crazily stir the meridians. The old man's eyes no longer had the unbeatable look he had just had. Only trembling and panic remained. Be a man of quality, you know. Don't be a ing thunderclap in the middle of the night. Lu Chuan lectured and put his hands behind his back, no longer interested in looking at the old man. Soon the old man collapsed heavily on the ground. His body drained of blood and his skin turned an oozing ghastly white. Lu Chuan's interest in the red leaf realist was obviously greater than the bad old man. The blood ancestor. Blowing a rogue whistle at the dazed red leaf real. Big beautiful girl. How about letting me take a look at you again and I'll sing you a song? The red leaf realist, who had been shocked into disorientation, came back to his senses at the shrill whistle. Hearing this rude request, the red leaf realist refused dryly. Gee whiz. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, and just as he was about to leave, his old waist suddenly clicked. Ah! Lu Chuan held his old waist and carefully sat on the ground. His old face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum in pain. When the red leaf realist saw this scene, his eyes jumped straight up. Someone who just killed blood ancestor would actually be unable to walk because of back pain? Red leaf realist struggled to get up from the ground and came to Lu Chuan's side. Seeing Lu Chuan's teeth bared in pain, it didn't look like he was faking. Red leaf realist respectfully asked, "Senior, where are you going? I'll send you there? A beautiful person with a good heart. You'll live to die. Big beautiful girl." Lu Chuan quipped, indicating the direction. The red leaf realist couldn't help but roll his eyes. Where was there such a compliment? Mobilizing the little true essence he had, he led Lu Chuan away from here. Before leaving, the red leaf realist looked at Wu Shang, who was kneeling on the ground, shivering. The disappointment and disgust in his eyes were not hidden at all. Lu Chuan didn't look for trouble with Wu Shang and didn't even look at him as if he was air. What an insult to the high-minded Wu Shang. But what could he do? All is calm again. Wu Shang looked at the corpse of the blood ancestor and felt that everything was a little less real. It was as if what had just happened was nothing more than a dream. But the thick blood in the air told him that it was real, that it wasn't a dream. As Wu Shang froze, a bit of blood suddenly rushed out from the ground. The drop of blood, following Wu Shang's nostrils, directly drilled into his body. Old ancestor, spare your life. Old ancestor, spare your life. Wu Shang fell to the ground and rolled up frantically. Gradually, the struggle subsided. Ha ha ha. Whoa, blessing. It was only after a long time that Wu Shang slowly got up from the ground, and the color of the eyes had turned a deadly dark gray. Lightly pinched a spell. A few drops of blood, extracted from the shattered earth. This is the nosebleed that Lu Chuan shed just now. Ha ha ha, old man. We'll meet again. Looking at Lu Chuan's faraway direction, Wu Shang smiled insidiously. Chapter 25, Red Leaf's Intentions. Ouch. I'm dropping my old back. Lu Chuan returned to the place where he had just rested, lying on the ground, screaming like a ghost. Lin Xiaoxiao led a few little girls massage Lu Chuan's old waist. On his own, he led the others, tensely on guard, keeping an eye on the red leaf realist. Demonis, you are not welcome here. Go away. Lin Xiaoxiao put on a fierce look. But this girl was born too cute, and this puffed cheeks look was like being cute. You little girl, instead of thanking me for not killing me earlier, you're being mean. Real Red Leaf couldn't help but flirt as he looked at the lovely Lin Xiaoxiao. In fact, Real Red Leaf didn't know that Lu Chuan had left his sword chi on these little girls earlier. If she had made a move and jeopardized Lin Zhao's life, I'm afraid that the one who would die would be herself instead. We're not on your side. Don't stay here any longer. Lin Xiaoxiao was angry. Was she so unkillable when she launched herself into a rage? Little sister, how about we discuss something? The Red Leaf realist's beautiful eyes rolled around, not knowing what to think. What am I discussing with you? There's nothing to discuss. Being called a little sister. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks puffed up in anger. Red Leaf realist looked at the lying Lu Chuan and asked Lin Xiao with a smile, is the old senior a member of your Bright Moon Pavilion? Of course. Lin Xiaoxiao proudly raised her little brain. Senior is a guest minister of our Bright Moon Pavilion. The Red Leaf realist was delighted in his heart. Little sister, how about I join your Bright Moon Pavilion? I'm a 6th realm cultivator. What? What? Lin Xiaoxiao thought she had heard wrong. This demoness is going to join the Bright Moon Pavilion? Isn't this a joke? If the upper 3 clans knew, they would probably even raise the ashes of the Bright Moon Pavilion. Little sister, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. The Red Leaf realist smiled and listed for Lin Xiaoxiao. First, I'm not some great evil demon. At most I've sucked up to a few horny men. Secondly, when I join the Bright Moon Pavilion, I will definitely change my appearance, so I don't have to worry about being discovered. Thirdly, there's no need to say so much about what a 6th realm means to your Bright Moon Pavilion. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated and was actually somewhat moved. Although this Red Leaf reality had a bad reputation, it didn't seem to have killed indiscriminately. I don't know. I'm just a little shrimp. I can't make the decision. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head and rejected the Red Leaf realist. It doesn't matter. I'll follow you back to Old Lonely Mountain and let Nangong Chushue make the decision. The Red Leaf realist smiled more and more happily. Lin Xiaoxiao pretended to consider deeply for a while. With Lu Chuan around, this female devil couldn't make any waves. Alright, but you're not allowed to get close to Senior. Look at your flirtatious appearance. Your eyes are almost attached to Senior. No problem. The Red Leaf realist smiled and nodded. Looking at Lu Chuan again. Senior, can you get out of this sword chi armor so I can change? Lu Chuan's back pain was somewhat better at this time, and he gently snapped his fingers. The black armor on the Red Leaf realist suddenly fell off. That flawless, unclothed petite body just appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Bah! Be shameless? Why are yours so big? Why are your legs so long? Lin Xiaoxiao spat with a small red face and muttered, turning her head away with some reluctance. It's all women here, except for Lu Chuan, an old man. Anyway, just now, she was looked at by Lu Chuan again, so it didn't matter if she looked at her 2 more times now. Right now, the Red Leaf real person was not a bit mentally burdened. Taking out her long red dress, she slowly changed. Elder, why are you spurting nosebleeds? On fire? On fire? Ha! Don't worry about the details. It was finally a good night's sleep. It wasn't until daybreak that Lu Chuan slowly climbed up from the floor bunk. After having breakfast, Lu Chuan took these little girls and started sweeping the entire Maple Leaf mysterious realm for heavenly treasures. With Lu Chuan's speed, this process even lasted for 2 long days. This time, it could be said to be a bumper harvest, and there was no surprise that the illusory face pill herbs that Lu Chuan needed were picked. In these 2 days of contact, the Red Leaf reality had managed to integrate into the little girls group. After all, she was an old demoness, practicing for so many years, and it was still more than enough to deal with a bunch of milky, multi-little girls. After 2 days of contact, he also learned some inside information about the Blood Ancestor's resurrection. According to the Red Leaf realist, the Blood Ancestor came from a mysterious origin, and the bloody battle at the Black Spring Dangerous Beach didn't even kill him in the first place. The remaining members of the Blood Demon cult, the Blood Ancestor who was on the verge of death, were sealed inside this secret realm. Afterwards, they used those who entered the secret realm to kill each other and collect a large amount of blood to prepare for the resurrection of the Blood Ancestor. As for how they got in the 100 Ghosts cult, it's really quite simple. The entire secret realm was set up by the Blood Demon sect 10,000 years ago, and this boundary was also laid by them. They, the 100 Ghost sect, as a branch of the Blood Demon sect, naturally had a way to pass through the boundary. On the morning of the 4th day, Lu Chuan led the crowd to beautifully prepare to step out of the Maple Leaf secret realm. Now everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. As long as the illusory face pill is refined, we will be able to return to our youthful appearance. Lu Chuan is fed up with this pale body, at this time on top of the Dragon's Mouth cliff. But the swords were drawn and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The 100 Beast sect was slaughtered by Lu Chuan halfway through. Those who could come to the secret realm to practice were the best of the younger generation, and this was not a big deal. The 100 Beast sect was enraged, and almost half of the sect's strength was mobilized to come to the place of the secret realm to catch the culprit. The 100 Beasts sect's intention is to apprehend the murderer here, after the evidence is hammered out. Then go to the old lonely mountain of the Bright Moon Pavilion and ask Nangong Chushue for a statement. This time, the leader of the 100 Beasts sect was the Grand Elder of the 6th Realm, Wang Yuming. Normally for a lower middle scale sect like 100 Beasts sect, there would be at most 2 6th Realm cultivators. Like manhwa Pavilion only had one. This time, the 100 Beasts sect sent out a 6th Realm cultivator, so it was evident that the importance attached to this matter was high. If he couldn't come up with a statement that would satisfy the 100 Beasts sect, I'm afraid that the main camp of the Bright Moon Pavilion would be overturned. With hundreds of elite disciples, Wang Yuming rushed to the Dragon's Mouth Cliff and brought the entire valley under control. By the way, Bai Linlin was blocked before the secret passage. Wang Yuming was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 years old, wearing a plain robe and looking quite immortal. Only at this moment, the anger in Wang Yuming's eyes was almost ready to spurt out. Because of the destruction of the 100 Beasts sect, Bai Linlin directly came to a dead end and killed herself. Even if Wang Yuming had taken out the message that the 100 Beasts sect disciple had sent back using a transmission talisman at that time, Bai Linlin was also a dead pig, biting down on the fact that this had nothing to do with Manhwa Pavilion. Chapter 26, Taking Charge. Wang Yuming, don't spit blood here. Facing Wang Yuming, who was one realm higher than herself, Bai Linlin acted very calmly. Everyone knows that our Bright Moon Pavilion has been weak all these years, and we've never done anything but be careful and kind to others. Let's not talk about whether or not we can slaughter so many people from your 10,000 Beast sect. Even if we have this ability, we still need to have a reason, right? Bai Linlin became more and more agitated as she spoke, her voice pitching up quite a bit. Wang Yuming, your 10,000 Beast sect had an accident and couldn't find the murderer. Is it that you want to pickpocket something from our Mingyu Pavilion? What a persimmon picking on the soft one. 3 dozen sect elders are here watching. If you dare to use force, this matter will definitely be reported to the Jinyuan sect. Bai Linlin turned passive into active, directly pulling out the Jinyuan sect, one of the upper 3 sects. The status of the upper 3 clans had absolute dominance above the Tianyuan continent, with the exception of a few ancient clans that didn't ask for anything. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuming was laughing coldly. What an eloquent little girl. I, Wang Yuming, have always been fair in my work and would never take things at face value. Wang Yuming said, arching his hand at the surrounding watching, the elders of the great clans. My 10,000 Beast sect has already sent people to the place of the incident, ready to use the mirror flower water moon and restore the murderous situation at the scene. I trouble you all to be witnesses, lest you say that I am bullying others. If this has nothing to do with the Bright Moon Pavilion, I will apologize and make amends. If this is truly the work of the Bright Moon Pavilion, then don't blame my 10,000 Beast sect for being ruthless. Hearing the dead name Mirror Flower Water Moon, Bai Linlin's face brushed white. The mirror moon is a very esoteric formation that can restore what once happened in a place. Although this kind of formation was divine, the consumption was exceptionally terrifying. To activate a mirror flower water moon, one would need to consume, at least, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones worth of heavenly materials, and the entire Bright Moon Pavilion's income for a year is just this much. 10,000 Beast sect is so big, it seems to be determined to uncover the murderer. What Elder Wang said is very true. This matter is not trivial and must be investigated clearly. Elder Bai condescend to wait for the disciple to come out anyway. Cooperate. That's right. If there are evil cultivators causing trouble, we can also take early precautions. The crowd spoke one word to another, all in favor of the 10,000 Beast sect. Bai Linlin didn't dare to touch the crowd and could only nod her head in agreement. On the outside it looks calm, but inside it's actually making huge waves. Bai Linlin hadn't counted on the fact that the 10,000 Beast sect would be so bloodthirsty to set up the mirror flower water moon. If the scene was restored, I'm afraid that not only myself, but the entire Manhwa Pavilion would suffer with it. Tough talk really doesn't solve things. You still need a big fist. Bai Linlin looked towards the secret passageway. Now I'm afraid that only Lu Chuan could solve this. It was just that Lu Chuan had killed so many people, and he was the guest secretary of the Manhwa Pavilion, so he couldn't say anything on the Jinyuan sect side. Bai Linlin's heart was in turmoil for a while. A little bit of time passed, and the immense psychological pressure was on the verge of crushing Bai Linlin. Elder, the mirror flower and water moon has been completed, and the murder scene has been brought back by the summoning talisman. This notification from the disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Linlin's lips were bloodless with shock as she looked at the secret passageway once again. However, today was only the 4th day, and it was impossible for Lu Chuan to come out of the secret realm. Watching Wang Yuming mingle with his disciples, Bai Linlin let out a long sigh in her heart. There's really no way to take the blame but on yourself. When the time comes to thank you for your death, just don't drag the manhwa pavilion too deeply. Thinking of this, Bai Linlin instead looked away a bit and let out a long breath in her heart. Poof. At this moment, Wang Yuming finished talking with the disciples under his door and swept his eyes venomously towards Bai Linlin. Originally, he was one realm above the crowd, and in a fit of rage his chi exuded, directly pressing Bai Linlin to half kneel on the ground, unable to move. Fellow Taoists, please look, don't say that I'm bullying the small with the big. Wang Yuming gritted his teeth and coldly popped out a few words. Then, a large sleeve was waved. A watery ripple-like wave appeared in the air in front of him. A water mirror appeared in front of the crowd. The water realm reflected a place with beautiful mountains and water, the very spot where Lu Chuan had slaughtered the 10,000 Beast sect. Soon there was an image above the water mirror, and it was the beginning of the conflict between the 10,000 Beast sect and the Bright Moon Pavilion. The crowd watched with amusement, but soon, the crowd couldn't stop laughing. That awful old man Lu Chuan, his ferocious killing methods, and that horrifying sword chi, even through the water mirror gave the crowd the creeps. With such ferocious means, I'm afraid it's not an evil cultivator. Good you Bright Moon Pavilion, treating fellow travelers so cruelly, to rob and kill a fellow Taoist of the 10,000 Beast sect without a cause. Even the Jinyuan sect has no reason to protect your Bright Moon Pavilion. This matter must not be tolerated, and the Bright Moon Pavilion must be made to pay for its blood. Elder Wang, the old thing that committed the murder, went into the secret realm. Looking at the strength, it won't be more than the fourth realm, and probably has flying swords and other treasures in his hands to be able to show off like this. The crowd was unanimous in aiming their guns at the Bright Moon Pavilion, all of them filled with righteous indignation. If you didn't know, you'd think these goods were some kind of righteous people. In the face of ironclad evidence, Bai Linlin didn't even have the means to refute it. Bai Linlin stood up little by little against the immense pressure emanating from Wang Yuming. At this moment, her eyes were horribly calm. Looking around the crowd, Bai Linlin smiled coldly. All these years you have bullied and humiliated my Bright Moon Pavilion. Haven't you bullied and humiliated me enough? The 10,000 Beast sect is making a big deal out of nothing and asking for death, can't you see? Also, Bai Linlin shook her head mockingly. You're all just blind with your eyes open. Although Bai Linlin is a woman, her words are loud and powerful. The crowd was made weak by Bai Linlin's words and didn't dare to say anything else. In fact, this is also a matter of the 10,000 Beast sect finding fault first, and it's not wrong to kill you. But the 10,000 Beast sect was strong, and the crowd was selectively blind. Bai Linlin looked at Wang Yuming again and had already regained her composure. Wang Yuming, there's a head for every grievance. This matter is under the command of me, Bai Linlin, and I'll thank you with my death, together with the 20 disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion in the secret realm, to accompany the burial of the crowd of the 10,000 Beast sect. Is this matter settled? In order not to involve the entire Bright Moon Pavilion, Bai Linlin even pulled in the disciples who had entered the secret realm. Right now, Bai Linlin only wished to use her own life to drag the 10,000 Beast sect here, preventing them from going directly to the Bright Moon Pavilion. As long as the 10,000 Beast sect waited here for the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion, then there was a high probability that Lu Chuan would be able to resolve this matter when he came out. Wang Yuming looked at Bai Linlin, who was begging for death, and was somewhat moved, eventually nodding gently. Although this matter is not something that can be resolved by you putting your life on the line, I, Wang Yuming, can guarantee that I definitely won't make things too difficult for Nangong Chushui and the Bright Moon Pavilion. Bai Linlin bit her lip and said softly, thank you. Taking a deep breath, Bai Linlin took out a silver dagger from her bosom. Looking up into the distance, over there was the direction of Old Lone Mountain. Chapter 27, Sword 1, Heavenly Gothic. I'm sorry, Sister Hatsu. I'm sorry, Master. Linlin has failed you all. Bai Linlin drew her dagger and closed her eyes. The dagger reflected the early morning daylight, bringing up dazzling colors. Yet that color, at this very moment, is taking the life of a girl. Flowers bloom again. People are not young anymore. An old voice rang out abruptly at this moment. An eerie fluctuation rose in the air. Ripples visible to the naked eye rippled out. Space seemed to be frozen in this moment, and everything was slowed down infinitely. The dagger in Bai Linlin's hand stopped at the location of her heart, no longer able to inch in the slightest bit. The next moment, the crowd saw that a bad old man, with his hands behind his back, slowly walked out of the secret passageway. The old body looked shaky, as if it would be blown over by the wind the next moment. Yet the crowd felt an unspeakable chi in this old man. This gas, like a god sitting high in the clouds, descended to earth like that, so that people do not dare to look directly, do not dare to touch, and even more do not dare to blaspheme. Lu Chuan walked slowly to Bai Linlin. Squatting down, he looked at the teary-eyed Bai Linlin and said softly, "Girl, you can't die. Nangong Chushua has entrusted me to take care of you guys. If one of you is missing, how can I explain it back? Lu Chuan said as he stretched out his withered old hand and dried Bai Lin Lin's tears. However, the tears that had just been wiped away could not be stopped from flowing again. Lu Chuan gently rubbed Bai Lin Lin's head and smiled gently. Then he gently took the dagger from Bai Lin Lin's hand. Girl, don't cry anymore. The grandpa will give you a statement. Wow. Hearing this, Bai Lin Lin could no longer hold back and let out a loud cry. If Lu Chuan had come out 1 second later, she wouldn't have seen tomorrow's sun. Looking at the crying Bai Lin Lin, Lu Chuan slowly got up. No questions of right or wrong. We only talk about grudges. Looking at the stunned crowd, Lu Chuan grinned his dry mouth and laughed. Those eyes, which had been lazy, sharpened at this moment. A cold gaze, sharp as a long sword. Lu Chuan asked faintly to Wang Yuming. Seeing how you're dressed, you should be from the 10,000 Beasts sect, right? Without waiting for Wang Yuming to reply, Lu Chuan continued. Then you're here to pick a fight, and by the looks of things, you're also the one who wants to force my girl to die. Damn you! Lu Chuan flicked his fingers. A faint black sword chi leapt up from his fingertips. There was no earth-shattering explosion of this black sword chi. This sword chi is quiet, silent and soundless, but it is the deadliest killer hidden in the darkness of the night. The sword chi flashed away, and by the time the crowd reacted, it had already dissipated into the air. What are you? You? Wang Yuming looked at Lu Chuan in shock, yet he would never wait for the answer to that question. A little bit of redness, in the center of Wang Yuming's forehead, slowly appeared and then gradually enlarged. This last bit of redness became a demonic blood-colored rose. Dead? Dead. Wang Yuming died just like that? A sixth realm cultivator died just like that? Death is unknown and casual. Even if it's a dog, it should struggle and wail a bit. Looking at the collapsed Wang Yuming, great fear, spreading like a plague, lapped at the crowd like a tidal wave. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and seemed to be recalling the flavor of that sword chi just now. Lu Chuan is too old. He's forgotten too much. The only thing I remember now is that I am a swordsman. How can you be a swordsman and not have cool swordplay? In the vast sea of consciousness, the door of dusty memories slowly opened a crack at this time. Through this gap, Lu Chuan saw a hovering sword in the memory gate. A long, dark sword. The long sword hovered alone in the memory gate, waiting for its owner to bring it up again. Lu Chuan held out his hand. The black sword gently trembled as a great joy erupted. The black sword flew into Lu Chuan's hand with this joy of meeting. At this moment, a black, tyrannical sword chi erupted from Lu Chuan's body. This sword chi rushed up to the sky and pierced through the firmament, as if it was going to cut through all the beautiful things in the world. Sword 1, Heavenly Gothic. The name of a move came out of Lu Chuan's mouth. As the word Heavenly Gothic was exited, the black sword chi that rushed into the sky exploded above the sky dome. The rolling black sword chi split into countless small black swords that were only the length of a finger. The small swords came down from the sky, shrouding the entire valley. Screams, curses, pleas for mercy, and ripping sounds of terror resounded throughout the valley. But soon the voices fell away again, and there was no more sound at all. It's all over. All life was harvested. This killing is more efficient than the scythe of death. The only one who was spared, Bai Lin Lin, could no longer cry at this moment, because compared to others, one seems to be very lucky. Thinking of it, old thing, did it come to you? At this moment, Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, and a bright light emerged from his intelligent eyes. Black sword chi, black long sword, sword name Killing Life, the sword of killing life. There are matching 12 sword styles that you created yourself. Does that ring a bell? Also, have you seen a white sword? What are you stepping on? Lu Chuan snapped out of his memory and slapped the donkey across the face. The slap directly jerked Fu into a 702-degree turn in the air. Alfred didn't care. He was used to being beaten up anyway. What's a slap in the face? Ah Fu hurriedly climbed up from the ground, unafraid of death. He came to Lu Chuan and continued to guide up. The two poles of life and death. The end of death is rebirth. You're supposed to have two swords. Think back again and find the white, the sword that represents birth. You stepped on the horse to deliberately pick a fight, didn't you? The door of memory had already closed. So how could Lu Chuan remember anything else? Alzheimer's? It's a disease that needs to be cured. Ah Fu rolled his intelligent white eyes, full of mockery. You step on the horse, the whole family Alzheimer's. Lu Chuan raised his foot and sent Fu flying. Be sure to think of it. The white long sword is the ultimate, you have realized. It can break. Fu's voice came from far away. Silly. Lu Chuan disdainfully skimmed his lips and went up to help Bai Lin Lin up. How's it going, girl? Are you still satisfied with the statement that the grandpa asked for you? Can you not be satisfied with this? It's all butchered. You can't kill a pig that fast. Chapter 28 Side Quests. It was already 2 days after returning to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Lu Chuan handed over this group of little girls one by one to Nangong Chushue, As for what to do with the red leaf realist and those resources, it was her Nangong Chushue's business. Lu Chuan only needed to wait for the illusory face pill to arrive now. In the elegant small courtyard, Ah Fu was talking to Lu Chuan about the information about this great world of cultivation. Rarely, the donkey didn't take a beating this time. From the comparative analysis of you slaughtering that blood-playing old guy, the strength of a cultivator, with every realm promoted, will increase exponentially, not simply 1 plus 1. Lu Chuan was lying on a chair sunbathing, and when he heard this, he rolled over with some impatience. And what level should I be in this power system, given your clever brain analysis? Seeing Lu Chuan being so patient, Ah Fu bared his big slate teeth and laughed with a twitch. The cultivation system of this world is divided into a total of 12 realms, and the first 9 will not be talked about. Let me tell you about the top 3. Lu Chuan nodded. Since he had been pitched into this world by a donkey, there were some basics that he still needed to understand clearly. When Ah Fu saw Lu Chuan nodding his head, he was overjoyed and was close to setting off firecrackers and singing a song about today being a good day. The system, when it comes to its part, every day to see the host face, is probably also the first one. Ah Fu cheerfully came over. The highest 3 realms in this world are known as the 3 realms of the divine path. It's the Tao 1 realm, Near God realm, and the last Annihilation realm respectively. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. This realm is actually equivalent to a god in the eyes of the world. 1 thought begets, and 1 thought destroys. It's all in the space of a single thought. Near God realm. This realm has already touched the rules of the great Tao, and from the analysis, in order to reach this realm, one must master the power of one of the rules of the great Tao. The last is the Annihilation realm. Creating one's own Tao and no longer being bound by the rules of the great Tao is the essence of this realm, and 2 words can summarize it as free. As for the correlation of this anymore, I won't go into details. I don't think you'd like to hear it. A very interesting thing to tell you is that if you want to enter these 3 realms, you can only rely on enlightenment. It's possible to have a single thought and enter the gods in 1 step, or it's possible to just get stuck at the peak of the 9th realm and never go up for the rest of your life. The donkey chirped a lot and almost didn't hypnotize Lu Chuan. Only when the donkey finished speaking did Lu Chuan raise his eyes. My overall strength. What realm should I be in? It's not a good comparison, but judging from your unique 2 swords of life and death, your strength should be at the topmost Annihilation realm. That's not it. The old man is invincible. So what's the point? In the future, this topic should not be discussed anymore. Lu Chuan impatiently rolled his eyes. Don't help. Fu raised his front legs and pointed at the sky. You are truly invincible on earth, but there is still a heavenly Tao up there. Chchch. Lu Chuan bristled in disdain. It's not like I'm going to mess with her, so she can still come on me? Ha 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 ha. Alfred laughed cheaply. You've incurred quite a lot, killing so many cultivators with a power that doesn't belong to this world. I guess the heavenly Tao has already locked onto you, and I reckon that if you make 1 or 2 more strikes, you'll definitely attract the god-extinguishing thunder tribulation. Roll 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 roll. What do you want to play when you step on the horse and say so much? Lu Chuan's hand was a little itchy, and he wanted to whip this bastard again. Ha 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 ha. Donkey squirmed up a bit. As you know, I'm a system, and since I'm a system, I must have a mission. Right. In these 100,000 years, Ah Fu hadn't issued a single mission to Lu Chuan. Moreover, it had also fed Lu Chuan for a whole 100,000 years, and all kinds of resources had not been consumed. Even a landowner can't afford to go out without coming in. Hey, I told you why you stupid ass wasn't quite right today. Waiting here for me. Lucian snorted and rolled over from his chair again. Tell me, what's the mission? I'll definitely help if I can. Don't look at Lu Chuan slapping donkeys all day long. But the friendship of 100,000 years is not just for fun. Had. Your old man is truly wise. The donkey huffed with joy. I for one have made some progress matching this world in the past 2 days. And the corresponding quests are starting to appear. What's open now? For now, is a mission. Epic replica, Spectral Springs extermination. Every some time, in this great world, a great catastrophe occurs, and the Spectral Spring appears. The Spectral Spring is a passageway to the outside world in the endless demon region, and it vibrates once every 10,000 years. Spatial cracks will appear when the Spectral Spring vibrates. All you have to do is to seal off the Spectral Spring's eye. How about that? Simple task. Right. After the donkey finished speaking, he looked at Lu Chuan with an expectant face. What do you take me for? A great benefactor. Lu Chuan said as he grabbed Ah Fu's neck and went up with his left hand for 2 slaps. Just talk about the mission, not the reward. You treat me like free labor, don't you? There is a reward for entering the Bronze God's temple once. The donkey was pumped. Oh, interesting. What Bronze God temple? Lu Chuan started to get a little interested. There was no telling how many secrets this donkey was hiding, and it seemed like it would be nice to dig them out. Bronze Shrine. Well, Ah Fu snorted in triumph. Ah, there is a place where it is recorded about the ultimate. A mysterious place that countless people have dreamed of trying to find. You stepped on the horse to the old man pretending to be a god. Ultimate what ultimate? Ah, doggone Tomb Raider notes read too much right. Lu Chuan pressed the donkey head into the ground. After a long interval, Fu raised his squashed donkey's head and cried out. That's how the mission is described. How the hell would I know what the ultimate is? It's possible that it has something to do with the vanished great emperor. That's all I can speculate anyway. Daitya? Big brother? What the hell? Lu Chuan was a bit bewildered. Ah Fu looked at Lu Chuan with a face like, you don't think that the realm of annihilation is the apex, do you? The apex of power is a great emperor, but there hasn't been a great emperor in many eras. I haven't found any specific information yet. Kind of interesting. Lu Chuan nodded. I'll take this mission. Good. It hurts. The donkey's head flopped around with joy, and his harumphs flew all over the place. And at the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in Lu Chuan's mind. Ding! The 5 copies of the Great World of Haoran are activated. Epic copy, Yuchuan Extermination. 3 days later, the blood moon descends and the spectral spring appears. The host can choose between 2 routes. First, unite all the masters and seal the spectral spring together to accumulate prestige. Reward, entering the Bronze God's Temple for 1 hour, and at the same time obtaining the title of Supreme of the Tian Yuan continent. Second, destroy everything that breathes and accumulate evil values. Reward, entering the Bronze God's Temple for 1 hour, while earning the title of Great Demon. Chapter 29, Charge on Afu. But, what the hell? You're stepping on a game. And 2 routes. Lu Chuan tugged his mouth dismissively and kicked Fu again. It always feels like it's not a good thing, so why don't we just forget about it? I'm invincible anyway. Isn't it good to lie here? Pursuit. Pursuit. You have to have pursuit, no? As soon as Ah Fu heard that Lu Chuan wanted to lie flat, he instantly became anxious. We have to have a sense of crisis. The universe is vast. There are so many great worlds. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to say they are undefeated? Silly dog. Lu Chuan rolled over and continued to lie down. Bang! Fu didn't finish his sentence and was directly sent flying by Lu Chuan's kick on his ass. The next 2 days went by pretty comfortably, checking on the chicks, sleeping, and staying in a good mood. And Mingyu's discussion over the past 2 days has also produced results, and Red Leaf's real person's stay and departure has also been finalized. Red Leaf Reality became the new guest secretary of the Bright Moon Pavilion. This time, the Bright Moon Pavilion had a rich harvest, and there was no problem at all in raising another guest secretary. But the prerequisite is that the Red Leaf real person must go incognito and change his appearance. Red Leaf Reality naturally agreed, and she settled in Issa Peak and became neighbors with Lu Chuan. The refining of the illusory face pill was also put on the agenda, but the illusory face pill belonged to the top grade pills and needed to go to the 100 Flowers sect to be specially refined. The 100 Flowers sect was a Dan Dao sect that had a very good reputation on the Tian Yuan continent, and its strength was in the middle to upper reaches, second only to the upper 3 sects. In fact, the 100 Flowers sect was most famous not for its Dan Dao, but for their contemporary sect master, the 100 Flowers Fairy. Nangong Chushue was the second beauty on the Rouge ranking, while 100 Flowers Fairy was able to overpower Nangong Chushue, occupying the top of the list all year round. The 100 Flowers Fairy was the entire Tian Yuan continent, recognized as the #1 beauty, the undisputed kind. Many of the cultivators who traveled to the 100 Flowers sect for alchemy actually had the ultimate goal of catching a glimpse of the 100 Flowers Fairy's appearance, but the 100 Flower Fairy lived in deep seclusion and had not been seen by anyone for many years. The matter of the illusory face pill, which concerned Lu Chuan's return to old age, was taken very seriously by Nangong Chushue. Arranging for the peak master of the Falling Cloud Peak, he took dozens of disciples under his door to escort him to the 100 Flowers sect. Moreover, Nangong Chushue used this harvest to reconsolidate the mountain protection formation. Without stopping, he sent another person to Phaseless City and traded back a large amount of resources, and at the same time ordered the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion not to go out. Nangong Chushue knew very well that this time when the Maple Leaf Mysteries opened, the clans that went there were almost completely wiped out, and only the Bright Moon Pavilion was intact. This matter wasn't over. Sooner or later, these clans would come to the door and ask for the truth. It was now necessary to prepare in advance, so that if a conflict did occur, there would be a response. It was just so peaceful for a few days. Instead of waiting for those small sects to come forward to raise their offense, they waited for a behemoth, the Jin Yuan sect. Jin Yuan sect, one of the 3 major rogues in Tian Yuan continent, had absolute say in the central and western regions, large and small in the central and western parts of the country. more than 200 sects, all had to look at the Jin Yuan sect's face, and Jin Yuan sect disciples 100,000 upwards. Heavenly pride, incense continuous, prosperous, is not manhwa pavilion such a small chicken can be compared. This time, the Jin Yuan sect came with 3 people. However, unluckily, they happened to meet Lu Chuan, who was skulking around the mountain with his stupid donkey. Lu Chuan recently found a great place, about 100 miles away from the one-color peak. There was a small mountain with abundant spiritual chi. Of course the attraction to Lu Chuan couldn't be any aura, but the mountain's red powder. After these 2 days of observation, Lu Chuan realized that there were about 100 young girls in their prime living in this small mountain. Each one of them is so long that the dogs look at them and say yes. Moreover, their cultivation methods were quite peculiar, and they were quite different from those maids of Bai Lin Lin. Lu Chuan likes to look at beautiful women for no other reason than to keep a good mood and avoid intermittent psychotic episodes. Lu Chuan was ready to get to know these beauties today, and even had the presence of mind to take a shower and change into new clothes. Lu Chuan skulked just below the foot of the mountain and ran into those 3 hanging hairs from the Jin Yuan sect. What made Lu Chuan feel strange was that these 3 hanging hairs seemed to have come in directly without anyone accompanying them. This is a very unusual phenomenon. The Bright Moon Pavilion has a mountain protection array. If a stranger comes in, the alarm will definitely be triggered. These 3 hairs, however, followed into their own backyard as if they were a smoke. As a man, an androgynous animal, how could one tolerate the presence of other androgynous creatures in a place like the Bright Moon Pavilion? In the Bright Moon Pavilion, besides Lu Chuan, even mosquitoes must be female. Where did those 3 grosses come from? Lu Chuan rode Afu and wobbled to the Jin Yuan Zong trio, the 3 people from the Jin Yuan clan. Seeing that men had actually appeared in the Bright Moon Pavilion, were also obviously frozen for a moment. But soon enough, the 3 began to get angry. Lu Chuan does not understand. He is not even angry yet. Why do these 3 hairs dare to be angry first? Old man, this is not a place you should be in. Get lost. A teenager at the head of the group condescendingly waved his hand at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was a little confused and even more angry, going up and slapping the teenager in the face. The teenager did not expect the old man in front of him to move as fast as this, and when he reacted, he was already in the air. The 2 remaining men were confused as they watched the image of them flipping freely in the air with their teeth flying about. We're from the Jin Yuan sect. We've been ordered to come to the Bright Moon Pavilion to collect the cauldron. And you dare to stop us? Contact Nangong Chushue and ask her to come over and give a statement. This matter is not over. I gripe your mom. So arrogant. Told me today not to beat out for you guys. Count you pull clean. Lu Chuan was furious and evil, drew the broken wooden sword at his waist, and mounted Afu to launch a charge. Originally, Alfred used to be reluctant to do something so degrading. But recently, Lu Chuan has taken up the task, and there is a tendency to lie down. Afu was now obedient to Lu Chuan in order to keep him in a happy mood and focus on the mission. Not to mention charging, as long as Lu Chuan was attentive to the mission, it would dare to eat ing. Afu may not look like a malnourished, skinny and bony person, but when he really moves, he's just like a crazy rabbit. The remaining 2 just wanted to counterattack, but in the next moment Fu, who was showing his large plate teeth, had already arrived in front of the 2. Pop, pop. There were 2 crunching sounds as the wooden sword's blade greeted the 2 men in the face. They suffered the equivalent of what happened to the teenager. Giddy up. Beat the hell out of the dog. Give me a rush. Lu Chuan rode Afu and majestically rushed towards the trio's landing point. Old thing. How dare you? I am a member of the Jin Yuan sect. If you dare to insult me again, don't step on it. Don't step on it. S coming out. Help. 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 Mommy. Mommy. I want to go home. A mournful scream rang out from the mountains. Chapter 30, Getting Away from the Jin Yuan sect. The screams of these 3 dangling hairs at the bottom of the hill soon drew the young girls from the hill. When they saw that the 3 people who had been beaten out of them were actually people from the Jin Yuan sect, the young girls' faces turned pale in unison. Don't fight, old man. Don't fight. Seeing Lu Chuan stomping with vigor, a leading teenage girl stepped forward in panic. Quickly go and notify the pavilion master. If there are lives here, the Jin Yuan sect won't stop. However, Lu Chuan didn't care about the young girl at all. Stepping on the trio's bellies, was getting more and more energetic. By the time Nangong Chushue arrived, the 3 dangling hairs were already breathing less in and more out, looking like they were going to return to heaven. Senior, have mercy. Seeing this scene, Nangong Chushue was so anxious that she almost didn't faint on the spot. Nothing, and vegetables and love to pretend. Lu Chuan covered his nose and sprayed a mouthful of old phlegm with a disgusted face. Finally stopping, Nangong Chushue hurriedly had someone help the 3 unlucky people up. and a big handful of pills were stuffed towards the three people's mouths. Under the effect of the elixir, after a few minutes, these three people finally got their lives back. That leading teenager, looking at Nangong Chushue, was furious. This time when he was beaten, the physical pain was still a small matter. The main thing was that this matter of spraying feces in front of him was afraid that he would become the laughingstock of the heavens. The more the teenager thought about it, the more angry he became, and finally looked at Nangong Chushue and threatened fiercely. Nangong Chushue, if you don't give me a statement on this matter, I will definitely report it to the sect and tear down your Bright Moon Pavilion's mountain gate. Nangong Chushue's face went a shade of white and a shade of green. In the end, however, he could only smile and say, don't worry, this matter will definitely give you a result, and manhwa Pavilion will compensate until you are satisfied. Nangong Chushue's heart was dripping blood as she uttered these words and looked at Lu Chuan with a grudging face, and Lu Chuan the goods, this time actually came together to the side of those young girls. Flirtatious self-introduction, didn't care at all. The three dangling hairs that got the beat out of them. This small mountain seemed to be isolated from the world, and these young girls actually didn't know when the Bright Moon Pavilion had an extra person like Lu Chuan. Seeing Lu Chuan's flirtatious appearance, one of them was a bit confused. Senior, why don't you go back and rest first? I'll take care of it here. Nangong Chushue came to Lu Chuan's side with some apprehension. What for? Lu Chuan's eyes slanted. I'll play my game. You deal with yours. We're not related. Right. Lu Chuan raised his eyes and looked at the three unlucky ones. Where did these three sand sculptures come from? Why were they able to directly cross the Grand Formation and enter the Bright Moon Pavilion? Being glared at by Lu Chuan, the three people from the Jin Yuan sect shivered as if they were electrocuted. Only the teenager was the one who yelled out in defiance. Nangong Chushue, this dead old man must be handed over to us and brought back to the Jin Yuan sect to be dealt with. Right now on the Tian Yuan continent, there are still people who dare to not put the Jin Yuan sect in their eyes. It's over. Nangong Chushue's heart thumped. Jin Yuan Zone all these years. How to teach out this kind of no one in sight. Arrogant. I'll gripe your mom. When Lu Chuan heard this, he wrote off Fu and rushed over. Nangong Chushue, however, is well aware of Lu Chuan's temperament, and simply does not dare to stop him. Giddy up. Lu Chuan rode Fu and rolled up a gust of wind. A skinny donkey was actually ridden with the momentum of 1,000 galloping horses. You dare. Nangong Chushue, save me. The teenager was still counting on Nangong Chushue, the pavilion master, to make a decision for him. However, what he never expected was that Lu Chuan, this dangling hair, now had a position in the manhwa Pavilion that was equivalent to the Supreme Emperor. Nangong Chushue was simply unable to restrain Lu Chuan, the guest minister. Besides, Nangong Chushue never wanted to restrain Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, this person, although he was short-tempered and well-behaved, had one good point. He never took the initiative to cause trouble. Of course, if anyone was ungrateful and messed with Lu Chuan, there was basically nothing left to live for. Usually Lu Chuan is also very good to the maids, without a little bit of senior shelf, and never interfere in the internal affairs of the manhwa Pavilion. Such a guest minister with heavenly strength and understanding. Unless Nangong Chushue had a pit in her brain, she would not think of restraining him. Snap! Lu Chuan's wooden sword slapped directly on the teenager's face, jerking the teenager into doing another free spin in the air. This time, however, he didn't have the same luck as earlier. This time Lu Chuan was obviously going to kill someone. The teenager was jerked into the air before he could hit the ground, directly blocked in the air by Lu Chuan, who was riding a donkey. Pop, pop, snap. The air rang with a firecracker-like jerking sound. The teenager's screams, too, gradually subsided. As for the other two Jin Yuan sect people, they were obviously smarter. Other than shivering in place, keep your mouth shut is tight. Bang! The teenager's body fell from the air and smashed heavily in front of the two Jin Yuan's own men. Looking at the blood and flesh, beaten his own mother cannot recognize the body of the teenager. The two hanging hair legs of Soft directly kneel down. It's over. It's over. It's over. Nangong Chushue looked at this scene, her head buzzing. You guys go back. At this time, Nangong Chushue's expression suddenly hardened, as if she had made some sort of determination. Nangong Chushue looked at the two remaining Jin Yuan sect disciples and said with a single word, from now on, the Bright Moon Pavilion is no longer dependent on the Jin Yuan sect, and all agreements are null and void, including the 100 tripods every 3 years. These words not only stunned the two from the Jin Yuan clan, but the other disciples from the Bright Moon Pavilion were also stunned and at a loss for words. What is the status of Jin Yuan? Can't the agreement be scrapped just by saying so? With Jin Yuan sect's overbearing nature, Nangong Chushue's utterance of these words had already foreshadowed the destruction of the Bright Moon Pavilion. Nangong, Pavilion Master, You have to think clearly. One of the people from the Jin Yuan sect stuttered a little. Nangong Chushua looked at Lu Chuan, gritted her teeth and nodded. I've thought it over very clearly. All these years of clinging to your Jin Yuan sect, although I've gained nominal shelter, I haven't been of any substantial help. Your Jin Yuan sect is just treating my Bright Moon Pavilion as nothing more than its own backyard, said Nangong Chushue looking towards those young girls who came out of the small mountain with a guilty face. As the pavilion master, not only am I unable to protect my disciples, but I even have to provide your Jin Yuan sect with a cultivation cauldron. I've had enough. No matter what the consequences are, I, manhwa Pavilion, will bear them all. Pavilion master. No! A young girl who came out of the mountain shouted with a sobbing voice, because the young girl knew what the consequences of breaking away from the Jin Yuan sect were. Then the maiden knelt, and the other maidens followed. The young girl was with a sobbing voice and teary eyes. Pavilion master, you don't have to worry about us. For the sake of the survival of the Bright Moon Pavilion, we are willing to become a cauldron. Chapter 31, Arrogance. Hearing these words, Nangong Chushue could no longer hold back the hot tears in her eyes as they fell. Over the years, for the sake of the survival of Mingyuez, Nangong Chushue had done many things against her heart. The most difficult hurdle for Nangong Chushue to get over was the children who became tripods. This matter had already tormented Nangong Chushue, showing signs of going off the deep end. Now Nangong Chushue was going to bet on Lu Chuan to break away from Jin Yuan's exploitation and make the Bright Moon Pavilion truly independent. How can an old man like me read this? Watching the young girls shed more than tears one by one, Lu Chuan's heart was dripping blood. Chushue girl, what is a cauldron? Lu Chuan came to Nangong Chushue's side and decided to take care of this. The Moonlight Pavilion is a place where you can retire. So if you cry all day long, it's not appropriate. Nangong Chushue wiped away her tears, though it was a little hard to say, but since he chose to put his treasure on Lu Chuan, Nangong Chushue understood that she had to let Lu Chuan know the causes and consequences. Elder, take a seat and I'll tell you slowly. Only when Lu Chuan was seated did Nangong Chushue slowly speak, because of the reasons why the Bright Moon Pavilion is weak. Many years ago, we reached an agreement with the Jin Yuan sect. The Jin Yuan clan shelters our Bright Moon Pavilion, while we regularly pay tribute to the Jin Yuan clan for various resources. Lu Chuan was dumbfounded as he listened. The Bright Moon Pavilion is like this, and you still want to give people resources? Isn't that a vicious cycle that will never turn around in your lifetime? Nangong Chushue gave a helpless bitter smile. The words are like this, but there's no other choice for the Bright Moon Pavilion. Lu Chuan thought about it and nodded. This group of women in the Mingyue Pavilion, it's not easy to stay alive. How can they still care about so much? Among these tributes, there is one thing, which is to provide the Jin Yuan sect with 100 tripod furnaces every 3 years. Speaking here, Nangong Chushue's fists clenched up fiercely, and because of too much force, her knuckles began to turn white. The so-called cauldron is to select young boys and girls with special physical qualities and cultivate them with special methods from a young age. When you reach adulthood, you will double cultivate with someone in transition the essence that has been stored for many years to the person who is double cultivating. Fark? Lu Chuan was dumbfounded by what he heard, then looked to the young girls who were kneeling on the ground. Lu Chuan now sort of understood that these children, why they cultivated differently from others, and one of them was clear and clean, so it turned out that all of them had done the practice specifically to become tripods. Then, after becoming tripods, where do these children go? Lu Chuan was already getting a bit angry. How can a young girl be treated like this when she is one of the most beautiful sights in the world? Nangong Chushue also went out on a limb and gritted her teeth. The lucky tripods, after being absorbed, will become ordinary people and bumble through their lives. The unlucky ones will be imprisoned and become tools to vent their lust. And when their looks are gone, they will be killed outright. Hearing this, Lu Chuan couldn't tense up. Each one of these young girls was so desirable that they didn't need to think about what would happen to them in the end. Bang! After Nangong Chushue finished speaking, she knelt down for Lu Chuan and fiercely kowtowed 3 times. Nangong Chushue didn't use her true essence to protect her body and directly smashed her head on the ground. Blood ran down her forehead, blood mixed with tears and a silent choke. Elder, I don't dare to wish for anything. I only beg you to save these children. Save these children. I'm willing to be an ox and a horse for you. For the sake of his disciples, an honorable pavilion master was willing to kneel for others. No matter what she thought, this bearing and responsibility could not be denied. Lu Chuan expressionlessly glanced at the 2 Jin Yuan zone people. There was no more tyranny from earlier, yet this calmness caused their souls to start trembling uncontrollably. I don't need you to be a cow. You've kowtowed to me 3 times. That's enough. Lu Chuan gently picked up Nangong Chushue and wiped the blood off her forehead. Looking at Lu Chuan's face that was full of folds, Nangong Chushue, in a trance, seemed to see her grandfather again. The tears, which had just stopped, couldn't help but well up again. Lu Chuan looked at the two from the Jinyuan sect and said indifferently, "Go back and notify your clan that in 10 days, bring people in sincerity and come to the Bright Moon Pavilion to settle this matter. If you guys dare not come, I'll go to the Jinyuan sect and kill everyone." What arrogance! What rampancy this is! Above the Tianyuan continent, there had never been anyone that dared to say such words to the Jinyuan sect, but there is a first time for everything. This first time, it's up to Lu Chuan. I'm not kidding, remember, with sincerity. Lu Chuan finished looking at the kneeling maidens. From now on, you will begin your normal cultivation, and no one will dare to covet a glance at you again, and if they do, they will only be dead. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy drum, a sound that struck the hearts of the young girls. They know their destiny, but everything is destiny. Half of it is not. The black curtain of endless destiny was now torn open with a crack, and a bit of sunlight penetrated. Without hope, they might sink to their fate, but seeing the hope, what does the sinking have to do to keep doing it? Mount Lin Lang, 100 disciples, are willing to share life and death with Senior. The somewhat childish voices of young girls resounded through the heavy mountains. Lu Chuan nodded. He certainly didn't need these young girls to fight and die. With this little bit of defiance, there is a qualitative change. Now go back and report. 10 days? Olmi will only wait for 10 days for your Jinyuan sect. Lu Chuan looked at the two men. His voice as cold as the transit of a cold tide. The two men who had long been scared out of their wits. How dare they say one more word, and got up to be about to leave. Wait. Lu Chuan looked at the two with a slanted brow and crooked eyes. The two men went into cardiac arrest in fear, wondering what the old man was up to again. Former seniors, we will definitely bring your words back to the clan. Not missing a word. Hey. Lu Chuan, a burst of strange laughter. Send a letter. Well, a person is enough. You two one-on-one. The one who survived to go back to report. Lu Chuan's bad character was exposed at this point. Playing with people's hearts. This dead old man is also good at it. On the count of 3, if you don't fight, I'll slaughter you all and make a trip to the Jinyuan sect myself. Lu Chuan cheerfully raised his hand 3 fingers. The cold sweat of the two Jinyuan zone men could not be stopped. Cold sweat soaked his shirt and he looked as if he had just come out of the water. 3. A hypnotic voice rang out, and the two looked at each other, both seeing deep despair in the other's eyes. 1. Lu Chuan didn't count to 2 and jumped straight to 1. The two froze for a moment, and then the thought of living consumed all reason. Both of them pounced on each other at the same time, tearing at each other like wild beasts. Chapter 32, The Storm Clouds Rise Again. Jinyuan Sect. Situated in the Tiandang mountain range in the middle of the Tianyuan continent. The entire Tiandang mountain range was where the dragon vein of the Tianyuan continent was located. Not only was the entire continent moisturized with abundant spiritual energy, but there were even large amounts of spiritual stone resources in the mountains. The entire Tiandang mountain range was almost overrun by the 3 rogues, and the other sects could only watch and dry drool. Sky Ridge Peak was the main peak of the Jinyuan sect, lofty and majestic, plunging straight into the sky. The Hall of Containing Zhangs on the Heavenly Ridge Peak was the most talked about place for cultivators. The Hall of Containing Chapters, which served as the council hall, had agreed on many resolutions affecting the Tianyuan continent since the establishment of the Jinyuan sect. 10,000 years ago, the Blood Demon was in rebellion, and the resolution of the battle to crush the Blood Demon was issued here. It could be said that every time the Hall of Contained Chapters opened, it meant that something big was about to happen. The Hall of Containment is open today. The Jinyuan sect's 9 peak masters, plus the law enforcement elders and the patriarch, 11 powerful figures were gathered here. This kind of spectacle has not been seen for many years. With Jinyuan sect's current strength and status, there were rarely any major events that required these bigwigs to get together and deliberate. Jinyuan sect's contemporary patriarch, Bailey Yuza, looked to be around 30 years old, with good looks and a scholarly appearance. However, this big brother was one of the few 9 realms above the entire Tianyuan continent. When he stomped his feet, the entire Tianyuan continent would shake a few times. Recently, the heavens have been strange, and the Tianyuan continent might be in chaos. Some time ago above the unsleeping sea, there were treacherous fluctuations, and the eye of the spectral spring buried deep under the sea seems to have signs of revival. Bailey Yuza sat in the main seat and slowly spoke about the topic of this deliberation. The eye of the spectral spring, which has been silent for tens of thousands of years. Why would it suddenly move? The one who struck up a conversation was a long, big, black-faced man. He was Luo Ran, the Jinyuan sect's law enforcement elder, a character whose appearance was extremely inconsistent with his inner self. On the outside, he looks like a big, black, thick, dumb guy, but on the inside, he is a thoughtful, In control, strategic person. There were two ninth realm cultivators in the entire Jinyuan sect, and Luo Ran was one of them. He's in a position of one man, above all others. Bailey Yuza propped up his chin. His fingers gently clasped his cheeks, and thought for a while. I don't know if it's the abnormal celestial phenomena that caused the tremor of the spectral spring, or if the tremor of the spectral spring caused the abnormal celestial phenomena. We are all smart enough to understand what that means. If it's a celestial anomaly, caused by the tremor of the phantom spring, then the main factor that might cause turmoil in the Tianyuan continent in the future wouldn't be the spectral spring, but something else. If it was a tremor of the spectral spring that caused anomalies in the heavens, then there was nothing to say. As long as one defended against the eye of the spectral spring, the crowd discusses it for a while longer, but nothing comes of it. Let's adjourn the meeting. Notify all the major clans to keep an eye out for any strange people or things that have appeared recently. This time, the heavenly signs are for the three great demonic stars to gather together, so I'm afraid that a heavenly demon will come out. Bailey Yuza got up and let out a long breath. There was no telling what kind of mess would be made of this gathering of demonic stars. A behemoth like the Jinyuan sect would bear the brunt of the chaos. Patriarch, there is one more thing to report. Just as Bailey Yuza was about to leave the council chamber, Luo Ran suddenly spoke out. Bailey Yuza frowned. What is it? About what happened 3 days ago at the Bright Moon Pavilion. Luo Ran said and shouted faintly at the door of the council chamber. Come in. The crowd shifted their eyes to the doorway. Soon a man who was in a trance, and whose body was still trembling between walks, came in cautiously from the doorway. This person was precisely one of the three people who had gone to the Bright Moon Pavilion earlier. Saturday 1. Tell me everything that happened the other day. One by one. Luo Ran frowned. Yes. Saturday 1 looked around suspiciously to make sure it was safe, and then swallowed hard before talking about the process of being repaired by Lu Chuan. 3 days ago, by order of the Peak Master, I went to the Bright Moon Pavilion to receive the cauldron. The entire council chamber was silent until the moment Saturday was finished. They hadn't known how many years it had been since they had encountered such a thing, and for a moment they actually didn't react. The funniest thing is that old thing in the Saturday bite actually gave Jin Yuanzong a deadline. It is really a slip of the tongue. A senile old man with no true essence fluctuation and a well-behaved and violent character. Bailey Yuza pondered for a moment and looked at Luo Ran. You go handle this. If there's anything wrong between the Bright Moon Pavilion and this old man, erase it as soon as possible. An eventful fall. Can't add more variables. Between light strokes, the fate of tens of thousands of people in the Bright Moon Pavilion was decided. That's right. Send someone to the Undreaming Sea to take a turn guarding the eye of the spectral spring, and be sure to report back in a timely manner if there's a breeze. After the meeting was adjourned, Luo Ran carried Saturday 1, who couldn't walk, out of the council chamber. No talent. Recalling the happenings of that day again, it had become a nightmare for Saturday 1, and every time he thought back on it, it was physically and mentally exhausting. Saturdayaki lifted his lifeless eyes and murmured in a trance. Long, Elder, there are still 7 days left. The set time will arrive. Hurry up and go. If you anger him, I am afraid that the entire Jinyuan sect will be destroyed. Luo Ran listened straight frowned, and even doubt that this Saturday 1 is not hit by the evil way of the soul regeneration method. Men, escort Saturday 1 to the cold ice prison. Elder, hurry up and go. The time is almost up. Saturday 1 was dragged towards the prison by the guards, yet he didn't care and kept shouting those words. Have the Dragon Yuan guards gather and follow me to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Hearing this, the guards around him tensed up a bit. The Dragon Yuan guards, the trump cards of the Jin Yuan sect, were all composed of elite disciples. Moreover, the Dragon Yuan guards are good at charging and killing, and are extremely concerned about the coordination of battle formations. There were even rumors that the Dragon Yuan guards had already cultivated a battle spirit, and if that was really the case, there weren't many people in the entire Tianyuan continent who could fight against them. The Dragon Yuan guards were killer weapons that were only deployed when large clans fought amongst themselves. What virtue or ability could a small Bright Moon Pavilion have to make the Jin Yuan sect send out the Dragon Yuan guards? In the face of the guards' consternation, Luo Ran laughed. Be careful. Don't wait until you're dead in the gutter to think about regret. What the elder said. On this day, the Jin Yuan sect's 200 long Yuan guards drove to the Bright Moon Pavilion in great numbers. Those who didn't know thought that there was going to be a war against the Xian Tian sect, which was also one of the upper three sects. At the same time, there was another group of people who were also rushing to the Bright Moon Pavilion. These people were the clans that had traveled to the Maple Leaf mysterious realm the other day and had been wiped out by the entire group of unlucky people. Under the union of the 10,000 Beasts sect, more than 30 sects, totaling no less than 2,000 people, ran to the Bright Moon Pavilion in great numbers. The Tianyuan continent, which had been calm for hundreds of years, was in the midst of a storm today. Chapter 33 Eating hot pot and singing songs. Senior, it's not good. There are many cultivators coming towards our manhwa pavilion. The Bright Moon Pavilion was actively preparing for war these days, preparing to share life and death with the sect. As for Lu Chuan, he eats hot pot and looks at beautiful women every day and doesn't take it seriously. It was now exactly lunchtime, and hearing this news, Lu Chuan looked at the table to cut up the finest ingredients, and was annoyed in his heart. These dog bastards, not coming early, not coming late, stepping on the horse to come at mealtime, deliberately looking for a fight, aren't they? Seeing Lu Chuan's precursor to a psychotic episode, Ah Fu quietly slips away. Little Lok, little Shiyun, carry the stuff to the front of the mountain gate for me. Food is the only thing that matters to people, so how can we not eat? Lu Chuan immediately decided to go to the mountain gate to start the meal, and slaughter some ungrateful things to help the fun. Zhao Lulu and Zhang Shiyun, the two little maids, hadn't reacted for a while. He still wanted to ask for clarification, but it turned out that Lu Chuan had already slipped out with his hands behind his back. There was no choice but for the duo to pack the chopped ingredients, but there were just too many things, and in the end, it was the red leaf real person who came over, and the three of them worked together to finish taking the things. Pavilion Master, about 2,000 people have already crossed the long Willow Gully, and in another 200 miles, they will reach the mountain gate. Someone reported the situation to Nangong Chushue. Nangong Chushue's face was gloomy. She hadn't waited for Jin Yuan's sect to come, but she had waited for these clowns first. Nangong Chushue hard across. Lice are not afraid to bite. Anyway, have offended Jin Yuan's sect, and then offend some does not matter. This time, either the manhwa pavilion is completely wiped out, or they will follow Lu Chuan in the future to eat and drink spicy food. Have all disciples go to the mountain gate and prepare to meet the battle. Pavilion Master. At this moment, a little girl ran over, her little face suffocating red because she ran too fast. Fluffy, what is it? Speak slowly. Nangong Chushue chided while handing over a cup of tea. The little girl finished her mouthful and wiped her mouth before stuttering a bit. Former seniors, he shabu-shabu in front of the mountain gate, but also had to let people play a little song for him. Said he wanted to listen to what the 18 touches. We do not know how to do this. Put. Nangong Chushue's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spray out. What time is it? Lu Chuan is still in the mood to shabu-shabu and listen to a little song. And you are still in front of the mountain gate. The point is, what tune is 18 touches? After thinking about it for a while, Nangong Chushue was relieved. Lu Chuan usually seemed to be so unreliable. Go to the Nine Springs Valley and let the Supreme Elder come and play a tune for Senior. The little girl looked at Nangong Chushue with a confused expression. The Bright Moon Pavilion has three great colors. Respectively, they are the ultimate circumscribed atmospheric beauty, and Nangong Chushue, who has the posture of a mother. One was the Supreme Elder. The third on the rouge list, Chu Yuran, who was excellent in both color and art. Chu Yuran has long since stopped asking about the world, and has been staying in the Nine Springs Valley to raise flowers and plants. That is, the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion. There are many that have not seen. There was also a great color, the young master uncle that many of the maids were talking about. However, this young master uncle, many years ago, went down the mountain to practice, so far has not returned. I do not know how the situation is. Go! Nangong Chushue smiled. Elder Chu is not good at conquering, but playing music is one of the best in the world. The mountain gate of the Bright Moon Pavilion is not as luxurious as it is magnificent, but it is exquisite and elegant. However, before this delicate and elegant mountain gate, Lu Chuan, a bad old man, set up firewood to start today's lunch. At this time, behind the mountain gate, a large number of Bright Moon Pavilion disciples had already gathered, each looking at Lu Chuan curiously. Usually, when Lu Chuan ate, it was just the two little girls, Luolu and Shiyun, who served him. Today is one more person. The red leaf real woman watching the fun, also mixed in, found a job pouring wine. I like you the way you were. That's good enough. Lu Chuan teased, raising his glass and drinking. Real red leaf's eyes burned as she looked at the titanic Lu Chuan and smiled charmingly. Just like when we first met, the sass was showing. If you like to see it, then can I give it to you alone later? Well, just love the sassiness. Lu Chuan smacked his lips, not knowing if the wine was too strong or the beauty was too seductive. The Supreme Elder is here. I don't know which girl shouted, and everyone turned their heads towards the back. Chu Yuran is famous for her light nature, the kind where the sky doesn't collapse and her heart is as clear as ice. How could the little girls not expect that Chu Yuran would appear here? The crowd automatically moved out of the way. A woman who appeared to be no more than in her mid-20s appeared in the crowd's field of vision without slowing down. A long, White dress. Not a bit of smoke and mirrors. Shoulders as if cut into. Waist as if about Sue. Muscle as gelatinous. Gas as orchids. Charming and boneless into the colorful 3 points. Holding an ancient zither in his arms. He walked towards Lu Chuan with a faint smile. Eyes wide open. Red leaf reality sourly reminded. As soon as the words left the red leaf real person himself was shocked. He was jealous? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The word jealousy was instantly annihilated without a trace when the red leaf realist looked at Lu Chuan's old face dripping with harumph. Yoren has met Senior. Shu Yuran arrived in front of Lu Chuan in a graceful manner and performed a salute. Drool. Drool. Senior. The little drop by the side. Seeing Lu Chuan staring at Shu Yuran in a daze. Reminded up in a small voice. Ahem. Ha. The beauty of the girl is tragic. Cheap laugh. Cheap laugh. Seeing a beautiful woman drooling is so humiliating. It was only Lu Chuan, the faceless old man, who could pass it off as if nothing had happened. Shu Yuran couldn't help but laugh as well. The word ghastly seems a bit special when used to describe a woman's appearance. I heard Senior say that she wanted to listen to 18 Touch, but I am a foolish young woman, and I have never heard this tune before. Don't. Lu Chuan quickly waved his hand. Just play whatever you want. Just take it. It is simply inappropriate to have such a lovely person play a little yellow song like 18 Strokes. The little woman is offering. Shu Yuran gently saluted and sat to the side. The sound of the zither resounded slowly, gradually overflowing like a tidal wave, filling every space in front of the mountain gate. The sound of the zither was gentle and continuous, like a mountain spring meandering from a valley, flowing slowly. Even a big old man like Lu Chuan was mesmerized for a moment as he listened. The beauty is like a painting. The country is beautiful. The sweet smile moves the heart. The autumn wave turns to take people's souls. The sound of the zither curls up, and you can't help but get lost in it. Lu Chuan somewhat understood the joy of those dim-witted kings for a moment. Nangong Chushua roll out. Just as Lu Chuan was mesmerized by what he was listening to, an explosive cry like thunder rang out. However, the sound of the zither was not interrupted. Shu Yuran was still playing, and everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with her in the sound of the zither. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the smoke and dust not far away. More than 30 clans, with a full 2,000 cultivators upwards, came before the mountain gate of the Bright Moon Pavilion in an exuberant manner. Chapter 34, Sword 2, Earth Morning. Are you polite? Lu Chuan's listening to the song was interrupted, and his face was expressionless as he turned back to sit at the dining table. Raising his eyes, he looked at the army that was about to approach before the mountain gate. The army came in great numbers, flying in the sky, running on the ground, lively to the extreme, no better than the New Year's food market. Lu Chuan slowly picked up his chopsticks and gently dipped a drop of the chili oil in the dipping water. Then with a flick of the wrist, red chili oil shot out from above the chopsticks. The chili oil went towards the vocalized man, and wherever it passed the air was pulled to the point of distortion visible to the naked eye. Nangong Chu Shue, don't be a shrunken head turtle. Come out and give us an explanation as to why all of our people will die in the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm and you, manhwa Pavilion, are unharmed. That leader hadn't finished his words. A flash of red that went straight through his mouth, then rushed out the back of his head. White brain matter, mixed with blood, squirted out of that small hole, gleaming in the sunlight. Bang! The person leading the group fell down hard from the back of the demonic beast on his hips, and his pupils began to lax. To his death he hadn't figured out why his mouth tasted like chili oil. The leader suddenly died violently, and the advancing army was shocked to a halt. Looking at the dead bodies, the crowd was chilled all over. This leader, an expert of the 10,000 Beasts sect, how could he suddenly die in such an unexplained manner? The crowd raised their eyes to the mountain gate of the Bright Moon Pavilion. A bad old man who was listening to music, drinking and shabu-shabu, yet they hadn't had time to think much about it. The bad old man then picked up his glass and drank it down, stuffed a slice of meat towards his mouth, and then slowly got up. The moment he rose, the sky and the earth suddenly darkened. Obviously the blazing sun was shining. The sun was shining, yet the whole sky, it was just so strangely dark. It was as if the entire world was draped in a layer of black muslin, and a hazy sense of eeriness came to the surface. An invisible pressure pressed down hard as if the sky was collapsing. It was as if the entire dome of the sky collapsed and fell at this moment. At this moment, everyone just felt something very, very heavy on their shoulders. The army was crushed to the ground as a whole, clinging to the earth, unable to move any further. No matter how much they struggled, the only thing that responded to them was endless despair. The scariest part was that they opened their mouths and tried to say something, yet the mouth was open, but not a sound could be made. In the whole world, the curling sound of the zither was now all that remained. They realized, at this moment, what was going on. They tried to escape, but it was too late. The crowd could only watch the old man, walking slowly, unhurriedly, leisurely like an old farmer walking on a full stomach. Where I come from, there's a saying. Luchuan slipped to a stop not far from the crowd. 3 parts flirtation, 3 parts disdain rang out. Surrender and lose half. There's another way to say it too. Come out and admit when you're wrong and stand up for yourself when you're beaten. Luchuan suddenly laughed as he said this. Raising his eyes to the far end where heaven and earth were connected, something suddenly fell from his eyes. Hometown. What a familiar and unfamiliar word. Luchuan slowly sat down cross-legged on the ground. Propped up his chin, thoughts drifted far, far away. Yet it's a blur of people and things from my hometown. 100,000 years is far, far too long for one person. It took a long time for Luchuan to come back to his senses. Looking at those terrified eyes in front of him, Luchuan couldn't help but smile. In this world, there are no pills of regret for sale. Luchuan got up and drew the wooden sword at his waist. Then he plunged the wooden sword hard into the middle of the ground. After doing so, Luchuan turned back towards his dining table. Raising his dry old hand between walks, he gently waved it as a final goodbye to the crowd. Sword 2 Earth Morning. Fu, who was far away, shouted out in excitement when he saw the scene. I knew it. You old man, in that little world, remembered the 12 sword moves. Elder Donkey, what are the 12 sword stances? A little girl asked curiously. Fu normally wouldn't bother with these yellow girls, but right now, he was in a very good mood. Alfred wagged his big tongue and stared with intelligent eyes as he explained to the little girls. The 12 sword moves, the ultimate in killing, were created by Luchuan in his early years. There are 12 sword strokes, divided into the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, the 3 realms of gods, ghosts, and demons, and the 4 passions of wind, flower, snow, and moon. That's not right, Elder Donkey. There are only 10 items here. The little girls were a bit puzzled. Fu looked at Luchuan, who was walking slowly, and smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. There is no living being who wants to see the last 2 stances of the 12 sword stances of killing life. The little girls were at a loss, talking such a bluff, but nothing seemed to be moving. However, the next thing everyone saw was an image that would wake them up in their dreams, with the wooden sword as the center. Black Sword Chi. At this moment, dazzled, the surface of the earth began to gently churn like a wave. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The churning of the ground began to accelerate, and the entire ground began to crack furiously. Bang! 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 The entire surface of the earth exploded violently as it churned. Black Sword Chi filled the entire field of vision, taking the blasted ground and swirling it into the air, forming a huge black tornado. No one was spared from the rabble that was pressed above the ground, and they were all swept into the air as well. The black tornado, like a roaring black dragon, rolled more than 2,000 lives and flew recklessly in midair. Then, all of them saw the horrifying image that they would never be able to let go of in this lifetime. Those who were caught in the dragon scroll, their bodies, under the cutting of that sharp black sword chi, began to shatter. It was as if they had been cut up by 1,000 cuts, their limbs crumbling and their torsos falling apart. In this moment of being engulfed by the sword, it was no longer possible to distinguish what was pain. What was even more bizarre was that only the bodies of these people were shredded, while their heads all remained intact, until they lost their lives. The facial expressions of those heads stayed in that distortion under extreme pain. All of this, in silence. Only the sound of Chuyuran's already out-of-tune piano sent them off. The moment the black tornado dispersed, all the blood and flesh that had been churned up, came together. By the residual black sword chi, it was polished into a huge ball of meat, and the heads that weren't crushed were set into the surface of this meatball. The wide-open mouth, the twisted expression, the eyes of endless despair after the horror. These dead heads, in silence, tell of a gruesome killing. At the time of that meatball, falling down from the sky, the wooden sword stuck in the ground gently trembled and chirped. The wooden sword dragged a bit of black light and came to the exact point where the meatball landed. The wooden sword propped it up with its hilt, and the ball of flesh, which had been brought together by the corpses of more than 2,000 people, went quiet. From this moment on, there was one more landmark before the mountain gate of the Bright Moon Pavilion. Later people gave it the intuitive and resonant name, Corpse Pill. Many years later, countless people came here to enlighten themselves, because the corpse pill and the wooden sword holding it up had the supreme sword chi of the Forbidden Man remaining in it. Chapter 35. Let this thing stand here. It's good to scare people, lest any cats or dogs come looking for trouble in the future. Ugh. Why are you all throwing up? Luchuan couldn't help but roll his eyes as he looked at the crowd that was throwing up. The only one who was still normal was Nangon Chushue, but the way she looked at Luchuan again, there was already more than a little bit of fear in her eyes. It wasn't that Nangon Chushue hadn't killed people before, but to do so efficiently, and having the evil taste to make meatballs after killing someone. As a human being, A creature. Her instincts were extremely resistant to that. This is more than a normal person can handle. But there was one very good thing about this woman, Nangong Chu Shui, and that was that she was self-aware, strongly enduring the physical discomfort. Nangong Chu Shui Lu Chuan sighed, gently saluted. All matters are up to senior. I like women like you. Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. This woman is good. Knows what's good and what's bad. Knows what's good and what's bad. Knows what's good and what's good. As long as there were enough conditions, the Bright Moon Pavilion would surely flourish in her hands in the future. And that condition, which has now emerged, is Lu Chuan. Hearing Lu Chuan's words, Nangong Chu Shui's small face reddened. As if the former. Seniors don't mind. The little woman. Come on, where are you thinking? Lu Chuan cried and laughed. I don't want to think about these things when my thing is about to be scrapped. Nangong Chu Shui froze for a moment, then realized that she had misunderstood Lu Chuan. But at the same time some disappointment rose in his heart. If it was possible to bind Lu Chuan firmly to the Bright Moon Pavilion in this way, Nangong Chu Shui would offer her body without hesitation. Even if Lu Chuan was old and ugly, it was obvious that Lu Chuan wasn't interested in himself. Lu Chuan waved his hand at the little girls. Everyone disperse, cultivate well, and try to solve things like this on your own when you encounter them in the future. Lu Chuan's words caused Nangong Chu Shui's heart to shake. Looking at Lu Chuan's hunched body, he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth, because Nangong Chu Shui understood that sooner or later, Lu Chuan would leave the Bright Moon Pavilion, because the Bright Moon Pavilion was too small, and the Tian Yuan continent was too small. How could this side of heaven and earth accommodate this great god? Nangong Chu Shui also, at this moment, set a goal for herself. Before Lu Chuan leaves here, row the Bright Moon Pavilion by any means necessary. At the time of Lu Chuan's departure, a manhwa pavilion that was able to stand on its own 2 feet was the best farewell gift. Thank you, elder. Nangong Chu Shui gave a deep polite salute to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan nodded and accepted Nangong Chu Shui's thanks. Also in her eyes, she saw her determination. I'll give you a hand, and it's up to you how far you can go, Lu Chuan said as he sat back down in front of the dining table and continued his unfinished lunch. Hearing Lu Chuan's words, Nangong Chu Shui's nose turned a little sour. Definitely won't fail seniors' expectations. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Chuan slowly shabu-shabu the hot pot. Chu Yuran's runaway zither sound was also finally corrected at this time. Red Leaf real person is considered to be the first to return to normal. After all, it is also considered to be a person in the evil way. The picture just now, gradually adapted to it. Elder, is it cold to sleep alone at night? The Red Leaf realist poured a glass of wine for Lu Chuan, and his entire body stuck up. Vixen, shameless. Little Drop and Little Shiyun gritted their teeth in anger when they saw the scene. When the Bright Moon Pavilion took in this female devil, it was one of the biggest mistakes. No need to warm the bed. My donkey is quite warm. Lu Chuan cried and laughed a little, and slapped Red Leaf realities but hard. This slap, the pain of the Red Leaf real tears flower almost did not soar out. This old thing is really Shuda. Wen Fu, who was on the side, heard this, he was moved and almost burst into tears. After all these years, the old thing finally recognized himself for one thing. Nothing works though. Jiao girl, you go back too. Lu Chuan nodded to Chu Yuran. In the future, don't hold yourself in the mountains alone. Come out more often when you're not doing anything, and bask in the sun. Aha! Chu Yuran didn't respond too much, just nodded gently. You guys go back and slow down too. I'll clean up after myself when I'm done eating. After Lu Chuan supported a few people, he sipped a small drink while reminiscing about the past. Donkey, I want to go home. After a long time, Lu Chuan popped out this sentence. Ha! Fu was a bit confused. Fever huh? I'll slap and huff you to death. Don't you believe me? Lu Chuan lifted his palm and was about to slap the donkey. Hey, let's talk. Fu jumped out of the way in a hurry. You have to go back. You have to have the ability to break boundaries. Your hometown is not even in the same realm as this world. You're thinking about fart eating. You stepping horse talk in a set way. Old man want fart to eat? I'll let you eat your fill first. Lu Chuan grabbed a Fu and sat on its head. Put. A couple of big, muffled farts in a row almost didn't send Alfred away on the spot. Hoo. Old thing. Are you suffering from indigestion? Why do your farts stink like this? Put. Brother, dad, grandpa. I was wrong. Put. To be able to go back. Perhaps in the Bronze God's temple, there is a way to be able to break the boundary. Silly dog. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, which stopped the life-threatening chain fart. The Bronze Divine Hall has existed for eternity, so perhaps there is a way to break the boundary inside. Ah Fu said with a serious face. Ha. Cub seed. Trying to bait Lao Zi? Lu Chuan snorted. Ah Fu helplessly grinned widely. What else then? Perhaps if you cultivate to the great emperor realm, you can also break through the boundary and return home. Ugh. Let's talk about it. Lu Chuan shook his head and looked into the distance. When one gets old, one always thinks of returning to one's roots. The fondue meal was somewhat tasteless. Maybe it's just really old. Once the idea of going home rises in the mind, it is like grass in springtime, thriving a little. Bang, bang, bang. After finishing the meal, when Lu Chuan cleaned up the dishes, the entire dining table shook at that moment. Not only was the dining room table shaking, but the entire earth was also trembling rhythmically, as if 1,000 armies were charging. The smell of smoke filled the air. A neat black line appeared on the far horizon. As if a rising tide of seawater, the black line approached from afar, emitting a pressure that grew larger and larger as the distance drew closer. This was none other than the 200 Dragon Yuan guards led by Luo Ran. In fact, the Jin Yuan sect was the main event, and the previous rabble could only be considered appetizers at best. But Lu Chuan was a bit disinterested at this time, and didn't have much interest in slaughtering people, much less dealing with the Jin Yuan sect. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 large characters appeared above the ground. After doing this, Lu Chuan let Ah Fu pack the pots and pans, tables, chairs and benches, and he himself slipped back to one-color peak with his back hand. Chapter 36, Waiting. Luo Ran led the Dragon Yuan guards, although there were only 200 of them, but this aura was not a little bit stronger than the miscellaneous army of more than 2,000 people earlier. The uniform black battle armor, the uniform black divine horse, the pressure brought by walking was like a landslide. When Luo Ran arrived at the mountain gate of the Bright Moon Pavilion, he only saw a huge meatball. As for the front of the mountain gate, it was empty, with only the streams of light from the mountain protection formation occasionally reflecting strange colors in the air. What is it? Luo Ran smelled the smell of blood in the air that had not yet dissipated, and looked at the huge ball of meat with his eyebrows furrowed fiercely. Luo Ran nodded to one of the Dragon Yuan guards behind him and commanded, "Go take a look." Long Yanwei rolled off his horse and walked towards the huge ball of flesh. Upon seeing the surface of that meatball studded with densely packed heads, those twisted looks, empty eyes, black hole-like open mouths, Long Yanwei's spiritual world was greatly impacted. The mind instantly went blank, and the whole thing went crazy, frantically slapping up his helmet. Seeing that the situation was not right, Luo Ran rushed forward and used his own true essence to isolate the vision of the Dragon Yuan guards. However, when Luo Ran saw that meatball, his entire body was also a bit confused. It was good that he was so strong that he was not affected by anything. Elder Luo, how could I? That Dragon Yuan Wei who had almost gone crazy returned to his senses at this moment. Luo Ran shook his head. A never-before-seen sword chi remains here. Very tyrannical and will affect the mind. Long Yanwei sighed in relief with some fear. Luckily it was just some residual sword chi. Is this thing made from a living person? Ryujinwei looked over at the meatball. A little less physically comfortable. Luo Ran nodded his head. It's still fresh and won't last more than an hour. Elder, that head. It seems to be the peak master of the Toothless Peak of the Giant K sect. That head seems to be a disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect. Soon, the Dragon Yuan guards around him recognized the identity of the head set on the surface of the meatball. Luo Ran gently tapped his forehead. It seems that multiple clans have teamed up to come to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Have someone go to these sects to investigate and ask why they came to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Elder, there are words over there. At this moment, someone voiced a reminder. Luo Ran raised his eyes to look before the mountain gate, and sure enough, on the ground near the mountain gate, there were 2 large crooked characters. Wait, 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 keeping who waiting? Immediately Luo Ran reacted that these 2 words were reserved for the Jin Yuan sect. He. Looking at these 2 crooked big words, Luo Ran gasped and couldn't help but laugh. How many years? How many years? The Jin Yuan clan hasn't encountered anything like this. Soon Luo Ran perceived that turned over the wrong caddy and frowned. Given the strength of the Bright Moon Pavilion, even if it was ghostly, it would be impossible to do such a mocking thing. But this kind of thing that does happen now. So what is it that gives the Bright Moon Pavilion this kind of backbone? And how did that meatball get there? There were no very obvious signs of destruction in the neighborhood, and there should have been no mass outbursts. That means these cultivators died suddenly. Luo Ran thought about it and didn't act rashly, looking at the 2 words with a slight flirtation. Since we're told to wait, let's wait. Although Long Yanwei did not understand Luo Ran's order, but good discipline didn't make them talk much. You don't want that wooden sword? You don't have a handy sword either. On the way back to One Color Peak, Ah Fu chatted with Lu Chuan without words. That broken wooden sword, you've also used it for tens of thousands of years. Right. Stained with a large amount of your sword chi. With your ability. With some more time, You should be able to raise a good sword spirit. I noticed that you've been very active lately. Chattering, chattering, chattering. Lu Chuan listened impatiently, folded a branch, and smoothly inserted it into his waist. Don't act like an old mom all day long. You're in charge of everything. The donkey rolled his wise eyes in displeasure. You think I'm willing to care? If another person died in front of me, I wouldn't even blink. Silly dog. Lu Chuan bristled, but it was rare that he did not repair the donkey. You've killed too many people today. You'll attract heaven's punishment. Ah Fu changed the topic. What for? Lu Chuan impatiently pointed at the sky. Is the heavenly Tao so idle that it has to come and take care of a few pigs and dogs even after killing them? Ah Fu shook his head. A few deaths, of course, won't attract the attention of the heavenly Tao, but your power, it doesn't belong to this world. To explain it to you this way, compare this world to a computer. And your situation in this world is equivalent to a virus in the computer system. Your computer has a virus. Will you kill it with antivirus software? Bah! You are the virus. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. I'm afraid of her. I'll cut the girl if I'm pissed off. Reckless. The donkey let out a disdainful laugh and continued. Although you are truly invincible on Earth, it's hard to say whether you'll win or lose if you have to go head-to-head with the heavenly Tao of a great world. Besides, the heavenly Tao won't fight you head-on. It will just strike you with thunder every day, and if it doesn't kill you, it will annoy you to death. You dog, what are you trying to say by going around and around? Lu Chuan slapped the donkey in the face. The donkey's face was directly slapped out of shape, but it didn't care. It didn't matter. After all, it had been used to it for a long time. If Lu Chuan didn't give it a blow, it would be a bit uncomfortable instead. Let me get this straight. Fu shook his head, letting his deformed face return to normal. You need to learn the cultivation system of this world so that you won't cause the heavenly Tao to target you. You're sick. Lu Chuan's voice raised an octave. Are you sure that the two types of system power won't clash in Laozi's body? Ah Fu shook his head. I don't know. Look at it. Anyway, I'm only responsible for opening the hangars. Exactly how to operate. You solve it yourself. Lu Chuan thought for a while, but did not have a clue, and finally decided to go back and try first. It was pouring rain in the old Lone Mountain range at night. Luo Ran, who was before the mountain gate, led the Dragon Yuan guards to stand quietly in the pouring rain. Even under the heavy rain, the Dragon Yuan guards remained stalwart, keeping their formation intact. The word weight on the ground had been washed away by the rain. A black warhorse came at great speed from the distance, and it was one of the Dragon Yuan guards that had been sent out during the day to spy on the information. Elder, the cause of the matter has been clarified. Half a month ago, the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm opened, and all of the participating clans were wiped out, with the exception of the Bright Moon Pavilion disciples. This time it's the 10,000 Beast sect that has joined forces with all the great sects to cause trouble at the Bright Moon Pavilion. All of them were wiped out, and only those from the Bright Moon Pavilion survived? Luo Ran mused for a moment, feeling more and more that the transformation of the Bright Moon Pavilion was a bit bizarre. Since we're all here, let's wait here first. It wasn't without reason that Luo Ran had gotten to this point. Being careful is a constant truth wherever you put it. Of course, if it was determined that there were no variables in the manhwa Pavilion, then what awaited the manhwa Pavilion would be a massacre. Chapter 37, Unable to Cultivate. Senior, the Jin Yuan sect's people have been waiting at the bottom of the mountain all night. Lu Chuan had just gotten up when Nangong Chushue entered the small courtyard. Nangong Chushue's demeanor was a bit haggard. It seemed like she didn't rest last night. The arrival of the Dragon Yanwei gave her great pressure. How could Nangong Chushue not have expected that Jin Yuan sect would send out the Dragon Yuan guards? A great killer? Not in the mood for them. Let's air it out for a few more days. After Lu Chuan finished, he did radio gymnastics in the courtyard. Nangong Chushue's eyes jumped straight up. The other party is Jin Yuan sect. And the person coming is still Luo Ran. This big, is it really good to leave it hanging like this? But now that everything was staked on Lu Chuan, Nangong Chushue could only listen to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was finally a bit more comfortable after moving his body. With these old arms and legs, I'm really afraid that one day the body parts won't work anymore. That's right. Get me some introductory books on cultivation. And in addition find a girl who is articulate and logical to give me lessons. Nangong Chushue was a bit stunned, not understanding what Lu Chuan was trying to do. In her perception, Lu Chuan should be a cultivator, only that she didn't know what method she had used to mask the fluctuation of true essence in her body. Go on, silly. Lu Chuan slapped Nangong Chushue's ass. The fiery pain made Nangong Chushue come back to her senses and ran out with a red little face. Soon, Bai Lin Lin came to the small courtyard with some books, and a white stone. Obviously, the master that Nangong Chushue had found for Lu Chuan was Bai Lin Lin. Senior, this is the Bright Moon Pavilion's introductory technique, the Clear Spring Decree. and this is the Heavenly Starstone, something used to test qualifications. Bai Linlin was kind of familiar with Lu Chuan and didn't have much tension. Putting the things on the table, he introduced them to Lu Chuan one by one. This matter of cultivation is about talent, and Lu Chuan still understands this point. When Bai Linlin finished her introduction, Lu Chuan picked up the transparent stone and focused his attention on it. Hey, with the skills of a grandpa, he's at least overwhelmingly talented, isn't he? Lu Chuan held the stone proudly, and soon the Heavenly Starstone reacted. A little bit of colored mist lingered above the stone. Soon this mist grew more and more solid. These colored mists swirled and eventually coalesced into a bit of thumb-sized, black hole-like contraption. Pop! In the next moment, the Heavenly Starstone directly shattered away. This can make Lu Chuan awesome bad. The movement is so big. How is the natural talent outstanding? However, looking again at Bai Linlin, and the reactions of little Lulu, little Shiyun, and the red leaf realist who were watching from the sidelines, Lu Chuan felt that things were, well, a little off. The four women, all of them, were dumbfounded, as if they had not counted on this result even after 1,000 calculations. What? Moncler Outlet Online, this natural talent is not great? Lu Chuan asked with some uncertainty. Put the red leaf realist on the side. At this time, finally couldn't help himself and spewed out a mouthful. The red leaf reality covered her small mouth and laughed. Grand Master, your talent is more than outstanding. It's not too much to say that it's the only one in the entire Tianyuan continent. Lu Chuan can't understand. Since this is powerful, why do you still have this expression? Bai Linlin scratched her head and explained with a bitter, delicate little face. Senior, judging from the reaction of the Heavenly Starstone, your physique should be that of the legendary 5 elements hegemony body. Oh, ha ha ha, awesome ha. This name is not simple once you hear it. Lu Chuan was happy. He really was the chosen one. Put, ha ha, the red leaf realist on the side laughed out loud. Grandpa, this 5 elements hegemony body. Just the name sounds overbearing. From ancient times to the present day there are records of the successful cultivation of only this one person. Lu Chuan heard is not thought. Good talent, well, cultivation is difficult, that is not supposed to be. You shut up. Bai Linlin glared fiercely at the gloating red leaf realist. Then he looked at Lu Chuan with eyes full of apologies and explained. Senior, this 5 elements hegemony body. It's a very special type of physique. Usually for cultivators, there's usually just 1 or 2 main attributes, and as many as 3. When we cultivate, we only need to follow our own attributes and keep going, and the resources we need to consume won't be too much. But the 5 elements hegemony body, which is complete with all 5 elements, requires not only a terrifying amount of resources to cultivate, but also a balance of the 5 elements. According to the records, in the ancient times when resources were abundant, there were people who had succeeded in cultivating, but with the current amount of resources, it's simply impossible to cultivate the hegemonic body. Lu Chuan was dumbfounded by what he heard. His own physique was awesome, but he couldn't cultivate it, so it seemed to be the result. Grand Master, you are unable to cultivate, so where did you get this invincible power? Red leaf true, who was on the side? Snickered. None of your business. Lu Chuan angrily slapped the red leaf realist's butt. The pain was caused by the red leaf real person's tears. Disperse, disperse, do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. After a few people left, Lu Chuan found Afu. Donkey, you saw what happened just now. Unable to practice. No way. You panic a ball. Afu looked at Lu Chuan cheerfully. A little red light shot out from the eyes of the wisdom and swept Lu Chuan from head to tail. The 5 elements hegemony body. It's not that it can't be cultivated. It's just that the resources are limited. The inputs are not proportional to the returns, commonly known as value for money. You're stepping on a horse with a set of words. Say something that old me can understand. Lu Chuan wanted to give this donkey another shot. The donkey withdrew the red light and cheerfully said, it's very simple. The resources to raise one 5 elements hegemony body can feed millions of ordinary cultivators. And it's hard to cultivate the 5 elements hegemony body. If you can't find the balance, there's a risk of disintegration at any time. As far as this price/performance ratio is concerned, as long as there's no pit in the brain, no one would even think of investing in the 5 elements hegemony. It's just right. Old me is also too lazy to cultivate. Lu Chuan was indifferent. Why so tired? Directly lying flat is not good? Hey, just because others can't, doesn't mean you can't. Donkey cheaply came up to Lu Chuan. As long as I can match the information about this world, I can find enough resources for you. Now, you go find a few big cities and kill it so that the Heavenly Tao will step in to exterminate you. I'll take advantage of the time when the Heavenly Tao puts its attention on you to invade this great world, and as long as I succeed, I'll use the resources of the entire world to feed you alone. So I'm still afraid that I won't succeed? Get the hell out of here. Lu Chuan raised his foot and sent the donkey flying. Think about it. It's the only way. The donkey's undying voice came from far away. Lu Chuan wasn't that bored. Since he couldn't practice, he didn't practice. Doesn't he smell good when he's lying here looking at a beautiful woman? When the rejuvenation is successful and the dick thing works, wouldn't it be nice to marry 100 broads by then? Elder, it's bad. Something has happened to the disciple who traveled to the 100 Flowers sect to refine pills. While Lu Chuan was fantasizing about a bright future, Bai Linlin rushed into the small courtyard with a small white face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Chuan stood up from his chair with a prancing movement. Chapter 38, Sudden Death. The illusory face pill was Lu Chuan's only hope of returning to his old age. If anything goes wrong, this psychopath, he's going to put a hole in the sky. Go on, check it out. Lu Chuan followed by Linlin and headed to the main peak, Tianshui Peak. At this time, in the Tianshui Peak's council hall, hundreds of disciples stood quietly in the hall. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was terribly quiet. The occasional sob added a little more poignancy to the suppressed sadness. In the middle of the hall lay a maid covered in blood. Because his whole body was soaked with blood and his face was covered, he could no longer see his original appearance. Nangong Chushua tightly hugged the girl. Tears could not be stopped from dripping down in big drops. Where's the X? The girl, who was like a blood man, opened her eyes with difficulty, and her formerly bright pupils had become a lifeless gray. The girl gently spread her palm and a ring slipped from her hand. This ring contained the materials for refining the illusory face pill for Lu Chuan. Seeing the ring that was dyed red with blood, Nandong Chushua could no longer hold back and let out a loud cry. Xiao xiao, xiao xiao. Senior will come soon. Will come soon. You don't sleep. You don't sleep. Sleep will never wake up again. Yet the passage of life is never slowed down by the amount of emotion. Lin Xiaoxiao finally raised her head with difficulty and looked towards the door of the council chamber. The pale figure was not seen until the end of his life. My name is Lin Xiaoxiao. Small for size. Hey, elder, take us to pick herbs, will you? Hey, senior, why is your back always sprained? Ah, he. Senior, when we go back, can you teach me to practice my sword? When Lu Chuan arrived at the council chamber, Lin Xiaoxiao had already closed her eyes forever. Lu Chuan recognized the person wrapped in blood. The little girl who smiled all day and would hold her chin up with a stubborn face if she was upset. Lu Chuan has a bad memory, but has always remembered the name of this, smiling like a kitten girl. Her name is Lin Xiaoxiao. She's dead. The death was sudden. It was so sudden that it left Lu Chuan without any defense. Lu Chuan despises the lives of his enemies, but also values the lives of those around him. Lin Zhao's death caught Lu Chuan off guard and left him frozen in the doorway. In this world, the cheapest thing is life and the most precious thing is life. Cheap are the lives of your enemies, precious are the lives of those around you. Senpai. Nandong Chushua picked up the ring that Lin Xiaoxiao dropped and held it up in front of her eyes as she choked. Xiaoxiao and the girls didn't give up on the mission, and the materials for the illusory face pill are well protected. Lu Chuan sighed softly and walked into the hall. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's dead eyes, Lu Chuan gently closed them for her. There will be someone to bury you all. Lu Chuan's clear and cold voice resounded in the hall. How did it go? Nandong Chushua knew that now was not the time to be sad and silently wiped away her tears. For this trip to the 100 Flowers sect for alchemy, there are a total of 11 people on escort duty, with the person in charge being the 5th elder. In order not to attract attention, it didn't take a spirit beast, but instead used a magic weapon to fly to the 100 Flowers sect. Xiaoxiao finally brought back the news. They are in the Black Moon Beach. Encountered the evil cultivators. The 5th elder with other disciples died in battle. Only Xiaoxiao desperately broke out. Lu Chuan nodded. It seemed that he should have encountered a halfway robbery. Nandong Chushua looked sad and helpless. Over the years, manhwa Pavilion has been weak, and I've always restricted my disciples from going out just because I'm afraid of encountering this kind of thing. Take me to Black Moon Beach. Lu Chuan got up. Everything has to have a result, and it's only right that blood should pay for blood. Nandong Chushua nodded and picked up Lin Xiaoxiao's body, her eyes filled with rage. Lin, go prepare the materials for the Mirror Flower Water Moon and go to Black Moon Beach with Senior. The other disciples make preparations for battle and guard the mountain gate. No outsider shall step into the Bright Moon Pavilion before Senior returns. Red Leaf, you also follow Senior to Black Moon Beach. You know better about evil cultivators. Nandong Chushua arranged everything in an organized manner. Black Moon Beach, a necessary place to the 100 Flowers sect. If you don't go to the 100 Flowers sect via Black Moon Beach, you have to bypass the huge 100 Zephyr Lake, which will take a lot of time. Moreover, there were demonic beasts around 100 Zephyr Lake from time to time, and there was always the danger of being devoured. Therefore, Black Moon Beach has almost become a one-way street. Because of this, Black Moon Beach had also become the best place for the evil way to stop and rob. This was because those who traveled to the 100 Flowers sect were bound to be cultivators who went to refine pills, and usually carried a large amount of heavenly materials on their bodies. This kind of no-cost business who like to do. Over time, the Black Moon Beach has become a nest of robbers and bandits. In addition, the terrain here is extremely treacherous and close to Bay's Lake. Even if the upper three clans organized a siege, these evil cultivators drilled towards 100 Zephyr Lake and nothing happened. When the winds of the siege passed, the evil cultivators who were lucky enough to survive ran out again and continued to engage in their old profession. Moreover, these robbers are also smart, never messing with the disciples of big clans and sects, only robbing those clans that are weak. Obviously, the Bright Moon Pavilion belonged to the kind of powerlessness. When Luchuan arrived at Black Moon Beach, there were only corpses left all over the ground. The blood was blackened, tons of flies landed on top of the body, and scavengers leered around, ready to feast. Seeing the shattered corpses of her fellow disciples, Bai Linlin and her group couldn't help but redden their eyes. Let's collect the bodies of the girls first. Luchuan's expression was flat, and his voice couldn't hear any emotional fluctuations. The people complied and pieced together the body on the riverbank. Senior, something is wrong. Soon the Red Leaf Realist sensed that something was wrong. Say, Luchuan nodded expressionlessly. The Red Leaf Realist swallowed his saliva, a little afraid of Luchuan's appearance. The evil cultivators that are entrenched in Black Moon Beach generally don't take things to the extreme, and even robberies seldom kill anyone, let alone beat corpses to pieces. They are seeking wealth, and are not out to kill. The Red Leaf Reality looked at Luchuan, and seeing that Luchuan didn't respond, he could only continue. Judging by this means of driving the people out of business, it is possible that the robberies and killings were committed by a different group of people. With that, the Red Leaf Realist waved his hand, and a severed arm flew into his hand. The severed arm took on a bizarre, miserable green color, and it was obvious that it had been poisoned. There aren't many cultivators who use poison, and poison cultivators are one of the most sinful. Even the average evil cultivator wouldn't touch it. Finish in one breath. Luchuan frowned. Red Leaf Reality was startled and quickly nodded. This green poison, which I have seen before, is called Green Blaze and is only found on the 72 Immortals Island. 72 Divine Immortal Islands. Hearing this name, Bai Linlin and the others' hearts trembled. Chapter 39 Jin Sand Man's If we say that the 100 Ghost Sect is the leader of the evil paths in the central and western part of the Tian Yuan continent, then the 72 Divine Immortals Cave is the leader of the evil paths in the entire Tian Yuan continent. The 72 Immortal Caves, above the Sea of Undreaming, far from the mainland. It is said that the evil cultivators who gather at the 72 Divine Immortals Cave number in the tens of thousands. Each of these evil cultivators is ruthless, and they all have absolute unique skills. These people have gathered together to form a force that has almost caught up with the three sects. Even Yun Mengzi, one of the upper three clans next to the Unsleeping Sea, can't do anything about the 72 Divine Immortal Caves. When Real Red Leaf finished speaking, Luchuan raised his eyes to Bai Linlin. Girl, use the Mirror Flower Water Moon to restore the scene. One by one I'll go and execute their 9 clans. Good. Luchuan's words gave Bai Linlin a great sense of security. Soon the Mirror Flower Water Moon formation was completely set up, and the scene picture appeared in the water mirror. Seeing the tragic battle, as well as the fifth elder leading the maids, helping Lin Xiaoxiao to break the back and buy time for her to escape, the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion had long been sobbing uncontrollably. In the end, the battle ended with the fifth elder blowing himself up. In other words, it was impossible to find the remnants of the fifth elder's body at the scene. The silence was accompanied by low cries, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Elder, I recognize this person. He's from the 72 Divine Immortals Cave. In the end, it was the Red Leaf Realist who broke the silence, pointing at the picture, an old man who appeared at the end. Luchuan nodded his head. Now he could be sure that this hijacking was the work of the 72 Divine Immortals Cave. The Red Leaf Realist looked at the picture, somewhat puzzled. Senior, there's one thing I don't understand. The 72 Immortal Caves are usually active along the coast. How could they have come deeper into the vicinity of 100 Zephyr Lake? I'm afraid this place is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Unsleeping Sea. There's no reason for them to seek farther away and come here to rob and kill people. I'll figure it out. Saying that, Luchuan raised his eyes to look at the large mountains surrounding him and asked, are there evil cultivators in these mountains? Red Leaf Realist nodded. If there is no large-scale siege, the evil cultivators that are entrenched in Black Moon Beach are usually hiding in the surrounding mountains. Hearing this, Luchuan drew out a branch from his waist and ruthlessly plunged it into the ground. Sword 3, Human Scourge. The black sword chi spread out like a spider web. Soon, this black spider web sword chi spread over the entire ground, extending all the way into the surrounding mountains. Starting at the moment the spider web spread, the insects and birds disappeared, the breeze stopped blowing, and the small river not far away stopped flowing. All sound, at this moment, fell silent. 10 minutes later, the crowd saw a figure that walked out from the large mountain directly in front of them. The man was stagnant and walked shakily, like a walking corpse. Upon closer inspection, a black spider silk was attached to his feet. With the first came the second, then the third, then the fourth. But in 10 minutes' time, hundreds of people came out of the surrounding mountains. All of these people had one thing in common. They were controlled by the black sword chi, transformed into spider silk and became walking corpses. This is what kind of weird and evil means. This scene to see other people all over the body cold. The first one who came to Lu Chuan was a tall and thin middle-aged man. Sick Taiyu. Wu Dajiang. The red leaf realist looked at the middle-aged man with a surprised expression. This Wu Dajiang was also known in the evil circle. It is said that because the body has a disease, has not been able to cure, the whole person was tortured by the disease. Tall and thin with a skeleton-like, so got the Sick Tai Sui such a nickname. This Sick Taiyu, however, was a solid 6th realm cultivator, and was considered to be renowned in the evil Dao. However, right now, this Wu Dajian was looking at Lu Chuan like a puppet on strings, dumbfounded. What was the battle at Black Moon Beach earlier? Lu Chuan opened his mouth and asked. Wu Dajian nodded with a dull expression. The people from the 72 Immortal Caves came here the day before yesterday and negotiated with us to rob and kill the people from the Bright Moon Pavilion. The condition is that the people of the Bright Moon Pavilion must finish dying, and they won't take a penny of the property they gained. The Bright Moon Pavilion is weak, so we'll agree to it. After saying that, Wu Dajiang froze again and stopped saying anything. Not for wealth, only murder. Lu Chuan gently tapped his forehead. It seems that this matter still needs a trip to the 72 Immortals Cave to figure it out. There might be someone who buys murders. As Lu Chuan pondered, he drew out a branch from the ground and threw it. The branch landed firmly in the center of the creek. Since you guys are involved in this, you can go to hell. All of the controlled cultivators shifted their direction at this moment, walking woodenly towards the center position of the creek. Hundreds of people gathered in large and small circles, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. I'm going to the ING Fairy Cave. Who knows the way? After saying that, Lu Chuan used his black sword chi to protect all the maids. Red Leaf Reality thought for a moment and said, the 72 Immortals Cave is very mysterious. Above the vast ocean, it is said to be protected by natural formations, and it is very difficult to find. Senior, I can take you to the Unsleeping Sea, but I don't know the exact location, so you can go to Cloud Dream Zephyr, when the time comes. Boom! Before the Red Leaf Realist had finished speaking, the cultivators who had formed the circle not far away all exploded with a loud bang. The crowd only saw a flash of black light before their eyes. Then their ears lost hearing and their eyes were almost blinded. The explosion of hundreds of cultivators caused a commotion that was simply appalling. A huge black mushroom cloud rose, and the terrifying shockwave almost overturned everything that could be seen in a 10-mile radius. This is the origin of the name Human Woe in Lu Chuan's 12 sword stances, eroding living people with sword chi, and then stimulating living people to self-detonate with sword chi. Living human bomb maker. This move is best suited for mass slaughter. If Lu Chuan was willing, it would only take a few minutes to slaughter a big city with the human disaster. And the stronger the person controlled by the sword chi, the more powerful the explosion would be. These hundreds of people were all cultivators, and there was no shortage of powerful cultivators of the 6th realm like Wu Dajiang. The power of this explosion was the power of a small nuclear bomb. The most terrifying thing was that the black sword chi that scattered after the explosion would control the living people to self-detonate before it completely dissipated. These 12 sword moves were created during the time when Lu Chuan was most mentally abnormal. With anti-human and anti-social attributes pulled full circle, the crowd was protected by the sword chi, and although they weren't affected by the shockwave, the horrifying scene made everyone's legs and stomachs go weak. After the explosion, Lu Chuan retrieved all the scattered black sword chi. Nowadays, Lu Chuan, although the psychosis also intermittently attack, but after coming out has been much better, not to care about killing and burying. Girl, you guys go back first. I'll make a trip to the Unsleeping Sea with Little Red Leaf. Lu Chuan put a gentle wave of his hand and the branch in the center of the creek flew to Bai Lin Lin. The explosion of that magnitude just now actually didn't even damage this tree branch in the slightest. It was incredible. You take this branch, and when you meet something that looks for trouble and doesn't care, whip the hell out of it. Chapter 40, Doing some business on the side. White Wind Ferry. The outlet of the Unsleeping Sea, a huge city, White Wind City, was formed here with a focus on navigation and trade, and was managed by Yun Mengza, one of the upper 3 clans. Yun Mengza, in the upper 3 clans, was considered the most low-profile and the one with the weakest presence. Normally, It was rare to see a disciple of Cloud Dreamer walking the world. However, Yun Mengza was recognized as one of the richest clans on the Tianyuan continent. Because Cloud Dreamer was in charge of trade out to sea, there were 3 flying cloud merchant ships capable of crossing continents. These 3 merchant ships were responsible for commerce with other continents, traveling back and forth once every 3 or 5 years. Each round trip would bring great benefits to Cloud Dreamer. Yunmeng's seafaring trade hasn't been going well in the last few years. The 72 immortal caves on the Unsleeping Sea have seen a lot of activity over the years. Although they didn't dare to rob the flying cloud merchant ship in Yunmeng's, they frequently disembarked and plundered White Wind City. The entire White Wind City, which had been made to look like a chicken and dog in recent years, had greatly affected the trading activities of Yun Mengza. But Cloud Dreamer couldn't do much with this one rat turd, because the 72 immortal caves, in the middle of the vast ocean, are sheltered by natural formations. In addition, each of these evil cultivators are all human dragon and phoenix, really want to completely eradicate. I'm afraid that Yun Mengza will also be greatly injured. At that time, letting Xiantian sect and Jinyuan sect pick up the advantage for nothing was the last thing Yun Mengza wanted to see. It was already 2 days after Lu Chuan arrived at White Wind City. With Lu Chuan's speed, he had also rushed for 2 days, and had a new perception of the immensity of this world. The Red Leaf realist, who was following beside him, looked at the bustling streets. Elder, let's go to the city lord's mansion and ask. Yun Mengza surely knows the exact location of the 72 divine immortal caves. Lu Chuan didn't refuse. It was indeed a bit difficult to find a few small islands in this vast ocean. If the donkey matched the information from this world, it wouldn't have to be such a hassle. The city lord's office has issued a new notice. Recruiting again. For how many times this month? Now that the gang from the 72 gods immortal cave is rampant to the extreme, it is said that they have hit the idea to the flying cloud ship, and Yun Mengza is definitely going to make a move. We'll just watch the fun. Give more commissions. Then we have to have a life to spend it, don't we? In front of the luxurious gates of the city lord's mansion, a large group of cultivators were gathered around, discussing the newly issued bulletin on the wall. Lu Chuan looked at it. It was a recruitment notice for guards. The requirements were quite high. One had to be above the 5th realm, and sword cultivators were prioritized. And it's a long-term contract, 5 years minimum. Of course the conditions offered were also very attractive, with a minimum salary of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones per year, as well as a variety of heavenly materials. Lu Chuan remembered that the Manhwa Pavilion's yearly income was only about 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. This Cloud Dream Zephyr was able to offer an annual salary of 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones for recruiting a guard, so there was no problem in saying that it was rich and generous. Cloud Dream Zephyr seems to have had a hard time these years, with the price being set so high. After reading the bulletin, the Red Leaf realist sighed somewhat sadly. Lu Chuan thought about it and had an idea in his mind. Go and talk to their leader. How much can they give me for destroying the 72 immortal caves? The Bright Moon Pavilion is too poor, and since he decided to help them out, Lu Chuan was still slightly on the ball. We're going to destroy the 72 immortal caves anyway, so if we can make a profit for the maids of the Bright Moon Pavilion in the meantime, it's not bad at all. Right. Why didn't I think of that? The Red Leaf realist slapped his head. Ugh. What for? Apply for guards? Go over there. This side is the city lord's mansion. Red Leaf Makoto pulled Lu Chuan and ventured through the gate, and was unsurprisingly stopped by the guards. Lu Chuan was not in the mood to bother with the guard here, and directly used his sword chi to control the guard so that he could inform him of his purpose. Soon the city lord himself came out to greet the duo, acting enthusiastically. After all, it was unknown how many years it had been since there had been a fierce person who was going to go and destroy the 72 divine immortal caves. The lord of the city was a small, fat old man who looked to be in his 50s. A little fat, long and peaceful like a rich man. Both of you, inside please. The city lord couldn't hide his inner disappointment after seeing Lu Chuan and Red Leaf realist. But since he can sit in this position, this little fatso still has a knack for treating people well. The city lord didn't let the duo's appearance slow him down one bit. No need. Send someone who knows the way and head out to sea immediately. Lu Chuan didn't like human feelings and acted raw. The city lord was a bit embarrassed and smiled helplessly. Old man, going out to sea is not impossible, but you have to think clearly. This is not a joke. How much will you Yun Mengza give after eliminating the 72 divine immortal caves? Lu Chuan didn't want to bull **** with him and cut straight to the chase. Seeing that Lu Chuan was so confident, the city lord was a bit confused. Was this old man really capable? Or had he lost his mind? Moreover, he couldn't feel Lu Chuan's body. There were fluctuations of true essence, which made him a bit skeptical. 2 million top-grade spirit stones. After thinking it over, the city lord still quoted the price. 2 million top-grade spirit stones was almost 20 years of Manhwa's income. 1 byte price. $4 million. Lu Chuan also sat down and directly doubled the price. You are crazy. The city lord was taken aback. 4 million top-grade spirit stones was 3 whole years of income for Cloud Dream Zephyr. Just 4 million. Can we talk? Lu Chuan was strong, staring straight into the city lord's eyes. Looking at Lu Chuan's emotionless fluctuating eyes, the city lord felt his soul shaking inexplicably. 3 million. What Lu Chuan did not expect was that this little fat one actually resisted the pressure and returned the price. Yun Mengza is a big family. Although it earns a lot, it also has a lot of expenses. The price you quoted is too high. Every time we go to sea, there will be accidents. It's nothing if something goes wrong with the goods, but if something goes wrong with the people, then we will have to pay a large sum of money. Last time, the flying cloud ship crashed into an iceberg, and it cost 1 million top-grade spirit stones just to repair the ship. Just 4 million. 1 penny less and I'll pinch you to death. Send a man to the ferry right away, and set sail now. Lu Chuan's domineering character is on display. After saying that, he carried his hands behind his back and left the city lord's mansion. Looking at Lu Chuan's back as he left, the city lord let out a long breath. The pressure this old man brought to him was too much, especially when those eyes were staring at him, as if they were trying to suck the soul out of him. $4 million to exterminate the 72 immortal caves isn't too expensive. The city lord estimated it and felt that 4 million was still acceptable. Of course the prerequisite is that all 72 immortal caves must be destroyed. Don't let the whole wildfire burn out in the spring and those 4 million won't be spent in vain. The city lord pondered for a while, and finally made up his mind to take a gamble. There's nothing to lose anyway. If it succeeds, Yunmengs will get rid of a piece of heart disease in the future, and the safety of external navigation and White Wind City can also be guaranteed. If it fails, the old man won't be able to come back without worrying about coming looking for trouble. Chapter 41, Going out to sea to find an island. Elder, you really dare to ask for it. 4 million top-grade spirit stones. What a big pile that must be. In the ferry's small noodle shop, Lu Chuan was eating noodles, and the red leaf realist was accompanying him. It's going to be less. Lu Chuan shook his head. If we can destroy all 72 divine immortal caves, Yun Mengza can accept a higher price. The safety of the shipping routes is an important factor affecting trade, and Yunmengs is not going to save that money. Bang! As we were chatting, 4 men pushed their way into the noodle shop. After looking around, he walked straight towards Lu Chuan's seat. The big, black man in the lead heavily slapped a compass in his hand on the table. You little old man, hiding in this bird place to eat noodles and giving me a good search. Is that you want to go to sea, isn't it? The Hanyo's voice was so loud and frightening that it shook the entire small noodle shop. Is the city master taking the wrong medicine? Just these two people also want to go out to sea to find the god's immortal cave. This year is really what a cat and a dog. Snap. Before the Hanyu could finish his sentence, he received a slap on the face, and his whole body crashed through the small noodle shop and flew into the street. We have our next talking guest, Lu Chuan said, picking up the head-sized bowl and gulping down the noodle soup. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman looked at Lu Chuan and gulped. They didn't even see clearly how the person flew out. But one thing's for sure, it was this old noodle eater who did it. My name is Wang Shouyue. This is my second brother, Wang Shouyu. This is my little brother, Wang Sharan. The one who was slapped by you is our big brother, Wang Shui. It was the woman who eventually took the lead. Ha! Wang Shui 13 incense? Lu Chuan looked at Wang Shui, who was lying on the road, not knowing how to die, and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. What? Wang Shouyu didn't understand for a moment. Lu Chuan waved his hand. The mission is clear to you guys. Just take me to find that bull ****** fairy cave. Wang Shouyu nodded. The city lord has already explained. Okay, don't want to bother with you guys. Just do your own thing. Lu Chuan's mood is not good. Put down a sentence straight out of the noodle shop. Don't follow this 13 fragrance. It affects my mood. Out of the door Lu Chuan kicked Wang Shui again and left this sentence. You. Second brother Wang Xiaoyu couldn't stand it and just wanted to say a few words, only to have his mouth covered by Wang Shouyue. If you want to die, pick a different place. We can't afford to mess with this old man. Wang Shouyu nodded helplessly. The sailing went well. It caused quite a stir when it came on board. After all, this kind of death-seeking job doesn't come along very often these days. The veterans who hang out at White Wind Ferry, they all know one thing. That is, once the 4 siblings of the Wang family sailed out to sea, they must have gone to find the god's cave. Only these 4 siblings were able to accurately locate the location of the 72 Divine Immortals cave. The last time these 4 siblings sailed was like 20 years ago, right? Pretty much. There was a lot of fuss. I remember that time it was a bandit suppression team consisting of thousands of people, And there were also a few 7-realm grand cultivators. You guys remembered wrong. The last time was 32 years ago, when Cloud Dream Zephyr organized its own team to go to the sea. More than 3,000 people went and only 100 or so came back. It's been too long to remember much. Ugh, now Cloud Dreamer is getting more and more unreliable, actually letting an old man go out to sea. If we hitch the 4 siblings of the Wang family, Yun Mengzi won't even be able to cry when the time comes. It's said, that this 72 Divine Immortals cave is actually related to the other 2 great sects. Dude, that's not a good thing to say. Nonsense? You guys don't think about it. What makes these 72 Divine Immortal caves live so nourishingly under the eyes of Yun Mengzi? If it didn't have the support of the other 2 sects, I wouldn't believe it even if it killed me. There is some truth to it. After all, Cloud Dreamer's business is too lucrative. Or the only one. Can other people not be greedy? Hold it. These are not ours to discuss. The small golden boat carrying Lu Chuan and his group went out to sea, leading to endless discussions among the people on the shore. Elderly man, this is our Wang family's unique rushing boat. It's much faster than ordinary boats. If we want to go back, we can always turn around. On the boat, Wang Shouyu spoke to Lu Chuan apprehensively. Lu Chuan didn't pay any attention to her and sat alone at the bow of the boat, enjoying the scenery of the sea. Wang Shuyi, the unlucky man, is also on board, because to find the 72 immortal caves hidden by natural formations, the 4 siblings must work together to accomplish it. Although he didn't like the Hanyu, Lu Chuan let him on board. Wang Shuyi's right cheek was swollen high, and with an aggrieved face, he shrunk to the rear of the boat, trying to stay as far away from Lu Chuan as possible. I'll let you get away with that. Now you've kicked the bucket. Wang Shouyue gave Wang Shuyi a hard lesson while applying medicine. Hearing this, Wang Shuyi was even more aggrieved and shed tears. There's something funny about this big man bearing his eyes. For the next 2 days, the boat sped its way through the vast ocean. It wasn't until the middle of the night on the 3rd day, when it came to a black sea, that the small boat stopped. Old man, we're going to start locating Divine Immortal Island. Wang Shouyu looked nervously at Lu Chuan, still hoping in her heart that he would go back. After all these years, those who came to trouble the Immortal Cave didn't have a good ending. It was obvious that this girl was a kind-hearted child, and she wasn't worried about herself, but about the safety of Lu Chuan and the Red Leaf realist. Lu Chuan waved his hand. It's fine. If you feel unsafe, just set your positions and leave on your own. I don't mean this. Wang Shouyu let out a helpless bitter smile. Since he couldn't be persuaded, Wang Shouyue could only start his own work. The 4 siblings fixed the boat, and one of them took out a compass and looked at the stars above the sky. The location of the 72 Divine Immortal Caves is not fixed. Because of the influence of the natural formations, the location of the island groups will keep changing, but overall they will not move out of this Black Sea. Wang Shouyu explained for Lu Chuan. We can follow the astrological signs and locate the exact location of the current 72 Immortal Caves. Above the zenith, a few beams of moonlight fell down, accurately illuminating the center of the 4 people's compasses. The compass erupted with an intense golden light, and then this golden light returned to the celestial dome, and the compasses of the 4 began to rotate. As the 4 of them kept pinching, the ancient compass appeared to change in a shocking manner. The centers of the compasses slowly spread out, each center into the shape of a quarter lotus. Immediately afterward, the 4 of them brought their compasses together. The center lotus portion, detached from the compass, rises into the air to form a complete lotus flower. The lotus flower blooms slowly under the moonlight. Eventually, above the blooming lotus flower, a sea chart appeared. Found it. Wang Shouyu looked at the sea chart with a joyful heart. Chapter 42 is about killing people. However, before Wang Shouyu could tell the exact location, the calm sea actually churned up. Monstrous waves surged up, and the small boat shook violently in the huge waves, as if it would be smashed apart at any moment. A huge black shadow, looming in the huge waves, approached the small boat at great speed. Sea-devouring beast. How could an 8th realm demonic beast appear here? Seeing that black shadow, Wang Shouyu's voice changed in fear. Come on, speed up, get out of here. It was too late. However, as the dark figure rode in on a huge wave, opened its mouth wide in the surf, and stormily began to inhale, the boat kept circling under this terrifying suction. The sea-devouring beast was an 8th realm demonic beast, and of the 4 siblings of the Wang family, the highest realm was Wang Shuyi, who was only at the peak of the 5th realm. With such strength, trying to escape from under the mouth of the sea-devouring beast was simply a fool's errand. The churning waves sent several people into deep despair. Roll. Just at the moment when the boat was about to lose control, Lu Chuan's cool voice faintly sounded. The sound wasn't loud, yet it clearly traveled into everyone's ears. The voice seemed to hit directly above the soul, causing everyone to tremble. What was even more incredible was that the sea-eating beasts that came riding the waves and carrying the might of nature came with a roll of the word. It actually fell hard and smashed into the ocean. The crowd saw that the huge body of the sea-devouring beast, under the surface of the sea, was like avoiding the plague, going away at great speed. The people who had escaped from death were paralyzed on top of the boat, and the way they looked at Lu Chuan again had completely changed. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Wang Shouyu took the lead and thanked Lu Chuan, and the remaining three hurriedly followed and got up. "Is the location set?" Lu Chuan waved his hand in boredom. Wang Shouyu nodded. "It's set. 500 miles to the southeast. The 72 Gods and Immortals Cave is sheltered by natural formations. It's not that easy to enter." Before Wang Shouyu could finish his words, Lu Chuan had already disappeared in the bow of the boat. "The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Only the red leaf real person is used to it." Lethargically leaning against the side of the boat, looking out at the Black Sea. "Girl, what is this old man's origin?" Wang Shouyu really cannot tense up. Previously offended Lu Chuan, now can only probe the wind. "I don't know." Red Leaf Realist smiled and shrugged. "Just don't mess with his old man anyway." The crowd went silent for a while, just Lu Chuan's look that looked like the wind could blow him over. Who wouldn't want to mess with that? Third sister, there's something not quite right about the 8-mirrored demon beast appearing here. Wang Sharan, who had always spoken very little, spoke up worriedly at this moment. Wang Shouyu nodded. "It should be related to the Eye of the Spectral Springs tremor. The powerful demonic beasts in the center of the Undying Sea may have been driven to other regions." Alas, Wang Sharan sighed. "I don't know what's going on. The sea has not been peaceful for the past 2 years. Wang Shouyu rubbed Wang Sharan's head and laughed. "These things, which is our turn to worry about. The upper 3 sects have all sent people to the Eye of the Spectral Spring there. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Why is it so difficult to get rid of the tumor that is the 72 immortal caves? The reason was simple. This archipelago was sheltered by natural formations. The formation was magical and unusual, able to carry the archipelago and keep changing its position. Without the skill of astrological localization, it would be impossible to find it accurately in the middle of a vast ocean. Lu Chuan came to the direction Wang Shouyu had guided him to, and his entire body walked in mid-air. A large portion of the sea below was shrouded in a thick fog, which contained a great deal of raw human odor. It seems that the location is correct. This should be where the 72 immortal caves are located. Lu Chuan gently raised his hand and black sword chi began to linger at his fingertips. Lu Chuan maintained this action for 10 long minutes. The sword chi at his fingertips was also compressed into a tiny black hole-like thing. Sword 4, Wind Rising. Curving his fingers, he flicked a small black hole in his fingertips and fell from the heights. Lu Chuan also fell into the fog along with the small black hole. The small black hole eventually stayed about 10 meters above the fog while Lu Chuan continued down. As soon as it touched the dense fog, a great force of resistance bounced off the body. It seems that this is the shelter of the formation. This power couldn't be said to be much, but for the average cultivator, it was considered to be an uncrossable moat. Lu Chuan casually made a stroke, breaking through this force, and settled down to the ground, not really in the mood to observe any bull ***** environment. This time, I came here to kill people. Just leave a few alive and torture them when the time comes. Up! Lu Chuan lightly snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the small black hole that stayed above the thick fog suddenly exploded with black light. Then a huge suction force erupted from the black hole. Under the tremendous suction, the thick fog below, as if swallowed by a whale, surged into the black hole. The polar night began to cover the earth. The stars could not be seen in the sky, the moon could not be seen, and there was still hope for life. Finally, under this terrifying force, the entire 72 Divine Immortals Cave began to boil. A large number of cultivators, cursing, rose into the sky. When they realized that the polar night had fallen, the fog of the shelter islands disappeared. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. Which friend is visiting the Divine Immortal Cave? Could you come out for a moment? A mid-range voice rang out across the island. Lu Chuan wasn't in the mood at all. This time, I came here with one and only one purpose, to kill all the people here. Seeing that the fog was almost absorbed, the view opened up. Lu Chuan snapped his fingers again. Scatter! The tiny black hole stopped its stormy inhalation. Bang! A muffled sound rose at first. Then a black wind blade, no more than 10 inches, rushed out from the black hole. The speed of the wind blade was as fast as a meteor catching up with the moon, charging straight at those cultivators in mid-air. The cultivators staying above the sky had not yet had time to react. This wind blade then pulled out a long black stream of light and severed their necks. The severed heads fell from the sky above like dumplings. Donkey! Lu Chuan softly shouted. Ah Fu had the good sense to appear beside Lu Chuan. Ugh, master, if there's anything you need, just ask. Knowing that Lu Chuan was in a bad mood, Ah Fu didn't have the idea of ruffling the tiger's feathers. Lu Chuan nodded. Those heads. You collect them for me. I want to bring them back and honor the dead. Don't worry. It's a small matter. Ah Fu cheerfully snorted and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, then put his hands behind his back and walked unhurriedly towards the place with the most raw human scent. With every step, the small black hole in the sky emitted a black wind blade that mercilessly harvested lives. Chapter 43, Killing for Money. Not a bad reason. The black wind blades pulled out a colorful and brilliant light under the extreme night. The light intertwined into a great web, mercilessly harvesting life above the archipelago. Finally there was a roar of horror. He tried to run away, yet just as his feet stepped out, the wind blade pulled light and slashed across his neck. The warmth in his chest as the wind blade sliced through his neck was instantly cold. This is a dream. Yes, this must be a dream, because he didn't feel the pain. But, here and there on the island, the last roar of life told him that this was no dream. How can you think about reality in dreams? He saw his body, saw his toes, and finally sank into the endless darkness. Life is so cheap that it only takes the flick of a finger to take so much away. Lu Chuan walked step by step with his hands behind his back. 1235. This was the number of steps Lu Chuan had taken, and also the number of those deathly wind blades that were enveloping the archipelago at the moment. Tonight, there will be no survivors. After taking these 235 steps, Lu Chuan saw the first living person. No, it should be a bunch. The group hid in a cave, cursing hysterically and venting their fear. When they saw Lu Chuan, it was as if they saw a savior. They didn't know Lu Chuan, but the first time they saw this old man, they decided that he was the leader of this merciless massacre. It was a strange feeling, as if it was as marvelous as a heartbeat. Who are you? Who are you? And why are you slaughtering my divine immortal cave? A tall, middle-aged man summoned up the greatest courage in his life and growled at Lu Chuan. Is it important? Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head, finding a rock to sit on. Tell me, who are you? Who the hell are you? The middle-aged man went berserk and roared again. Does it matter? The question? For Lu Chuan this question is not important, but for this group of people who are going to die, the question is important. Can you close your eyes if you die so unexplained? Lu Chuan waved his hand and laughed, changing the topic. A few days ago, your divine immortal cave intercepted and killed the disciples of Bright Moon Pavilion at Black Moon Beach. Who was instructed by? The middle-aged man froze for a moment. It was obvious that he didn't know about this. Mistake. Mistake. We won't go deeper inland. It won't do us any good. As if he had grabbed a life preserver, the middle-aged man roared an explanation. Lu Chuan propped up his chin and tapped his cheek gently with his index finger as he slowly said, "Here's a hint. Green glaze." Hearing those 3 words, the middle-aged man's body shook. "Tu Bailey, son of a get your ass over here." The middle-aged man hissed and growled at the crowd at the back. Soon one man was thrown to the front of the line. Lu Chuan looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. It was the same old man who appeared at the end in the mirror flower water moon. Lu Chuan smiled faintly and said slightly flirtatiously, "Go ahead. You should have something to say to me." Tu Bailey looked at Lu Chuan and his entire body shook like a sieve. "I shouldn't have intercepted the Bright Moon Pavilion disciples. I'm ghostly, Your Honor." "Not that one." Lu Chuan waved his hand with some interest. I'll take it. A mission from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Kill a disciple of the Bright Moon Pavilion. 100 top-grade spirit stones. Lu Chuan nodded. It seems that things are still very simple. Taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters. Isn't it? Right. Tu Bailey hurriedly nodded his head, but immediately felt that it wasn't right and hurriedly shook his head again. Alright, killing for money is a good reason. Lu Chuan got up and patted the dust. Elder, the murderer has been found. Can you release me from the divine immortal cave? No matter what the compensation is, I am willing to accept it. The middle-aged man had a strong desire to survive and wanted to win a silver lining for himself. Lu Chuan shrugged and smiled happily. Like I said, killing for money is a good reason. It just so happens that I've also taken on a quest. 4 million top-grade spirit stones to exterminate your divine immortal cave. Is there anything else you want to ask? The middle-aged man's head swam when he heard this. I can offer a higher price. I only ask that Senior leave a thread of life. Put. Lu Chuan couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, and then nervously wrung his neck. You really think I'm here for the money? Ha ha ha. Wrong. I just want to find some people. For the girls to accompany the funeral of course the accompanying more people. Make money is just by the way. After saying this Lu Chuan slipped out with his hands behind his back. The haze in his heart in these days was finally dispersed some, and his mood was much better. Ha 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 ha. Want to find us to bury with you? You don't want to leave here either. Amidst the middle-aged man's extreme despair, he was perversely smiling. Do you know why this place is even called God's Cave? Because real gods live here. Ha ha ha. You destroyed the formation. You massacred here. The blood will awaken him. The formation will not be able to trap him. And the Tianyuan continent will see havoc, haha. Under the middle-aged man's desperate roar, the entire archipelago began to tremble violently. A long, explosive cry rang out between heaven and earth. The thick color of the night seemed to be aggravated by a few more points at the moment, so thick that even a knife could not cut it, nor a needle could pierce it. The wind rose up and swept up the gray stones in the sky. A slender figure loomed in the gusty wind. The figure seemed far away, and then it seemed to be within reach. At this time, the top of Kunlun in the far north, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. The moment the man opened his eyes, there seemed to be stars shining brightly in those eyes again. He looked away in the direction of the unsleeping sea and gently shook his head. The wind spirit has been awakened, so it looks like a trip down the mountain is in order. It's a bit interesting. This should be a kind of wind attribute deity that was born and bred in the earth. We can catch it and study it. This kind of deity is extremely informative and can deduce the evolution of this world. Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan at an unknown time. Looking at the figure looming in the gale, Alfred cheerfully made a suggestion. Behind this donkey's ass, it was dragging a huge netting. The mesh pocket was full of a fresh head. Lu Chuan smashed Ah Fu's head flat with a fist. Go collect heads for me. Where did all this come from? Hey, a small suggestion. By the way, post a side quest for you. Do it if you want. It doesn't matter if you don't. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Ah Fu smiled with him and dragged the netting away in a huff. Lu Chuan looked at the figure and had little interest in this kind of bull deity. As long as he didn't come to mess with himself, everything was fine. Ding! Special side quest opens. Wind spirit awakens. At this moment, a mechanical quest beep sounded in his head. The spirit of the wind, which has been suppressed by the heavenly Tao for tens of thousands of years, is liberated by the host, and the Tianyuan continent will see a cataclysmic event. The host can take in the wind spirit to help cultivate the 5 elements buster body. Chapter 44, Targeted. You're teaching me how to do my job, aren't you? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and raised his chin at the figure in the gale. That black guy. Stop playing with the wind and get your ass over here. The violent gusts of wind came to an abrupt end at that moment. The black figure froze in place. Obviously, he was shocked by Lu Chuan's words. What are you looking at? Haven't seen a handsome man? I told you to get over here. Didn't you hear me? Lu Chuan was a little impatient. You seek death. An irritated, indistinguishable voice rang out. Then that black shadow violently disappeared in place, and when it reappeared it was already in front of Lu Chuan. A pair of big black hands grabbed at Lu Chuan's chest. The large black hand brought up a nameless wind, which cut through the surrounding space. The air was covered with cracks as if it were a broken mirror. You. Give a. Lu Chuan stretched out his big slap with some annoyance. Pop. Lu Chuan came after him and slapped the black shadow's face first. After the crisp slap, the dark figure held up his hand and froze on the spot again. Snap. Lu Chuan slapped the black shadow's face with several more forward and backward slaps, directly knocking the bastard out of his mind. I am a wind spirit. I am a god born and bred. How did you come across me? The dark figure held up his hand and asked with a sobbing voice. Crying? How dare you cry? I'll whip the hell out of you. Lu Chuan raised his big slap again, and the black shadow was so scared that he immediately covered his mouth. I'm short of a fighter, and seeing as you've got great bones, you're the one. Lu Chuan is a bit lazy and doesn't want to get his hands dirty a lot of the time. Getting a hitter also fits the need of the hour. The black shadow instantly exploded when it heard this request. I, the spirit of the wind, a god born and bred. What are you? The thing that gives no face. Lu Chuan raised his palm and slashed at the black shadow. Oh. Don't fight. Don't fight. The black mist on the black shadow's body faded quite a bit from being pumped, huffing and puffing for Lu Chuan to stop. Have you thought about it yet? Lu Chuan blared fiercely at the black shadow. The dark figure's neck cringed and he nodded weakly. Think about it. However, in the next moment, the black shadow suddenly stormed up and headed straight for the sky. Bah! The array is broken. There is nothing in this world that can trap me anymore. You old undead thing. You still want me to be a fighter. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. Before the black shadow could finish his words, he suddenly screamed miserably and fell from the sky, head first. It turned out to be a blade of wind that cut across his neck. What made Lu Chuan a little surprised was that the bastard actually didn't have any big deal. The neck that had been sliced by the wind blade was quickly restored. Forget it, it's such a hassle. Lu Chuan shook his head and lightly snapped his fingers. The tiny black hole suspended in the sky above trembled gently. Dozens of wind blades swooped straight down towards the black shadow. What do you take me for? I'm a born and bred wind deity. What can a mere wind blade do to me? The black shadow stiffened in the face of the rushing wind blade and rose from the ground. However, in the next moment, the black shadow plopped down and knelt in front of Lu Chuan. Good man, spare your life. Good man, spare your life. I'm willing to help the good man out. Put. Lu Chuan, a mouthful of old blood, almost did not spray out. This good, so no sense of propriety? Is this really a deity? Such a weak, feckless deity? Lu Chuan waved his hand and the rushing wind blades dispersed. You've already fooled me once just now. One more time and I'll drown you in the toilet. Don't worry, good man. There will definitely not be a next time. The black shadow raised his hand and swore up at the sky. Put. Heavens, earth, where did this demon come from? When the group of people on the island saw this final result, each one of them almost didn't ascend to heaven on the spot. Of course they weren't scared to death, but it was only a matter of time before they ascended. Black guy, go help my donkey collect heads. Lu Chuan commanded and waddled away with his hands behind his back. Lu Chuan skipped around the island to make sure there wouldn't be any leaks, and then returned to the boat. When the crowd saw Lu Chuan come back so quickly, they all thought that the old man couldn't handle it and was rushing to run away. Wait here for a while. Lu Chuan looked at Wang Shouyu, who was about to start the boat, and waved his hand. Ha! Wang Shouyu was a bit bewildered. Former seniors, aren't we going to run away? Run for what? Lu Chuan was also a bit confused. Wait for those evil cultivators from the divine immortal cave to come out after us, then it will be too late to run. Wang Shouyu looked at the sea in the distance and was a little anxious. Ha! Lu Chuan smiled. It's okay, it's solved. No one will come after us. Of course the crowd didn't believe it. It had only been an hour. There are tens of thousands of evil cultivators entrenched in the 72 immortal caves. That's tens of thousands of pigs. You can't kill them all in an hour, right? Lu Chuan didn't bother to explain and looked up at the sky. From 10 minutes ago, Lu Chuan had sensed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him from above the sky. Not only that, but there was also a huge energy that was converging crazily. It's going to change. Wang Shouyu realized that there was actually a layer of thick clouds above the zenith at an unknown time. Even more bizarrely, these clouds actually converged from all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, though, the clouds completely obscured the sky. The clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and in the end it was as if they were directly pressed down from above their heads, making people gasp for air. Boom! The sound of thunder rang out under the collision in the clouds. Red thunderbolts, like giant dragons, loomed in the clouds. What is this? Why is it red lightning? The might of heaven and earth was so magnificent that a few people were scared and their entire bodies were standing up in sweat. Especially at the moment when the shocking thunder rang out. It was as if the gods and souls were going to be shaken apart. Thunder! Thunderbolt! The red leaf realist swallowed and looked at Lu Chuan as such a word popped out of his mouth. Thunderbolt! The four siblings were scared out of their wits when they heard those two words. In fact, as long as one was a cultivator, when they heard these two words, they would all shake a little. This thing is what the heavenly Tao is specifically targeting. Them cultivators who are stealing the heaven and earth's chi. But normally, only when one enters the third realm of the divine Tao would one attract a lightning tribulation. In the entire Tian Yuan continent, the known third realm of the divine Tao was the master of the Kunlun divine palace. As for there not being any other divine Tao third realm yet, I hadn't really heard of it yet. Perhaps those ancient clans that had been passed down for millions of years would have it. But there was no one here who was going to cross over to the divine Tao third realm. So how could they attract a thunderbolt? Looking at the blood clouds that dyed the entire sky, Red Leaf realist's voice trembled. It is recorded in ancient texts that the divine thunder of transition is green in color, and this red one is the divine destruction thunder tribulation. It was triggered once a million years ago when the extraterrestrial heavenly demon descended. Chapter 45, The God Exterminating Thunder Tribulation. At that moment, Fu, who was picking up heads on the island, noticed the change in the distant zenith. Wahahaha, here it comes, here it comes. Alfred's eyes barely glazed over. The black shadow that was sent by Lu Chuan to collect the heads of the people, at this time, felt the terrifying might of heaven and earth, and was so scared that he squatted on the ground, wiping his tears. Oh, I didn't do anything. There's no need for the God-extinguishing thunderbolt to split me. What can I do? Gee whiz. You really know how to put a smile on your face. Alfred rolled his eyes dismissively and unhooked the netting he was dragging on his body. Another hoof to the side. Long since lost in fear, came the dark figure. Little brat. Finish picking up the heads properly. One less skin for you. Then Fu turned into a flash of red light and disappeared into the island. The dark figure stared blankly at a netful of heads. It was finally determined that this god-destroying thunder tribulation was not directed at him. Since it wasn't coming at him, it could only be that dead old man from earlier. Bah! Since the beginning of time, There hasn't been anyone who has survived the God-extinguishing thunder tribulation, and deserved to die. Bad old man. The black shadow spat viciously and stood up, turning into a streak of light that disappeared into the sky. You guys go first, little red leaf, you just wait for me at the white wind fairy. Lu Chuan moved his body and barked at the red leaf realist. Realist Hong Yi immediately realized that this god-destroying thunder tribulation was aimed at Lu Chuan. Realizing this, the red leaf realist's heart stopped abruptly, and his eyes stared as if they were bronze bells. This was because according to the records, it seemed that no one had ever lived under the god-destroying thunder tribulation from ancient times to the present day. The red leaf realist looked at Lu Chuan in a stupefied manner, wanting to say something but having no way to do so. In this situation, she realized that she was as small as dust, and that making a sound would not stir up a single wave. Go! Lu Chuan flicked his foot, and the black sword chi wrapped around the boat and sped away. Looking at Lu Chuan, who was getting farther and farther away, the red leaf real person felt his eyes a little sour. Although she hadn't spent much time with Lu Chuan, these days were the most peaceful period of her life. She didn't know when she had already seen Lu Chuan as a dependency. It's like there's nothing that can't be solved as long as he's around. Red leaf reality slumped down on the bow of the boat and roared with all her strength. Elder, be sure to come back safely. The red leaf realist shouted out these words, and his entire body leaned against the side of the ship as if he had lost his strength. Just can it come back? On top of the heaven-mending peak in the extreme south, a tall old man looked at the distant sky with a complicated expression. God-destroying thunder tribulation. Old me hasn't been out for but 1,000 years. Has some demon against the heavens come out of this Tianyuan continent again? It seems like it's time to go out for a walk. On top of Penglai Island in the extreme east, a good-looking man in white stood with his hands folded. The man likewise looked at the distant sky, his eyes full of worry. These years, the Tianyuan continent has not been plagued by any calamities, and no great devils have been born. So how could a god-extinguishing thunder tribulation suddenly descend? The spectral spring vibrated but didn't open. What went wrong? In the middle of the vast Gobi in the far west, it is said that an ancient family is hidden here. A young girl was carrying a large mountain on her back, like an ascetic, walking barefoot on the hard Gobi beach, her cool face without a single ripple. Soon the young girl seemed to sense something, and with a gentle tremor, the large mountain on her body instantly turned into pieces. She raised her head to look at the distant sky and muttered up, God-extinguishing thunder tribulation. Interesting, take advantage of the spectral spring's tremor and go out for a walk. In the far north, the man with stars shining in his eyes walked down the Kunlun mountains. It's on, the old thing s him, I'm going to steal ya old home. Lu Chuan's gleeful voice rang in his head. Dog, next time you speak suddenly, I'll strangle you with one hand. Lu Chuan said, raising his eyes to the sky. The blood-colored clouds lowered a few more points, low as if he could reach out and touch it. Subconsciously, he reached for his waist, yet froze. Turns out there was no longer a sword at his waist. At this moment, Ah Fu's voice sounded in Lu Chuan's mind again. There's a sword. There's a sword. There's a sword. There's 2 swords sealed in your memory gate. A black kill life and a white seek mercy. Take it out and ya. Lu Chuan didn't want to take care of the bastard. Gently pointed at the sea at his feet and hooked his finger. The sea, which was still calm, churned madly the moment Lu Chuan hooked his finger. Bang! 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 Explosive sounds rang out between heaven and earth. Dozens of water columns that looked like giant dragons were rolled up in the churning sea. A wave, rolling up from below, lifted Lu Chuan and rushed towards the sky above. Old crazy! Old crazy! Fu's somewhat exasperated voice rang out. Don't go and take the initiative to meet the battle. Your body is too pale to withstand it. Wait down below to take advantage of the situation. Lu Chuan didn't pay attention to Ah Fu and just looked at the blood clouds above the sky. At this moment, the blood cloud began to spin wildly. In the dome of the sky above the formation of a huge vortex, the center of the vortex, there is a red thunder dragon swimming in it, the might of the full force of the world's power. However, Lu Chuan only pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled indifferently in the face of this might of heaven and earth. It seemed to have sensed Lu Chuan's contemptuous smile. Boom! The god-destroying thunder tribulation activated with endless fury in the next moment. A red color flashed between heaven and earth, cutting through the darkness of the night. Thunder rumbled, and a red thunder dragon, wrapped in sky-destroying energy, rushed straight at Lu Chuan from the center of the vortex. Lu Chuan was at this point, but he closed his eyes. Close. 1,000 meters. 100 meters. 10 meters. When the thunder dragon was about to blast Lu Chuan's head, those cloudy eyes snapped open. Black sword chi erupted from his body and shot up into the sky. The black sword chi, like oil dripping in clear water, polluted the sky at great speed. The entire sky was split into 2 colors by Lu Chuan's black sword chi, and the red god extinguishing thunder. Bang! Lu Chuan's hands turned a pitch-black color under the lingering sword chi. Lu Chuan used these withered old hands to ruthlessly press against Lei Long's mouth. Lu Chuan, who was as small as dust, put his hand against the massive red thunder dragon. If someone were to be lucky enough to see this scene, they would be shocked beyond words. Humph, do you think I ate 100,000 years of vigorous pills for nothing? Lu Chuan let out a cold snort, and the lean muscles of his entire body actually bulged at this moment. In the next moment, Lu Chuan focused his power on his hand and tore it down fiercely. A power that was like a demon god destroying the world, cracking the sky and shaking the earth, erupted from the rickety body. The massive head of the brontosaurus was ripped open, then the torso, and finally the tail. A god-extinguishing thunder had actually been torn apart so alive by Lu Chuan. Chapter 46, I have a sword that can cut down the might of heaven. Don't mess around. Your body won't be able to take it. Grandpa, ancestor, I beg you, use the sword. Use the sword. Fu's voice took on a sobbing tone in his haste. However, Lu Chuan didn't even bother with it. After shredding the first divine thunderbolt, the waves underneath his feet pulled up a bit. Fu sighed. Knowing that he couldn't persuade this old guy, he simply shut his mouth. Immediately following, the second god-destroying thunder blasted down. Lu Chuan raised his fist, stimulating the full power of his flesh and fiercely blasted it. The red thunder dragon, once again, was shattered. The third course, the fourth, 15 courses. Lu Chuan blasted through the entire 15 divine destruction thunder. At this moment, Lu Chuan's face was already covered with cracks, as if it would shatter open the next moment. However, the thunderbolt in the sky had no intention of calming down at all, and its power was even increasing. Ahem, can't help it if you don't serve your age. Lu Chuan coughed out a mouthful of blood and laughed to himself. Boom! Another red thunder dragon smashed down. Lu Chuan gently snapped his fingers, and a monstrous pillar of water that had been left below came to life at this moment. The black sword chi wrapped the water column and transformed into a huge black dragon. The black water dragon roared and charged up, colliding with the red thunder dragon. Water and thunder, the two attributes collided together, rubbing out brilliant sparks. The entire sky, at this moment, was illuminated. It seems like the blooming fire of flowers, splendid to the extreme. For every thunder dragon he shattered, Lu Chuan let the waves carry him up a bit, until the last pillar of water was used up. Lu Chuan was already very close to the red vortex, and at that moment, the god-extinguishing thunder had blasted down a full 80 channels. Lu Chuan's situation was not optimistic, and his pale body, unable to withstand this kind of power, had begun to crumble. The skin on his face, too, like a shattered mirror, began to fall off piece by piece. However, Lu Chuan smiled indifferently. Maybe, he's always been like that and nothing matters. The center of the vortex of the blood-colored thunderclouds was roaring madly at this moment, with countless scarlet thunderbolts, brightening and flickering in it. Lu Chuan knew that this should be the last god-extinguishing thunder, also the strongest one. Subconsciously, he touched his waist and it was empty. Lu Chuan smiled and knocked his forehead. This memory was getting worse. He didn't have a sword on him, and at that moment, the center of the vortex of thunderclouds had rioted. The last red dragon was being generated at an extremely high speed, perhaps because the red color was too strong. This last thunder dragon had turned black. Lu Chuan gently cut open his palm and blood gushed out. Merging his fingers into a sword, he wiped it in front of him. The blood gathered and pulled into a long, blood-colored sword. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and gently gripped the hilt of his sword. Today, using blood as a sword, cut through the sky. Sword 11, Great Destruction. Die. There was no flashy sword light, no brilliant colors. Lu Chuan used this bloody sword and swung it out fiercely. A black sword chi was pulled out in front of him. This black sword chi leaped up and headed straight for the center of the vortex. Sword chi rises against the wind. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, all the way to the end. This black sword chi stretched across the dome of the sky. This sword chi that tore through the heavens chopped onto the red thundercloud vortex. A cold black light exploded above the dome of the sky. There were no violent collisions, no brilliant flurries. Everything is so quiet. That sharp sword chi just chopped through the center of the whirlpool without bringing up a single ripple. Time stops at this moment. The black lightning dragon stopped. The red vortex also stopped spinning. Bang! The thundercloud vortex shattered apart in the next moment. The entire sky became as clean as if it had been washed by a fresh spring. Everyone else's heavenly tribulation was used to cross. Only Lu Chuan's heavenly tribulation was used to cut. I have a sword that can cut through the might of heaven. Ahem. Lu Chuan coughed violently. The loss of blood and the overloading of his body made Lu Chuan's head a little dizzy, and it was only by holding on that he didn't plant himself in the middle of the sea. Grandpa is awesome. Grandpa is invincible. At this moment, Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan and carried him down to that, above the archipelago that had already been slaughtered cleanly. Alfred's head was propped up wide for some reason. It makes it look more and more like a bean batch. Ha ha ha. Alfred landed on his feet, happy as a baby. Grandpa, it worked. I matched the information of this world. This world is truly unexpected. There is so much information and so much explosions that I need some time to organize it. Lu Chuan's whole body hurt so much that he wasn't in the mood to take care of the bastard and rolled his eyes. Hurry up and put the heads away from me and go back to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Annoyed to death this day in and day out. Got it. You sit down. I'll go to work. The donkey nodded with a low brow, respectful to the point that he was close to getting a row for Lu Chuan and offering the man up. Lu Chuan leaned against a rock, and because he was so tired, he didn't know when he fell asleep. Master, what's wrong with you? You can't die. How can I live if you die? The donkey's crying and dry howling woke Lu Zichuan up. It was dawn when I opened my eyes. The sky was blue and clean, the breeze wasn't too dry, and the sun was just right. Lu Chuan slapped Ah Fu's donkey face and said viciously, "You're howling in mourning. Are you done?" The slap in the face cheered Alfred up. It's still a familiar recipe. Still a familiar slap in the face. Hey, it's done. The total number of heads is 12,318. Alfred turned his head in triumph and looked at the huge netting behind him. Inside filled with human heads. Blood soaked the land under the net. The whole a hell on earth look. By the way, the wind spirit seems to have run away. Let me meet him again. For ya to beat out. Lu Chuan waved his hand. Pull back. A small chicken by him to go. Quickly return to the manhwa Pavilion. If you cannot return to the old, this body really want to collapse. Alas. Get it. You sit firmly. Ah Fu dragged the net pocket and carried Lu Chuan up into the sky. A donkey, dragging tens of thousands of heads, ran up in the sky. There was also an old man sitting on his back, with some of his skin peeling off and still full of cracks. This horrifying scene, if seen by a less courageous person, could probably be scared to pee on the spot. Red Leaf Reality stretched her slender white neck and looked at the sea for the whole night. The movement in the sky had long since fallen. Yet until now, Lu Chuan had not returned. The Red Leaf Realist's mood had hit rock bottom. Without Lu Chuan's shelter, how long can this peace and quiet last? What's that? Suddenly someone shouted, pointing to the distant sky. Soon the people on the ferry all noticed a black dot in the distant sky. Everyone's heads started to go down as the distance closed in. Chapter 47, Shaking the World. A donkey, dragging this netting with lots and lots of heads in it. The crowd was so shaken by the sudden arrival of the donkey that it was as if they had received an electric shock, and their spirits were in a state of half dementia. Everyone was completely stunned, as if they had lost their voices, as if they were numb, neither able to speak nor have power. Go to the city lord's house. Lu Chuan didn't let Ah Fu land. He just shouted to Hong Yi in the air. When the Red Leaf Realist heard Lu Chuan's voice, his entire being came back to life at that moment. She got up and wiped her eyes, happily running to the city lord's mansion. Red Leaf Makoto's run brought up a chain reaction. The people on the ferry all followed her, and together they ran towards the city lord's mansion. What happened? The gang from the 72 Gods and Immortals cave is here again? Ugh, what's wrong with dude? Pedestrians on the road couldn't help but ask curiously when they saw this scene. Go to the city lord's mansion. Something big is happening. What's the big deal? I don't know. Just go. It's definitely a big deal. Such conversations went on and on over the road. 1 passes it on. 10 passes it on. Something big is happening. This news, like the spring breeze, quickly spread throughout White Wind City. The number of people running towards the city lord's mansion grew and grew, and in the end, the entire street was filled. A sea of people, one after another. Even when the flying cloud ship set sail and the Cloud Dream Zephyr Patriarch came in person, there was no such pomp and circumstance. The great commotion in the city made the city lord think that the 72 Immortal Caves had launched a general attack on White Wind City. The lord of the city took his men and prepared to go to the support of the ferry. He had just stepped out of the city lord's mansion when, above the sky, a skinny donkey fell down, with a man sitting on the back of the skinny donkey, and the donkey dragging a netting. The mesh pockets were full of heads. The city lord's face turned white in an instant. His eyes glazed over. His mouth opened wide, and his mind went blank. Fatty, pay up. Lu Chuan, sitting on the back of the donkey, roared. The roar brought the city lord back to reality. Soon he realized what was going on and ordered in a hurry. Seal the gates and don't let anyone in. The guards also finally came back to their senses and moved to seal the gate leading to the city lord's mansion. The lord of the city trembled and ran to the netting full of heads. 100 Poison Cave Master. Spirit Snake Cave Master. Dayu Cave Master. The city lord looked at the heads and muttered with a trembling voice. These names he recited were all the cave masters of the 72 divine immortal caves, and they were all renowned great cultivators of the evil Tao. Yet these once untouchable fellows were now being decapitated and put inside a mesh net. Eventually the city lord found the head of a middle-aged man in the netting. His heart dropped completely at this moment, because the owner of this head was the biggest head of the 72 immortal caves. Until this point, the city lord could be certain that the 72 divine immortal caves were completely erased. The city lord was trembling with excitement. This tumor had finally been removed. Elderly man, take a bow from me. In his excitement, the city lord bowed fiercely to Lu Chuan. Pay up and stop nagging me here. Lu Chuan waved his hand impatiently. The city lord didn't dare to be slow, and quickly turned around. Old man, you wait a moment, and immediately have someone transfer spirit stones from the clan. Get out of the way of the old lady's death. The guard at the door at this time was suddenly kicked out. A flash of red, like a cheerful lark, rushed to Lu Chuan. The crowd that was blocking the doorway rushed in after them. The red leaf reality rushed to Lu Chuan, her small face red from the intense running. She looked at Lu Chuan and giggled, scratching her head in some embarrassment. Hey, 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 silly, Lu Chuan cried and laughed a little. This was really tigerish. This is the head of the 100 Eyes True Lord. This is a 5th realm cultivator. This is the Tai In Shangren, the last attack on the ferry. It is this massacre of civilians. Good death, everyone. Come and see. This is Poison Glaze 2 Bailey, which once poisoned a town of tens of thousands of people. A good death. Master, you are in heaven. Woo woo. People gathered in front of the netting, and some people spoke, as if they were counting, of the evil deeds in the life of the owners of these heads. Some howled and cried out for those who had died. Things were already out of control, and the city lord didn't dare to throw people out at this point in time. Big guy, listen to me. The city lord roared loudly. Finally all eyes gathered on the city lord. Clearing his throat, the city lord took a deep breath and then roared out with his entire body. I, the 38th generation of White Wind City's city lord, Xian Duo, announced the total destruction of the 72 divine immortal caves. From now on, people don't have to be on their toes. Cultivators can safely go out to sea to the major islands in search of heavenly treasures. Civilians can farm without fear and no one will bother us anymore. The voice rose from the city lord's mansion and scraped across the entire White Wind City. Millions of people in White Wind City were looking in the direction of the sea at this moment. It seemed like a dream, and then it didn't. Gentlemen, let me make a grand introduction to the high-ranking person who annihilated the 72 divine immortal caves. The city lord was spirited and turned around, ready to introduce Lu Chuan to everyone. However, at this time, Lu Chuan, who had already been supported by the Red Leaf realist, walked to the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Seniors, the city lord shouted loudly. Lu Chuan raised his hand and gently waved it, entering the city lord's mansion without a word. When the crowd saw Lu Chuan's pale and hunched back, they didn't know what to do for a while. The city lord was a bit embarrassed. It was obvious that Lu Chuan seemed to have little interest in fame and fortune. Disperse, gentlemen, and go and prepare to sail. The islands of the Great Sea await you. The crowd then reacted to the fact that because of the 72 immortal caves, those of them hadn't gone out to sea for many years. The undreaming sea was so large that the richness of its resources was simply not comparable to land. It was now possible to go out to sea, which meant that there was a large amount of heavenly treasures at sea, waiting for them. Brothers, set sail. On this day, the White Wind Ferry ushered in a prosperity not seen in 1,000 years. On this day, the news of the destruction of the 72 immortal caves spread out from White Wind City, shaking the entire continent. On this day, the portrait of an old man appeared in all the great clans, as well as all the ancient families. Elder, your body. In the city lord's mansion, the Red Leaf realist looked at Lu Chuan's cracked body and tears barred his eyes. Lu Chuan looked amused. This is usually tough like a man, but at this time she is like a small woman. It's fine. Good people don't live long, and evils last for 1,000 years. A downright devil like me won't hiccup easily. Chapter 48 Honoring the Dead. What a big devil. You are a real hero. The cultivators who died under the 72 divine immortal caves as well as the civilians are at least in the millions, so I don't know how many people will be grateful if you eradicate them. Red Leaf realist puffed his cheeks and took out a jade bottle wanting to medicate Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan shook his head. It's no use. This current demeanor can only get better if he returns to his youth. Red Leaf reality had no choice but to put away the jade bottle and began to look at Lu Chuan out of his mind again. To be honest, Lu Chuan is old and ugly, and the folds of skin on his face can pinch a fly. So there's really nothing to look at, but it is this look. But the Red Leaf real people look more and more smooth, began to look forward to Lu Chuan back to the young. How to look like? Go find me something to eat. I'm hungry. Being stared at like this, Lu Chuan couldn't stand it even if he had a thick skin. Had to find an excuse to get rid of this chick. Ha. After the red leaf realist left, Ah Fu ran out in a manner. Its head has returned to normal and its intelligent eyes are shining brightly. Moncler, good news for you. I'm done matching. This world is called the Vast World, with a total of 13 continents, and the Tianyuan continent is the smallest and most vegetable one. The size of this world is so large that it is beyond imagination, and there are even some areas that remain undiscovered. And this world is also the place where the last great emperor was born. There may be an opportunity to become an emperor here. It's also in a magical location with passages to the endless demon region, and the underworld ministry. Lu Chuan kicked the donkey in the face and said impatiently, "Say something useful." Alfred tossed his head fiercely. "Okay, then say something useful. I'll open a full map hang for you. Let's go digging for spirit stone mines. Your 5 elements hegemony body needs a lot of resources to fill it up. This is useful, isn't it?" Lu Chuan gently tapped his forehead in thought. Now that one is locked by the heavenly Tao, if one doesn't cultivate and keeps using sword chi, one might be chased and cleaved by the heavenly Tao. Even though you don't have to worry about being chopped to death, it's annoying when it comes every few days. And to get home, you have to have the power to break boundaries. 2. There should only be 2 sources of power to break the boundaries now. One is becoming an emperor, and the other is traveling to the Bronze Divine Hall. To be on the safe side, Lu Chuan finally decided to start practicing. Now that there was Donkey's plug-in, quickly cultivating to the 3rd realm of the divine path shouldn't be much of a problem. Then Lu Chuan stayed in the city lord's mansion for another day and waited until he had 4 million top great spirit stones. The patriarch of Cloud Dream Zephyr personally sent it to him, desperately wanting to draw Lu Chuan in and let him go to Cloud Dream Zephyr as a guest minister. It even put the price at 800,000 top grade spirit stones a year. However, in the end, Patriarch Yun Mengzi only received a big blank stare from Lu Chuan. Manhwa Pavilion has a beautiful mountain and water, and the key is full of good-looking girls, and only those with a pit in their brains would think of going to Yunmeng's. After 5 days, the donkey dragging the net pocket, carrying Lu Chuan and the red leaf realist, finally returned to the Bright Moon Pavilion. What made Lu Chuan a little surprised was that the Jinyuan sex gang was actually still guarding before the mountain gate, and their patience was also sufficient. In fact, Luo Ran's patience had long been exhausted, but 5 days ago, he suddenly received information from the sect, a piece of information about Lu Chuan, combining the speculations of various forces. The person who exterminated the 72 immortal caves this time might be living in the Bright Moon Pavilion. That would explain why Akatsuki suddenly had such a big transformation. Luo Ran has had plenty of patience again since that day, when he saw the netted heads. Even though he had already been mentally prepared, Luo Ran was still startled. "Senior, I'm the Jinyuan Sect's law enforcement elder, and I've come to the Bright Moon Pavilion to make amends." Luo Ran went up to talk to Lu Chuan, his posture lowered. Lu Chuan snorted. If he didn't have a big enough fist, he guessed that the maids of the Manhwa Pavilion would have been thwarted long ago. Fear of authority over virtue is just the norm in the world. Since there's sincerity, I'll have that girl Hatsu come and talk to you, and all you need to do then is nod your head. Luo Ran's mouth trembled. Just nod your head. Is this a negotiation, or a signing of an unequal treaty? But now the situation is not clear. Do not know the bottom of Lu Chuan. Luo Ran can only suppress the temperament, accompanied by a smile, and nodded to agree down. After the explanation, Lu Chuan dragged a net of heads and entered the mountain gate. Nangong Chu Shui, with her Bright Moon Pavilion disciples, had long been waiting over here. Lu Chuan looked at the haggard Nangong Chu Shui and asked, "Have the little girls been buried?" Nangong Chu Shui nodded and her expression relaxed. "Well, buried in Clear Snow Valley. Go and pay your respects." Lu Chuan dragged the netting and walked towards the big mountain. Some of the early spring snow had melted and gathered into small streams that ran down the mountain. 12 brand new tombstones stood in the valley of clear snow, where 12 girls had long rested. Lu Chuan washed his face with stream water, opened the mesh pocket, took out the heads one by one, and neatly yards them in front of the tomb. "As I said, there will be someone to bury you with, and I wonder if you are still satisfied with these quantities? If you are not satisfied, you will dream of me at night." Of course there are also people from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Girls wait a little for 2 days. It took Lu Chuan 3 whole hours to neatly yard all the heads. Another sword chi was used to chip away the flesh and blood from the heads to prevent these heads from stinking and polluting the environment. Eventually more than 10,000 heads turned into skeletons. The whiteness was blinding. After paying tribute to the maids, Lu Chuan propped up his broken body and returned to the small courtyard. Not long after lying down, Nangong Chu Shui came, looking at Lu Chuan's body that seemed to be falling apart. Nangong Chu Shui couldn't help but weep. "Senior, the illusory face pill has been refined. When Lu Chuan heard this news, he stood up from his chair in a flash. What? That fast? Nangong Chushue was taken aback and nodded her head to explain. After the Black Moon Beach matter ended, Lin Lin didn't return directly to the Bright Moon Pavilion, but went to the 100 Flowers sect. In the few days that Senior left, the 100 Flowers sect has already refined the illusory face pill. After saying that, Nangong Chushue took out an exquisite small box and handed it to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and accepted the box. Looking at the emerald green elixir inside, he couldn't help but smile to himself again. Thank you, Elder. You're flattering the youngest daughter by saying this. Nangong Chushue hurriedly shook her head. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that the Bright Moon Pavilion would have gone up in smoke. In order to ease the atmosphere, Nangong Chushue asked in a relaxed tone. I wonder what Senior was like when he was young. Lu Chuan smiled and ruffled his hair flirtatiously. When I was young, I was so handsome and miserable. Nangong Chushue also laughed along with them. This kind of Lu Chuan was the one they were familiar with. Chapter 49 Handsome as Hell. Elder, I'll wait for you at the door. Be sure to let us see it first. Oh, it can't be cheap. Nangong Chushue smiled and walked out of the small courtyard. Don't worry, fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. Lu Chuan picked up the elixir and prepared to stuff it into his mouth. Wait a minute. At this time Ah Fu suddenly appeared. Ah Fu's rare eyes were serious as he looked at Lu Chuan and said, if you go back to your youth, it will inevitably activate the memories you have sealed away. So be careful. Do not linger in the gate of memory. Do not touch the deepest bit of the seal. Lu Chuan was dumbfounded. What's the matter? His own memories? Can he still eat old me? What Lu Chuan did not expect was that Ah Fu actually nodded seriously. That's right. This whole thing about you sealing your memories is actually very involved. And I can't say for sure what would happen if you took the risk of unsealing them. It's best not to unseal it right now. Just take out the two swords that are sealed up. The killing life and the seeking benevolence. Lu Chuan thought about it and finally nodded. The donkey was out of tune all day, but never meant to harm himself. Seeing Lu Chuan nod his head, Ah Fu's lifted heart was finally put down. Old thing, you're still a better talker when you're in your right mind. Get out. Lu Chuan thumps Fu with a low kick. Picking up the elixir, Lu Chuan slowly brought it into his mouth. A little white mist slowly flowed up from Lu Chuan's body, quickly wrapping the whole person. The warm mist made Lu Chuan feel comfortable, and under relaxation, he entered his spiritual world. A huge door of memory stood in the middle of the boundless sea of consciousness. This was Lu Chuan's spiritual world, and in this world, he was the only master. If it was known that someone's sea of consciousness, so huge that it was boundless, I wonder if they would be scared to death. The sea of consciousness, which should have been calm, was now stirring up monstrous waves. This meant that Lu Chuan's spirit was shaking violently. Lu Chuan took one step and appeared before the gate in the next moment. Reaching out, he gently pressed his hand against the door. The door of memory, which in the past could not be shaken at all, was slowly opening at the moment. Without any hesitation, Lu Chuan took a step inside. Countless sealed memories come and go, filling up the blank memory fragments. Most of these memories are filled with raging emotions. Lu Chuan understood why he had sealed these memories. If I hadn't sealed those memories, I'm afraid I'd be a complete and utter mad batch right now. Lu Chuan walked slowly through the gate of memory. I don't know how long it took, but a black long sword was silently suspended in front of me. Looking at the black sword, a feeling of blood-connected affection came over him. The black sword gently chirped at this moment, happily shaking its blade. Lu Chuan stepped forward and gripped the hilt of the sword. Regarding the black sword, the lost memories were also replenished at this moment. The name of the sword, Killing Life, is pitch black with no mixed colors. When Lu Chuan was 30,000 years old, he used his blood to cast it, and then he realized the 12 swords of killing life, which can cut down all living beings. Long time no see, old friend. Lu Chuan smiled as he stuck the killers on his waist and continued on his way. Again, I don't know how long it took. The black space that turned white, a long white sword, quietly suspended in front of him. Lu Chuan still had some impression about killing people, but there was no recollection of the long white sword. Lu Chuan stepped forward and gripped the long sword, yet the white sword was unresponsive, and the related memories did not appear. Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly. Seeking benevolence? Follow out together too. Lu Chuan inserted the long white sword into his waist. Moving on, however, the memory came to an abrupt end at this point. Lu Chuan estimated that there were only the first 60,000 years of memories, and there were 40,000 years of memories that were missing. Nor do I know what happened in the last 4 years that required the memories to be completely sealed away. Somewhat undeterred, try to move on. Finally Lu Chuan saw a long, still black river. The long black river winds away, not knowing where it begins or where it ends. A strange feeling surged through his heart. There seemed to be something in the long black river, calling out to him. Lu Chuan walked towards the long river, and the moment he was about to step into it, Ah Fu's anxious voice rang out. Wake up, all of it. In the sound of Alfred's voice, dissipated into nothingness, Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that happened was that it felt cold all over, especially in the crotch area of the pants. Lu Chuan looked down. The corners of his mouth gradually hooked up, and his expression began to pervert. Ha 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 ha. Looking at his spiritual little brother, Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Raising his arm, that's what he realized. The skin that was previously as pale as tree bark had a luster to it, and it was white and red, as if it was so tender that it could be pinched out of water. Touching his chin, even his beard is gone, and the wrinkles on his face that could pinch a fly are gone. The white hair had become green silk, like a waterfall, draped over the back of his head. Fu, bring Grandpa a mirror, Lu Chuan shouted cheerfully. The door to the small courtyard was pushed open at this time, and in came but not Ah Fu, but Nangong Chu Shue, by Lin Lin, and a whole bunch of maids. The crowd carried a mirror that seemed to have been prepared earlier. However, when they saw Lu Chuan's bare ass, the little girls screamed one by one, not frightened, but excited. The girls hurriedly covered their eyes, but opened their hand slits and secretly looked at Lu Chuan. At this time, Lu Chuan, no longer pale appearance, looks just 17 or 18 years old, tender as if you can smell the milk flavor of the body, well-muscled, tall, and with that little look, it's a mouthful. Lu Chuan did not tell lies. When he was young, he was indeed tragically handsome. Though the boys are female, they don't look out of place, and there's nothing but a little bit of femininity in the whole. How about ha ha ha, handsome? When it comes to the shameless thing, Lu Chuan is really good at it. The guy was bare-assed, and instead of thinking about wearing clothes, he was flirty and made all sorts of bodybuilding moves. This drew another squeal from the little girl. Get out! Get out! What a scandal! Nangong Chushua put down the mirror and whisked all the little girls out, when he closed the door himself, but then he plucked out a hard glance towards Lu Chuan with a look of intent. You're ing shameless, tsk. Ah Fu slipped and ran over, looking at Lu Chuan's body and tooting. This medicine is good, and it also has the effect of beautifying the face. Someday Master Donkey will have some hole to taste. Lu Chuan thumps Ah Fu in the ass. Screw your grandma, I'm a natural beauty, and with that look, you can't be saved by how much you eat. Chapter 50, The Lazy Nobleman. Sword suit. Lu Chuan merged his fingers into a sword and lightly scratched in front of him. A full set of robes on top of the naked body. The long robe with black stripes on a white background outlined Lu Chuan's perfect body shape. Picking up the two long swords, one black and one white, on the ground next to him, he stuck them in his waist, with his hair simply tied back. The small arm of his left hand rested somewhat lazily on top of the hilt of his sword, combined with the eyes that were 3/10 godless and 3/10 playful. A lazy nobleman's model unfolded. TSK, why don't we change our careers? How about going soft? A donkey on the side, watching the donkey's head shake. It's not very common sense for a man to be beautiful like that. What goes around comes around, and perversity is a demon. Lu Chuan's nasty personality, paired with this face, it was a demon. Eating soft rice. Lu Chuan is not refused, raised his eyebrows and nodded seriously. Yeah, donkey, you introduce me to a chick. You can pull it off. Fu rolled his eyes. No talent. Our goal is a sea of stars. How can we stagger in the warmth and softness? Silly dog, get lost. Lu Chuan kicked Fu away. Lighter body, plenty of strength, and finally no more worrying about your old back. This feeling is just fantastic. Lu Chuan walked towards the door. Since he had promised to fertilize the water, he still had to show the mates what he looked like with his clothes on. The door was pushed open and Lu Chuan stood in the doorway with a smile. Who are you? Looking at the Lu Chuan in front of them, a big question mark appeared above the heads of the girls. The white clothes were snowy, and the long hair was simply tied up. Two long swords at his waist, one white and one black, added some solemnity, and his arm, drooping above the hilt of his sword, the whole person exuded some more lethargy. He was standing in the doorway with a smile on his face, like a good white gentleman in a turbid world. She has a beautiful beauty tip on her forehead when she smiles, which is the kind of beauty that ignores gender, as if she is an exiled immortal. His beauty does not only lie in the face that will be mesmerizing to look at, but his whole person exudes that a little bit of mysterious feminine temperament. Former seniors, is that you? Nangong Chushua stuttered a bit, even though she had just seen Lu Chuan's bare ass, but this is a little less certain with clothes on. What senior? Call gay. Lu Chuan opened his mouth with an odor that instantly shattered the turbid noble gentleman's temperament. The girls almost didn't choke to death. especially with that elongated gay, instantly crushing the beautiful fantasy, mercilessly. Senior, can you not speak? Nangong Chushue cried her little face. Luchuan tossed his hair flirtatiously. Don't care about these details. This familiar hair flinging, this familiar flirty action. Watching the girls cry and laugh. It is Luchuan, right? Luchuan suddenly remembered something. Right, the Jinyuan sect is still waiting outside. Go talk to them, and mention the conditions as you like. I've already greeted them. Nangong Chushue nodded her head and looked at Luchuan with eyes full of confidence. Don't disturb Senior. Play for a while and then leave. Nangong Chushue barked out an admonition and dragged by Linlin to discuss things. As soon as Nangong Chushue left, a large group of girls became active and surrounded Luchuan, chattering and talking. Some of the bold ones even went up to their hands, touching their clothes, their long swords, and finally even their faces. After all, Luchuan looked too young now, just 17 or 18 years old, long and boyish looking, with a whole body that smells like a little puppy. Luchuan is not angry. He is this person is this good, not at all as an elder frame. Tease this, tease that, and have fun with your liver. It's a paradise. At midnight, Luchuan sat alone in the courtyard, enjoying the moon while drinking. I have to say, this Luchuan guy is a local alcoholic. After all, after being locked up for 100,000 years, if he didn't have any hobbies, he would really be a muggle. Luchuan doesn't pick his drinks and can pour anything into his mouth. Ah Fuch's very untimely appearance breaks up this rare night of flowers and moonlight. Grand Marshal Pussy, I've organized the map of the Tianyuan continent, and there are some very valuable things. You're so hyped up, can't you let me relax for a few days? Luchuan really wanted to drown this bastard in the toilet. Have a sense of crisis, get it? Donkey mumbled in a nonchalant manner and rolled his intelligent eyes. On the Tianyuan continent, there are a total of 4 high-quality spirit stone deposits, which are basically held in the hands of the upper 3 clans. How about we go and take him by surprise tonight and take the mine? Luchuan pulled out his ears in boredom. Not interested. Besides, if I empty the spirit stones, what will the girls use in the future? The donkey snorted in dissatisfaction. Womanly, and spirit stones are a renewable resource. As long as the concentration of aura is sufficient, it will always crystallize. If you name a big day, I won't go. I'm too lazy to move. Luchuan snorted and threw a peanut into his mouth. That's fine. Donkey gritted his teeth in anger. Going to the unsleeping sea and preparing to start the battle of the spectral spring, this you shouldn't refuse. When the mission is completed, let's leave this bird-like continent and go to a resource-rich place. How about robbing it out of existence? Well, good idea. Luchuan nodded. In fact, Luchuan understood in his heart that it was impossible for him to retire in the Bright Moon Pavilion. After all, there was still a system in place and a dream of going home. Let's depart immediately and go blow up the eye of the spectral spring to speed up the mission. Seeing Luchuan nod his head, Donkey's eyes filled with excitement. Good idea. You go first. I'll be right behind you. Luchuan said and rolled over, continuing to drink. Put oil and salt goods. Ah Fu was so angry that he couldn't help it. It's fine if you don't want to speed up the mission process, but from tomorrow onwards, start practicing. You stepped on a horse and gave your face, right? Chattering without end. Luchuan slapped the donkey. Not long after the donkey was jerked away, the Red Leaf realist arrived at the small courtyard. She seemed to have heard the conversation just now, and her delicate little face was filled with trepidation and anxiety. Elder, are you leaving the Bright Moon Pavilion? Real Red Leaf's voice trembled a little, and there were tears in his eyes. Luchuan didn't hide it and nodded his head. There's no place like home, and sooner or later I'm going to get out of here. But don't worry about it. I'm a person who has always done things with a beginning and an end in mind. I will let the Bright Moon Pavilion grow to the point where it can stand on its own feet before I leave. The Red Leaf realist moved his lips, yet the words that he wanted to say did not come out after all. Real Red Leaf understood that Luchuan was not of the same world as her. He is like a cloud floating in the sky, and he himself is but dust on the ground. This cloud is just in this year and this month, just happened to float to the top of their own head only. Can look up to have been satisfied. How dare you ask for more? Chapter 51, Smart Fu. The first realm is the Qi gathering realm. The main thing is to feel the aura of the heavens and earth, and also to exercise the physical body to lay a foundation for later. Depending on the attribute, everyone feels the aura of the heavens and earth differently, and since I am of the water attribute, I am only able to feel the aura of the water attribute. Early the next morning, Bai Linlin assumed the responsibility of a master teacher and found Luchuan to begin teaching cultivation. It's not easy. Luchuan flipped through the introductory technique in his hand while trying to run and feel it. Soon, the air in front of Luchuan's eyes changed. Inexplicably, There were many colorful little people in the air, each of them bouncing in front of his eyes with a naive batch. Lu Chuan took this discovery and told Bai Linlin. Bai Linlin didn't take a breath and almost died on the spot. What Lu Chuan saw was not some naive batch of villains, but the actual spirit of the 5 elements. This thing can only be felt when one is extremely close to it, and the talent requirement is extremely high. Like Bai Linlin, she could only see the lines of the water attribute and could not get close to the water spirit at all. Qi Lu Chuan. See a group of colorful bean batch. That means not a single spirit, but all 5 elements. People are more angry than people. Bai Linlin remembered that when she was initiated, it took her 3 whole months before she could barely feel it. As soon as Lu Chuan got his hands on the introductory technique, he saw the spirit of the 5 elements before he finished reading it. Elder is powerful. The first realm is almost like this. You just need to break through, and you will be able to enter the second realm without any problems. Bai Linlin was rather an atmospheric child, sincerely happy for Lu Chuan. But soon, Bai Linlin thought of something else. Senior, you are a 5 elements hegemony body, but the 5 elements hegemony body technique seems to have been lost. Cough. Lu Chuan barely managed to spit out last night's wine. There's no kung fu. So what's the point of practicing? It's fine. I'll ask the donkey later. No, even if I beg. Lu Chuan was open-minded. After Bai Linlin left, Lu Chuan began to try to guide those naive batch model, the 5 elements of the spirit into the meridian. However, as soon as these little guys entered the body, they were directly shaken out by the sword chi. The little bean pie, one by one, jumped to Lu Chuan's head and face, babbling and screaming. Not knowing what bird language, Lu Chuan frowned as the biggest problem emerged. It is that the 2 systems of cultivation do not blend. He had already suppressed his sword chi to the lightest possible limit, but these little guys were still bounced out and couldn't get in at all. The only good news is that the 2 forces do not appear to be in conflict, they just repel each other. It can be fixed. It can be fixed. Alfred appeared at the perfect time, shaking his head and talking. Your sword chi, which belongs to chaos, is, by nature, able to change attributes at will and embrace the 5 elements. We can do it all the same. First change the attributes of the sword chi, and then let the corresponding spirits of the 5 elements enter the body, so that those spirits of the 5 elements can make a home in your body. How about that? Isn't old me a genius? After saying that, Fu shook his head in triumph. You're a ing genius. Lu Chuan revealed a mouthful of white teeth and laughed happily. However, the next moment, Fu's neck was choked to death by Lu Chuan's hand. You can't think of something like that without some serious illness. 2 kinds of power sharing 1 meridian. Do you step on the horse and want me to die? It's okay that the power of the 5 elements is weak now, but when the power of the 5 elements grows, it will inevitably compete with the sword chi for territory. If I, one day, don't get a balance right, is the whole thing going to blow up into mush? Alfred's tongue drooped as he was pinched, and he rolled his eyes like he was going to meet God. There is a way. There is a way. Isn't your sword chi forming a small universe in your dantian? Just transfer all the sword chi that is warming your meridians and give way to the power of the 5 elements. Lu Chuan's eyes jumped as he listened. Which would mean, he himself would temporarily abandon the cultivation of the sword Dao and instead focus on cultivating the hegemonic body. Lu Chuan is a very stubborn person, and this solution has actually occurred to him on his own, but the thought of suspending sword cultivation was 100 times unwilling in his heart. Moreover, in the future, when the hegemonic body was cultivated and the power of the 5 elements completely took over the meridians, it would mean that the sword Dao wouldn't be able to take another step forward. Although Lu Chuan's sword Dao had now reached the extreme, his obstinate character made him want to go even further. Alfred played to his strengths and followed his lead. Ways to think later. A big living person can't let his urine suffocate him. You don't want the heavenly Dao to chase you and split you every day. Besides, your meridians are already strong to the extreme, so warming them with sword chi won't do much. Your sword path has also gone to the extreme, where no one has gone before, and there is no previous experience to draw from, so you can only enlighten yourself and come out with a sword path that is uniquely your own. If you don't say that the donkey is understanding, the power of this mouth cannon actually really talked to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan nodded. That's all we can do for now. Wait until the hegemony body becomes a great success. Hey, when you're not sick, you're really quite cute. Look at this little white and red face. TSK TSK. The donkey said, actually sticking out its big tongue and trying to lick Lu Chuan's face. I'll whip the hell out of you. Lu Chuan was barely nauseated and smashed Fu's head with his fist. Ahem. The depths of love naturally lick. Can't help it. Can't help it. Fu recovered his head and explained somewhat awkwardly. By the way, to tell you something, last night, I went and blew up the eye of the spectral spring. TSK TSK. The grandeur of that scene, the sea water pouring in, the zenith shattering, the gongs and drums, the firecrackers. Alas, you weren't there. It's a pity. Put. Lu Chuan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spray out. You little yakuza. Nothing to find trouble. Right. Senior. It's not good. It's not good. At this time, Bai Linlin anxiously ran into the small courtyard. Something happened in the unsleeping sea last night, and the eye of the spectral spring opened. Now the Upper Three Sect has issued a death warrant for all sect cultivators above the Fourth Realm to head to the Undying Sea and prepare to defend against the Demon Region's army. Put. Lu Chuan blared fiercely at Afu. It was all because of this goods. Hush, said Alfred, turning his head to one side and whistling, making a show of having nothing to do with the old man. Can we not go to the Bright Moon Pavilion? Lu Chuan asked with a frown. Bai Linlin cried and shook her head. I can't. If I don't go, I'm afraid that in the future, the entire Tianyuan continent, there will be no place for manhwa Pavilion to stand on. And later? Ah Fu snorted. Let's talk about whether or not we can hold back the Demon Region's army. Shut your doggy mouth. Lu Chuan really wanted to strangle this bastard. I'm a little donkey. I can only shut my donkey's mouth. He. Fu bared his big slate teeth and taunted twice, then slipped away with his feet on the ground. Comrades, click a hyped up shift. I appreciate it. Chapter 52, the situation does not look good. Lu Chuan thought for a moment. It's better to let the girls go on a trip. It's good to see the world. When do we leave? Well, listen to all of Senior's arrangements. Bai Linlin nodded. We need to set off immediately. The undreaming sea is now treacherous, and there is a possibility of war at any time. Okay, then you guys go ahead and get ready. I've got a few things to do. For this matter, Lu Chuan is not at all on the heart. If not the Bright Moon Pavilion of the maids to go, they are lazy to move. After Bai Linlin left, Lu Chuan mobilized all the sword chi in his meridians and returned it to the Dantian location. This leaves the meridians empty. It took a few more minutes to channel the spirit of the five elements into the body. What Lu Chuan found interesting was that after the five elements of the spirits entered the meridians, they actually did not violate each other. The five colored villains, lined up in the meridians, transported the aura to various locations in the body, but there was too little aura in the meridians, and these little beam batches, it seemed, were a bit idle. Lu Chuan took out some more spirit stones that he hadn't had time to give to Nangong Chushue yet, and I don't know how to absorb this thing, so I'll simply pinch and burst it open. The bursting spirit stones turned into a canopy of white mist. If someone saw that Lu Chuan was spoiling the top-grade spirit stones like this, he would probably be able to spurt out blood on the spot in anger. The aura contained in the top-grade spirit stones was extremely pure and huge, and needed to be slowly absorbed and channeled. Moreover, once a spirit stone is shattered, the spirit stone will turn into aura and dissipate between heaven and earth. However, the weird thing was that not only did the aura around Lu Chuan not dissipate, but it began to enter his body. It turned out that there was a large number of spirits of the five elements that began to carry aura into Lu Chuan's body. Within a few moments, the aura of hundreds of top-grade spirit stones was carried by the little beam batches. So many top-grade spirit stones were enough for a fifth realm cultivator to absorb for a year. Lu Chuan is good. Less than 10 minutes to give absorption finished. With that kind of efficiency, it's probably going to scare people to death. And after absorbing so much aura at once, there was actually no discomfort at all. Lu Chuan didn't continue. These spirit stones were all reserved for the manhwa Pavilion. It wasn't right to spoil them all by himself. From now on, Lu Chuan was an authentic cultivator. A little chicken of the chi-gathering realm. Only after finishing this did Lu Chuan slowly head to the main peak. Seeing Lu Chuan, Nangong Chushue froze for a moment. She was still a little unaccustomed to Lu Chuan's bubbly beauty. Elder. After reacting, he hurriedly greeted them and reported the situation. Bright Moon Pavilion disciples. There are a total of 450 cultivators above the fourth realm, and we will arrive at White Wind City 5 days later. Now White Wind City has been commandeered as a rear base camp. We will not be joining the battlefield as the main combatants. Our main mission is to treat the wounded. In addition, the guest minister and the two elders will stay at the mountain gate to prevent any accidents. The Bright Moon Pavilion was large and small, with a total of tens of thousands of disciples, and there were only so many cultivators above the fourth realm. It was really too shabby. After saying that, Nangong Chushue looked at Lu Chuan, hoping that he would take an idea. Don't look at me. I'm not the pavilion master. Make up your own mind. Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head. Then, let's set off now. Nangong Chushue didn't nag and directly told the crowd to head to where the skywalking sparrow was. Lu Chuan was still sitting on the head of the skywalker sparrow this time. This flat hair gained benefits last time, and his cultivation has refined a lot, and he is respectful to Lu Chuan. Before leaving, Lu Chuan used his sword chi and enveloped the entire Bright Moon Pavilion. Lest you come back one day and your home has been burglarized. That would be really disturbing. 5 days later. White Wind City. The Skywalker Sparrow landed outside the city. As the outlet of the undreaming sea, White Wind City was going to serve as the rear base camp this time. At this point in time, White Wind City had long since lost its previous bustling pyrotechnics. The city's civilians had been relocated out of town, and the city's main residence had been commandeered as a temporary command post. The entrance to the city was heavily guarded, and the lowest realm guarding soldiers were actually all 5th realm cultivators. These little chickens of the Bright Moon Pavilion really weren't enough to look at. The entire White Wind City was shrouded in a murderous aura that made one's spine go cold. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! A growl rang out as a giant spider fell from the sky. The sickening smell of blood filled the air. Bang bang bang! Dozens of cultivators were thrown off the spider's back. These cultivators who were thrown down were either missing arms and legs, or were covered in blood, and each of them was as breathless as if they were going to die. Soon, a group of ordinary people rushed out from the city gates. One by one, they carried stretchers and transported these injured people into the city with nimble hands and feet. It seems that this is not the first time that these civilians have acted calmly. Fellow Daoist, how is the front line? One of the soldiers guarding the city shouted at the man on the spider's back. Only a small number of demonic creatures have appeared now, and the Demon Region's army hasn't entered yet, so it's still stable for the time being. After responding, the spider flew up into the sky and quickly disappeared from view. Which clan are you from? Clan token out. A guard came in front of the people of the Bright Moon Pavilion with a bad attitude. Nangong Chushue understood that now was not the time to be angry, and hurriedly took out the clan token and handed it to the guards. The guard examined it carefully before he breathed a great sigh of relief and softened his tone considerably. So it's a fellow Taoist from the Bright Moon Pavilion. I'm sorry for the offense just now. A kind of demonic creature that can take shape has appeared in the past 2 days, and it's hard to distinguish between them. They often disguise themselves as our people and enter White Wind City to cause trouble. Extraordinary times. It should be. Nangong Chushue nodded. The guards didn't nag. Gentlemen, report directly to the South City, and someone there will arrange what you should do. It seems that things are not looking good. With such a scourge of a woman like Nangong Chushue standing in front of them, the guards didn't even have the heart to take a second look. When they entered the city, it was more heavily guarded than expected, almost counting as 1 post for every 3 steps and 1 guard for every 5 steps. When we came to the South City, a huge open space was pushed out. Looking at the arrangement, it should be a large wartime hospital. Above the clearing, a formation was set up, and a green fluorescent light enveloped the entire clearing. On top of the open space enveloped by the formation, there were injured people lying all over the place, with a few moans of pain occasionally coming out. This is the Shinnong Formation, a large-scale healing formation. The resources consumed to set up this kind of formation are terrifying, and it requires many clans to join forces to set it up. The green fluorescent light inside can uninterruptedly restore the injuries of the wounded. Nangong Chushue explained for Lu Chuan. I can't understand even if you say this to me. Lu Chuan smiled and waved his hand. You guys go about your business. This place looks pretty safe. After Nangong Chushue took the girls to report, Lu Chuan skipped around. Chapter 53, Yo! Pissed off. How about that? Not bad. This quest process, definitely fast. Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan and raised his chin proudly. Wait for a few days. When the Devil Region's army is assembled and passes through the eye of the spectral spring, you can then go on a killing spree and kill them all for him. Wouldn't it be great to get the title of Great Devil then? Damn you. Give me something to do. Lu Chuan sent Fu flying with an uppercut. I'm not going to give you a leg up. After beating up Fu, Lu Chuan skipped around the city for a while and didn't even have a place to eat. In the end, they had to go back over to the makeshift hospital, where at least there were still pretty girls to look at. Hurry up and kill her. If we let her spread the infection, the entire White Wind City will suffer. Nangong Chushue, if you can't make up your mind, then my old self will help you. Before arriving at the place, Lu Chuan saw from afar a large number of people outside the Shinnong Formation. These people surrounded each other. A huge piece. By what right? We're here to help, not to be pigs and dogs for you to kill. Nangong Chushua's clear and cold voice rang out, full of anger. Lu Chuan was a little speechless. He just left for how long a while? How to pull on the skin again? These girls? Are they really just here to be aggravated? Move over. Gentlemen. Lu Chuan cheerfully greeted, and although his voice was not loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears. These melon eaters blocked the road. Lu Chuan also just called out twice, and did not rush in more unreasonably. Never go actively looking for trouble. Lu Chuan this point is really likable. The crowd turned around only to see a young man with a black and a white longsword hanging from his waist and a nobleman-like appearance. standing at the back with a smile on his face. This rare male-female look had surprised the crowd enough. That chi condensation realm's cultivation, paired with that dangling look of the old man being the best in the world, was even more of a shock. The crowd looked a little dazed for a moment. What are you looking at? If you don't like it, come and fight one-on-one. Being stared straight at by the crowd, Lu Chuan was very upset. Yet it was this little rookie of the first realm who gave a roar, but it shook the crowd's souls, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies and go on a divine journey to the heavens. Bah! Nothing! Lu Chuan spat and peeled through the crowd to the center. Raising his eyes, he only saw one of the maids of the Bright Moon Pavilion, lying on the ground, with his eyes shut tight, his lips black, and his body drenched in sweat. The situation looked bleak. As for Nangong Chushue, she was protecting the girl's side, sticking her neck out and confronting an old crone, like an old mother hen whose feathers were exploding all over her body in order to protect her child. Seeing Lu Chuan, her tears flowed indisputably. Seniors. Upon hearing the title of senior, the people around them were a bit confused and looked at Lu Chuan incredulously. Lu Chuan frowned. Nangong Chushue was a very strong child. One does not shed tears easily if one is not greatly aggrieved. Lu Chuan asked, "What's going on?" Nangong Chushue wiped her tears and spoke. "After you left, Elder, we were put in charge of treating the wounded. Not long ago first, a new batch of wounded were transported in, but this girl was accidentally caught by the wounded while she was being treated and turned into this appearance." The more Nangong Chushue spoke, the more agitated she became, pointing at that old crone's nose and cursing. This dead old woman, when she saw that the girl was scratched, she didn't say anything, she directly threw the person out of the formation and had to kill the girl. Being scolded by Nangong Chushue pointing at her nose, the old crone's eyes jumped straight up. She looked at Nangong Chushue and laughed coldly. "Nangong Chushue, show me some respect. What are you? And what is your manhwa pavilion? This demonic poison is extremely contagious. Don't you kill her and let her infect others? I'm your grandmother." Nangong Chushue was really angry. The usually gentle and modest, she couldn't help but burst into foul language at this moment. "Dead old woman. Other people infected with demonic poison can be saved. Just our manhwa pavilion people can't be saved. Why are you targeting my manhwa pavilion like this?" Still dare to speak ill of the old body. The old crone's eyes almost bulged out in anger, slapping Nangong Chushue's face. This old woman, an elder of the Xian Tian sect, a solid 7th realm cultivator. With this slap, Nangong Chushue would be half mutilated if not dead. "Hey, like to get your hands dirty, don't you?" Lu Chuan was happy. The old crone's slap had not yet slapped Nangong Chushue's face, but he himself received a blow on his face first. The old woman's mouthful of old blood sprayed out on the spot, and her entire body directly knocked over the crowd and flew out. The people around them almost didn't have a heart attack when they saw this scene. That old crone was a solid 7th realm cultivator. What makes you, a little chick of the 1st realm, able to slap her away? And dish and love to pretend. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and spat, then squatted down to check up on that girl's injuries. "Be careful, little lord. Those infected with demonic poison will rise up and hurt people," someone nearby kindly warned up. At this moment, the girl who had been unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. At this time, her eyes became completely black, and her entire face was distorted as if it were an evil spirit. The girl opened her mouth and bit straight towards Lu Chuan's arm. LOL. Boom. Lu Chuan didn't even bother to dodge, letting this girl bite on his arm with her mouth. The girl, as it turned out, barely chipped her own teeth. It's okay, let me conk out." Lu Chuan smiled and rubbed her head. The delirious girl, at that moment uncharacteristically quiet, had black tears streaming from her eyes. Lu Chuan sent a sword chi into the girl's body and quickly found the cause of the problem. The girl wasn't poisoned. She was controlled by something strange. It was a very, very small bug that was eating away at the girl's head, and it looked like it should be something that could control her human behavior. Lu Chuan used his sword chi to stir up these things, and soon the girl's pitch-black eyes returned to normal and her face calmed down. The girl realized that her mouth was biting on Lu Chuan's arm, and with a blushing little face she hurriedly let go of her mouth. Seniors, I'm sorry. Does it hurt? This is good? The crowd went into cardiac arrest. This demonic poison was one of the trickiest injuries, extremely contagious and very difficult to pull out. The amount of elixir consumed to treat a person infected with demonic poison was terrifying. The crowd's eyes changed when they looked at Lu Chuan again, just like looking at a monster. Who dares to commit murder and injury in White Wind City? At this moment a low middle-aged male voice rang out. When the crowd heard this voice, they automatically made way, while at the same time they all looked at Lu Chuan with a sympathetic face. A middle-aged man in fancy clothes walked in. followed by the old woman who had half of her face smashed. Ah, didn't whip your ass? Lu Chuan was a bit stunned to see this old woman. That slap just now. Even though I didn't use my sword chi, this body of strength is not joking with you. Lu Chuan enough to eat 100,000 years of vigor pill. A force, hand tearing the heavenly calamity, cracking the sky to open the ground is no longer a matter of course. Properly a humanoid monster. Lu Chuan was a little puzzled as to why he hadn't smoked the old woman to death. When the old woman saw Lu Chuan looking at her, she was so scared that she moved closer towards the middle-aged man. That slap just now had truly jerked her out of her psyche. If it wasn't for the secret treasure protecting his body, I'm afraid he would have been smacked on the spot and his head would have exploded. Although this life was saved, but the thought that the secret treasure that he had expended so much effort on was just gone, the old crone's heart was itching to flay Lu Chuan to relieve the hatred in her heart. Chapter 54, Crashing Your Heads In. When Nangong Chushue saw this middle-aged man, her face instantly became obscure. She whispered to Lu Chuan, the Shin Tian sect's supreme elder Zhang Nanchen, a peak 8th realm cultivator, is now responsible for handling all kinds of affairs in White Wind City. Before Nangong Chushue could finish her sentence, Zhang Nanchen had already arrived in front of the duo. Zhang Nanchen swept a glance at Lu Chuan and sensed that it was actually just a chi-gathering realm minor cultivator, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. He looked at Nangong Chushue and asked in a stern tone, "Who made the move just now? Did no one tell you to understand that fighting is strictly forbidden in White Wind City right now?" Zhang Nanchen said. His body's breath exuded out, pressing Nangong Chushue unable to move. Nangong Chushue's bones creaked all over her body as she was pressed down, but she raised her head and glared fiercely at the old crone behind Zhang Nanchen. "Elder Zhang, aren't you a bit undiscerning of right and wrong if you come to hold me accountable without asking what happened?" When the melon eaters heard Nangong Chushue's reply, each of their scalps went numb. This Zhang Nanchen was notoriously protective, and he was afraid that there would be no good consequences for contradicting him so bluntly. I still need you to ask questions when this seat acts?" Zhang Nanchen sneered. "Who in the world beat someone up like this? If you don't return to this seat, this matter will be counted on your manhwa pavilion." Nangong Chushue was so angry that she almost cracked. "Is this the virtue of the upper three clans?" asked the dead old woman what she did. Hearing the sound of the dead old woman, the crone's head exploded in anger. Relying on the presence of Zhang Nanchen, she replied stiffly, "Humph. What qualifications do you have to waste pills on a small cultivator of the fourth realm in the manhwa pavilion? If she dies, she can only blame it on her bad fate." You, Nangong Chushue never expected to hear this kind of justified answer. Simply shameless to the extreme. The surrounding people who were eating the food were also listening to the fire. But what can be done? You can only stare when they say so. There, it's okay. Lu Chuan, who was watching the fun, slowly stood up at this time. In fact, Lu Chuan was very dissatisfied with the way Nangong Chushue handled this top. Nangong Chushue, this girl is good at everything, but when it comes to the safety of the disciples under her door, she is prone to losing her mind. It wasn't that this disposition was bad, it just wasn't very suitable for leading a clan. If he wasn't here today, with this kind of posture from Nangong Chushue, he would probably be peeled off a layer of skin by the Shin Tian sect. Lu Chuan flirted his hair flirtatiously, and cheerfully said, "People, it's me who hit. Moncler Outlet Online, I'm a little strange. How did I not whip the girl to death? What do you mean by arrogant? That's arrogance." Tactical backward movement. Zhang Nanchen looked at the front of his eyes, the beautiful to the point of being a male, and his eyes jumped straight up. "You look like a human being, but when you open your mouth, you sound like the king of heaven and the king of you." "Very well." Zhang Nanchen laughed back in anger. After such a short while, he was actually scorned by two juniors, completely not taking the three-word Shin Tian sect seriously. "Well, you, Mom, got the partition wall." Lu Chuan, who was still smiling, suddenly twisted his entire face like an evil ghost. Word for word, he greeted Zhang Nanchen's mother, Ah Fu, who was watching from the crowd, immediately wiped his feet when he saw Lu Chuan's appearance, because it's a sign that Lu Chuan is sick. "Little, you dare to curse me?" Zhang Nanchen was furious. "According to the wartime management regulations of White Wind City, I can now execute you on the spot." "Ah!" Before Zhang Nanchen could finish his proclamation, he suddenly screamed miserably. Lu Chuan didn't know how to drop, but suddenly arrived in front of him and directly gripped his hair. Zhang Nanchen only felt that there was a huge force like a mountain falling, tugging at him. Zhang Nanchen responded in a panic, his entire body's true essence spewing out, forming a wall of qi around him in an instant that was visible to the naked eye. Boom! However, it doesn't seem to be working. Lu Chuan gripped Zhang Nanchen's hair and ruthlessly pressed his head above the ground. Terrifying shockwaves stirred out in a way that was visible to the naked eye. The surrounding melon eaters were instantly victimized, and were tipped over by the shockwave. Some are too close. Was shocked by the blood wildly sprayed. Life directly went half. Eating melon is risky. Watch out for the fun. At the point where Zhang Nanchen's head made contact with the ground cracked as if it were a spider web. This crack spread all the way to hundreds of meters in a circle, and it was not hard to imagine how much force Lu Chuan had used for this collision. Damn old woman. Likes to make a difference, doesn't she? Lu Chuan's empty left hand reached out to the old crone who was scared less. The old woman was directly sucked into Lu Chuan's hands. Lu Chuan's right hand Zhang Nanchen. His left hand the old crone. Gripped the hair of the two and slammed it against the ground. Treadmill. Likes to bully people, doesn't he? Boom. Lu Chuan said, lifting the two's heads up and slamming them down hard again. Like to play the big tail, don't you? Boom. Like to split lives, don't you? Boom. Lu Chuan just bumped it one at a time. The blood that erupted from Zhang Nanchen and the crone's head sprayed Lu Chuan's face. However, Lu Chuan didn't care at all and just bumped it one by one. Lu Chuan didn't stop until he had smashed the duo's heads into pulp. As for Zhang Nanchen and the old crone, the two of them were long dead. Lu Chuan spat viciously at the corpses of the two. Make me angry. Ungrateful thing. Running far away from the big team of melon eaters. Seeing this scene from afar, they were directly dumbfounded. Dead? An 8th realm? A 7th realm? Just alive by a little male child. Give so not to death? The key is that these two are still from the Xiantian sect. The crowd's brains had lost the ability to direct their own actions, and they stood there motionless, staring at the two concrete corpses with two dazed eyes. Wait a moment to take these two corpses and hang them for me at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, so that those who pride themselves on their noble lives will remember a little longer. Lu Chuan's complexion finally returned to normal and instructed Nangong Chuxue. Fine, I'll go personally. Nangong Chuxue estimated that her anger was still not over, and nodded her head fiercely. Alas, hey, girls, do not be afraid. Busy themselves to go. Come also long a bit of insight. Grow a bit of business ability. Lu Chuan turned to the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion, a small face almost blossoming with joy. The girls had just been frightened by Lu Chuan's horrible behavior, and now they were finally coming back to their senses. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. After the girls politely thanked Lu Chuan, they continued to go and treat the wounded. Little Lulu, little Shiyun, bring the cooking guys over. Lunch hasn't been eaten yet. Lu Chuan cheerfully ordered up his two personal maids. The two little girls hurriedly trotted over, skillfully taking out tables and benches, setting up pots and fires. It wasn't long before the aroma of the meal filled the air. Good guy. The only one who can eat now is probably this Lu Chuan guy. Chapter 55, White Wind City Crisis. Elder. Wait. Lu Chuan had just picked up his chopsticks when little Lulu on the side hurriedly called out and then handed over a handkerchief. It turned out that Lu Chuan's face was full of blood, and eating like this looked too scary. Somewhat like he was eating a child. Let go of the teenager. Let me do it. Lu Chuan had just received the handkerchief, and as a result the donkey came galloping from a short distance away. Ah Fu threw out his big tongue, saliva flying all over the sky. Looking at this appearance is to give Lu Chuan, lick the blood on his face clean. Put. Stupid dog. Lu Chuan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spray out. A handful of them ripped it out for you just as Alfred's big tongue was about to fling itself in his face. Then wrap your tongue around its neck and pull that hard, and the world finally clears. Fragrant. Lu Chuan wiped the blood off his face with a handkerchief, then put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed deeply. A face full of perverted intoxication. The two little maids next to him, looking at them, took a step back in fear. At this moment, in front of the city lord's mansion, Nangong Chuxue hung the corpses of Zhang Nanchen and the old woman above the luxurious gate under the watchful eyes of a group of guards. The guards were outright stunned after recognizing the bodies of these two men. Soon a tall, black man came to the door of the. It was no one else but an old acquaintance, Luo Ran. Zhang Nanchen was responsible for handling the specific affairs of White Wind City, while Luo Ran was responsible for the overall coordination. In fact, Luo Ran was the supreme governor of the entire White Wind City. Seeing the corpses of the two, Luo Ran's expression changed slightly. Upon seeing the remaining angry Nangong Chuxue on one side, he was relieved again. Nangong Pavilion Master, what's going on here? Luo Ran stepped forward and asked cheerfully. Nangong Chuxue politely saluted and told what had just happened. Luo Ran listened with a look of indignation. Humph, this bunch of Xiantian sect is usually overbearing and accustomed to it. In this case, they still want to make special and differentiated treatment. Good death. Nangong Chuxue laughed coldly in her heart. If you didn't know that there was such a person as Lu Chuan, wouldn't your Zhenyuan sect also be a virtue? Elder Luo is deeply righteous. A model for my generation as well. Nangong Chushue wasn't a saving grace either, and boasted with a smile on her face. Luo Ran nodded. Nangong girl, don't worry. I will report this matter truthfully. No one will pursue the subsequent responsibility, and no one will dare to find trouble with manhwa. Many thanks to Elder Luo for administering justice. The two chatted a little more here and there heartily, waiting for Nangong Chushue to leave. Luo Ran looked at the two corpses, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Xian Tian sect. Xian Tian sect. Are you going to break your teeth and swallow them in your stomach? Or are you going to take this breath out? Elder, should we take down this corpse? The guard at the side asked. Luo Ran waved his hand. Hang on, just hang on. The Great War is coming. The Xian Tian sect wants to monopolize power. This is a good warning. Go find some anti-odor material. In addition, pass down the order that Jin Yuan sect disciples are not allowed to mess with the people of the Bright Moon Pavilion. And if they want to come into contact, they must treat them with courtesy, and those who violate the order will be decapitated. The words decapitation were used, and the guards were numb at the sound of them. Luo Ran stretched out physically and mentally and muttered, it would be better if Yun Mengza also went to invoke it. Of course, Luo Ran wouldn't try to stir up trouble. He was a very smart person. Moreover, he had come into contact with Lu Chuan some days ago and understood how terrifying that man was. Lucian ate and dozed off on the spot. During this period, Luo Ran gave the order that the affairs of the South City side would be the sole responsibility of the Bright Moon Pavilion. This was giving enough face, and Nangong Chushue knew that it was because of Lu Chuan that Manhwa Pavilion had such treatment. In order not to disgrace Lu Chuan, the disciples of the Manhwa Pavilion acted without differentiation and used their best efforts to treat every injured person. The previously pandemonious Shinong formation was much better at this time. It went on into the night, when suddenly hundreds of wounded were transported. This is the largest number of wounded in the last few days. Fellow Daoist, what has happened? Why have the wounded skyrocketed so much? Nangong Chushue pointed while waving the crowd to carry the injured while asking the cultivator who was transporting the injured. In the evening, a demonic domain cavalry suddenly appeared in the eye of the spectral spring, causing a large number of casualties as it charged. Nangong Chushue's face was a bit ugly, not understanding why so many cultivators couldn't stop a cavalry. Ugh, the man sighed and continued. Apart from us being on the main force, the four ancient clans didn't come a few people at all. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll have to give up White Wind City and retreat inland. Oh yeah, you guys be careful too. That Demon Realm cavalry came ashore after breaking through the blockade, and there's a chance it might come and attack White Wind City. Nangong Chushue's face changed, and she subconsciously looked at Lu Chuan who was not far away, drinking a small wine. Seeing Nangong Chushue's face look bad, the man comforted. Fellow Taoist doesn't have to worry too much. White Wind City has the ace army of the upper three sect stationed there, so there shouldn't be any problems. End of conversation. Shortly after the men transporting the wounded left, the earth began to tremble rhythmically. This is the peculiar majesty of the cavalry when they charge. Soon, a bright red arrow shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the dark night. A loud voice resounded throughout White Wind City. The Demon Domain Cavalry is attacking. All cultivators enter a state of readiness. Cultivators of the 5th realm and above, head to the East City gates and prepare for battle. This sudden news caused the silent White Wind City to come alive. A large number of formations lit up, illuminating the entire White Wind as if it were day. Senior, we're going to the East City. Nangong Chushue brought the Bright Moon Pavilion, a pitiful 24 5th realm cultivators, to report to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan nodded. It's good to let the child go to war and see blood. Saying that, Lu Chuan snapped his fingers, and a stream of black sword chi surged into the bodies of all the maids. Sword chi for you to protect. Your bodies are too weak to withstand too strong a sword chi, but it's enough to save your life. Go boys, the time has come to build a career. Lu Chuan waved his hand and cheered the crowd up. Nangong Chushue bowed deeply, her eyes filled with perseverance. She understood that the Bright Moon Pavilion could not move forward under Lu Chuan's shelter forever, and it was now time for the disciples under her door to see blood. Before the East City gate, the 3 cavalrymen were already fully loaded and ready to go. These 3 cavalry teams were the Long Yuan guards of the Jin Yuan sect, the Heavenly Strike guards of the Cloud Dream Zephyr, and the Laying guards of the Xian Tian sect. These 3 cavalrymen, the actual trump cards of the upper 3 clans, were the armies used to fight large battles. Although the 3 cavalries combined were only about 1,000 people, their aura far exceeded the tens of thousands of cultivators behind the cavalry. Luo Ran was at the forefront of the battle formation as the overall commander. When he saw that Nangong Chushue, with the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion, had also arrived in the East City, his lifted heart was finally released. He understood that as long as the Bright Moon Pavilion participated in the battle, Even if all 3 cavalry units were killed in battle, White Wind City would not be lost. That man will not stand idly by. Chapter 56 Fighting for the ground beneath our feet. Luo Ran is a very treacherous person. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to sit in this position today. But there was one thing that he knew very well. That was that this land had given him everything. And if the Tianyuan continent was occupied by the demon region, then he would lose everything he had. Luo Ran straightened his carefully crafted armor and looked in the direction from which the earth tremor came. A black line slowly came into view. A troop of cavalry riding black nightmares, numbering around 500, appeared in view. Black armor, black lances, and black mounts seemed to blend into the night. There was only the sound of horses' hooves trampling the earth, making everyone's heart, too, beat uneasily with an icy cold aura of solemnity pressed over like a great tide lapping at the shore. The demon realm cavalryman sat down on the nightmare, and the blue flames that rose under his feet were like the fire of souls in a ghostly realm. The warhorse sensed the fear and neighed uneasily. Luo Ran's vision gradually cleared up, which meant that the demon domain cavalry had gotten close enough to each other. Ready! Luo Ran raised the lance in his hand and blindfolded the warhorse at his hip. He knew that this was a head-on collision, and that no amount of tactics or staging would stop this cavalry from moving forward. The only thing they can do is kill them on the front. If they failed, they would lose one of their rear camps. The front line would not be replenished. They would retreat inland, and the battle would spread throughout the Tianyuan continent. Kill! Luo Ran stirred up his entire body's true essence and roared out this word. White Wind City's 3 Iron Blood cavalry began to charge. At the same time, those 500 cavalrymen from the demon region began to accelerate. The entire earth, under the vibrations of the Iron Horsemen, shook wildly. A suffocating killing intent filled the air, and people seemed to be able to smell it emanating from the weapons. The smell of blood mixed with rust. 3 massive beastly silhouettes, charging, appeared above the 3 cavalries. This was a formation spirit, and only an army that was extremely well coordinated and proficient in charging in battle formations would have a chance of summoning this kind of battle formation spirit. The appearance of the spirit of battle formation greatly encouraged the cultivators in the rear. The combat power of a spirit of war was comparable to that of a 9th realm cultivator. In the eyes of these ordinary cultivators, the 9th realm was already that god of the clouds. Boom! Black flames erupted under the charge of the demon domain cavalry. A behemoth, 100 meters tall, appeared above their heads. It was a battlefield Grim Reaper in armor and a battle sword. This magic realm cavalry, too, had its own spirit of battle formation. This meant that this cavalry was not some small shrimp, but an important force in the magic domain. Boom! The cavalry crashed into each other and opened up a grueling close combat, and the 4 battle formation spirits entered the battle at the same time. Blood began to soak the earth, and the sound of ripping crashes and roars intertwined into a melody of death to come. That armor-clad humanoid battle spirit, facing the beast-shaped battle spirit of the upper 3 clans, actually did not lose the wind with 1 against 3, and even had a tendency to suppress it. A battle between 2 races was one of the most brutal. There was only life and death. There was no third option. Boom! With a loud bang, the humanoid battle spirit shattered the head of the Xiantian sect's battle spirit with a slash. The charging cavalry of the Xiantian sect instantly collapsed. It was flooded by the Black Iron Horsemen in a matter of moments. Then came Yun Mengze's war spirit, which was decapitated with a single slash, and the charging cavalryman ended up like the Xiantian sect, instantly slaughtered cleanly. A humanoid battle spirit was clearly a notch higher in combat power than a beast-shaped battle spirit. It was only a matter of time before the rest of the Jinyuan sect was slaughtered. Luo Ran was drenched in blood, and his hands were trembling. He had never expected this outcome. His proud iron cavalry, under the charge from the opposite side, was actually so unbeatable. As the leader, Luo Ran's determination wavered, directly affecting the survival state of the war spirits. This last battle spirit, its figure began to blur, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Bright Moon Pavilion disciples, charge with me. Nangong Chushua knew that they couldn't wait any longer. If they waited for the last battle spirit to be shattered, they would no longer have the slightest resistance. The entire White Wind City will fall. A group of girls, facing this bloody battlefield. Aren't they afraid? Of course they are afraid, but they understand that they can't live, only live or die. Nangong Chushua led the way, followed by the only 24 or so 5th realm disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion. They were the backbone of manhwa Pavilion. If they all died in battle, manhwa Pavilion would never be able to turn around. But Nangong Chushua remained righteous, because this is their land. This land has given them everything, and if they lose this land, they will lose everything. Seeing the charge of a group of women, the cultivators in the rear froze. Charge it! Someone shouted, and tens of thousands of cultivators vastly rushed towards the battlefield. Lu Chuan's figure appeared before the empty city gates. Somewhat enviously, he looked at the group of charging cultivators. They may not be on the same path, but they have the same goal at this point, to fight for the ground beneath their feet. Where is my home? The land on which I stand. Luchuan gently shook the empty wine jar and sighed deeply. Alfred, who was following alone, didn't say anything. It knew he was homesick again. Courage is a valuable quality, but it's also a quality that usually determines nothing. Things come down to strength. Tens of thousands of cultivators facing an iron cavalry of around 500. There was no imagined fierce collision, only lopsided carnage. The coordination of the battle formation made the Devil's Domain cavalry as if it were an iron bucket, splashing water. Every charge of the battle formation takes hundreds of lives. Hot blood, sometimes, doesn't fill the gap in strength. It's so damn cookie, how can it be cookie? Luchuan shook his head straight as he watched. Bang! Throwing the wine altar in his hand, Luchuan took a step out. The dust on the ground rippled away, and a tyrannical aura of killing all living beings, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The cultivators who were fighting to the death stopped. The Demon Domain cavalry also stopped, and the heavens and earth were frighteningly quiet at this moment. Withdraw! Seeing Luchuan, Luo Ran, who was still alive, reacted and gave the order to retreat. The cultivators who were still alive followed the Jinyuan sect's remaining dozens of iron horsemen and ran towards the city gates. In the face of the crowd's retreat, the Demon Domain cavalry didn't pursue, but instead organized their ranks and rearranged their formation. The retreating large group naturally made way for Luchuan. They looked at this somewhat languid noble gentleman and didn't know how to express the gratitude in their hearts. A melodious sound of horse hooves rang out, and the Demon Region cavalrymen that were lined up, at this time, also gave way. A woman with a sword on her waist, her hair tied up high and valiant, slowly walked towards Luchuan. The darkness veiled her from view, but it was thought that it wouldn't be too hard to look at, as the close-fitting black armor couldn't hide her devilish figure. A first-realm cultivator? The woman's crisp voice rang out, full of disappointment. Chapter 57, Sword v. Flowerfall. Luchuan looked at the woman not far away, shook his head and said seriously, "Actually, I am a swordsman." Swordsman? The woman seemed to frown. Yes, the swordsman. Luchuan laughed softly. Then his right hand gently raised and placed it on top of the hilt of the killing knife. The kind of swordsman who kills a man at 10 steps and leaves no one behind for 1,000 miles. Interesting. The woman laughed as well. Endless Demon Region. Left Vanguard Adjutant. Zexia. The woman drew the long knife at her waist. An extreme aura of killing came down from the sky. Red mist spread down from her body, enveloping the surrounding heaven and earth. Domain. The cultivator watching the battle at the city gate shouted out these two words with a trembling voice. Domains were moves unique to Divine Dao Third Realm powers, releasing the invisible Great Dao that had been realized in a tangible way like a domain. The domain, the greatest killer mace of a Divine Dao Third Realm cultivator, was one of the most terrifying means of attack. The only thing that can compete with a field is another field. This Devil Realm woman in front of her, her strength was at least on par with that of a Divine Dao Third Realm cultivator. The crowd looked at Luchuan. Seeing that he just placed his hand on top of that black sword hilt, he didn't show any response. Despair spreads like a plague. They understood that in front of an enemy that could open a field, running away was a luxury. Guilt by association. The woman flicked the long knife in her hand. A melodious trembling sound came from above the blade. The blade gradually turned into a blood-like color. The armor on the woman's body also turned red, and secretive runes generated on her face. Her aura lifted and lifted and lifted, finally resting at that highest point. At this moment, the woman seemed as if the true form of the god of murder had descended into the world to harvest all life. No? Luchuan asked. Isn't that enough? The woman laughed, confidence in her voice. Of course, not enough. Luchuan shook his head and slowly pulled out the killing knife. In the instant that killing knife was sheathed, a treacherous fluctuation exploded from the sword. A tyrannical killing intent rose in everyone's hearts. This killing intent violently stimulated them, as if they would lose their minds and go mad the next moment. Sword v. Flower Fall. Luchuan's figure disappeared into thin air. Only a slowly falling black sword flower was left behind. So fast. Can't capture it. The woman looked at the location where Luchuan had disappeared, and her pupils shrunk violently. The long knife in her hand sliced down horizontally. However, in the next moment, her expression froze, and the knife in her hand was also fixed in place. A black sword flower, drifting down from her eyes. She wanted to reach out her hand to catch it, yet her body was out of control. Luchuan's figure appeared 10 paces behind her, no more and no less. The killing knife was already sheathed. Luchuan did not look back and walked slowly towards the cavalry. What a fast sword! The woman's trembling lips spat out 4 words. In the next moment, Her domain shattered with a loud bang, and her head flew up high, blood soaring out, bringing up a wind-like sound. She couldn't understand to her dying day how this teenager, who didn't have a domain, was able to move freely in her domain. The crowd at the city gates didn't come back from their shock until the field shattered and the woman's head flew up. Everything was beyond common sense and cognition, and they couldn't imagine what kind of existence that noble son really was. The demon realm cavalry began to charge, and they didn't disorganize themselves because of the death of their general. The huge battle spirit, wielding its long blade, ruthlessly slashed down towards Lu Chuan, bringing up a might that crumbled mountains and split the earth. The cavalry also charged forward, ready for close combat. The flowers are blooming. Lu Chuan gently raised his hand, and the flowers, which were transformed by the sword chi, floated down in the sky. Sword V flower fall, the most romantic of Lu Chuan's 12 sword moves. This romance, however, is paid for by life. The next moment the blooming sword flower exploded violently. The Devil's Domain cavalry was instantly swamped. The Great War came to an end, and White Wind City was preserved. However, except for Lu Chuan who should eat and drink, everyone was anxious and panicked, and the entire White Wind City was sad. This time, the Demon Region cavalry raided White Wind City. The cavalry of the upper 3 clans were almost completely wiped out, and the remaining cultivators died close to 3,000. The most terrifying thing was that the other side only had 500 iron horsemen. Moreover, if Lu Chuan hadn't been there, and had he killed the demon realm woman who was able to open up a realm, there would be no need to say what would have happened to White Wind City. The crowd had experienced this great battle and began to gradually realize the gap between the Tian Yuan continent and the demon region. If the Eye of the Spectral Spring couldn't be resealed in a short period of time, even with Lu Chuan, a fierce man, the fall of the Tian Yuan continent would only be a matter of time. Even if Lu Chuan was strong, no one thought that with him alone, he would be able to fight against the endless demon region. The only good news was that after the great battle, White Wind City had finally settled down, and for the next several days, there were no more accidents. Fix the dog. Fix the dog. Come on, come on. Lu Chuan refused Luo Ran's request to invite himself to stay in the city lord's mansion, and remained lying on this side of the Shinnong formation. These days, as soon as it was time to start the meal, there would be a chubby little dog that would come to Lu Chuan's place to dabble in the food. This little guy, it should be raised by the civilians of White Wind City, probably when it was transferred. It didn't take it away and left it behind. Lu Chuan is a very complicated and strange person. He's not patient enough with a lot of people or things, but it's impossible to resist this furry little thing. Lu Chuan found a bowl for the puppy, and as soon as it was time to eat, he had a bowl for himself and a bowl for the puppy. One on the table, one under the table. A big one and a small one, both with mouths full of food. When the puppy finished eating, he would lie down beside Lu Chuan for a while and then leave without saying a word. Lu Chuan also never forced the puppy to stay, letting it come and go as it pleased. It became a special sight on the south side, endless demon territory. A mysterious world whose strength was able to fight against the entire vast world. Against the entire vast world. People's overall impressions of endless magic are few and far between, because they don't seem to have anything else to do but wage war. It was a good thing that all along, the narrow Eye of the Spectral Spring had restricted the Demon Realm's army from entering the great world of vastness. However, this time, the Eye of the Spectral Spring, the entire thing exploded. The blown-up area took up almost a tenth of the unsleeping sea. This meant that the armies of the Endless Demon region would be able to pass through the Eye of the Spectral Spring without any hindrance and wage war. On the other side of the Eye of the Spectral Spring, in the middle of the Endless Demon region, the sky is gray here and the environment is oppressive and suffocating. Boundless armies were assembling, and the human race made up only a very small portion of these soldiers. Most of the soldiers were unnamed demons. Right in the center of the army, there was an ornate high platform. The Demon Lord, the ruler of the demon region, was watching his men assemble. Chapter 58, Lord of the Magic Realm. The Demon Lord looked like a handsome young man, but his actual age was already more than 50,000 years old. Sitting on top of the high platform, the Demon Lord propped up his chin and watched the boundless army gathering with some disinterest. On the side stood a woman wearing a long white dress with a cool temperament, unable to see her face because she was wearing a veil. She is the High Priestess of the Demon Realm. The existence of the High Priestess is far older than the Demon Lord. There is a saying in the Devil's Domain. It's called the Demon Lord of Running Water, the High Priest of Iron. Having witnessed the rise and fall of many eras, only this time, she had pressed everything on this generation of Demon Lords. Zixia died in battle. The High Priest extended his hand and a small black crystal ball appeared in it. The black blob was riddled with cracks, as if it would break apart the next moment. This kind of small ball, called the Demon Core, was something unique to Demon Realm beings by nature, and it was also their weakness. Only if one was strong enough, the magic core could be taken out by special means. The magic core was indestructible, and even if the body perished, it could quickly recover. This was the fundamental reason why the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent talked about demons. High combat-powered demons simply couldn't be killed or exhausted, and even if their bodies perished, they would soon be reborn again in their magic cores. However, at this moment, the magic core in the high priest's hand shattered apart inch by inch and dissipated into pieces in the air. This meant that Zixua's divine soul was completely annihilated and could never be revived. This is something that has never happened before. The high priest raised his head and looked through the heavy black clouds to the sky. The heavens are treacherous and the fierce star is unusually active. I'm afraid there will be changes. When the demon lord heard this, he laughed disdainfully. The Tianyuan continent is but a projectile land, lacking in aura and resources. Even the divine Tao third realm, there are only a few of them. What kind of variables can come out of it? The high priest shook his head. The cloud of worry between his brows did not dissipate. It can't be deduced. Whenever one tries to get close to those murderous stars, everything will be covered up. The demon lord smiled and shook his head. The high priestess doesn't need to worry too much. This time the eye of the spectral spring blew up for no reason. It's a great change that hasn't been seen in 100,000 years. We must seize this opportunity to enter the great world of vastness. The high priestess listened, her brow gradually spreading. Yes, she had already waited for 100,000 years. If she couldn't grasp it this time, I'm afraid she would have to wait for the next 100,000 years. The heaven-swallowing great emperor attained enlightenment in the dragon field 100,000 years ago, and now the great emperor's enlightenment field will reappear, and there must be an opportunity to become an emperor there. There is your chance there, and the chance for the entire demon realm. Fix the doggy, come and sit down. The little fat dog came on time to dine, and Lu Chuan had the good sense to serve it delicious food. To be taken care of by this tyrant, this honor is considered the pinnacle of a dog's life. I heard that the other day, you killed a demon realm general who could open a realm? Lu Chuan had just picked up his chopsticks when a faint female voice sounded not far away. A young girl with bare feet and wearing rough linen clothes appeared not far away. The young girl was not good looking. Her skin was dark and her face was full of freckles, like a countryside tomboy who rolled around in the mud all day. At the first moment, Lu Chuan sensed that in the young girl's body, there was a huge power hidden, on par with that demon domain general earlier. That meant that this woman was an expert of the third realm of the divine Tao. Off and get annoyed. Lu Chuan waved his hand with some impatience, because in the woman's voice, he could hear suppressed excitement and hostility. Only a martial arts fanatic would show such emotions. That means this young girl is here to get herself into a fight? The young girl looked at Lu Chuan and her pupils gradually contracted. The body began to shake violently from the excitement, and the expression on his face twisted, because when Lu Chuan said that get lost, she felt a kind of power, a kind of indescribable power. Obviously, it was only a first-realm cultivator, so why would this feeling appear? The young girl didn't want to think about that anymore. The extreme excitement had caused her pupils to start to look abnormal. Her pupils turned into snake-like vertical pupils, and in the needle-like vertical pupils, symbols began to flicker. Eye of the Tingshui snake, Desert Lock family. The eaters saw the change in the young girl's pupils and shivered in fear. The Desert Lock family, one of the 4 ancient clans, had survived for a much longer time than the upper 3 clans. The most distinctive symbol of the Luo family is the pupil of the eye of the Tang snake. Legend had it that this Tang snake's eye, which was related to the ancient divine beast, the Tang snake, could bestow possession of a very strong natural aptitude. Only the pure Luo family bloodline had an extremely low probability of opening the eye of the Tang snake. This dark and thin young girl in front of her, without a doubt, must be a core member of the Locke family. Be careful, little lord. This girl doll is from the Locke family. Eater kindly reminded up. The young girl grinned, revealing her neat white teeth as she looked at Lu Chuan. Fight me, win and you can have a nice dinner. Lu Chuan's eyes jumped and he slapped his chopsticks on the table. The little fat dog under the table, startled by the sound of the table being tapped, raised his big innocent eyes to look at Lu Chuan. Hey! Lu Chuan instantly changed his face. The corner of his mouth hooked up a gentle smile, and said to the little fat dog, It's fine ah. You eat your. The little fat dog cocked his head and whimpered, seemingly understanding Lu Chuan's words, and lowered his head to continue drying his rice. Looking at the little fat dog, Lu Chuan took a deep breath, picked up his chopsticks again, turned his head to the young girl, and reminded up in a gloomy tone. Think it over, little Yakuza. Once you make your move, there will only be death for you and death for me. There will not be a third outcome. Perhaps the young girl didn't realize that she should have thanked the dry dinner dog. If it wasn't for the fear of startling it, Lu Chuan would probably have already twisted her head off. At this moment, the young girl's needle-like pupils suddenly bled out. Her body trembled even more. Yet the trembling was from fear. The eye of the Tang snake has an ability to see the qi in others. You can judge the strength by the concentration of the gas. But just now Lu Chuan inadvertently revealed the gas, but colored the world in front of the young girl black. She had never seen such pure tyrannical aura. This qi, so huge that it covered the sky, seemed to be tearing the heaven and earth apart. The young girl froze in place, knowing that once she made a move, the consequence would be one word, and that was death. The melon eaters have been in contact for the past few days, but they know Lu Chuan's character very well. As long as you do not mess with Lu Chuan, anything is fine. But you want to die ungrateful, then I am sorry. The melon eaters were all so excited that they were close to wailing, waiting for this young girl to go up and give away her head. The impression that ordinary cultivators had of the four ancient clans was actually very poor. These few families were the assholes of the Tianyuan continent. When there is something wrong, he avoids the world and pretends that he is conforming to the fate of heaven. And when there was nothing else to do, they occupied a few large spirit mines, large secret realms, and crazily plundered resources. With this virtue, the crowd couldn't wait for the four ancient clans to play it out sooner rather than later. Chapter 59, The Great War begins. The young girl stayed where she was for a long time, until the munchers were about to lose their patience and she turned away. In the end, she still didn't have enough courage to take a shot at Lu Chuan. But the young girl didn't leave far before a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. For Lu Chuan, this was just a small episode that didn't matter. But for the young girl, it led directly to a crack in the heart of the Tao. If this rift was not mended properly, I'm afraid she would be stuck in this realm forever. It was just this rift that she was afraid she would never want to repair in her life. And Lu Chuan wouldn't give him that chance. It's called heaven's own faults can be violated, but self-inflicted faults cannot be lived. Woo woo woo. Lu Chuan had just finished his lunch when a low horn sounded in the distant sea. Everyone's gazes looked towards the undying sea. They knew that the great battle had begun. Only an hour has passed. A streak of light streaked across the sky, and a huge flying magic weapon descended from the sky, hovering above White Wind City. The first line of defense has been lost. The Devil Domain army has entered the undying sea in full force. All logistical personnel are evacuating White Wind City and heading to Phaseless City. The bad news came out of nowhere, and everyone froze at the news. It's too fast. It's only been an hour. Why has the first line of defense fallen? Isn't the first line of defense the Morrow Grand Formation? Why was it broken through so quickly? Some people didn't want to believe the news and questioned it out loud. The number of demonic domain armies is beyond imagination. It's impossible to fight against them. Hurry up. Everyone come up here. The logistics should be transferred to Phaseless City first and establish a good supply point. This answer filled everyone with despair. Phaseless City. Yes, we still have Phaseless City. Some people reacted and ran towards the huge flying spell. Phaseless City was the #1 city in the Tianyuan continent, with high walls and a heavenly danger to defend. There must still be a way. Elder, are we leaving? Nandong Chushua led the Bright Moon Pavilion disciples and broke away from the panicked crowd. Lu Chuan couldn't help but shake his head as he watched these cultivators, like headless flies, scurrying around the city. Go, definitely, but not with them. Nandong Chushua was a bit puzzled. Please clarify, senior. Lu Chuan pointed at the flying magic weapon that was half the size of White Wind City. This thing is too big. The target is too obvious. Don't go with them. It's easy to get wiped out. You guys go straight back to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Nandong Chushue heard that Lu Chuan wouldn't be traveling the same way and asked worriedly, won't senior come with us? Lu Chuan shook his head. Don't worry about me. Worry more about how to preserve the disciples under your door. After this war, the forces on the Tianyuan continent will be reshuffled. Whether manhwa Pavilion can have a place or not depends on you. Good. Nandong Chushue nodded her head fiercely, then led the disciples under her door to the city gates. The Bright Moon Pavilion only had a few hundred people, and compared to the entire White Wind City's 100,000 strong army, it was unremarkable. No one cared where the Bright Moon Pavilion was going, and no one cared if they lived or died. After another hour, the entire White Wind City ran out of steam. People were in their spells, looking at the entire city, with only the lone Lu Chuan left, and their hearts were full of bad feelings. They don't know why you. Lu Chuan, don't go. Lu Chuan landed in a quiet place, and also finally shed his ass from the chair. Standing up and stretching, he slipped over toward a private house not far away with his hands behind his back. Soon Lu Chuan found the little fat dog. It was lying on its back before the door of a closed room, its eyes filled with sadness. This is supposed to be its home. Only its owner, it seems, doesn't want it. At the sound of footsteps, The little fat dog looked up. After seeing that it was Lu Chuan, the little tail wagged and whimpered softly. Huey hooker, go on, skedaddle. Lu Chuan smiled and greeted. The little fat dog got up, looked at the closed door, and retracted his outstretched leg. It's afraid. What should I do if I don't guard this place? In case my master comes back and doesn't see me? The little fat dog cocked his head, wagged his tail, and stood in front of the door, refusing to leave. Lu Chuan didn't force himself and placed the prepared bowl of meat in front of the little fat dog, gently rubbing the dog's head. He laughed. If you're hungry, look for me at the ferry. I'm sure to be there. The little fat dog licked Lu Chuan's hand. It didn't understand what Lu Chuan was saying. Let's go. No need to send. Lu Chuan smiled and raised his hand, waving it lightly. The little fat dog looked at Lu Chuan's back, his big eyes full of doubts. It wondered why this good man, today, smelled a little different. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent were routed faster than expected. Lu Chuan had just reached the ferry when he saw several, as huge as a small city, warships coming from the sea level. Soon the warship docked and a large number of cultivators poured down from the ship like a swarm of bees. They were terrified, their faces twisted with fear. Lu Chuan found a nice spot by the pier and happily watched the people who were hastily fleeing for their lives while his eyes searched for something. Soon a cultivator wearing the robes of the 10,000 Beasts sect appeared in view. Lu Chuan gently raised his hand, and a sword chi brought up the sound of breaking air and pierced through the man's brow. Lu Chuan was a very vindictive person. The 10,000 Beasts sect had given themselves something to do some days ago. Could they be given a good time? The death of one man can make no waves in the stream of people running for their lives. But what about 100? When the kill reached the 100th person, someone finally realized that Lu Chuan was intercepting the cultivators of the sect of 10,000 Beasts. Why is he so despicable at such a young age? To do this poisonous thing in such a situation? A middle-aged man, who was somewhat in a sorry state, came with a few people to ask for forgiveness. This leading middle-aged man was the Xian Tian sect's patriarch, Luo Yuntian. However, at this time, he had long since lost the authority of the upper three sect masters, and was as terrified as a bereaved dog. There's a grudge. Why else? Lu Chuan somewhat boredly snapped his fingers again, and a few more 10,000 Beast sect cultivators fell in the stream of people running away. You guy. Luo Yuntian saw this teenager in front of him, completely ignoring himself. The bad anger that had been held back on the side of the Demon Region's army exploded out here in Lu Chuan, intercepting frontline soldiers at the time of a great war. No matter which sect disciple you are, I can kill you. Luo Yuntian was furious and slapped Lu Chuan's head. Are you sick of this? Why don't you just be a good dog? Lu Chuan was a little angry, and the consequences were serious. Facing the palm that swung towards him, Lu Chuan struck first afterward and directly clasped Luo Yuntian's pulse. Before Luo Yuntian could react, he pulled fiercely towards his front. Then a hook with his left hand viciously struck Luo Yuntian's chin. The piercing sound of bones breaking rang out. This combination shattered Luo Yuntian's entire jaw and even lost a small half of his face. Miserable screams resounded in the midst of this running stream of people. Chapter 60, Siege of White Wind City 1. Idle you. Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes as he looked at Luo Yuntian, who couldn't speak because his jaw was broken. Then he broke his neck, and fearing that the bastard would not die completely, he stomped on his head again. Only after doing so did Lu Chuan sit back down and continue searching for the crowd of 10,000 Beast sect in the crowd. It was busy until evening, when the million-strong army managed to disembark, and only after making sure that there were no leaks did they manage to stop their hands. And at this moment, there were already 20 huge flying magic vessels floating above the sky, obscuring the entire sky. It seemed that these retreating cultivators were to be transported to Phaseless City. Lu Chuan estimated that even if a flying magic vessel only held 100,000 people, it would still be enough to hold 2 million cultivators. The number of cultivators who retreated from the front line was so large that Lu Chuan was a bit surprised. Lu Chuan was a bit curious. An army of cultivators of this size, routed so quickly. How strong was the demon domain? Just a rabble. Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan at this moment, his tone filled with contempt. If it's replaced by a continent in the top 3 in terms of strength, it can still fight with the demon domain. The Tianyuan continent is completely unqualified for this. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Where the hell have you been these past 2 days? No sign of the donkey for the past 2 days, which is a bit of an anomaly. When Ah Fu heard Lu Chuan ask, he swept towards the side with his thieving eyes to make sure that no one was eavesdropping before he whispered. In the past 2 days, I went looking for information and discovered the reason why the demon region attacked the Tianyuan continent. Lu Chuan frowned. Why? Is there any other special reason? Ah Fu snorted excitedly. He. If the speculation is not wrong, it should be related to the great emperor's enlightenment field. The field of enlightenment? Lu Chuan was a bit bewildered. Ah Fu nodded. 100,000 years ago, a person with great fortune achieved the position of a great emperor by attaining enlightenment at the dragon field. The enlightenment field may reappear in the world recently, and there should be an opportunity to become an emperor. I can't speculate on the exact location. I can only locate it when the enlightenment field appears. Lu Chuan nodded. This was good news. Just at that moment, one of the flying magic vessels transporting cultivators above the sky suddenly exploded. In a flash of fire, a white light 100 times brighter than the sun spread out. Then a second one blew up right after it, and then a third one. In just a few minutes, all 20 flying spells exploded. In such a short period of time, all the flying spells were blown up, and all the cultivators who went up perished, which shall not die hundreds of thousands. The brutality of the war is evident in the fact that it is all in the tens of thousands, counting the number of people killed in action. These silly things, with such a big target, aren't they shouting for people to come and fight? Alfred couldn't help but roll his eyes and scoff. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A hoarse roar rang out between heaven and earth. Cultivators who didn't make it up there stopped in their tracks in a hurry and set up a formation in a panic. 3 figures, at that moment, appeared in the sky after the flying spells blew up. Powerful might, like a mountain, pressed down from several people. The noisy White Wind City instantly went deathly quiet. Gentlemen, there is no need to travel by boat. The feng shui of this place is very good. Buried here, you can be reincarnated in a good life in your next life. Above the sky, a middle-aged man in the center, dressed in black armor and holding a coiled dragon spear, looked at the ants below and snorted. Lu Chuan looked at the three with some curiosity and asked, Donkey, between cultivators, there is such a big difference in strength in each realm. In fact, it only takes a few demons with the strength of the third realm of the divine path to slaughter all of these cultivators. So why does the demon region still need to make a big fuss about it and let the army press in? What do you know? Donkey rolled his eyes. Against higher-ranked cultivators, lower-ranked cultivators can utilize battle formations and arrays, and are not completely helpless. If it weren't for the fact that right now these cultivators are so disorganized and messing around, the formation wouldn't even be able to get it out. Just those 3 dangling hairs of the Tao One realm in the sky will be hung up and beaten by these millions of ordinary cultivators. Lu Chuan nodded. In that case, then I'd better slip away. When the time comes, the countless armies of the demon region will be in formation. In case I can't hack it, how humiliating. Put. A mouthful of old blood almost didn't come out of Fu's mouth. Others are others. You are you. It's not the same. Fu hurriedly stopped Lu Chuan and blew a rainbow fart. You're the strongest sword god ever. A fierce man whose killing efficiency is higher than an assembly line. What kind of stinking fish or shrimp is the third realm of the divine path that can be compared to you? Hey, if you can talk, talk more. Lu Chuan sat back down again. And Fu was rare in not getting smacked. Form up. Find your place. Don't mess up. Finally, someone is coming out to run the show. By now, however, the army had been scared out of its wits, and the sound was quickly drowned out in fear. Quiet. Above the sky, the general holding the coiled dragon lance spoke again at this moment. A huge pressure swept over White Wind City, and the crowd was silenced once again by the pressure. I am Mokakash, the commander of the Vanguard Battalion of the Devil's Domain, and I have an adjutant who died in battle here earlier. Does anyone know who did this? Whoever tells this general can guarantee his safe departure from here. Ugh, looking for you. Fu looked at Lu Chuan is full of gloating. White Wind City was silent, and no one gave an answer. Because those who know, have long since withdrawn. No one knows? How disappointing for this general. Mokakash shook his head and nodded gently to the 2 men to his left and right. The other 2 didn't have any nonsense as they fell from the sky above, opening up a one-sided slaughter. In an instant, White Wind City was a place of ghosts and wolves crying and screaming. Sinful animal, don't be reckless. At this moment a green-colored light came from the sky at great speed. A flying sword brought up a heck of a lot of power, charging straight at the 2 demons that fell into the city. After the flying sword, there was a man coming from the sky. A huge palace silhouette loomed behind him. This person seemed to be walking not too fast, yet there was an indescribably eerie feeling. As if jumping in space, he arrived above White Wind City in a few blinks. At the sight of the magnificent palace that loomed large, someone reacted. The green flying sword, flowing water and flowers, heaven and earth, is the owner of the Kunlun Divine Palace? Yi Xiangyan. Hearing this name, the cultivators who had become pigs and dogs to be slaughtered were instantly galvanized. The Kunlun Divine Palace was one of the most mysterious sects, a place of pilgrimage in the hearts of cultivators in the Tianyuan continent. This generation's Kunlun lord was named Yi Xiangye, a Tao One realm sword cultivator. The Kunlun Divine Palace hardly ever came out of the world, but legends about it were passed down from generation to generation in the mouths of cultivators. That figure gradually became clearer. A middle-aged man in rags and linen with a bearded face. There were some discrepancies with the crowd's imagined appearance of an ethereal and dusty sword fairy, but the terrifyingly sharp sword aura proved that this person was Yi Xiangyan. Chapter 61, Siege of White Wind City 2. Yi Xiangye, Yi Great Sword Immortal. I've heard a lot about you. Mokakash looked at the middle-aged man who confronted him and pulled the corners of his mouth into a smile as black flames flared up around him. The air around them, pulled and twisted by the flames, made Mokakash's figure look somewhat less real. He was able to call out Yi Xiangye's name. So it seemed that for the intelligence of the Tianyuan continent, the demon domain had done an excellent job. Yi Xiangye sneered up with an expressionless face. A bunch of people who hate dogs, talking to you will dirty my mouth. Ha! Mokakash couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Then I hope that sword immortal's bones are as hard as his mouth. Brother Yi, killing this thing, how can you not call me? Just then, a flash of white light rose from the sea. A white-clothed sword immortal came riding on the waves. Shiman Changa. Shiman Changa of Panglai Pavilion. Panglai Pavilion, one of the 4 ancient clans hidden above the unsleeping sea. The crowd didn't expect the Shiman family to come as well. So did that mean the other 3 families would come as well? If all of the Divine Tao Third Realm were gathered together, along with millions of cultivators, there was no chance that they wouldn't be able to fight. The crowd's mood swung again, kindling hope for life. Brother Yi, leave the 2 below to me. You deal with the one above. Shiman Changa's bravado was so strong that he lightly stepped on his feet. The wind and clouds above the sky rose again. A huge sword formation formed at great speed, and the earth and sky were instantly filled with destructive awe-inspiring sword intent. Brother Shiman is in pain. Let's drink together later. Yi Xiangye laughed out loud, and with a stretch of his hand, the green-colored flying sword below that was entangled with the 2 devils returned to his side. Ignorance is in the air. Moksha shook his head gently. In the next moment, the flames around him erupted in a prairie fire. A magical beast that was 100 meters tall stood up from the black flames of the prairie fire. The black demonic aura rose up into the sky, occupying a part of the sky with Yi Xiangye's green-colored sword curtain and Shiman Changa's white sword formation respectively. Let me learn the cold mountain sword intent of this generation of the Lord of Kunlun. Mokakash flicked his feet to the top of the wraith's shoulders. The roaring flames rose once more, forming a suit of flaming armor over the wraith. If you want to see it, then I'll show it to you. A monstrous sword intent erupted from Yi Xiangyan. The heaviness of the mountains, and the terrifying icy cold spread out extremely quickly. This sword intent clashed with the black flames of Makaksha. The 2 extreme attributes rubbed out a brilliant luster, illuminating the entire dark night. At the same time, the white sword formation trembled and erupted with dazzling divine light, because the battlefield between Shiman Changa and the demons was on the ground, blocking the exit of the city gates. The cultivators of White Wind City had no choice but to all squeeze their way back to the ferry once again. The crowd saw the teenager who had killed Luo Yuntian again, with 2 long swords hanging from his waist, somewhat lethargically. He sat at the end of the long bridge by the dock, propping his chin up and staring out over the rippling sea. He seemed to have no interest in the battle at White Wind City. As darkness fell, the little fat dog stood up from the closed door. The tremor in White Wind City luckily didn't reach it. The little fat dog bounced around ready to go to Lu Chuan because it was time for dinner. After running a few steps, the little fat dog returned to the door and picked up his little bowl. It came to its usual place, yet it was empty, and the familiar person was nowhere to be seen. Little fat dog in the mouth of the bowl, tinkled on the ground, eyes full of sadness. The master is gone. Just met the new friends is also gone. The little fat dog, with tears in his eyes, kept circling around the place where Lu Chuan had sat, shrugging his little nose while circling. Soon it stopped again and kept sniffing at the air. It smelled Lu Chuan's scent. The little fat dog was impressed with the smell, because it was the best smell he had ever smelled, better than the meat in the bowl. The little fat dog cheerfully picked up the bowl and ran in the direction of the dock. Patriarch Bailey, we should take advantage of this opportunity to break out, and we'll have a chance when we reach Phaseless City. Yes, Lord Bailey, this is the only chance we have. If we stay green, we are not afraid of having no wood to burn. Give the order, my lord. One of the upper 3 clans, the Xian Tian Sect's patriarch, was dead, and the Yin Mengzai patriarch had little influence and little say. Right now, only the Jin Yuan Sect patriarch, Bailey Yuza, had the ability to calm the scene. Bailey Yuza looked towards the battlefield where several Dao One realms were fighting. The entire sky was trembling and White Wind City was being destroyed at an extremely high speed. If they fought for a little while longer, I'm afraid that they would die under the fallout from these people's sparring. Now was the best time for them to leave White Wind City. However, Bailey Yuza knew very well that even if they reached Phaseless City, it would be impossible for them to defend it. It was only a matter of time before the entirety of the Tianyuan continent fell. Even if all 4 ancient clans were to deploy, along with the Kunlun Divine Palace, it would be impossible to hold back the Demon Region's army. Bailey Yuza turned his gaze to Lu Chuan. Earlier, when Lu Chuan was in White Wind City and slaughtered that woman from the Devil Domain at the Dao One realm, Luo Ran had passed on information to him. He naturally knew that this teenager who was too good to be true was that god of killing from the Bright Moon Pavilion. It was because Luo Ran of the Jin Yuan sect had been in contact with Lu Chuan. Naturally Bailey Yuza, as the Jin Yuan sect patriarch, was one of the few people who could guess Lu Chuan's strength. Being able to easily exterminate a Dao One realm powerhouse might be. Patriarch Bailey, we can't all die here. Since you're not willing to give the order, then we shouldn't blame us for being unethical. At this moment, someone interrupted Bailey Yuza's thoughts. Brothers, follow me and rush out together. Good. It can be described as a call to arms. In front of life and death, no one will talk about morality. Move over, move over. Under a roar, one of the wounded was sent to Bailey Yuza. Isn't this a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect? They weren't the first to withdraw. Why are they back? Seeing this wounded man, a bad feeling welled up in the hearts of the people. Bailey Yuza hurriedly stuffed an elixir into the injured man's mouth. The wounded are doing a little better, but that's about it. His divine soul was about to collapse, and no medicine could save him. Lord 100. Bailey, I have been intercepted by the Demon Domain army. Don't go to Phaseless City. The back road is cut off. The wounded man spat out a few words in a broken voice and died. Bailey Yuza's brain buzzed, and when he got up, his entire body was in a bit of a trance, almost fainting directly. The news spread like a plague, and everyone's face was ashen, and there was nothing but despair. Lord Bailey, are you alright? The people around him hurriedly supported Bailey Yuza. Ugh. Bailey Yu let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. We have no way back. The Tian Yuan continent can already be declared fallen in less than a day. That's just it. All run for your lives. Bailey Yuza waved his hand, and his entire person looked instantly a dozen years older. Chapter 62, The Big Scene. Ooh-hoo. Woe is me, and blessing is me. As despair spread, a desolate horn sounded in the distant sea. A black wall of water appeared where the sea and sky met. That's the ocean that's churning up. It was like a heavenly river pouring in, and White Wind City was so small under this wall of water that it was almost negligible. The hearts of the crowd, beating violently with the sound of the trumpet. The heavens and the earth trembled with this upturned sea. Gray crept onto everyone's faces, a color that only the dead could appear. In their minds, they had already pronounced the death sentence for themselves. The churning sea, which was not advancing very fast, seemed to be intentionally slowing down its advance. The invisible pressure was released to the maximum, and some cultivators started to vomit madly because they were too scared. Some cultivators wanted to escape, but they couldn't take a step. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Something even scarier happened. The sound of horses' hooves trampling the earth resounded from behind White Wind City. A humanoid battle spirit that was tens of thousands of meters tall appeared behind the mountains. How majestic it is! How incredible! This humanoid battle spirit, wielding a battle sword in his hand, chipped away at the mountains that were in his way and came towards White Wind City. With a wolf in front and a tiger at the back, the entire White Wind City, which had become a sandwich cake, was now unable to escape even if it wanted to. Formation! 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 Bailey Yuza's hoarse voice resounded. The voice carried the will to die. People are always such strange creatures. In fear one becomes a worthless coward. Yet in a situation of certain death, it will be the trapped beast that bares its teeth. Asterisk 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 it. I'll take 2 of them with me even if I die. Fight this bunch. The resolve of the monks was, somewhat ironically, united in this desperate situation. The entire White Wind City, at this moment, became strangely quiet. No one spoke anymore. Only the sounds of the cultivators pinching and laying down formations remained. A little fat dog, carrying a small bowl through the crowd. Luckily, no one had an itchy foot and gave the little guy a kick. Otherwise they were afraid that they would have been destroyed by Lu Chuan first. Woof woof woof. The little fat dog finally saw the figure and happily threw the small bowl in front of Lu Chuan. You're really here. Lu Chuan lowered his head and rubbed the little fat dog's head, spreading his hands somewhat helplessly. There's no dinner tonight. It's not done. The little fat dog ran all the way, was starved, and looked at Lu Chuan with a crooked head. Thinking that Lu Chuan didn't understand what he meant, he touched his paw to his little bowl and woofed twice. Lu Chuan cried and laughed, and punched Ah Fu who was beside him. Bring out some vigorous pills. Are you sick? Can't you talk properly? Ah Fu's lips turned up in anger, revealing a mouthful of large plate teeth. Lu Chuan squinted at it, and Ah Fu immediately and honestly took out a small bag. A stinking dog, also worthy of eating the donkey master's vigor pill. Your grandmother's cheap, you little brat. Alfred crumbled up in displeasure. Luchuan lazily ignored the bastard, opened the bag, grabbed out a handful of small silver-colored pills, and put them into a small bowl, pushing the small bowl in front of the little fat dog. Luchuan's eyes narrowed with a smile. Eat it, it's tasteless, but it's top-filling, and when you do, you'll be the prettiest cub on the street. Little fat dog is also really hungry, even if the vigor pill what flavor is not, but put in the bowl, must be able to eat. Uttering a few mouthfuls, he directly dried up half a bowl of Powerball. Luchuan looked amused and poured the remaining half bag of power pills into the little fat dog's bowl as well. Spoiling things, Master Tenno, alas. Ah Fu looked at it with gnashing teeth, wishing to hoof the little fat dog to death right away. The tense atmosphere seemed to be washed away quite a bit by the arrival of the little fat dog. The cultivator who had finished setting up the formation looked at Luchuan, who was feeding the dog. Luchuan's lean and slender figure was stretched out for a long time in the pale moonlight. The two long swords of opposing colors at his waist were somewhat out of character, because cultivators don't use swords like that. Cultivators only use flying swords. Little lord, hurry up and come into the big formation, as long as you can live for a little while longer. The nearest cultivator, seemingly unwilling to see this noble son with a superb temperament die under that monstrous wave, kindly shouted. Perhaps they will not know that it was this temporary bit of kindness that saved their little lives. Luchuan raised his eyes and looked at the cultivator who had made the statement and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. As the old saying goes, what goes around comes around. Clapping his hands, Luchuan slowly got up. The churning sea could be seen clearly by now. What I saw in front of me was much more horrifying than I had imagined. This churning up of seawater was like a black curtain covering the sky, to cut off the world in front of him. Don't disorganize yourself. Guard the eye of the formation. As long as the formation doesn't break, we'll have a chance. Bailey Yu's trembling voice rang out. Yet he said things he didn't believe himself. When this black curtain slaps down, it will be the time when the entire White Wind City will be annihilated. Bailey Yuza once again looked at the thin figure. He didn't know if he should now, and held out hope. The earth beneath his feet began to shake violently as the black curtain approached. Not only that, but the entire White Wind City began to experience a terrifying earthquake. Luchuan carried his hands behind his back and just watched absently. Woof woof woof. The little fat dog suddenly scurried up to Luchuan and growled viciously at the black curtain that covered the sky. It seems to be protecting Luchuan, even if it was scared, even if its tail was pinned and its body was shaking. It still stood in front of Luchuan without any hesitation. Maybe that's why Luchuan likes dogs a little more than people. Kind words are appreciated. Smiling, he patted the little guy and took a gentle step. The crowd looked on in disbelief, not understanding what this male was trying to do. What's he going to do? Don't get distracted. He's probably scared silly and looking for death. We can't stop him. Pity. Everyone thought that Luchuan had lost his mind. Only Bailey Yu's pupils, at that moment, lit up. Hold on to the big formation. As long as we survive this, we'll have a chance to live. Bailey Yu's voice, full of fighting spirit, endured in the shaking White Wind City. Luchuan took a step above the surface of the sea, ripples lightly swirling under his feet. Fu followed suit and couldn't help but laugh at the black curtain that covered the sky. Is this a big scene? Alfred asked with a trifle of flirtation. Luchuan shook his head and merged his fingers into a sword, gently stroking it in front of him and faintly said, "That's the big game." Monstrous white waves rolled up from the sea ahead. Silver-white bright waves push and chase and keep pulling up. Eventually, it actually turned up all the surrounding sea, revealing the mottled seabed. This monstrous wave, the higher the louder, just like 1,000 armies holding a thunderous roar, rushing away. Chapter 63, The Usefulness of Crowds. The people of White Wind City looked dumbfounded. Their mouths opened as wide as the mouth of a box and they froze for a moment. Then everyone subconsciously swallowed 2 or 3 mouthfuls of saliva, but their throats were still dry. It was as if Bailey Yu's entire body was drained of its strength, wanting to collapse to the ground. He braced himself and looked at the lean figure from afar, and a great fire seemed to steam and burn in his eyes. Perhaps they do have a shot at survival. Boom! In the middle of the ocean, 2 canopies formed by the churning sea crashed together viciously. The earth shook, the mountains and rivers crumbled, and the waves that broke apart smashed down like mountains. Under the collision of this terrifying as heavenly might, a desperate sense of powerlessness rose in everyone's hearts. Feeling as small as dust, Luchuan carried his hands behind his back and stepped on the waves, step by step, walking neither fast nor slow. The black curtain that covered the sky gradually dispersed, and a neat black line appeared above the sea that gradually returned to calm. The long black line was not a wave, but an army. This army was so large that it spread over the sea as far as the naked eye could see, which made it look as if it were a black line, a gorgeous high platform. In the center of this boundless army, The demon lord admired the scenery of the unsleeping sea. He wouldn't be able to see this kind of charming scenery in that harsh environment of the devil's domain. The demon lord fantasized that if he could enlighten himself in the dragon field and walk up to that extreme peak, this would be the home of the demon region after the future. The high platform in front of them slowly came to a halt, and the demon lord's showy brows gently furrowed. Why did you stop? The demon lord was a bit angry. He believed that there was no one or thing on the Tianyuan continent that could stop the advance of the demon region's army. Soon, the demon lord knew why his army had stopped. A handsome young man just stepped on the waves and stood in front of his millions of troops in a dignified manner, and the advancing army stopped because of him. Ridiculous? Quite ridiculous. The demon lord narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked towards the teenager. The faint moonlight sprinkled on his body with an indescribably dusty feeling. At this moment, the high priest beside the demon lord's side, his brows furrowed fiercely. A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. The murderous star shines. The heavens begin to change. He is the root of the heavenly changes. Interesting. The demon lord laughed and gently waved his hand. A human. Even if he can stir the heavens, what can he do to stop my demon region army? Change formation and step over to the king. The halted demon region army, under the orders of the demon lord, began to move forward once again. The first to start was the one in the very center of the army. This army was the demon domain's toughest charging force, and all of the soldiers were made up of earth dragon demons that were close to 10 meters tall. This kind of demon had an earth dragon bloodline, and not only was their strength boundless, their body strength was also very high. The scales on their bodies were the best armor, able to withstand most of the kills from magic weapons. This is the best vanguard unit, and no one knows how to charge better than they do. 100,000 earth dragon soldiers, stepping on the surface of the sea, launched a charge. An earth dragon battle spirit void shadow, as massive as a mountain, appeared above this troop. The terrifying size of this battle spirit almost covered half of the sky. At the same time, two torrents of steel, one left and one right, closely guarding the flanks of the earth dragon demon army, charged together. The extreme sense of oppression crashed over as viciously as if it were a landslide. Lu Chuan sort of understood why the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent had collapsed so quickly. Compare that to these soldiers who are in command and well trained. Those scattered cultivators in the Tianyuan continent were really nothing. Looking at the charging army, Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head. Sometimes the number of people doesn't determine anything. The demon lord didn't know what this teenager was using to stop the demon region's army, but soon, he knew the answer. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and slowly put his right hand on the hilt of Killjoy's sword. In fact, as a swordsman, what Lu Chuan preferred was to fight with a supreme master, one-on-one, and not as it is now. Killjoy sheathed. A flash of black light rushed up into the sky, and at that moment, a large amount of thunder clouds gathered above the sky. At this moment, when the killing life was sheathed, the heavenly Tao seemed to have sensed the danger and began to inflict heavenly punishment on Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan pulled the corner of his mouth with a smile. Sword 3, Human Scourge. The Slayer came off and slowly sank into the ocean in front of him. In the next moment, Lu Chuan mobilized the nebula in his dantian that was formed by that sword intent. The nebula spun up, and the terrifying power infused into the slaying life that had sunk into the sea. A black mass of seawater sprang up where the killers had sunk, and this blackness gathered but did not disperse. Suddenly, countless black threads split out of that black mass. This black silk thread, like a spider's web, took that bit of black as the center and crazily spread out in all directions. The black line, like a sinister and venomous sea serpent, passed silently through the charging army. By the time the charging army realized that there were countless black threads spreading over the sea, it was already too late. 100,000 earth dragon demons, plus the 150,000 iron cavalry guarding the flanks, each had a black silk thread attached to their feet. A strand of treacherous and tyrannical sword intent was frantically channeled through these threads. Their hearts and minds, almost instantly, sank, becoming puppets like walking corpses. Lu Chuan raised his hand and waved it lightly. The charging army paused. Then the army turned and aimed its troops at their fellow soldiers in the rear. When the demon lord saw this scene, he stood up from his chair with a pang, his face turning blue. Do you want to rebel? The demon lord roared. Yet no one answered him. There was only the neat stride of these 250,000 troops. They're being controlled. Cut those black wires. The high priestess pinched the spell in her hand at great speed, and an obscure rune rushed out from her body. These runes stirred up the rules of the great Tao, and a crumbling crack appeared in the air. These runes fell above the sea, trying to block those black lines. However, just after touching those black lines, the high priestess felt a terrifying peerless sword intent surging back through the runes. Put! The high priest's face turned pale as a mouthful of blood sprayed out, hastily cutting off the connection with those runes. This is not the power of true essence. carrying no power of rules, only the purest killing power. The high priest instantly realized what was going on and spoke in a hoarse voice. He is not of this world. His power does not belong to this world. Saying that, the high priestess looked up into the sky at the god-extinguishing thunderbolt that had already converged. No wonder the heavenly Tao targeted him. Chapter 64, Killing Life. Withdraw. Looking at the teenager's lean figure, the high priestess did not hesitate to say those two words. However, the demon lord was unmoved and shook his head, saying proudly, I'm not willing to wait any longer. This king doesn't believe that millions of demon domain sons and daughters, plus 50 experts of the third realm of the divine path, still can't suppress him alone. The high priest opened his mouth. His lips trembled twice, and for a moment he actually didn't know what to say. For in her heart to withdraw her troops at this time was also 10,000 times more reluctant. Forbidden guards, flush out these traitors for this king. The demon lord waved his hand with a great wave of bravado and issued the order. A silver-white torrent rushed by in the rear. The color seemed out of place with the overall darkness and oppression of the magic realm. This army, the elite of the entire demon region, was also the greatest backbone of the demon lord who dared to set foot in the vast world. The silver torrent charged against the 250,000 controlled hordes. The two torrents, black and white, soon collided together. The forbidden guards were like a sharp sword, piercing through the army of earth dragon demons and splitting the entire army in two. However, the picture that followed was not as rosy as the demon lord had imagined. As the two armies mingled, an explosion occurred. Without any sign, without any delay, the controlled army, almost in an instant, completed its self-destruction. Rumble dash. With a loud bang, a bit of searing black light lit up between heaven and earth, and almost everyone, at this moment, went violently blind. Then a blazing wave rushed out from the mingling armies, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. The roaring energy rose up like a sky-covering sandstorm. The scarlet red blood mist, demonic bloom, as if all the enchanting and colorful flowers on the other side of the river, competing with each other. The Devil's Domain Army, 250,000 elites blew themselves up. This power actually vaporized the surrounding seawater in a short period of time, and the steam that diffused and rose enveloped the entire battlefield. And at that moment, Lu Chuan's sword move rose again, and the long sword that had not entered the sea, shot up from the sea and fell into his hand. Looking at the steam in the sky, Lu Chuan gently waved the sword in his hand. Sword 6, Snow Grudge. A bit of water vapor turned into a droplet and landed right on top of the tip of Slayer's sword. Drops of water splash and scatter and turn into droplets, yet the scattered water droplets stopped strangely in the air. The round and lovely water droplets were, in this instant, frozen. This frozen water droplet seems to be a sign of death. Starting from the tip of the killing sword, an unimaginable cold aura roared out. The next moment the steam that filled the battlefield was frozen. Then the sea, and finally even the air was not spared. Lu Chuan's sword went down and the place became a hell of cold ice. Many silhouettes could be seen in that crystalline ice in the frozen world. Sword 1, Heavenly Gothic. Lu Chuan raised his sword again. A sword was lifted up towards the sky, and the sword aura on his body followed suit at the moment. The sky was dyed black, and even the roaring god-destroying thunderclouds were insignificant under this rushing sword energy. The black sword chi that rushed up to the zenith transformed into countless long swords. Then a rain of swords fell from the sky. The inferno of cold ice began to shatter under the onslaught of the sword rain. The frozen demonic domain army also followed the cold ice and turned into powder. Rumble. As if he could not see the killing that Lu Chuan had done, the heavenly Tao began to be powerful. A red lightning of god-destroying thunder rushed straight down from the sky above. Cerebral palsy stuff. Lu Chuan snorted coldly and swung his backhanded sword at the thunder tribulation. This time, the god-destroying thunder was not as lucky as the last time. It was directly chopped into pieces by a sword. You deserve to die, killing 1 million of my demon region sons and daughters. A roar rang out in the sky filled with sword rain. A red field suddenly erupted out, directly enveloping the entire surface of the sea. Countless blood-colored runes, bright and uncertain in the field. The demon lord was ablaze with blood-red flames, just like a fire god approaching the world. And with extreme pressure, he slowly walked towards Lu Chuan. Between the walks, the avenues roared and space cracked. The cracked space resounded with a gust of cold hooting, as if the dead souls, in the blood sobbed their own unwillingness. Between walks, the demon lord loudly ordered up. High priestess, you lead the people back first. No, Star Child. The high priestess's sad voice rang out. Star Child was the demon lord's nickname. In the entire devil's domain, only the high priest was qualified to call him that. Hearing this voice, Shinger, the demon lord froze for a moment and stopped moving forward. His head lowered and something seemed to be flickering in his eyes. Will you allow me to go and say goodbye? There was no expected shooting of sparks, Only the demon lord's bland voice resounded. The demon lord seemed to have foreseen his own death when he uttered those words. That's why he said the word goodbye. Yet in the face of death, the demon lord appeared to be calm, even unhurried. Lu Chuan sheathed the slayer back and nodded. You go back too. Not too interested. The demon lord shook his head and refused Lu Chuan to let himself go. When you make a mistake, you have to make up for it, and I've made a mistake that I can only fill with this life. The army lost more than half of them, and the two armies of the most elite forbidden guards and the earth dragon demons were all wiped out, and the foundation of the demon region was shaken. I'm afraid it will take tens of thousands of years to make up for such a loss. All of this, the demon lord thought was a consequence caused by his own arrogance. If he was able to open the domain before those 200,000 plus soldiers blew themselves up, he would be able to save the rest of the army. It's just that there are no ifs and buts in this world. The demon lord is a proud man. Proud people will not tolerate their mistakes, much less their failures. He was determined to pay for his mistakes and use this life to fight Lu Chuan. Seek death. Lu Chuan straightened his body as a form of respect for the demon lord. Yes, I'll wait for you. Lu Chuan had never had much patience, and the fact that he was now willing to wait for the demon lord meant that from the heart he had recognized this proud man. Thanks a lot. When the demon lord returned, he was accompanied by one more person, a veiled woman. Lu Chuan didn't know what they said, but it was obvious that they were going to die together. The woman looked at the demon lord and smiled sweetly, happy that her entire eyes were about to squint. They held hands and never parted again, just like when she was a child. She held him and walked through the busy streets of Magic City. Only then his hands were tiny and she could hold them easily. His hands were big enough now to be able to hold her hand easily. Having been together for tens of thousands of years, they finally dropped everything and came together in this moment. Time has no words, but explains everything. No one knows what happened in the end. This night, people only knew that there was a noble sun who walked towards the millions of armies of the demon region on this dark night. The lightning tribulation in the sky was cut through. The millions of demonic domain armies were nowhere to be seen, and the eye of the spectral spring was resealed. The Tian Yuan continent escaped the catastrophe. Chapter 65, Bronze Divine Hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Eye of the Spectral Spring quest. The host has not fulfilled the conditions and cannot obtain the title. Ding! The host has reached the conditions for a special title, and has been awarded the special title Lone Brave. Lone Brave, when the host fights alone, he can obtain a special bonus to invoke the 4 ferocious stars and stir up the heavenly signs. Lu Chuan didn't care about any bull ***** titles. What Lu Chuan cared about was the reward for entering the Bronze God's Temple after the quest was completed. The host has completed the epic quest Spectral Spring Destruction and has gained the qualification to enter the Bronze God's Temple. Prepare to transmit. Beginning transmission. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A white light lit up around him, and when Lu Chuan's eyes cleared, he realized that he had already arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. All around were some colorful nebulae, and beneath their feet was ungazable nothingness. It was empty and lonely, not a sound, and insanely quiet. Suddenly a step was generated under Lu Chuan's feet. The steps were made of bronze, and the mottled patina spoke of endless vicissitudes. Lu Chuan did not hesitate to step onto the steps, and then the second bronze step was generated. Lu Chuan just kept stepping on the bronze steps until he reached the 999 steps. Finally Lu Chuan saw something at the end of the steps. A door. A weathered bronze door. Neither luxurious nor spectacular, even a bit tattered. The bronze door stood so alone in deep space, waiting for someone to push it open. Lu Chuan came to the door and gently pressed his hand on it. With a creak of the bronze door, the dusty story of the more. To Lu Chuan's surprise, behind the broken bronze door was another world. Behind the door was a great hall, one that could not be seen. 9 bronze pillars stood in the main hall, as spectacular as pillars in the sky. Lu Chuan came under the nearest bronze pillar and looked up. There were some patterns on the pillars, yet Lu Chuan felt a chill down his spine when he took a look at them. The pattern outlines an immortal old man who was fishing in the clouds. Yet it's not the fish he's fishing for, it's the man under the cloud. Beside the old man lay a fish trap, which was uncovered. A few hands poked out of the fish trap and raked the edges, as if trying to escape from it. A bad feeling welled up in Lu Chuan's heart and he hurriedly jumped to the next screen. In this image, the old man has put away his fishing rod and lifted his fish trap. Several pairs of eyes filled with despair loomed in the empty mouth of the fish trap. That deep despair made Lu Chuan's scalp go a little numb. Then comes the next image. There was one more person in this subplot. A bearded dilettante in a tank top, big pants, and flip-flops kicked up on his feet. I don't know what's going on. As soon as Lu Chuan saw this guy, the word dilettante couldn't help but pop up in his head. This scene shows the dilettante holding up a flip-flop and pinning the old man fishing to the ground. the flip-flop smacking the old man hard in the face. Wait a minute. Undershirt. Big pants. Flip-flops. This one can't be from the Blue Planet too. Lu Chuan's heart surged with a burst of excitement. This place can still see the old folks. That can really be 2 tears in the eyes. Moving on, the next images are almost all of that dilettante violently beating up various gods and goddesses. Watching Lu Chuan was inexplicably exciting. Lu Chuan carefully searched through the bronze pillars, hoping to find just a few words recorded. Eventually Lu Chuan saw a line at the very top of the bronze pillar. No one has ever come before or after. Heaven-swallowing emperor. No one in the past. No one in the future. These words have a big mouth. Arrogant to the extreme. Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. On that undershirt and big pants of the dilettante look, but also before and after? At this moment, a sudden change occurred in the Great Hall. A long dead black river eerily appeared in the middle of the Great Hall. Looking at the long dead river, Lu Chuan's head began to hurt. The pain intensified, as if countless steel nails had been driven into his brain, and it hurt to explode. However, Lu Chuan stood still with an expressionless face, letting the pain explode and just staring at the long river with a deadly stare. Lu Chuan finally remembered where he had seen this long river. In his own sealed memories, there was also one such unsteppable, black river of death. Unlike the completely dead long river in his memory, this long river that appeared in the bronze god's temple was slowly flowing. Not long after, a faint shadow appeared in the long river. Lu Chuan couldn't see his face, but this person, however, had a kind of idea that made people unconsciously get close to him. This figure, following the long river, gradually disappeared at the end. The moment he disappeared, he turned back and smiled at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out, because isn't this guy the dilettante who smacked someone with a flip-flop in the bronze pillar picture? But Lu Chuan had a strange feeling that they should be the same person, and it seemed that they were not the same person. As that shadowy figure disappeared, the long river also suddenly twisted. The twisted long river transformed into a cosmic river of stars, with countless nebulae glittering in the river of stars. However, before he could enjoy the view, this cosmic river of stars began to shatter. Lu Chuan's heart, along with the shattering of the star river, beat violently, and an unspeakable pain rose in his heart. Is this star destruction? Is that person going to tell me that the entire starry sky will be destroyed by some kind of catastrophe? Lu Chuan's brows furrowed. The intense pain instead made his mind clearer and clearer. Ding! Time's up! The system's voice, at this moment, rang out. White light flashed before Lu Chuan's eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to reality. Lying back in his chair, he was a little lost in thought as he looked at the clear sky, the old man fishing, the second-rate hometown, the long river of death, the star river of destruction, and the silhouette that makes people feel like spring. What message is the bronze divine hall trying to convey to itself? Well, did you see the ultimate? Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan with a look of excitement on his face. Ultimate, your grandma's leg. Lu Chuan tapped his fist on Ah Fu's head. What the hell is ultimate? It's none of my business. I just want to go home. Hey, then go home. Ah Fu took a punch and didn't care. Not afraid to die. He came to Lu Chuan again. The great emperor's dojo comes out in 3 months. In the Sky Wasteland continent, there must be an opportunity to become an emperor there. Let's get going now. And make sure we do it fast, or we won't be able to eat in time to get it hot. Lu Chuan glanced obliquely at Ah Fu and snorted. Do you damn well know something? So keen on making me an emperor. And didn't you say you could only locate the dojo when it opens? Why are you so far ahead now? Hey, I'm just a cute system. I don't know anything. Alfred whistled and cocked his head to the side. Chapter 65, Parting. After this great calamity, the 3 sects on the Tianyuan continent were devastated, and the other forces were almost dead and wounded. The forces of the entire Tianyuan continent were reshuffled. Lu Chuan, in addition to practicing cultivation for the next period of time, would be helping the Bright Moon Pavilion to gain a firm foothold in the new environment. With Lu Chuan's help, the Bright Moon Pavilion quickly ranked among the super first-class sects. In order to repay the favor of the illusory face pill for returning old age, Lu Chuan left some more sword scores for the manhwa Pavilion. These sword manuals were all created by Lu Chuan, in accordance with the cultivation style of this world. It could be a perfect solution to the drawback that the Bright Moon Pavilion didn't have offensive feats. On a moonlit and starry night, Lu Chuan took Ah Fu and left the Bright Moon Pavilion. Did not leave anything, did not take away a cloud, gone quietly, gone without a care. In fact, a real parting is just that. There was no long pavilion and ancient road, no peach blossom pond, just a night that was as gentle as usual, and some people stayed forever in yesterday. White Wind City. The civilians of White Wind City had long since moved back and rebuilt their homes. The place is also quickly returning to its former bustle. It was just that the flying cloud ship that Yun Mengze had sailed out to sea had disappeared. The docks were still bustling with activity, but the spectacular caravan of cultivators could no longer be seen. I don't know when, but there's an extra fishing couple at the dock. The girl was born pure and beautiful, the boy handsome. By the way, girls like to call boys starlet. Such godlike people shouldn't be here, but they seem to be living a good life. Come on, fix a dog. Skedaddle. A lazy noble gentleman with 2 long swords hanging from his waist and a skinny donkey by his side stopped in front of a private house. The male tucked his hand in and smiled at the chubby little dog that didn't grow in size, only in flesh. Big head don't go. Who are you? A little girl with missing incisors rushed out from behind the door and hugged the little fat dog with a face full of nervousness. The little girl, because she was too nervous, unconsciously used force on her hands, and the little fat dog was strangled and rolled his eyes. Don't be nervous, little girl. I'm a good friend with your family. Shio doggy, Lu Chuan said cheerfully, flicking the little fat dog's penis in the process. The little fat dog looked at Lu Chuan with grudging eyes. Hey, pretty good. Lu Chuan nodded with a smile. A dog with a heart of gold is a dog with a heart of gold. And this little fat dog waited for his master. Bye. Lu Chuan tucked up his hands and walked towards the ferry. The little fat dog watched Lu Chuan walk further and further away. His eyes filled with tears. Goodbye means never again. Boatman, is it feasible to borrow a boat to go out to sea? Lu Chuan came to the pier and blew a rogue whistle at the bright and colorful young woman. When the woman saw Lu Chuan, her originally gloomy face immediately became sunny. Starlet, starlet, look who's here. The woman called out to the handsome teenager mending a fishing net not far away. The teenager frowned a little impatiently. How many times have I said, don't call me by my nickname? How old am I? Don't lose face. The teenager's words came to an abrupt end as he saw Lu Chuan. Then the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up. Let's give you a boat before people say I'm cheap. The teenager waved his hand ostentatiously. Thanks a lot. Lu Chuan smiled alone. Going away? Aha. Not coming back? Maybe. I wish you an early birth. Finally Lu Chuan stepped on the small boat and traveled to the depths of the endless ocean. Nangong Chushua looked at the empty small courtyard and bit her lips fiercely, trying not to let the tears fall. But eventually the tears wouldn't stop. She knew that Lu Chuan would leave sooner or later, but she didn't expect this day to come so quickly. What's more, he didn't expect that Lu Chuan would be so ruthless, not leaving a word, just leaving quietly. The red leaf realist stood at the doorway, looking at the cool little courtyard, silent and speechless. The 2 little maids stood in the courtyard, carrying their washing implements, bewildered. Lu Chuan's arrival and departure were like a dream, unreal and unreal. The heavenly wasteland continent, a realm that could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire vast world. Let's put it this way, not only was the heavenly wasteland continent thousands of times the size of the Tianyuan continent, the resources weren't of the same magnitude either. Just this place casually pull a famous name out, can press the Tianyuan continent on 3 hammers. The heavenly wasteland continent was different from other continents. There were no clans here, only dynasties. Several dynasties that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years held most of the resources and land in the sky wasteland continent. Of course there are some small countries that struggle to survive in the cracks of these behemoths. Fongling Ferry, the most important port of commerce with other continents for the Wei dynasty. Today, Fongling Ferry is heavily guarded, and the Wei dynasty's tiger leopard cavalry has taken over the ferry. All civilians were told to stay in their homes and not to go out, because today is the day that the dynasty merchant fleet returns. The vast world was too huge, and the general cycle of running business in the merchant ships here was in terms of years, as little as 3 to 5 years, and as much as 10 years. If the Wei dynasty wants to do business with the Tianyuan continent, I am afraid that a round trip will take decades. The merchant ships here, of course, are unimaginably large. In the case of the Wei dynasty's White Heron, it was as big as a city. And this kind of merchant ship was also known as a city on the sea. And there are 9 such merchant ships in Wei. With each round trip, merchant ships bring an unimaginable wealth. Every time a merchant ship returns, it is an event no less important than a sacrificial celebration for the Wei dynasty. This time, the merchant ship was going to the number 1 ranked Haotian continent, taking a full 12 years. The merchant fleet would bring back a large amount of rare ores as well as heavenly treasures. If things go well, the entire Wei dynasty's military strength will be raised a notch. The neighborhood had long since been cleared, and a large number of warships were on guard in the surrounding waters, just waiting for the merchant ships to show up. The first princess of Wei, Xiao Yunlan, is in charge of this mission. Xiao Yunlan was a very beautiful woman who looked to be about 20 years old, dressed in a black and red phoenix robe. On his absolutely beautiful face, the 2 purple pupils were as cold as ice. His orange-red lips were pursed, and his head was crowned with a gold-encrusted jade crown. Not only was she the eldest princess of the Great Wei dynasty who was loved by the people, She was also the youngest Dawi realm powerhouse in the entire Heavenly Wasteland continent. At only 21 years old, he entered the third realm of the Divine Tao. Throughout the history of the Heavenly Wasteland continent, this talent can also be ranked in the top 10. Chow Yunlan stood on top of the high platform, looking out over the endless sea, a faint smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. Report, a small fishing boat has appeared 3,000 miles north of the Grandview Sea. Chow Yunlan's brows were slightly furrowed. This time the merchant fleet's return voyage could not tolerate the slightest mistake, and did not allow the slightest accident to occur. How can there be small fishing boats when the entire Grandview Sea should have been cleaned? If it was a fisherman, it couldn't have gone that deep. Intercept the fishing boat and figure out its identity. If there's no threat, settle down on the warship for now. Go down. Chow Yunlan gently waved his hand. The woman in official clothes beside Chow Yunlan shook her head helplessly. Rapunzel is good at everything. Her only fault is that her heart is too good. At this time, there is no reason why the appearance of an unknown fishing boat should be annihilated outright. Your Highness, the movements of the Great Wu Fire God Battalion are unknown, so we must be on guard in advance. Chapter 67, A Meal of Grace. Above the endless sea, a small boat moves forward alone. Lu Chuan had been on this Tai Sea for a whole month. In the words of Alfred, where is this going? 80% of this world is ocean. Trying to cross continents. Either you are so powerful that you can traverse the oceans unhindered, or you follow the transoceanic fleet. It's just that transoceanic flotillas are relatively slow, traveling back and forth for years and decades at a time. A pot was set up on the bow of the small boat, and Lu Chuan was working on today's lunch. This vast ocean has only fish to eat, and after eating sea fish for a whole month, Lu Chuan now wants to vomit when he sees this. As for Ah Fu, he was forcibly conscripted as a hard laborer by Lu Chuan 10 days ago. This time was full of resentment, pulling the canoe in front of him, speeding forward. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there were still shrill sirens ringing out over the sea in the distance. The three assault boats flew close to Lu Chuan, in a triangular position, surrounding Lu Chuan's small fishing boat in the center. Lu Chuan stopped, somewhat bewildered, the hand that was slicing the sashimi, and looked at the three assault boats. On board the three charge boats were a total of 6 soldiers, all wearing finely crafted black armor. All of them were tall and murderous, and they looked like sharp warriors who had fought hundreds of battles. A first realm cultivator? A soldier at the head took off his helmet and looked at Lu Chuan. What a beautiful noble gentleman. The soldier couldn't help but praise it in his heart. Lu Chuan had been practicing in the Bright Moon Pavilion for some time, and because he didn't have the 5 elements hegemony body cultivation technique, his cultivation level was stuck at the Qi condensation realm. This time, Lu Chuan came to the Heavenly Wasteland continent. In addition to looking for the Great Emperor's dojo, there was another important thing, which was to look for the cultivation method of the 5 elements hegemony body. Seeing that Lu Chuan was only a first realm cultivator, the leader of the soldiers was slightly relieved. In order not to scare the pretty male in front of him, the soldier tried to lower his voice to make himself look less menacing. We are the Tiger Leopard Cavalry of the Great Way. This place is under martial law. Where did the young gentleman come from? Where are you going? To do what? Lu Chuan, a mouthful of old blood, almost did not spray out. Really classic 3 questions. From White Wind Ferry. Traveling. What else is wrong? Lu Chuan did not make a mistake. After all, the other party's attitude was quite okay. The soldier thought about it, although he didn't know where the White Wind Ferry was. A Qi condensation realm cultivator shouldn't have any problems. Could you go to the warship and rest for a few moments? And then we'll send you to the docks when things are done here. This is the advantage of good looking. If Lu Chuan still looks like that bad old man, it is estimated that he will be directly handcuffed by these soldiers to take back. Do you have food on board? Lu Chuan was more concerned about this issue. After eating fish for a month, his mouth was faded out of birds. Yes, the soldier nodded. Stupid ass, get on the boat. Lu Chuan knocked on the side of the boat. Bang! Alfred broke the water and jumped onto the boat. Alfred bulged his eyes with intelligence and was furious. Usually let you fight. Even so, now you have to help you catch fish, but also have to pull the boat. Pulling the boat, even so, called, waved away. When the old man is what the soldiers looked at Fu and were immediately alert. Just now they actually didn't notice such a donkey in the sea in front of the small boat. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. My family's stupid ass. A little bit of education will be fine. Lu Chuan tamped his fist on Ah Fu's head. Straight away, the bastard hit the air and turned 720 degrees, and his neck turned several times before he managed to stop. The next moment, however, Fu straightened up again. The soldiers' eyes jumped up and down as they watched. What kind of demonic thing is this? After repairing Ah Fu, Lu Chuan followed the soldiers to the nearest warship. The warships were spectacular. about the same tonnage as the aircraft carriers of his homeland. And that was just the most common ones. There were dozens of such warships throughout the sea. Little Duke, just stay in your room. The food will be delivered later. The soldiers sent Lu Chuan to a room to keep watch. Lu Chuan didn't care, as long as there was food. Eating from noon until the afternoon. Wine were drunk a dozen altars. The guard soldiers are scalp numb. They couldn't understand how this noble gentleman-looking teenager was like a starving man. Until the evening, Lu Chuan finally ate and drank enough, shaking the empty wine jar and sighing. Make sure you get a wine gourd sometime. The kind that holds a few tons. Boom! Before it could be digested, the warship suddenly resounded with a terrifying bang, followed by a rush of fire. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldier guarding the doorway pushed open the door of the room and pulled Lu Chuan out with one hand. Little lord, come out quickly to the deck. We are under attack and the ship is sinking. Lu Chuan opened his small mouth somewhat dully, thinking that Lu Chuan was scared silly. The taller soldier directly lifted Lu Chuan up and clamped him under his armpit and ran to the deck. Put! Lu Chuan almost didn't die on the spot from that smell in the soldier's armpit. The deck was ablaze with fire. The warship had been blasted by something unknown, and half of it had sunk into the sea. A large number of soldiers' bodies were floating on the sea. On the far side of the sea, there were also several warships burning violently, and the rushing flames illuminated the entire sea surface in a reddish color. Seeing this scene, the soldier who had pinned Lu Chuan trembled with anger. The Vulcan Battalion's son of a. Put! Brother, the flavor is too strong. Put me down first. Lu Chuan couldn't stand it anymore and yelled. The soldier then remembered that there was a little bitty one clamped on, hastily putting Lu Chuan down. The soldier's feet shook and a broken plank rushed into the sea. Then he threw Lu Chuan onto the board. Don't look back, paddle in that direction. The soldier had just finished speaking when a blazing huge fireball, with a graceful parabola, smashed straight towards his position. The firelight reflected the soldier's red face, and the whistling sound was like the call of death. This fireball was the killer weapon of the Great Wu Fire God Battalion, something that was built with burning sky true fire, not to mention flesh and blood. Even warships can't carry it. Knowing that he would surely die, the soldier drew the combat knife at his waist at this last moment, his eyes resolute as he looked at the growing fireball. Snap! Just when the soldier thought he was sure to die, an abrupt ringing of his fingers rang in his ears. Then the huge fireball above the sky was sliced by something and turned into countless pieces. The soldier froze on the deck as he watched the rain of fire dashing down from the sky. A meal to save your life. At this time, a lazy voice rang out. The source of the voice was the weak-looking young man. The soldier looked at Lu Chuan with some disbelief, and Lu Chuan smiled and waved with him. Don't go yet. The ship is sinking. The soldier then reacted and clasped his fist at Lu Chuan. The favor of saving my life will be repaid another day, so the young gentleman will quickly head to the docks. With that said, the soldier left the ship and headed for other ships that had not been burned. Chapter 68, Killer White 7. Your Highness, it's bad. Our men were attacked at the Grandview Sea. Not only the Vulcan Battalion, but also the Western Shoe's broken guards have been found, and most of the 23 warships have been burned. Your Highness, this place is dangerous. Please return to Dafeng City before making a decision. By the Flying Cloud Ferry, Chow Yunlan's face was grim as he listened to his men's report. Who gave them the guts? Chow Yunlan's face turned blue as he popped out these few words from between his teeth. Let the guards from the ferry head to the sea where the accident occurred. No matter what the cost, make sure to block the Fire God Battalion and the broken guards. I'll contact my royal brother right away. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Chow Yunlan's order had just been given, and the surrounding guards were taken aback. Without the guards, if an assassin suddenly appeared, in case something happened to the eldest princess, no one would be able to take the responsibility. Your Highness, never. There has been a lot of activity at the Autumn Hung Tavern lately, especially actions against you. Chow Yunlan was the jewel in the crown of this generation of the Great Wei Emperor. Not only did she have outstanding natural talent, but she was also a good hand at running the country. There were even rumors that the emperor's old man had considered giving up the throne to this eldest princess who was no more than 20 years old. If this was true, then Chow Yunlan would become the first female emperor of the Great Wei dynasty, since its inheritance of 300,000 years. Moreover, this time, escorting the returning merchant ships, such a matter related to the rise and fall of Great Wei's national power, was also left to Chow Yunlan. It is evident that the rumors of giving way to her may not be empty. Enough! Chow Yunlan interrupted his subordinate and said in a grave tone, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Immediately have the escorts head to the troubled waters. Yes, the soldier could only helplessly obey the order. Chiu Hong Tavern, the most infamous assassin organization in the Sky Wasteland continent, bar none. This organization is so mysterious that it will take any job. Killing royalty and princes and ministers at the top, killing peddlers and commoners at the bottom, and daring to do anything as long as there was money to be made. And so far, there have been no mission failures at the Autumn Hung Tavern. Recently, there was a rumor that someone had spent nearly 10 million top-grade spirit stones to buy Chow Yunlan's head at the Autumn Hung Tavern, and it was hard to tell if it was true or not. The ferry's guards were quickly mobilized to support the troubled waters. Only Chow Yunlan and that female official remained, standing on the pier. Imperial Brothers' White Plume Army is stationed in Doffing City, rushing over for at most 2 hours. I hope I can make it in time. Chow Yunlan looked at the vast ocean full of sorrow. Your Highness. The female officer beside her opened her mouth to speak. Xinger, just say what you have. Chow Yunlan frowned slightly. The female officer took a deep breath and said with a serious face, then my subordinate is offended. His Highness the Crown Prince's reinforcements shouldn't be coming. He's itching for something to happen to the merchant ships this time. Even if we can barely keep the merchant fleet, we won't make it back to Metropolis alive. What did you say? Chow Yunlan was furious and scolded sternly. Shangguan Chang, such a great disrespectful remark. Do you know what the consequences are? Shangguan Chang was unmoved and gently shook her head. The route and time of the merchant fleet's return voyage, as well as the ferry port where it stops, is a top-secret matter, and no one other than the royal family would know about it. Are you not surprised that the Vulcan Battalion and the Broken Guards? How did they pinpoint this place? Over the years, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been ridiculous, and His Majesty has long had his heart set on you. You are in the ascendancy, and rumors are spreading in the outside world. This return voyage should have been an opportunity for the Crown Prince to perform, but His Majesty has asked you to take the lead in this matter. Shangguan Sheng didn't continue. She knew that the eldest princess was a smart person. There was just that hint of light in her heart. It's just that with royalty, leaving this little bit of light in your heart is doom and gloom. Chow Yunlan's face was cloudy, and finally sighed deeply. If Imperial Brother really did this, Your Highness, this attack is not targeting the merchant caravan. The merchant caravan is escorted by Annihilation Realm cultivators, so unless the Fire God Battalion and the Broken Guards fight their way out of the house, it's impossible to deal a devastating blow to the merchant caravan. Great Wu and Western Shu aren't stupid enough to do this. We should go. Shangguan Qing looked at the empty docks and said worriedly. Snap. At this time, a sound of applause rang out. I can't imagine that Lord Shangguan is so young that he can look ahead and do things. It's really rare. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared above the pier. The man looked to be in his 40s, dressed in a rough linen suit with deep wrinkles on his face, like a civilian begging for a living on the streets. The man was very tall, but was as tall as a bamboo pole, with a yellow face and a malnourished look. The man carried 2 bloody heads in his hands and smiled. Your Highness, the eldest princess, is truly a golden branch. Your father actually sent 2 Doi Realm dead soldiers to guard your perimeter. Chow Yunlan's face was pale. She knew about the dead soldiers, she just had never seen them. Now, these 2 Dao 1 Realm dead soldiers actually died just like that, without setting off a single movement. Bai Qi, seeing the man, Shangguan Cheng's heart was shocked. Bai Qi, the 7th-ranked assassin of the Chiohong Tavern. It was also the only one, which could be traced to the name of the killer of the Autumn Hong Tavern. 3 years ago, the old sword emperor of Shishu suddenly died a violent death, and it was rumored that he died under this man. Shangguan Qing's hand gently shook, and a judge's pen-like magic weapon appeared in his hand. She blocked in front of Chow Yunlan, her tone not as light-hearted as before, and anxiously said, Your Highness, I'll block him. You quickly go and join the large force. Now in this situation, it is impossible to get out of the pier, can only run towards the sea, and join the large force. There is still a ray of hope. Chow Yunlan pulled Shangguan Cheng behind himself. Shangguan Cheng was a civil official, but a mere 8th realm, and against this killing god, it was not enough to give the other party enough to stuff their teeth. Bai Qi, how about a deal? Chow Yunlan had already resumed her usual cool demeanor. Oh, Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to say, Your Highness, that you will pay double the price to buy back your life? I'll offer 10 times, Chow Yunlan said indifferently. TSK, rich and generous. Bai Qi couldn't help but be filled with joy. If it's 10 times, that's 100 million top-grade spirit stones. As far as I know, in your great way, the yearly production of the 3 spirit veins is only this much. Chow Yunlan's eyes were cold. It seemed that the rumor that someone had 10 million spirit stones to buy his head was not false. The Wei dynasty has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, so this amount of spirit stones can still be taken out. Chow Yunlan stabilized his mind and tried his best to act calm. It's really heartwarming. This piece catches up with my income for 100 years. Bai Qi counted it with some difficulty. Xinger, Wait for me to stall him. You find a way to return to the metropolis as soon as possible and report this matter to father. In Shangguan Chang's mind, Chow Yunlan's voice rang out. Chapter 69, A Sister Lin Falls from the Sky. Yo, are you thinking that you've come to stall me so that Lord Shangguan can find a chance to escape so that you can go and bring help? Bai Qi mocked Chow Yunlan in a conspiratorial manner. He who had killed too many people and seen too many lives and deaths. What could be hidden from his eyes? What? My conditions aren't enough to make your heart flutter? Chow Yunlan's purple eyes narrowed slightly. Heartwarming? Who can't be heartwarming? Just, before Bai Qi could finish his words, he suddenly snapped, and a blurry shadow rushed out from his body. This shadow was extremely fast, carrying a thunderous momentum as it killed Chow Yunlan. Go! Chow Yunlan had been guarding him against this hand. The moment the shadow appeared, a high-pitched and loud phoenix cry resounded between heaven and earth. Blazing white flames erupted and enveloped the entire pier. At the same time, Chow Yunlan turned back and slapped his palm on Shangguan Chang's chest. A soft force sent her to the sea. Haruna! Run! Your Highness! Shangguan Chang landed peacefully on the surface of the sea, unable to stop the tears from rushing out. Although the two of them were master and servant in name, they were emotionally better than sisters. How could this series of actions by Chow Yunlan not cause her to be overcome with grief? Blazing white flames that instantly vaporized everything around them. The flames distorted the space around them, making one's head spin. However, the shadow that rushed out was unaffected by the flames and blasted Chow Yunlan's chest with a punch. Chow Yunlan flew out like a kite with broken strings, spraying a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Chang bared his eyes, but she didn't venture up, because she knew that if she went up, she would also end up dying instantly. The only way to have a chance of survival now was to go to the Grand View Sea and have the remaining tiger leopard riders come back to escort them. Thinking of this, Shangguan Chang no longer hesitated, urging her true essence like mad and rushing towards the depths of the sea. TSK, 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 trying to go get help. Bai Qi laughed and shook his head. A faint shadow once again rushed out from his body, and almost in the blink of an eye, it arrived behind Shangguan Chang. The difference in strength was too great, and before Shangguan Chang could react, his heart veins were shattered and his divine soul was on the verge of collapsing. However, Shangguan Chang took the surge of blood that rushed to his throat, swallowed it hard, and flew towards the sea. Bai Qi, you sinful animal! Chow Yunlan, who had just climbed up, was furious to the point of insanity when he saw the scene. White flames erupted all over his body once again, and the entire pier was once again raised by flames. A huge flaming phoenix rose up in the air with Chow Yunlan at the center. Immortal Phoenix, TSK TSK, no wonder your royal brother is so afraid of you that he's willing to spend 10 million spirit stones to buy your head. It's the image of a king in the world. Bai Qi said and suddenly covered her mouth and smiled sarcastically. I'm sorry, it slipped out, but it's okay, you won't be able to live to go back and sue anyway. Put. Chow Yunlan's mouthful of old blood spewed out again when he heard this. The little bit of light left in his heart went out at this moment. These words can be described as killing the heart. This Bai Qi is extremely vicious, obviously absolutely crushed in terms of strength, but still want to attack the heart. I heard that this immortal phoenix has several lives and can be reborn if killed. I wonder how many lives you have. As soon as Bai Qi's words fell, a shadow strangely appeared behind Chow Yunlan. Then Chow Yunlan's heart was pierced through without any delay. Chow Yunlan's beautiful purple pupils gradually lost their color, and his entire body collapsed heavily. However, in the next moment, Chow Yunlan's corpse suddenly turned into white flames and dissipated. A phoenix's mournful cry rang out between heaven and earth. The flames that hadn't had time to dissipate skyrocketed at this moment, and in the midst of the flames, Chow Yunlan's dispersed figure gradually coalesced. However, at this moment, Chow Yunlan's realm had fallen from the Tao First Realm to the 9th realm. So, Bai Qi watched as Chow Yunlan bathed in fire and gently nodded her head. One realm can be exchanged for a life. You're in the Tao 1 realm. Killing you 10 times should be enough. I killed you once just now, and there are 9 more times. Knowing that there was no chance of survival this time, Chow Yunlan raised his eyes sadly and looked in the direction of Metropolis. How ironic that in the end, the one who wanted his death the most was actually his own brother. Bang! Alfred pulled the plank and sped across the sea. Suddenly a delicate figure fell from the sky slamming down on top of the boards. Wahahaha! Old man's time has come and gone. This can even pick up girls. Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh up in the air. However, the laughter came to a screeching halt within 2 laughs, as Lu Chuan realized that the girl who had fallen from the sky was dying. This woman was none other than Shangguan Chang. Having taken a hit from that shadow, with her cultivation, it was already a miracle that she could hold on until now. Lu Chuan looked at the frown straight wrinkled. People are falling from the sky, Lin sister. Their own here is good. Falling from the sky, a dead ghost. Screw your grandmother. Bad luck. A kick sent Shang Wanqing into the sea. What Lu Chuan did not anticipate was the strong desire for survival of this girl, who actually clasped the edge of the board, even if the nails were turned up throughout, but also refused to let go a little. Lu Chuan jumped to Shang Wanqing's side and squatted in front of her to flirt. Little sister, you're dying. Don't worry about going on New Year's Day Moncler outlet store when you think of it. You'll burn some money for you. Perhaps it was a return to the light. At this time, Shang Wanqing's face became abnormally red, and her spirit was also much better. Shang Wanqing knew he didn't have much time and spoke with a supplicating tone. Please, help me bring a message to the Wei Tiger Leopard riders on the Grand View Sea that Bai Qi is assassinating the eldest princess. So quickly go back and escort her. Hey, it's none of my business. Lu Chuan snorted with a slanted brow and crooked eyes. Shang Wanqing sprayed a mouthful of blood on the spot and gritted his teeth. There will be no shortage of benefits for you. The first princess of Wei has a noble status. If she is saved, you can make any request. Any request? Lu Chuan's large eyes widened. That's right, any request. Shang Wanqing's tears were falling from her eyes anxiously. She couldn't hold on any longer. Wei? Lu Chuan looked toward Ah Fu who was pulling the boards. What's the origin? Ah Fu pouted his donkey's mouth and said disdainfully, there's a hairy origin. It's just a longer inheritance. Long inheritance time? Lu Chuan nodded and asked, your great Wei, do you have a cultivation method for the 5 elements hegemony body? Cough. Shang Wanqing coughed twice, his shattered internal organs, wrapped up in the spray of blood. There's, even if there isn't, I can find a way to get it for you. That's good. Lu Chuan lifted Shang Wanqing with one hand, then stamped his foot on Ah Fu's head and headed straight for the ferry. The little bully, bullied the donkey too much. Ah Fu was so angry that he almost spit out blood, pulling the wooden board and chasing wildly below. Go. To inform. Tiger Leopard Ride. The other party is Bai Qi. You, a small cultivator, can't cope with it. Shang Wanqing, who was in a trance, spoke in a broken voice. Ugh 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 ugh. Look down on people, right? You don't want to die, ah. In case what the eldest princess does not recognize, then I find who to go. Lu Chuan struck a stream of sword chi into Shang Wanqing's body, giving her a lifeline. Chapter 70, Disconnecting People's Money. Your Highness, it's time to be on your way. White 7 lifted his big, 44-yard foot. Bai Qi had a habit that when killing, he liked to end up stomping his prey with his feet, just like stepping on an ant. Especially the feeling of those once high and mighty, trembling and dying at one's feet, pleases the whole body and mind. Chow Yunlan lay on the ground in despair. There was no way for her to revive. Having resurrected 10 times, her realm had fallen from the Dao 1 realm to the Qi condensation realm. Maybe she should have listened to Haruna earlier and made the first move, remembering that little bit of flesh and blood, but ultimately it is to their own detriment. Chow Yunlan sighed deeply and closed his eyes. Your Highness, save your Highness. The moment Chow Yunlan was ready to meet his death, a familiar voice rang out. The expected pain of death did not strike. Chow Yunlan opened his eyes and saw a teenager walking on the sea, who was carrying Shang Wanqing in his hands. The young man was born very good-looking, with 2 long swords at his waist and a long robe with black stripes on a white background. The sea breeze blew his long hair, and the corners of his mouth were tinged with a seeming smile, looking a little prodigal, but with an inexplicable peace of mind. This look, like a great Wei tea house storyteller mouth, that walking rivers and lakes ranger. Silly girl, what are you doing back here? Chow Yunlan grumbled in his heart, but the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. She struggled to get up, but tried many times without success. In the end, she could only lie helplessly on the ground, looking at the stars in the sky, laughing and crying. She and Shang Wanqing, this friendship that transcended death, but in the end could not stand up to a killer. However, Bai Qi's kick hadn't stepped on Chow Yunlan's body after all. It's not that you don't want to, but you can't. A strange feeling rose in his heart when that teenager appeared. If he dared to step down with his foot, Chow Yunlan wouldn't die, but he himself would. For the feeling of death, killers like Bai Qi were much sharper than most people. Bai Qi withdrew her foot and stood quietly on the pier. He wanted to see what made this little cultivator of the first realm feel this way. Bai Qi still remembered that the last person who brought him this feeling was that old and decrepit Western Shu sword emperor. Bai Qi hated people who used swords, because the sword was a flashy weapon, and people who used swords were hypocritical and had a high opinion of themselves. However, both shocks of death were brought to him by the man with the sword. Lu Chuan stepped onto the charred land of the pier and let go of Shang Wanqing, who was carried in his hands. Your Highness! Your Highness! Shang Wanqing braced himself and jumped to Chow Yunlan's side. The two, who had experienced the separation of life and death, could no longer control their hugging and crying. Women are always more emotional. Lu Chuan said and looked at Bai Qi, smiling and nodding at him. Dare I ask what is your name? White 7. White as in white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as in 7. Killer. The corners of White 7's mouth also curled into a smile, because he could tell that this teenager in front of him was the same person as himself. No matter how enthusiastic the performance was, but deep in the eyes, the indifference could not be concealed. Killer. Lu Chuan smiled and nodded. Good profession. I remember someone saying that killers and prostitutes are the two oldest professions. Whoever said that must be funny. Bai Qi puffed out her chest with some pride. Lu Xun shrugged. I don't know if the person who said that was funny or not, but it should be funny now. Very interesting. Bai Qi nodded, his tone suddenly serious. You're going to run this? Lu Chuan nodded and replied with a resounding pipe. Bai Qi frowned. Haven't you heard that breaking someone's financial path is like killing one's parents? If you want to break my financial path now, we're just not sharing the same hatred. That's not true. Lu Chuan shook his head. I didn't save them for nothing. If you stop me from saving them, that's also cutting off my path to wealth. There's nothing to talk about? Bai Qi said as the true essence on his body bulged. The sky and earth instantly changed color. A black field visible to the naked eye buckled down to envelop the entire flying cloud fairy. The earth, enveloped by the black field, split right down the middle. In the pitch black crack, there were mournful cries, as if 10,000 ghosts had come out of their cages, as if the crack was connected to the other side of the legendary 9 hells. 11th realm, Heavenly Fault Realm. The two of them, Chao Yunlan and Shang Wanchang, saw this scene and their faces became increasingly ugly. The duo unconsciously looked at Lu Chuan, yet Lu Chuan just stood there, not moving. All they could do was hug each other in desperation, using their body heat to drive away the endless despair. The third realm of the divine Tao was a high point that every cultivator could only dream of. However, the vast majority of cultivators would remain in this realm forever after entering the Tao 1 realm. Although Taoyi realm cultivators were rare, they weren't that unreachable. Only above the Tao 1 realm could one be considered to have truly touched the origin of the great Tao. Only then will there be a chance to walk out of the Tao that is uniquely his own. To touch that legendary great emperor's throne, Chao Yunlan couldn't figure out what qualifies a killer. A killer who sells his life for money. To be favored by the great Tao and come this far. There's no talk. Lu Chuan put his hand on top of the hilt of his sword. Let's not talk about it then. Bai Qi smiled and shook his head. Bai Qi's figure gradually blurred and eventually completely dissipated into the realm. At the same time, countless shadows rushed out from the huge abyss that had split open. By the way, I forgot to tell you that my domain is called Infinite Illusion, evolving from a move that the heaven-swallowing emperor left in the world. Unfortunately, there's only one move. Bai Qi's voice, coming from all directions, made it impossible to recognize the direction. Heaven-swallowing emperor. What a deafening name. A mere move and a half left behind would allow Bai Qi to enter the Heavenly Fault realm and be invincible in that realm. Lu Chuan was becoming more and more interested in himself, that dilettante hometown. Unfortunately, picking up people's words is not up to scratch after all. Lu Chuan closed his eyes. I hope your bones are as sharp as your mouth. As Bai Qi's voice fell, countless black shadows that climbed out of the abyss rushed towards Lu Chuan. The black shadow brought up a crashing whine, and countless bizarre runes appeared in the air. These runes seemed to be some kind of avenue rules. Everything within the entire domain's shroud rapidly withered and wilted under the influence of the runes. Even the stone statue of the divine beast, which had been immortalized for tens of thousands of years and was guarding the edge of the ferry, was reduced to pieces of powder floating in the sky. Lu Chuan took a step out and came to the two women, blocking the bizarre avenue rules for them. It was a sense of security that I had never felt before, and the stern, dry, cold air seemed to warm up at this moment. Chao Yunlan stared blankly at Lu Chuan's lean back, as if he wanted to carve this figure deep into his soul. Chapter 71, I'm just a swordsman. I actually quite hate the way you cultivators fight. Lu Chuan slowly drew out the killing knife at his waist and casually waved it. The overwhelming shadow that rushed in front of him was instantly dispersed. You can either space out 100,000 miles and throw metabombs, or you can make a field out of hiding. A real man should be in a real, head-on fight. Pretty girl, don't you think so? Lu Chuan said as he turned around and raised his eyebrows at Chao Yunlan. The corners of Chao Yunlan's mouth shivered, and he almost lost his breath. What a time to be having this discussion. Besides, a head-on physical fight is something only a reckless person would do. How can it be consistent with the honorable status of a cultivator? Interesting, you're actually unaffected by the withering. How did you first realm cultivator do that? White Seven's voice sounded again. He was surprised but not panicked, because withering is inherently a part of death, and death is the true way, and no one can ignore it all the time. If you stay in the field long enough, you are bound to be corrupted. You're too much of a dish. even compared to that ruffian, the Demon Lord. You're not even half a star worse. The Demon Lord was a genuine annihilation realm. The ceiling of this cultivation system. Ah Fu gave Lu Chuan the same strength evaluation, which was equivalent to the annihilation realm's strength. But what really happened was that Lu Chuan was able to hang on to the Demon Lord and fight. Ah Fu's explanation was that the attributes of Lu Chuan's chaotic sword chi were able to suppress the attributes of this world's arts. Is that really all there is to it? Of course not. Lu Chuan had never fancied himself as a swordsman. Not some exalted sword god. What's a swordsman? Someone who's good with a sword. Simple and pure. It was this simple purity that Lu Chuan was able to focus everything on a single sword. A sword kills. A sword beheads a god. Lu Chuan moved quickly. It wasn't a jutsu. It was just pure speed. An explosion of body muscle power. A sword rises. A sword falls, focuses on one point and ascends to the peak. It's that simple. The sword chi cut through everything in front of him. The insubstantial shadows in the field were annihilated, and the tangible field was cut through. There were no earth-shattering explosions. No splendid magic treasures blasting against each other. It all happened so fast that it was a little less real. Bang! Lu Chuan returned to his original point. The long sword had just returned to its sheath, and the entire domain shattered away in pieces like porcelain that had fallen to the ground. Bai Chi's figure appeared not far away, his eyes bulging wide with incredulity. He was horrified, like realizing he was the one without underwear after the tide went out. Bai Chi stared at Lu Chuan dead on, as if he wanted to see something in Lu Chuan, yet he saw nothing. Lu Chuan is still the same. A first-realm little chicken. A teenage boy so tender that he can pinch water. How did you find me? I was hidden in the apocalypse. It was impossible for me to be found. In the end, Bai Chi didn't hold back and asked the question he wanted to know the most. I don't know. Lu Chuan shrugged. It's true that Lu Chuan didn't know, but so what? Just know that White 7 is in this realm, and Killjoy will lead himself to him. Ha! Interesting. Never seen a person like you with a sword like you. Bai Chi sighed and slowly turned to step away. However, just 2 steps later, his head shot up into the sky. The blood sprayed out, bringing up a nice wind-like sound. Like a dream, life and death are reversed. Looking at Bai Chi's headless body, Chao Yunlan thought he was hallucinating. It wasn't until Shangguan Chang, who was beside her, grasped her hand and drooped helplessly that she came back to her senses. Xinger. Chao Yunlan looked at Shangguan Chang dumbfounded. She was about to die. Shangguan Qing should have actually died a long time ago, and it was a complete miracle that she had lasted until now. Bai Chi's blow had smashed her internal organs and her divine soul. It was Lu Chuan's sword chi that was hanging onto her for this last breath. Now that Chao Yunlan was out of danger, his last wish was accomplished, and the breath that had been hanging on for dear life could no longer be lifted. Xinger, don't sleep, please. Chao Yunlan tightly hugged Shangguan Chang and murmured helplessly. Tears dripped in big drops on top of Shangguan Chang's pale lips. Your Highness, your face is dirty. Shangguan Chang wanted to raise her hand, wanting to wipe the bloodstains on Chao Yunlan's face. However, this hand was not raised after all. Lu Chuan looked at them. Shangguan Chang's last words touched a certain string inside. Lu Chuan's ice-cold heart seemed to have some temperature at this moment. It was a long time before Chao Yunlan accepted the fact that Shangguan Chang had died. She picked up Shangguan Qing's body and looked in the direction of Metropolis. Xinger, let's go home and watch the fireworks in Metropolis. Chao Yunlan stumbled along, falling and getting up again, over and over again, until after the fall, there was no strength to get up again. She hugged Shangguan Chang's corpse and bawled once again, crying about your own incompetence and your own worthless conscience. If I didn't have that conscience, things like today wouldn't have happened. Eventually tired of crying, Chao Yunlan passed out. Lu Chuan silently stood guard, and for the first time, the emotion of sympathy arose. Ah Fu, who had been following behind, looked at this scene and murmured with a soft sigh of relief. Begging for mercy. Do you see? When will you be willing to sheath your sword? God-damned Autumn Red Tavern. God-damned Bai Chi. How dare you assassinate my Great Way's eldest princess? An army of tens of thousands of men appeared at the ferry. A teenager wearing a python robe, seeing Chao Yunlan and Shangguan Qing lying motionless on the ground, cried out and rushed over. That tearful look of grief. Do not know that he thought he had died his own father. However, just as the teenager was selling his performance, Chao Yunlan slowly raised his head. The purple pupils were devoid of any emotions, and the indifference made the heart tremble. Seeing Chao Yunlan back from the dead, the teenager was so scared that he fell on his butt on the ground. Then immediately he hooked up a disgusting smile. Arashur, are you alright? That's great. After receiving the report that you were attacked, I rushed over as fast as I could. What happened to Lord Shangguan? Is she alright? Many thanks to Imperial Brother for his concern. Chow Yunlan shook his head woodenly. I'll trouble Imperial brother with the merchant ship matter. I'll return first. The teenager's heart trembled as he listened to Chow Yunlan's cold voice. Hastily nodding his head, he agreed. Good here, just leave it to me. Come on people. Escort the princess back to the metropolis. No need. Chow Yunlan picked up Shang Wanqing's body and looked at Lu Chuan. My lord, can I trouble you once more to send me back to the metropolis? And I will be grateful afterward. Lu Chuan nodded cheerfully. Yes, by the way, that little bit of sympathy was fleeting, but the seed had been planted and would always bloom. Imperial brother, Bai Chi's head is yours. Shishu was offering a reward of 10 million spirit stones. When Chow Yunlan was leaving, he left behind such a sentence that made the teenager fidget for a long time. Chapter 72, Not Holding His Farts. Your Highness, what is the cause of your sorrow? Lu Chuan had just left with Chow Yunlan when a man who looked to be around 30 suddenly appeared at the pier. The man's face is like beautiful jade, lips like a little vermilion, posture and style, beautiful appearance. The end of the name of a beautiful man, 3 words. This man's name is Zhou Yu, the state master of Great Wu. In this world where only cultivation is known, Zhou Yu is one of the few in the world, the seed of the readers. This person's chest hides the art of warping the earth and the sky, and his belly hides the plan of settling the country. In just 200 years, the entire Great Wu dynasty was pulled to heights where it did not belong. In fact, the real mastermind of this assassination targeting Chow Yunlan was Zhou Yu, because with the pissed-off nature of the Crown Prince of Wei, even if he had the guts to be a thief, he didn't have the brains. Zhou Yu, look at what you've done. The python-robed teenager looked at Zhou Yu with cold eyes. Didn't you promise that Chow Yunlan would definitely die today? Your Highness, be at ease. Zhou Yu smiled gently. That gentle smile was like a spring breeze. How do you expect me to be at ease? The python-robed boy suddenly exploded with emotion, veins rippling on his neck. Now that Chow Yunlan is not dead, once I return to the metropolis and report this matter to father, the entire Wei will have no place for me. No harm, no foul. Zhou Yu smiled and shook his head, speaking with confidence. Although the eldest princess didn't die, she has fallen to the Qi condensation realm. Although the immortal phoenix saved her life, it also consumed her life essence. Chow Yunlan won't live long. I'm sure your father won't support a short-lived ghost to the throne. So what? The python-robed teenager was still unforgiving and furious, with Chow Yunlan's means and connections. Do you think I can survive until the day she dies? Zhou Yu shook his head and said softly, from here to the metropolis, it's at least a 5-day journey. And if your highness isn't at ease, isn't this still 5 days away? His favorite prince of Wei was stupid enough and self-conscious enough. This kind of person becoming the emperor of Wei is much cuter than that shrewd woman, Chow Yunlan, becoming the emperor. You want me to intercept Chow Yunlan halfway? The python-robed young man's face turned pale. Your Highness, if you are afraid of Chow Yunlan returning to the metropolis, why don't you just do it? Zhou Yu said inside. Your Highness, your greatest weakness is that you are too kind-hearted, and when you make a break, you will suffer. The python-robed young man sneered. Bai Qi didn't even take down Chow Yunlan. You're going to let me go as cannon fodder. Not too stupid. Zhou Yu couldn't help but mutter a sentence in his heart. Your Highness need not worry much. Bai Qi's death was entirely due to him being too gullible himself. I've contacted the Autumn Hong Tavern, and the mission isn't considered over until Chow Yunlan is dead. 3 days later, it will be renewed in White Slope Town. At that time you will lead the White Plume Army, and Autumn Hong Tavern will attack back and forth. This time it will certainly be captured handily. Of course, you have to pay for the expenses in between. You're a big family. You won't care about this small amount of money, right? After saying that, Zhou Yu stared tightly at the python-robed teenager, the dark-colored pupils as if they were trying to pierce through the soul. The python-robed teenager subconsciously swallowed, but did not instantly agree. Zhou Yu wasn't afraid that he wouldn't agree, because this stupid bastard had no way out. Whether it was for the sake of his position as the crown prince or for his own little life, he would not allow Chow Yunlan to return safely to the metropolis. Now this result was much better than the expected killing of Chow Yunlan. Chow Yunlan's days are numbered and there is no way he can inherit the throne again. And this straw man would definitely go to intercept Chow Yunlan for the sake of his own little life. If that sword-wearing boy could slaughter these 10,000 White Plume Army, it would be very good news for Great Wu. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I will retire. Zhou Yu's figure gradually dispersed after a flurry of mouth cannons. Before he left, he glanced at the direction Lu Chuan had left, and for some reason, he was always a little disturbed. That first realm teenager, when he killed Bai Qi earlier, seemed to have triggered the ominous 4 fierce heavenly signs. White Slope Township. The coastal provinces of Wei are a necessary route to the metropolis. Because of its location in a transportation choke point, it is a small town but much more prosperous than many cities. there's a strange and beautiful teenager in town. The young man was leading a skinny donkey, followed by a gorgeous beauty with a woman on the back of the donkey. This teenager was naturally Lu Chuan. Originally, with Lu Chuan's speed, he could reach the metropolis in 2 days. However, Chow Yunlan made Lu Chuan slow down and deliberately delayed, entering White Slope Town on the 3rd day, taking people's money and taking their lives. Since he had taken over the escort mission from Chow Yunlan Guan, Lu Chuan was still very much in the spirit of contract, and everything was up to his employer. Lu Chuan took Chow Yunlan and stayed in the largest inn in White Slope Town. The first floor of the inn is the place to eat. Lu Chuan has no oil and water in his stomach these days, and his heart is in a panic. Settle down Chow Yunlan and Shangwan Qing's corpse. He slipped downstairs by himself and ordered a table of wine and food to start building. Hey, big handsome guy. Ah Fu eerily appeared beside Lu Chuan. It's not meal time. No one is eating except Lu Chuan. Seeing Lu Chuan's good looks and elegant demeanor, plus the fact that there were no other diners, Xiao Er didn't try to drive away Ah Fu. Have a fart. Lu Chuan was a little impatient. Alfred wiggled his butt a bit and carefully said, Hey, how about I send you a side quest? I knew you weren't holding back any good farts. Lu Chuan's eyes glared and he was about to give Ah Fu 2 punches. Ah Fu jumped away in a hurry and smiled sarcastically. The great emperor's dojo won't open for another half a month, so it's not a bad idea to do another quest if you're idle anyway. What mission? Tell me about it? Lu Chuan pursed his small wine, but did not reject it directly. Seeing that Lu Chuan seemed to be in a good mood with wine and meat, Ah Fu hurriedly came up. Let Chow Yunlan ascend to the throne of the Great Wei Emperor. How about this mission is simple enough? Ha! Lu Chuan suddenly put down his chopsticks and used his arms to tighten Ah Fu's neck. Instantly, Fu's tongue drooped 3 feet long and his eyes bulged straight outward, looking like he was going to die. That chick doesn't have long to live. You're making me do this mission. What if she suddenly dies violently on the way to the mission? Cough. You first save her life is not it. Ah Fu spat out a few words with difficulty, and the harumph dripped down his tongue. What do you take me for? A wonderful doctor? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and kicked Fu away after releasing his arm. The inn was knocked out of a big hole, and a large gold ingot was paid out to get this over with. Ouch. I know this is more difficult. That chick burned her life essence, together with the characteristics of the immortal phoenix. Even if the greatest immortals came, they wouldn't be able to save her. But you can. Ah Fu was a real head iron, and just as Lu Chuan picked up his chopsticks, it appeared beside him again. Ha! Ah Fu's words gave Lu Chuan a whole won't. Shades up. Hey, funny how I didn't know that I had the ability to raise the dead? Chapter 73, The Ability of the White Longsword. Sinning, forgetting all about your own abilities. Ah Fu waved his big tongue in pain after hearing this. When Lu Chuan wasn't looking, the big tongue rolled away a few peanuts on the plate on the table. These peanuts, which Lu Chuan had just picked up with his chopsticks, were stained with some saliva. This sick-ass chewing on a peanut is a treat. Lu Chuan looked straight up nauseous. Ever since he had returned to his teenage form, this idiot's behavior had begun to be a bit abnormal. Dog, if you can't tell me 1, 2, 3, I'm going to eat donkey meat on fire tonight. Rest in peace. Ah Fu contentedly swallowed the peanut rice, pouting his lips cheaply as he looked at Lu Chuan's waist. Haven't you ever wondered why that long white sword doesn't bother you? If you don't care, you don't care. Why else? Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. After Lu Chuan brought out the white long sword named Seeking Ren, he had not been able to unsheath it, let alone use it. Because seeking benevolence is a sort of salvation and you don't have compassion as an emotion. So she plays small and doesn't treat you well. Fu said and flicked out his tongue in a manner again to roll the marinated beef on his plate. He ended up being chopsticks by Lu Chuan, sticking his tongue through the table. Fragrant. Ah Fu, a dead pig, flipped his tongue back nimbly and licked at the chopsticks for a while. Asterisk. You dead pervert. Lu Chuan was unable to bear it, dragging Ah Fu out of the inn, and began to inhumanly beat violently. Only after 10 whole minutes did Lu Chuan walk back to the inn with satisfaction and continue eating and drinking. It wasn't long before Chow Yunlan came down from the upper floors and came straight to the table, giving a curtsy. Your Excellency. See you at peace. Sit. Lu Chuan asked the junior to add a set of bowls and chopsticks for Chow Yunlan. Chow Yunlan didn't move his chopsticks, but instead talked to Lu Chuan in a straightforward manner. Does the gentleman know why I have to stay in this town? I don't know. It's none of my business. Lu Chuan took a sip of wine and a mouthful of food. His mouth was full of oil. How could he have the time to pay attention to Chow Yunlan? This answer was truly unexpected. Chow Yunlan bit her lip. I want to do business with Gongzi again. Lu Chuan slanted a glance at Chow Yunlan, couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth and snorted. Other than the 5 elements hegemony body cultivation method that I want. Can you come up with anything else as payment? Chow Yunlan lowered her eyebrows and thought for a moment. The Great Way has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and the royal treasure trove has everything. So as long as your excellency nods your head, after the matter is resolved, I can allow your excellency to make a trip into the treasure trove. Not interested. Lu Chuan shook his head with a lack of interest. I only need the cultivation method of the 5 elements hegemony body. This is a classic case of greasing the skids. Chow Yunlan pondered for a moment and finally gritted his teeth. As long as your excellency agrees, I can fulfill any of your excellency's demands. Anyone who was a man should be able to understand the meaning of Chow Yunlan's words. Lu Chuan was a man, or an old demon who had lived for 100,000 years, so of course he could understand. Put. Just Lu Chuan, a mouthful of wine sprayed out on the spot, hastily covered his chest. A small daughter-in-law afraid of fear. Look, what do you want? I'm as beautiful as a flower, so I won't let you have it. Chow Yunlan froze for a moment, then her heart was ashamed and annoyed. Her own Hall of Wei princess status is honored. The appearance is also closed moon and shy flowers, but now she is so disliked, having thrown away her self-respect as a woman, only to receive such an answer. Chow Yunlan sighed, somewhat disheartened. I'm sorry to bother you, Your Excellency. Chow Yunlan rose with tired eyes. After Chow Yunlan left, Ah Fu stuck up again without knowing what to do. Hey, handsome, how about it? Do you want to take the mission? It's not a loss anyway, and there's no penalty even if you don't finish, so give it a try, in case it's really finished. Hey, Seeking Run might be able to sheath it. The system humbled it to this extent, and also belonged to be a unique one. Lu Chuan threw a peanut into his mouth and stared at Ah Fu with a slanted eyebrow while chewing. It's okay to take it, but first, tell me what's going on with Seeking Gen? Alfred's eyes bulged out a little more with joy and wisdom. Actually, seeking benevolence involves a taboo. Resurrection. Resurrection? Lu Chuan frowned. Ah Fu stopped being playful and nodded seriously. That's right, resurrection. Seeking benevolence is a sword that does not kill. It has no ability to kill, but it can sever the connection between living souls and the ministry of the underworld. Oh, it's kind of fun. Go on. Lu Chuan pushed the rest of the peanut rice in front of Ah Fu. Ah Fu's liver fluttered with joy, and a small half-dish of peanuts went into his mouth with a roll of his big tongue. Don't look at me as saying it lightly. This ability has actually touched the taboo of life and death, birth, old age, sickness and death, the great Tao of heaven and earth. Your sword can cut that thread between life and death and disrupt this order. I'm that good. Lu Chuan proudly did a tactical backflip. He. Stealing business from the Ministry of the Underworld is certainly awesome. Ah Fu cheerfully came over. You should know that the Ministry of the Underworld runs the world of death and ensures the proper functioning of death as an order. In every world where there is life, there are branches of him, and from ancient times, those who dared to go against the Ministry of the Underworld. Other than that second-rate son, I guess you're the only one who has this ability. Heir, the heaven-swallowing emperor? Lu Chuan came to be interested. Aha! Ah Fu nodded. When the heaven-swallowing emperor pierced the underworld ministry, the ashes were almost given to people to raise. This led to a major disruption in the order of death, with no place for the dead to go. That Erluo, another master who cares about killing but not burying, after the chaos of the order of death, it led to the emergence of many great terrors in the starry sky, and even the great strangeness that existed countless years ago was revived in this era. Awesome! Ha ha ha! Lu Chuan was straight up happy to hear it. That's not right. Lu Chuan frowned. Since seeking benevolence will interfere with the order of death, if the Ministry of the Underworld finds out about this, won't I be beaten to death with a stick? Yeah, but, Alfred nodded, and the words changed. Seeking benevolence can sever the connection between the living soul and the Ministry of the Underworld, pulling the dying back from death. It also has the ability to directly open the passage between the underworld and the present world, and to send all spiritual beings into the underworld. So, Lu Chuan was a bit confused. Does that make any sense? Why don't you get it? Fu's eyes shivered. This kid looks smart, but why is he so stupid? You activate the Seeking Run, using the ability to open the passageway. We can go talk business with the bigwigs of the Underworld Ministry. TSK. The Underworld Ministry's wealth is unimaginable. Get lost, you damn it. Dogs don't have a good idea. Lu Chuan kicked Ah Fu out and ended up losing another ingot of gold. Lu Chuan isn't stupid. If he talks business with a bigwig from the Ministry of the Underworld, how can it be good? You have to sell your life on the Mountain of Daggers and the Sea of Fire. Chapter 74, Night Talk at the Inn. After eating, Lu Chuan moved a small stool and happily sat in the sun at the door to look at beautiful women. This little puppy dog look attracted frequent sideways glances from passers-by. Lu Chuan's behavior, however, does not match that blooming beauty at all. Hey, pretty girl, come on over and have some fun. Sick? What? Sick? Then I won't delay your treatment. Take care. You Lu, you're sick. Don't talk nonsense. Beautiful girl, beware, I'll sue you for slander. Slander? Hey, pretty lady, money drop. Naya, look at the back and want to commit a crime. Look at the front and want to retreat. Asterisk 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 these long legs. Sister, I want to drink your foot washing water. But in just 2 hours' time, the entire town spread the news that there was a little sex fiend, a little pervert living in the Uli Inn. At this time, Chow Yunlan, who was upstairs, was a bit fidgety. 3 days ago, when she left the ferry, she released her undead bird and rushed back to Metropolis to report the news. The immortal bird, a Chow Yunlan companion spirit beast, was born into this world with her. In the great world of vastness, the birth of some of the chosen ones was often accompanied by a gift from the heavens. The immortal bird is the gift of heaven to Chow Yunlan. If nothing else, the undead should be returning by now. But until now, there has been no movement at all. Chow Yunlan had chosen to stay here for only one purpose, to use himself as bait. She concluded that her stupid royal brother would do everything in his power to prevent her from returning to the metropolis and intercept her halfway. And White Slash is the best choice. Chow Yunlan knew his situation very well. He didn't have much time left and had to take desperate measures. If he returned directly to the metropolis and met his father to explain the situation, I'm afraid the outcome wouldn't be much different. It was because he had fallen to the chi condensation realm, plus his life was not long to go. Father would not abolish the crown prince and cause unnecessary turmoil for the sake of himself, a man who was about to die. All the reasons added up to the fact that Chow Yunlan couldn't go back to the metropolis and had to gamble here. As long as the undead bird brought the letter in the first place, then he had a chance at extinction. It was getting dark, and there were more guests staying at the store. Lu Chuan had enough of looking at beautiful women, and by the way, he ate dinner again. The people eating on the first floor began to increase a bit, looking at the appearance of mostly some runners. Chow Yunlan once again came to Lu Chuan's place, and this time, instead of talking about business, he ate a meal. She understood that the immortal bird had not returned and must have had an accident, and now the only safest thing to do was to stay with Lu Chuan. Neither of them had any intention of speaking, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. It wasn't until it was completely dark that the lights were lit in the lobby. Xiao Er was a bit surprised that there were so many more customers for today's dine-in than usual. There were some tables that were clearly finished but never left. I don't know when, but it was drizzling outside, and the whole town sank into the midst of the dashing night rain. The not-so-bright candlelight reflected on the faces of the diners in the lobby. There was a strange energy between the pushing of glasses and the small talk. Damn this weather. The door of the inn was pushed open, and a black-faced strong man, 8 feet tall, walked in cursing. Xiao Er served the wine. This bird rain is soaked to the bone. Xiao Er hurriedly ran over. A face of compensatory smile. Guest, you see that this is not set. Want to? What's the matter? You're still shooing master away? The Hanyo's voice was like thunder, interrupting Xiao Er's words. The Hanyu finished looking around. Except for Lu Chuan's table, which only had 2 people, the other tables were almost full. I'll just spar with that little brother. The Hanyu pushed away Xiao Er and came straight to Lu Chuan. What a handsome little brother. The Han man saw Lu Chuan's appearance clearly and couldn't help but praise him. Little brother, how about putting together a table and I'll pay for your drinks? Lu Chuan looked at Chow Yunlan with a smirk. This Hanyo's acting skills were too clumsy. From the time he entered the door until now, this beanbag glanced at Chow Yunlan no less than 5 times, but anyone with a heart could deduce that he was specifically here to find Chow Yunlan. The Hanyu still smelled like blood. The smell of blood had not been suppressed, despite the desperate attempts to disguise it with a spice. Feel free to sit down. Lu Chuan pushed his half-drunk wine in front of the Hanyu. Thanks a lot. The Hanyu arched his hand and picked up the wine jug and gulped it down. After the Hanyu sat down, he looked at Chow Yunlan. Chow Yunlan's face looked bad as he gently nodded to the Hanyu. The Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief and came over to Chow Yunlan's side, whispering, Your Highness, most of your letters have been received, but His Majesty has not reacted too much. We could only take matters into our own hands and bring people to rush to your aid, but we were intercepted halfway, and I was the only one who escaped. Chow Yunlan understood that he had made a bad move in this big gamble after all. I didn't mention what happened to me in the letter, so why didn't father not hear about it? Chow Yunlan was somewhat undeterred. The Hanyu sighed helplessly. There is a letter that entered the metropolis before you're undead. Chow Yunlan nodded. It seemed that the other party had moved one step faster than himself and sent his situation to his father first. Chow Yunlan had originally thought of making an information error before his situation was transmitted back to the metropolis. The matter of the crown prince colluding with the Great Wu to buy and kill people was transmitted to the emperor. As long as this information was sent back first, then with his own weight, the emperor would surely send a large army to support him. Yet in his own case, he had gotten back to Metropolis first, and there was no room for redemption in the matter. In fact, if Lu Chuan was willing to help, this matter would be very well resolved. Because with Lu Chuan's speed, he could definitely send the news back the first time. It's just that there are no ifs and buts in this world, and a tiny bit of difference makes a huge difference. Your Highness, it is not advisable to stay here for long. The Hanyu looked at the diners in the lobby and gently shook his head. Chow Yunlan looked towards Lu Chuan. The only person he could rely on now was him. This was also Chow Yunlan's last plan. Even if the undead bird failed to deliver the message, then there was still Lu Chuan to cover it. As long as Lu Chuan didn't go back on his word and sent himself back to the metropolis safely, then there was still a small possibility of a reversal. Where to go? It's a big night. Lu Chuan didn't really care. Since he had promised Chow Yunlan to send her back, he would definitely fulfill the contract. The Hanyu opened his mouth to say something, but was gently pressed down by Chow Yunlan. The Hanyu sat back down with a helpless sigh and ordered 2 more jugs of wine. Time passed by, and the atmosphere of the entire inn became more and more bizarre. The air was filled with a suffocating smell. No one spoke anymore. Only the sound of Lu Chuan chewing on something rang out from time to time. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the inn was blown open by a cold wind, and a cold current rolled in. This ghost weather. Xiao Er cursed and braced himself, trotting to the door. Ah! Junior, who was just about to close the door, suddenly let out a scream, and then fell on his buttocks and sat on the floor. He shivered and looked at the darkened doorway. 2 red eyes, like lanterns, lit up in the darkness. Chapter 75, The Killer Comes Again. The night was so thick that it seemed like it could not be melted, and 2 scarlet lanterns appeared on the long silent street. This lantern gently blinked twice, and the air was pulled and twisted by an inexplicable force. Space also unrealistically wriggled along with it, like waves on the sea, cascading away. Immediately after that, the ground of the inn began to shake, from far and near, and the tremors became more and more intense. It is a special shock that is only triggered by a large number of cavalry marching. All the diners in the inn, at this moment, stood up. They faced the door and respectfully saluted the scarlet lantern. Bang! The doorway of the inn was suddenly shattered by a force, and wood shavings flew all over the sky. A strange man, no, make that 2 men, appeared before the greatly open inn. A burly man who was 3 meters tall and full of muscles that protruded like rocks blocked the doorway, and a mountain of oppression hit him. The burly man wore a red belly band on top and a pair of red lantern pants underneath, with a pilgrim's braid on his head, his cheeks stained red with blood, and a happy grin on his face. Belly bibs and pants are extremely ill-fitting. This demeanor, with that naive batch of the same smile, like a landlord's retarded son. On the shoulders of the strong man sat a child of 7 or 8 years old. To say it was a child was actually a bit of a stretch, for the man looked, despite his short stature and the bone age of a small child of 7 or 8, to have a loosely drooping face. It's a very strange, awkward feeling of aging before one's time. In the hands of the strong man and the child, both carrying a lantern. The lantern seems to be the eyes of some creature, emitting a ghostly red light, occasionally blinking. Monster! Monster! The junior at the door could not strain himself any longer. The image was a contamination of the intense spirit. Junior got up from the ground and screamed in terror, trying to flee the inn. However, he had just taken 2 steps before he disappeared into the distorted air. I heard that the old 7th was killed by a teenager. At this time the child who had not aged spoke, but his voice was that of a child. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the little man's words, the big man giggled, drool dripping down the corners of his mouth. The other diners, after hearing the small man's words, all turned their heads and looked towards where Lu Chuan was. A first-realm cultivator? Ridiculous, ridiculous. The small man couldn't help but shake his head. Put. Lu Chuan finally couldn't help himself at this point and spewed out a mouthful. What the is this? A circus clown? However, apart from Lu Chuan, the other 2 were stony-faced and their whole body muscles were tense. The Hanyu at the same table. At this point, the hand that carried the wine began to stop shaking. From the autumn-hung tavern, the Hanyu tried to calm himself down. Thousands of our reinforcements just met this thing halfway, and it almost wiped out the whole army in one shot. Chow Yunlan listened expressionlessly, his fists clenched up tightly, his nails embedded in his flesh because of too much force. Your Highness, this person's methods are bizarre and incomparable, and cannot be speculated normally. Later I will go install him. You and little brother will leave first. The Hanyu poured down the last mouthful of wine, slammed the jug hard on the table, and stood up with a prancing motion. Scumbags from Hong Tavern, Grandpa is here. The Hanyu had an extra black saber in his hand and crossed the wine table to block in front of Lu Chuan and Xiao Yunlan. Scared? Of course I'm afraid. There is no normal person in this world who is not afraid of death. Except for a psychopath like Lu Chuan who is not afraid of death. But Han remained righteous. He was Xiao Yunlan's personal guard. And a personal guard should act like a personal guard, never letting his master die before him. He called us stragglers. The smaller man's face twisted up. Ha. The big man was still giggling and staring at Lu Chuan dead in the face. Drool flooded his mouth. And he looked like he wanted to eat Lu Chuan into his stomach. Good boy. There's no rush. Just play with him. The little man gently patted the back of the big man's head. As for Lu Chuan, he didn't even bother to look at them. Sun Ku ate the last bit of rice in his bowl. And when he couldn't get enough of it, he poured the vegetable soup from the pot into the bowl as well. This unself-conscious look is something that passers-by would probably be able to blow their lungs out if they saw it, not to mention these parties involved. The smaller man snapped his fingers softly. Let's take care of the target first, then we'll take our time with him. The diners in the lobby received orders and swarmed towards Xiao Yunlan. Your Highness, run! The Hanyu brandished his black saber, his entire body's true essence bursting and surging out at that moment. The Han should be in the 8th realm. And this kind of strength was placed in the Tianyuan continent, and it was a proper party big brother. However, in this heavenly wasteland continent where monsters were everywhere, the strength of the 8th realm couldn't be said to be low, but it was only enough to protect oneself. The Hanyu swung his saber wide open. No fancy arts, just the straightforwardness of a battle array charge. For a time, the entire lobby was filled with sword chi, bursting without sound. The weird thing was that with the destructive power of the Hanyu's blade chi, not to mention a small inn, even the entire town would probably be rolled up and rotted. The reality, however, is that not only is the inn intact, the Hanyo's blade chi blasted into the distorted air, but it also seemed to hit cotton. Not only did it not burst, it didn't even bring up a single sound. Those killers, however, traveled freely through the strange air, and the seemingly majestic blade chi could not hurt them in the slightest. Spatial aptitude. Be careful, Xiao Yunlan gave a reminder. Put. With a crack, an assassin eerily passed through the air and appeared abruptly in front of the Hanyu. The Han's reaction could not be described as not fast. Immediately drew his sword back to block. However, he was still a step too slow. A dagger pulled through his abdomen, and blood instantly stained his clothes. The Hanyu staggered back 2 steps, his face twisting up from the pain. Xiao Yunlan hurriedly went up to support the Hanyu and stuffed some pills into his mouth, stabilizing his injuries. The Hanyu was filled with guilt. My subordinate failed in his duty to protect you. Xiao Yunlan sighed helplessly. How dare I blame you guys? The heavens are just trying to kill me. Bang! At this moment, an assassin bullied his way in, and the Hanyu pushed Xiao Yunlan away, narrowly blocking the dagger at a tricky angle. Let my subordinate fight for you one last time. The Hanyu mobilized his entire body's true essence and took a step out, allowing the several assassins to rush towards him, completely abandoning his defense. Several daggers stabbed into the Hanyu's body almost simultaneously, and on the Hanyu's body, black gas spurted out at that moment. The black aura swept several of the assassins around them, followed by a blazing light that lit up. A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, steamed up, yet these shockwaves strangely dissipated into the distorted air. The Hanyu used self-detonation to try to fight for a ray of life for Xiao Yunlan. However, the difference in strength was too great, and he just gave away his life for nothing. Phew! At this time, Lu Chuan finally finished the dinner. If you have enough to eat, you have nothing to do. If you have nothing to do, then you have to find something to do. Chapter 76 Sword 7 Black Moon. Several assassins attacked Xiao Yunlan at the same time at this moment. Xiao Yunlan had fallen in the realm and had absolutely no room to fight back. She could only watch these killers, getting closer and closer to her, as she closed her eyes helplessly. Chick, what are you jumping around here for? Lu Chuan burped. In the next moment, the certain death of Xiao Yunlan suddenly disappeared. The position was replaced by Lu Chuan, and she herself went to where Lu Chuan was eating. The ordinary move of shifting directly solved Xiao Yunlan's certain death. A black sword chi pulled up a semicircular arc of light. This arc of light cut away the distorted air, and several killers were instantly split in two, the foul odor of blood filling the air. Lu Chuan took one step and rushed towards the doorway, so fast that he pulled out gusts of shadows in the air. With every step Lu Chuan took, a black silk thread, piercing through the twisted air, rose up from the ground around him. On each of the black threads, the body of an assassin was broken open. Simple and rough method of killing. By the time Lu Chuan reached the door, other than that odd pair, the other killers had already died cleanly. Be careful. When the little man saw that Lu Chuan was unaffected by the spatial distortion, palpitations crawled across his uniged face. The 3-meter-strong man named De looked silly, but his strikes were extremely ruthless and swift. Bang! De blasted out with a fist, bringing with him the might of a landslide, aiming straight for Lu Chuan's head. The fist, which was bigger than Lu Chuan's head, was covered with red and black runes, and the air around it was pulled out in a great avenue rule. Lu Chuan stretched out a finger and blocked it. This finger and Da's fist clashed hard together, along with a low collision. A circle of shockwaves visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of impact where the finger collided with the fist. In a blink of an eye, the entire inn was overturned, with debris and fragments flying across the room, shooting out in all directions as if they were sharp arrows. You seek death. The little man opened his mouth. A puddle of black-green liquid gushed out of his mouth. A fishy odor filled the air, and black-green smoke spread out from the liquid as everything around it rapidly corroded. Bang! However, in the next moment, a black sword chi followed Lu Chuan's fingertips, penetrated Da's fist, and obliquely pierced through the small man's head. The small man did not expect that the strength of Da's fleshly body would not be able to block this black sword chi. His mouth was wide open, shock still lingering on that dead face. Don't worry, your brother will be with you in a minute, and in your next life remember to get a class at the circus, otherwise this look is a shame. Lu Chuan spat out a sentence, and the next moment a bit of black light spread out from his fingertips, and the black light dispersed into countless tiny sword chi. Da's body was instantly cut into pieces. This odd pair of mentally polluted people finally died. But Lu Chuan didn't stop. He even drew the long sword at his waist. The show had just begun. With Lu Chuan's keen perception ability, he had long ago realized that this pair of oddballs were nothing more than puppets. And the main event was the pair of lanterns. The pair of oddballs had just died violently. And the pair of lanterns, which were like eyes, floated up in the mist of blood in the sky, and a strange wave of fluctuations emanated from the lantern, and the entire world began to distort abnormally again. Lu Chuan was pulled into a strange space. Bang bang bang. In the thick of the night, a large number of unidentified structures either rose from the ground or fell from the sky. The buildings ranged from ramshackle tiled houses to elaborate villa neighborhoods to upright skyscrapers, with the brilliant neon lights. It seems like a town from another time and place that has been moved here. These buildings, as if they were evil things buried for countless years, brought up a large amount of yin qi when they appeared. In just a few breaths of time, the surrounding area had become a domain of eerie ghosts. Lu Chuan stood in this world for a while, somewhat lost in thought, countless thoughts rushing to his mind. Where is this? This is the hometown you've been away from for countless years. The streets of my hometown, the houses of my hometown, but only the people of my hometown are missing. Bastard! Lu Chuan was suddenly furious. This is their own heart, to the hometown of the most unremitting attachment, but now by that pair of lanterns. Figurative to this world. This is unforgivable blasphemy. It had been a long time since Lu Chuan had been so emotionally volatile. Bang! Lu Chuan stepped down heavily, using all his strength. With his right foot as the center, the world began to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pair of red lanterns wouldn't have anticipated just what kind of being it had angered with its behavior. This world that had been visualized shattered away inch by inch, and the real world gradually came into view. Concentrate on one point and ascend to the top. Lu Chuan poured all his strength into the tip of the black long sword and ruthlessly chopped into the sky. The dark clouds that covered the sky above the zenith were swept away by the sword chi. The rain had stopped and the stars were actually visible in the deep black sky. The horror, however, was just beginning. Sword 7, Black Moon. Lu Chuan flicked his wrist, and the killing life in his hand whistled out of his hand and rose to the zenith. Killjoy erupted with blinding black light at the zenith, and a mountain of sword chi tangled up. With killing life as the center of the circle, a black sword chi moon formed at great speed above the zenith. Are you crazy? Do you want to sink this land? Fu suddenly appeared beside Lu Chuan and shouted anxiously. Lu Chuan huffed like a nervous wreck and grinned a small grin. Fu's scalp tingled. It knew that Lu Chuan was sick again. Son of a, what the hell did you do? Fu was furious and stormy, looking at the two lanterns floating in the air and cursing. And at that moment, the lantern, which was like two eyes, revealed a fear that went deep into the soul. Suicide to thank you. Suicide to thank you. Do you want the countless living souls of this land to follow you? A retard, to be buried with you? Alfred growled. Yet it was too late. Smash! Lu Chuan reached out and waved his hand down fiercely at the black full moon above the zenith. A simple attack, yet it carried an endless oppression and despair. The black full moon, at this moment, whistled from above the zenith, smashing down towards the earth. A great shadow was cast over this land. The black full moon, like a huge meteor, crashed hard. If it was really hit solidly, I'm afraid that it will really be as Fu said, and all this land will sink. Handsome man, big handsome man, stop it. Fu was jumping around anxiously. If he was really smashed down, countless living beings would be annihilated. Not good news for Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan wasn't following the path of killing to prove the way. Too much killing would affect his path to becoming an emperor. Wow. Dad. Where are you, Dad? Just then, a heartbreaking cry rang out. A small boy, holding a kitten, appeared on the ruins of the inn. The little boy looked at the ruins and cried as he searched for his loved ones. This heartbreaking cry suddenly woke up Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan twisted his head and looked at the little boy standing alone on top of the ruins. His icy heart suddenly touched. Chapter 77, Kill You. You little punk. The little boy's heartbreaking cries were like a sharp needle that pierced into Lu Chuan's head. Lu Chuan gently tapped his forehead. Ah, headache. Lu Chuan has severe mania, which is a typical symptom of psychosis. However, since coming to this world, this symptom has gotten much better, and even if it is committed, it will not be too serious. Just now that red lantern, actually figurative Lu Chuan heart's deepest hang-ups, which provoked this neurosis. The condition exacerbated. Disperse. Lu Chuan gently waved his hand, and the black moon in the sky instantly dispersed. Perhaps the people of this land don't know that because of the cry of a little boy, in their sleep they escaped a holocaust of destruction. Escaping from death, the red lantern knew that the teenager in front of him was unbeatable, and immediately prepared to bolt. However, it overthought it. Lu Chuan is a person who really holds grudges. The red lantern was just about to make a move when Lu Chuan had already reached it. Knowing that it couldn't run away, the red lantern was still trying to be a trapped beast, and a strange spiritual power emanated from it. Lu Chuan had been hit once, so how could he fall twice in one place? With almost instantaneous speed, Lu Chuan grabbed the lantern and ruthlessly trapped it in his hands. Dogs like to play dirty, don't you? Lu Chuan's whole body strength was concentrated into his hands, directly tearing the lantern into two halves. Don't kill it, don't kill it. It's good stuff. Leave it to me, leave it to me. I'll make you a magic treasure. Ah Fu rushed over, trying to stop Lu Chuan, but if it could stop it, Lu Chuan wouldn't be Lu Chuan anymore. Lu Chuan didn't pay attention to Ah Fu, and after tearing the lantern, he churned it to pieces with his sword chi. What a waste! What a waste! Looking at the debris in the sky, Ah Fu was shaking his head in anger. This is a rare dead thing that has become essence. I don't know how many years it has existed, and looking at the ability it should be of the spiritual type. Your mental state is not good. After bringing it to be refined, it might help you stabilize the spiritual world. What are you talking about? Are you calling me a psychopath? Lu Chuan was furious and evil, and kicked Ah Fu's dog's head. Lu Chuan looked at the ruins of the inn and slowly walked towards the crying little boy. The little boy raised his head and looked at Lu Chuan, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Brother, have you seen my father?" Lu Chuan shook his head and gently rubbed the little boy's head. Looking at the situation, the entire inn should be dead. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. For some unknown reason, Lu Chuan's eyes stung a little. Without noticing, his own eyes began to change at this point. Black pupils that fade in color to white. Ah Fu, who had just recovered, saw Lu Chuan's appearance and his intelligent eyes bulged out in excitement. However, soon Alfred was disappointed again as the pupils quickly returned to normal. Little brat, why don't you cry a little harder? Duke. At this moment, Chow Yunlan's shriek woke Lu Chuan up. Looking sideways to the direction the voice came from, a cavalry troop entered the town with great vigor, and Chow Yunlan fell into the hands of the python-robed young man from earlier. When Lu Chuan struck just now, he destroyed the entire inn. Chow Yunlan ran a little farther in order not to cause trouble for Lu Chuan anymore, and also to prevent himself from being smashed to death by the UFO. Chow Yunlan had been careful, but with only one realm, she was too weak. Lu Chuan picked up the little boy who had cried until he almost fainted, took a step out, and instantly arrived in front of the python-robed teenager. "Don't come over or I'll kill her," the python robe threatened with a trembling voice. The black moon that almost fell just now gave him a huge mental shock. Still, he wasn't afraid to die, and led the charge into White Slope Town, because he understood that if Chow Yunlan didn't die today, it would be him who would die. We're all going to die anyway. Why don't we put up a fight? A blue dagger was pressed against Chow Yunlan's neck. Looking at the expressionless Lu Chuan in front of him, the python-robed teenager's trembling hand, which was already somewhat uncontrollable, scratched Chow Yunlan's fair skin. Hot blood flowed down the dagger and onto the python-robed boy's hand. "Who are you? Who the hell are you and why have you come to disrupt my plans?" The python-robed boy practically growled and roared. Everything was planned so perfectly that Chow Yunlan should have died a certain death at the pier. However, it was halfway through that messed everything up. "I'm your ancestor, little Yakuza." Lu Chuan laughed in anger. Bang! Lu Chuan's figure exploded away, pulling out a string of phantoms. The tens of thousands of cavalrymen didn't have time to react, and the python-robed boy's dagger didn't have time to slash down. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, Lu Chuan snapped the neck of the python-robed boy. The blue dagger fell to the ground, and the python-robed boy's pupils began to lax. The palpitating pupils were filled with unwillingness and unbelief. Perhaps he hadn't thought that Lu Chuan really dared to come up and directly slaughter him. The crown prince of Wei. As soon as he came up, the surrounding cavalry reacted from the death of the python-robed boy and stupidly prepared to charge. Chow Yunlan picked up the blue dagger and saluted Lu Chuan. "Your Excellency, let me handle this." Lu Chuan nodded and handed the little boy in his arms to Chow Yunlan. "The child's father should be no more. He is your people. Settle down well." Chow Yunlan picked up the little boy and held him in his arms heartily. When the people rise, they suffer. When they fall, they suffer. It had long been commonplace for monks to disregard the lives of ordinary people. There's still a chance. Chow Yunlan's expression hardened. As long as he is still alive, 1 day or 1 year, as long as he ascends to that high position, he will have the opportunity to change this situation and return a peaceful world to the people of Wei. Lu Chuan didn't know what Chow Yunlan had said to this cavalry. It was only on the way back to the metropolis that this cavalry became the escort of this eldest princess. After Lu Chuan and the others departed, a tavern suddenly appeared in White Slope Town. The tavern had no name and stood alone beside the official road, quietly waiting for customers to come to the door. As night fell, a graceful and beautiful man pushed open the door of the tavern. The tavern was plain, with a small table, a counter, a dim oil lamp, and a graceful proprietress. The boss's wife looked to be in her 30s and had a bright beauty with 2 light pear swirls when she smiled. "Mr. Zhou, it's time to pay." The boss's wife poured a glass of wine for the man and pushed it in front of him with a smile. This man, no other than the great Wu State Master, Zhou Yu, who was known as the Seed of Readers. "You guys are really good at making money." Zhou Yu picked up his wineglass and drank it down. Then a ring was placed in front of the boss's wife. The boss's wife slumped over the counter, playing with the delicate ring, her moving curves in full view. "Let's leave this matter at that." The boss's wife sighed softly. "The crown prince is dead, and Chow Yunlan will not live long. The Great Wei Emperor's reign is about to expire, and there will be great chaos in the Great Wei dynasty within 10 years. So your goal has been achieved." Chapter 78. I could be your grandfather. You've lost 2 of your right-hand men. Can you swallow this breath? Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows and looked towards the poised boss lady. Or what? The boss's wife propped her chin up a little lazily, looking a little out of breath at the lights on the wall. "This isn't like your Autumn Hong Tavern's much style." Zhou Yu shook his head, somewhat less deadened. The boss's wife coldly pulled up the corner of her mouth. "I won't stop you if you want to die, but if you want to drag me along with you, don't blame me for not talking about this bit of incense and fire. Don't be angry." "Just kidding." Zhou Yu quickly waved his hand. "Let's change the topic. How about it? You want to talk about the Great Emperor Dojo, right?" The boss lady shook her head. "A word of advice. Don't get involved. I don't know how many bulls and devils are waiting for this day. The dojo may not be a dojo, but it will definitely be a shura." "That's true, but are you willing to do it?" Zhou Yu sighed. "You've been stuck in the annihilation realm for tens of thousands of years. Don't you want to gamble once? What about you?" The boss's wife snorted. "You've read books to become a Confucian saint. Don't you want to go one step further and merge with the Tao into the emperor?" The 2 men paused at this point. They both understood each other, and had been waiting for this opportunity for many, many years, and would never give it up no matter what. Dadu, the capital of the Wei dynasty. The degree of prosperity naturally goes without saying. Lu Chuan did not follow Chow Yunlan into the palace, but found a small restaurant at random and ate while waiting for Chow Yunlan to send someone to deliver the stuff. As for how Chow Yunlan's fate would be afterward, Lu Chuan was in little mood to care. However, until it was dark, Lu Chuan didn't wait for anything to be delivered. In fact, it didn't take any guessing to know that it must be that chick Chow Yunlan who had another accident. Lu Chuan was annoyed and rushed all the way from Xuanwu Street to the palace. Forbidden land ahead. Trespassers will be killed without pardon. The guards at the palace gate stopped Lu Chuan. As a result, he was slapped by Lu Chuan's 2 slaps and flew out. This is a big mess. Great Wei as the Tianwu continent, one of the dynasties, along hundreds of thousands of years, never appeared. The mob shocked the palace thing. The imperial dynasty shook, and a large number of imperial guards as well as masters guarding the palace were deployed to block Lu Chuan in front of the Golden Palace. For a time, swords were drawn and a great battle was imminent. "Little brother, what a handsome stance." An old eunuch in a python suit came to the forefront. "Little brother, you are the high-ranking person that the Rapunzel spoke of, right?" This yin and yang accent, hearing Lu Chuan's body straight up goosebumps, waved his hand to interrupt the eunuch's words. "Yin yang man, no time to nag you. Tell Chow Yunlan to deliver the stuff. I haven't eaten dinner yet." The eunuch's eyelids jumped. As the Great Wei dynasty's secretary of ceremonies, how had he ever suffered this kind of filthy language? People grow old. This eunuch, although his heart was extremely angry, but his face still hung a fawning smile. Don't worry, little brother. You saved the eldest princess. It's a great credit. Whatever request will be fulfilled. Ha! Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. I've been waiting all afternoon. Where is that thing? The old eunuch's eyes jumped up and down. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Little brother, take it easy. Right now there are some problems on the Rapunzel side. As soon as they are resolved, the stuff will definitely be given with both hands. Settle your mom. Settle. Can you be a little efficient? Lu Chuan snorted. Little brat, didn't your mom teach you to be polite when talking to people? The old eunuch really couldn't tense up anymore, and was so angry that he quacked and quacked like a duck that had been strangled. Playing the big-tail wolf with me, are you? Lu Chuan stepped heavily on his foot, and the huge square instantly collapsed. Little, dare to come here to make trouble. You are still the first. The old eunuch laughed in anger. I can be your grandfather. You step on a small. Lu Chuan took a step forward and came directly in front of the old eunuch, slapping him in the face. The old eunuch's strength is actually not weak. There is at least a ninth realm, but he met Lu Chuan. This freak, it was directly slapped and flew out. Chow Yunlan, get the hell out. Lu Chuan let out an explosive shout, and waves of air rolled up, sending all the surrounding soldiers flying out. The large palace resounded with Lu Chuan's voice. Chow Yunlan, who was in a small, quiet courtyard, stood up nervously when he heard this voice. It's not that she doesn't honor her promises, but she just can't help it. As soon as he returned to the palace, Chow Yunlan was placed under house arrest, and he hadn't even seen the emperor's face until now. I was going to ask someone to bring a message to Lu Chuan. However, the people around me were all switched around. This is what caused the failure to notify Lu Chuan in time, leading to the current situation. In the imperial study, Chao Xian, the emperor of the day, was thinking about the next emperor. Chao Xian has been on the throne for 498 years. According to the ancestral system, each emperor of Wei shall not reign for more than 500 years. No one, no matter how eloquent, may violate this rule. It is said that this is a high-ranking person, who left aphorisms to the first emperor of Great Wei, in which the fate of the country is at stake. After each emperor left office, he would either enter the Tower of Heaven to cultivate, or he would put down all his mundane hang-ups and go traveling to the four seas. However, the vast majority of emperors chose to enter the Tower of Heaven to cultivate after leaving office. This was because the resources of the entire Great Wei could be said to be inexhaustible, and were able to feed the Tower of Heaven very well. The world knew that the Great Wei was able to stand in the heavenly wasteland continent for hundreds of thousands of years without collapsing, and there was only one thing to rely on, and that was those former emperors in the Tower of Heaven. These outgoing emperors had the resources of the entire Great Wei to provide for them, and there had even been monsters of the half-step emperor realm. Chao Xian still had 2 more years to go before he entered the Tower of Heaven, and by this time, he should actually be making a transfer of power. However, in the last few thousand years, the bloodline of the Chao family has been decreasing from generation to generation, with very few newborns being born. By the time Chao Xian arrived, the consort had taken a whole bunch of consorts, yet there were only 3 offspring. A Chao Yang, a Chao Yunlan, and a boy who was just born last year. In fact, some people to Wei projected the fate of the country has reached the stage of prosperity will decline. Of course, Wei these young and old do not think so. Chao Xian has a headache. Chao Yang died in White Slope Town. For this son, he did not have much expectation, and the death is also dead. However, Chao Yunlan, who had high hopes, is now in big trouble. He had already gotten someone to look at it, and Chao Yunlan would enter Nirvana rebirth with at most a few more years of Yan life due to the characteristics of the immortal phoenix. This was the best estimate, provided that a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures were needed to renew Chao Yunlan's life. The several types of spiritual medicines that needed to be used in it were worth a lot of money. Moreover, Chao Yunlan was reborn in Nirvana at the best of times, but at the worst of times, he fell into an indefinite slumber. Chao Yunlan had already been dismissed from Chao Xian's heart. That was why he had put Chao Yunlan under house arrest. Chao Yunlan's death was already inevitable, and one could not waste a large amount of heavenly materials on her. Of course, there was another important reason. He wanted to take back the rights diverted to Chao Yunlan. Chapter 79, The Ultimate Stinky Mouth. Now the only candidate left is a 1-year-old. There were still 2 years to go before Chao Xian would enter the Tower of Heaven, and the child would only be 3 years old by then. Before the child comes of age, someone has to hold up the normal functioning of the Wei dynasty, and the former emperors of the Tower of Heaven had a rule that could not be broken. That is, the Wei dynasty is not on the eve of its demise and cannot intervene. Otherwise, it would deplete Wei's national fortune and there would be irreparable and serious consequences. With the sudden rise of Great Wu over the years, And the old dynasty Shishu also moving. Someone had to hold down the fort. Chao Xian's mind was annoyed that the candidate for the Minister of Gu Order had never been finalized. Your Majesty, that maniac fought in front of the Golden Hall? Someone gave Chao Xian a report on the situation in front of the Golden Palace. What's that kid's origin? Did you find out? Chao Xian's brows furrowed viciously. As the Emperor of Great Wei, what happened in this country naturally could not be hidden from him. He knew about Lu Chuan who came back with Chao Yunlan, and he also knew what that young man wanted. In the treasury of the Wei Imperial Palace, there was the cultivation method of the 5 elements hegemony body, but Chao Xian just wanted to hang on, wanting to find out Lu Chuan's identity before taking him under his wing. Lu Chuan had been left out to dry for a day, and it was also Chao Xian who had given the slip. Although Chao Yunlan had sent someone with a message to warn him not to use the trick of holding subordinates against Lu Chuan, Chao Xian didn't care at all. A brat, even if he was strong, his heart wouldn't be as mature. Chao Xian was very confident in his own imperial tactics. Taking down a 16 or 17-year-old little guy, that wasn't a piece of cake. However, what Chao Yunxian thought was a 16 or 17-year-old brat was an old monster who had lived for 100,000 years. And a grumpy old monster at that. The eunuch at the door, hearing that Chao Xian's tone was not very good, did not dare to breathe a bit, and hurriedly said, "No, it's only known that the first time this person appeared was on top of the Great Observatory Sea, after which he saved the eldest princess and killed 2 Heavenly Fault Realm assassins from the Autumn Hong Tavern. Alas, it was my carelessness, I shouldn't have let Yunlan go to Flying Cloud Ferry." Chao Xian pondered for a while. Autumn Hong Tavern, it seems that it should be Zhou operating behind the scenes. This quest was used by Chao Xian to brush up Chao Yunlan's experience so that she could gain some prestige. Moreover, the returning merchant caravan had an escort of Annihilation Realm strength, so it was unlikely that there would be any accidents. However, Chao Xian had left out the variable that was the Chiu Hong Tavern. In these 10,000 years, although the Autumn Hung Tavern was famous, there had never been an assassination campaign against Wei. That teenager was able to kill 2 of the assassins from the Chiu Hong Tavern. His strength is not bad. Let Commander Zhou go and take him down. It's best if he can be used for me. If not, then send him to the cold ice prison. The eunuch at the doorway wanted to say something, yet in the end, he retreated helplessly. In front of the Golden Palace, Lu Chuan was sitting on that old eunuch, looking at the shivering army with slanted eyebrows and crooked eyes. What is the most important thing about being a human being? Lu Chuan slapped the old eunuch on his ass. The old eunuch's tearful eyes soared out from the pain. Integrity. Right. People can't stand without trust. Wei is such a big dynasty. Actually want to renege on the debt. It's not good. It is not very good. Can the young warrior let the old slave go and inform his majesty? The old eunuch's tone changed completely, becoming a well-behaved lapdog. Stop. Right at this moment, an explosive shout rang out, shaking the entire space non-stop. A stout general with a longbow came striding in. Commander Zhou, save me. Seeing this person, this old eunuch instantly came to life and his voice got louder. Zhou Chaoyang, commander of the Forbidden Army, one of the 2 annihilation realms on the bright side of the Great Wei. Zhou Chaoyang was relatively rare, realizing the great Tao in the midst of battle rushes. No one can match his combat skills, and his bow and arrow is a masterpiece. The most famous battle was when Zhou Chaoyang bent his bow and arrow at the Wei Palace 300 years ago. Millions of miles apart, he shot and killed a cultivator of the same realm in Great Wu. It was also from that time onwards that Zhou Chaoyang had the title of the champion of killing power. As long as he pulled away, I'm afraid that no one in the entire heavenly wasteland continent would be his opponent. Oh yo, here comes a tough character, looking up to me so much, feeling Zhou Chaoyang's killing power that was sharp to the extreme. Lu Chuan couldn't help but gloom up. Little brother, you saved the elder princess. I don't want to cross you. Zhou Chaoyang was quite educated, and there was no aggressive intent between his words. Release eunuch Zhang. Forget what you've done. Report to the Forbidden Guards, and you'll be given the position of vice captain. Ah, what? These words confused Lu Chuan. It's fine. How come he's going to be an official? Not satisfied? Zhou Chaoyang frowned. You're new here. A vice captain position is already very good, and promotion down the line will require war merit. Although Zhou Chaoyang had a good attitude, this unquestionable tone was really a bit uncomfortable. I gripe. Lu Chuan sort of reacted. This is to let himself give Wei sell his life. Bully nah. Lu Chuan stretched and stood up. I just want my fair and legal pay. Why is it so hard? You guys have in your heads, you don't want to? Zhou Chaoyang looked at Lu Chuan with some surprise. In his opinion, there should be no cultivator in the heavenly wasteland continent who could refuse this benefit. Lu Chuan craned his neck and bared his teeth and smiled. My donkey said that he told me to make fewer killings so that I won't attract great shenanigans on my way to becoming an emperor in the future. Gee, I'd like to, but the conditions he won't allow it. Bang! Saying that, Lu Chuan smiled cheekily and raised his foot, kicking the old eunuch's head, spraying red and white all over the place. You dared to kill my Wei Si ritualist in front of the Golden Palace. Zhou Chaoyang was furious, and a monstrous killing intent erupted. You say I dare or not? The smile on Lu Chuan's face instantly disappeared and a wave of indifference crept up. Sword 3, Human Scourge. Lu Chuan drew his black long sword and thrust it viciously in front of him, with the long sword as the center. Black silk threads, like a spider web, spread out. In just one breath, all the soldiers around them were connected by black silk threads. Instantly these soldiers became a walking corpse. Bah me! Lu Chuan snapped his fingers, and the soldiers around him rushed towards the gilded hall. Zhou Chaoyang sensed the abnormality, and without any nagging directly bent his bow and arrow to aim at Lu Chuan. Stop, or don't blame me. Lu Chuan's chest rose and straightened up against last week's sunrise's bow. Come, show your father how to be ungracious. You ungrateful son. The ultimate mouth stinker. The ultimate treat. Chapter 80, Xuanwu Great Formation. Boom! When Lu Chuan's mouth stunk of Zhou Chaoyang, those controlled soldiers had already rushed to the entrance of the main hall. The explosion of the human disaster rose up to the sky, and the terrifying energy caused a violent tremor in the surrounding area, and the blood and flesh turned into mist and filled the air. However, what made Lu Chuan a little surprised was that this level of explosion actually did not destroy the Grand Hall. It seems that the materials used to build this Great Hall are still relatively resistant to construction. Demon. Actually controlling others to self-detonate. Zhou Chaoyang saw this scene and became furious. A cyclone of chi formed in his left hand, and the cyclone condensed into a long red arrow as a terrifying killing intent stormed up. Fright wind. Zhou Chaoyang let out an explosive shout, and the long arrow in his hand shot out. The arrows brought up a frightening whistling sound, as if 1,000 armies were charging at the same time. At the same time, Zhou Chaoyang's foot pointed to the ground, and his figure transformed into a flash of light that disappeared in place. Moving away from Lu Chuan at great speed, Zhou Chaoyang came from the military and was not afraid of close combat. However, all of his strength is above the bow and arrow, so naturally, it is impossible for him to fight with Lu Chuan face to face. It all happened in a matter of moments. When Lu Chuan caught the arrow with his finger, Zhou Chaoyang's figure, having already reached the top of the hall, had pulled away enough from Lu Chuan. Watching Lu Chuan easily clip his arrow, even wrapping the arrowhead with a weird sword chi and not letting the arrow burst open, Zhou Chaoyang's pupils shrunk violently. He immediately understood that the one in front of him, the teenager who looked like he was only in the first realm, had a strength that was not weaker than his own. Zhou Chaoyang didn't dare to be careless, and his hands formed complex legal seals extremely quickly. Xuanwu Grand Formation. Enlighten. With the sound of Zhou Chaoyang's voice, those above the roof of the Great Hall, the turtle-like ridge beasts all came to life. An infinite amount of golden light lit up from these ridged beasts, and the golden light was filled with a large number of runes, and the air was pulled out with a violent rumbling sound. These golden lights connected into a huge curtain of light, forming a golden cover in the shape of an eggshell that fell upside down, enveloping the entire palace. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, could not be kept out of the hood. Xuanwu Grand Formation. Activated? A woman who was having a late-night snack at the noisy night market at this moment looked in the direction of the palace in surprise. This woman was none other than the owner's wife who had appeared in that small tavern earlier. She was followed by a beautiful man with 2 skewers of lamb, happily squinting his eyes. Perhaps no one would have thought that Zhou Yu, the state master of the Great Wu, would blatantly appear in the capital city of the Great Wei, and even stroll through the night market in a dignified manner. Oops. The Xuanwu Grand Formation is one of the ancient legacies, one of the 4 elephant formations of heaven, known as the strongest defensive formation. It should have not been activated for tens of thousands of years. Zhou Yu flirted beautifully and even took a bite of the lamb skewer that he had never touched. Brother Zhou is so elegant. At this moment, a middle-aged scribe came through the crowd in front of the Zhou Yu duo. This middle-aged scribe is 8 feet long, with a face like a crown of jade, wearing a spandex scarf on his head and a crane cloak, floating with the appearance of an immortal. The scribe was followed by a man, a white robe with a good appearance. The temperament is more elegant style. Brother Zhuge, goodbye. Zhou Yu smilingly arched his hand, and then said to the woman beside him, Cabbage, let me introduce to you, Western Shu military master Zhuge Ming, knows the past and the present, calculates nothing, a hand of the 8 formations of gods and ghosts, no one can break it across the world. And that one, that's Lord Zhao Tong, the ever-victorious general of Western Shu, who is known as the all-conquering lord. The woman named Cabbage's pupils shrunk slightly. Both of these men have names that are really like thunder. Greetings, two lords. Cabbage gave a curtsy. Cabbage, what a chic name. Zhuge Ming smiled and nodded. The girl's divine light is internalized. Her breath is almost inaudible. No different from an ordinary person. There seems to be only one person in the world today who can achieve this. Cabbage raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. I don't know which one of you, military counselor Zhuge, is talking about? Master of the Qiuhong Tavern. Zhuge Ming said, staring intently into Cabbage's eyes. Qiuhong Tavern had once assassinated the old sword emperor of Western Shu, which was a blood feud. The atmosphere was a little tense for a moment. Hey, there's something to be said. There's something to be said. They're all here to watch the show. There's no need. Zhou Yu hurriedly rounded up the scene. Zhuge Ming nodded gently and did not mean to pursue the matter. After all, this is the capital city of Wei. Really exposed identity here. Is 10 lives are not enough to die. The 4 fierce stars have been very active these past few days, and even have the intention of leaning on each other. This is not a good sign. Brother Zhuge's great diffusion divine calculation. I wonder if he's found anything. Zhou Yu didn't move and blocked in front of Cabbage, looking at Zhuge Ming as he spoke. Zhuge Ming didn't pay too much attention to Zhou Yu's small movements and nodded. The 4 ferocious stars are indeed drawing closer to each other, and they're also reflecting the heavenly wasteland continent. Someone is attracting them. That was why Zhuge Ming had ventured to Metropolis. If someone really attracts the reflection of the fierce star, I'm afraid a great demon will be born. Zhuge Ming's words caused the hearts of the others to jump, and they all looked in the direction of the palace. Lu Chuan loosened his fingers, and the long arrow that the cyclone had transformed into dissipated into a gust of wind. Then with a stretch of his hand, the black long sword inserted into the ground flew up and fell into his hand. Lu Chuan used killing life and gently knocked on the eggshell in front of him, and it actually resounded with a sound of metal collision like a golden chicken biting iron. A very strong functional grand formation. Not offensive, but the defensibility is at its extreme. You can try to break the surface with a point and focus on a single point to destroy it. That's your strong point. Ah Fu appeared by Lu Chuan's side and thoughtfully explained. You talk a lot. Lu Chuan slanted his eyes at Ah Fu. Ah, ha ha. Ah Fu's eyes jumped and he smiled sarcastically. To have a sense of participation. Then I won't bother you at work. Ah Fu hurriedly buggered off, lest he be used as a punching bag by Lu Chuan. A bunch of cheap bastards. Face-giving things. Lu Chuan narrowed his good-looking eyes and looked at Zhou Chaoyang on the roof of the Grand Hall and laughed woodenly. When Zhou Chaoyang heard this, he was so angry that he almost exploded in place. He had never seen someone with such a foul mouth who was still so arrogant. A terrifying fluctuation emanated from Zhou Chaoyang's body, and behind him, a huge red formation diagram instantly appeared. The red formation diagram emitted a suffocating killing intent. Zhou Chaoyang bent his bow and pulled the string, and as the arc of the bowstring widened, countless feathered arrows poured out from above the formation chart behind him. Flying hung pole shot. Zhou Chaoyang took the lead and loosened his tight bowstring. The large formation behind them lit up violently, and red feathered arrows roamed the sky like a tidal wave. Little sinful animal, killing my Wei soldiers, today you will die here with me. Chapter 81. The crazy batch of beauties appears. The overwhelming rain of life-capturing arrows whistled, penetrating the golden array and charging straight at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan gently chopped down with his sword, but it was faster than fast. Sword 4, wind up, butterfly. Without the usual horrible black sword gas, Lu Chuan's sword went down. The sword is clear and spiritual. The gas is invisible, like a floating butterfly shadow, playing in the storm circle. This is the expansion move of Sword 4, Wind Rising. Lu Chuan usually seldom used this kind of gentle sword stance, but now he had to block these arrows and break this turtle shell in front of him first. The clear wind, transforming into countless transparent butterflies with a touch of softness, wrapped around those rigid and unrivaled arrow feathers. The chi energy of the transforming butterfly formed a gentle vortex that wrapped around the finger. A long arrow was caught up in it, as if it was a hero caught in a gentle land, no longer willing to take half a step away from that vortex. Yes, when Zhou Chaoyang saw his own moves actually being cracked so exquisitely, he couldn't help but scream in his heart. Try taking another arrow from me. Zhou Chaoyang's right hand shook, and the huge formation diagram behind him dispersed, all the earth-shattering visions dissipating into thin air. He took out a black cloth and blindfolded himself, giving up his most important vision as a bowman. Zhou Chaoyang began to breathe rhythmically. Between one breath and the next, the entire heaven and earth vibrated with the rhythm of that breath. Lu Chuan looked at Zhou Chaoyang, his eyes narrowing slightly, because Lu Chuan couldn't feel Zhou Chaoyang's presence anymore, even though he was still standing there, obviously visible to the naked eye, but he was just so strangely gone. Interesting, Lu Chuan laughed, happily. Since entering this world, This bowman should be the strongest opponent Lu Chuan had ever encountered. As a sign of respect, I'm willing to beat you to death myself. That depends on whether or not your excellency has the skill. Zhou Chaoyang was also happy. He hadn't met an opponent in tens of thousands of years. For someone like him, a good, big battle was the key to breaking through the limits. Good. I like people like you. Lu Chuan nodded and raised his killing life, slashing furiously at the golden array in front of him. Boom! The terrifying collision of chi energy was like a nuclear weapon explosion, vaporizing a black mushroom cloud. However, the great formation in front of them did not move at all during this collision. It seems that your sword is not as powerful as your mouth. Zhou Chaoyang drew his bow and an arrow, and a long transparent arrow formed. White pony. When he let go of his hand, the long arrow also dissipated into nothingness, and heaven and earth returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Lu Chuan raised the sword in his hand. Boom! The explosive impact swept away like an autumn wind sweeping away leaves. Zhou Chaoyang's arrow completely ignored spatial distance and seemed to have some rules of time. If it wasn't for Lu Chuan's consciousness being so strong that it was incomparable, he wouldn't have been able to discover this bizarre arrow at all. Very good. After the explosion, Lu Chuan gently swept his sleeve. The sword suit, which was transformed by the sword chi, actually had some damage from this explosion. Bang! Lu Chuan once again swung his sword down at the golden turtle shell. This madman, actually trying to use brute force to cut through the Xuanwu Grand Formation. Fool's errand. Although Zhou Chaoyang was a bit disdainful of Lu Chuan's reckless behavior, he didn't dare to slack off in his hands. It was because he felt a little bad. For some reason, heaven and earth seemed to have changed, and the rules were being affected by something invisible. Zhou Chaoyang subconsciously raised his head to look at the dome of the sky. There were 4 red demonic stars that were shining red above the dome of the sky. The demon star is mirroring you. A great demon indeed. Zhou Chaoyang sort of understood why the rules of the Great Tao were affected. The 9 characters of the Imperial Arrow. Zhou Chaoyangji moves again and collects the wind and clouds all over heaven and earth. Immediately following, 8 doppelgangers leapt out of him in a single bound. These 8 doppelgangers quickly swept above the palace, occupying 8 different important positions. Boom! At that moment, Lu Chuan was already slashing down with his third sword. Click! Under the violent shock, the golden turtle shell actually resounded with the sound of rupture. Perhaps it was too much force, or Lu Chuan's physical strength was too strong. This third sword went down and actually cracked his own tiger's mouth. Blood dripped down his fingers and onto the kill. The blood of his master made Killjoy tremble with excitement, making a buzzing cicada sound. In a trance, there seemed to be a faint figure of a woman that appeared by the side of Killing Life, holding the hilt of Killing Life's sword together with Lu Chuan. Killing sword spirit. How did this crazy batch of beauties wake up? From afar, Fu's scalp exploded at the sight. The scene of Lu Chuan shaking the Xuanwu Grand Formation hard made Zhou Chaoyang's heart skip a beat. What kind of monster was this that could actually harden the strongest defense array with brute force? Ride the dragon and condense the night. Zhou Chaoyang once again drew his bow, and this time, the arrow in his hand was no longer made of chi, but a golden arrow. The other 8 doppelgangers had the same golden arrows. Go! A terrifying dragon's roar resounded above the imperial palace of the Great Way. The golden arrows, transformed into 9 golden dragons, wrapped in the might of a true dragon, rushed towards Lu Chuan. Break me! Lu Chuan, at this moment, swung his sword down again. The muscles of the whole body, at this moment, bulged out, and the whole person looked a circle larger. At the same time, the 9 golden dragons had already rushed out of the big formation and came straight at Lu Chuan. Under this kind of behemoth, Lu Chuan's thin figure was so small, but strength is never judged by size. Insolent! A cold, chirpy rebuke resounded between heaven and earth. That blurry figure that was holding the sword with Lu Chuan had a head full of black hair flowing up at this moment. Sword 4, wind up, tiger eat. The clear and cold woman's voice once again resounded through heaven and earth, and a dragon scroll of sword chi rose up from the ground with Lu Chuan at the center, rushing straight into the sky. Several black fierce tigers leapt out from the dragon scrolls that passed through the sky. In a flash, the tiger and the dragon tore together. Above the palace, there was a thrilling scene. The 9 dragons and 9 tigers fought into a ball of terrifying might that tore through the air, bringing up bursts of whistling sounds like thunder. Good. When Zhou Chaoyang saw the scene, his eyes became so excited that they began to fill with blood. Yunqi, Zhou Chaoyang, along with his 8 doppelgangers, raised his bow to the sky and shot white arrows at the same time. In the next moment, clouds rose between heaven and earth. The 9 golden dragons were as if they were divine helpers. Their divine light flourished, killing back and forth with that black tiger. Boom! At this time, Lu Chuan's crazy batch-like fourth sword finally cut on top of the golden turtle shell. Click! Click! A shattering sound kept ringing out, and at the same time, those ridged beasts above the Great Hall turned into pieces and dissipated. On this day, the Great Wei's Xuanwu formation, which is known as the Absolute Defense, was split open by a reckless person, hard with brute force. Chapter 82, Borrowing the Dragon's Breath. My Wei is in danger. Seeing that Lu Chuan had hardened and shattered the Xuanwu Grand Formation, Zhou Chaoyang understood what a stupid thing the emperor and himself had done. Zhou Chaoyang had no intention of taking a step back. He was born and raised here. This was his home. He withdrew his detachment and stood quietly above the roof of the Great Hall, waiting for Lu Chuan to arrive. Understanding that he might not survive today, Zhou Chaoyang still longed for a good one-on-one fight. Tick-tock. A drop of blood slowly slipped from his fingertips and fell to the ground. Hearing this voice, the woman beside Lu Chuan suddenly went crazy. Damn thing. Kill you. Kill you. The woman suddenly pulled up and rushed toward Zhou Chaoyang above the roof. Spirit body? Zhou Chaoyang looked at the rushing woman and drew his bow and arrow at great speed. The 9-character technique of the Imperial Arrow. Shun. In an instant, a giant 8 trigrams formation map spread out under Zhou Chaoyang's feet. The arrow shot up and went straight for the woman. However, the woman was like a mad dog, not dodging at all, allowing the arrow to run through her body. Bang! The woman's figure was shattered. Yet the next moment her figure suddenly coalesced and appeared in front of Zhou Chaoyang. Kill you! Kill you! The woman blasted her fist at Zhou Chaoyang's head with an outburst of killing intent. In the next moment, Zhou Chaoyang's figure butted in with the wind of the fist and dissipated into the air. Spirits and demons! How dare you be reckless here! Zhou Chaoyang snorted coldly and invoked the entire 8 trigrams formation to start suppressing the woman. Rude! The woman burst into a rage, her long hair dancing wildly as black. Massive sword chi surged out from her body and shot straight up into the sky. The canopy was blackened extremely quickly, and the entire sky seemed to be draped in a heavy black veil. The 8 trigrams formation under the woman's feet began to show a large number of cracks under the impact of this pure sword chi. Lu Chuan's eyes jumped as he watched. This woman who appeared out of nowhere was actually able to mobilize the sword chi in her body. It was really a bit weird. If she continued to let the sword chi spew endlessly, the entire kingdom would be ripped apart by her. Stop! Lu Chuan tapped his toes and burst into the Bagua formation at great speed, using brute force to forcefully throw the woman out. Honestly, stay down there. The woman landed on the ground and didn't seem to react for a moment. It froze for a moment before crouching down and wailing. Mean me. He mean me. Wow. This crazy criticized. Fu, who was watching from afar, saw his scalp tingle and quietly slipped into the palace, bypassing the crying woman. After Lu Chuan threw the woman off the ground, the roof above the room finally cleared. Zhou Chaoyang also put away the 8 trigrams formation, looked at Lu Chuan, and bowed his hand. For my earlier rudeness, I apologize. If apologizing works, then the world will be peaceful. Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Zhou Chaoyang nodded. He did not expect Lu Chuan to forgive. His proud heart, too, would not allow him to go about obtaining forgiveness in such a manner. I only hope that after I die in battle, brother will not make things difficult for the millions of ordinary people in the royal capital. Zhou Chaoyang was very clear that with Lu Chuan's strength, he could easily exterminate the entire king city. Although Zhou Chaoyang works for the Wei royal family, but in his heart, millions of civilians are the holdouts. Of course, I'm not crazy enough to take it out on civilians. Lu Chuan nodded. Many thanks. Zhou Chaoyang saluted Lu Chuan again. Then he faced south, looked at a certain part of the Grand Palace, and said softly, Your Highness, the next road is for you to walk on your own. In that small courtyard, Chao Yunlan, who was under house arrest, seemed to feel something in his heart and raised his eyes to the direction where the great battle was taking place. Chao Yunlan's fists were clenched fiercely, and because they were so hard, the bones were already white. At this time, several black shadows crossed the courtyard wall and fell into the courtyard. The guards have been cleared, and your highness may come and go as you please. Chao Yunlan's eyes were no longer sad. A cold aura flashed through them as he slowly sat back on the chair in the courtyard. Notify the Phoenix Character Battalion to enter the city. One person took the secret order from Chao Yunlan and disappeared into thin air. Inform Chancellor Wan and tell him that Yunlan has risen to power. Finally, Chao Yunlan took out the forbidden tiger talisman and held it tightly within his hand. This should be Zhou Chaoyang's thing, but at the moment it was in her hands. It's just that Chao Yunlan only has half of the tiger talisman in his hands, and the other half is in the emperor's hands. Only a complete tiger talisman can mobilize the forbidden guards of the capital. But Chao Yunlan can no longer wait. She wants to take advantage of the momentum of Lu Chuan, to fulfill her lifelong dream. The rest of you, follow me to the imperial study. Chao Yunlan picked up a book by his side and led the way to the door. I, Zhou Chaoyang, commander of the Great Wei's Forbidden Army, a peak cultivator of the Annihilation Realm. Report to all the previous emperors of the Tower of Heaven. Hoping to borrow the Great Way's 300,000 years of accumulated dragon chi for a single use. To suppress the Great Devil. Chao Yunlan's voice, stacked and swirling away, resounded above the entire royal capital. Yun. A vast sound came from the sky above. Then the entire imperial city seemed to come to life as countless golden mists floated up from above the earth of the royal city. It was surging, like a great river rushing. This land that had been nourished by the dragon's energy for hundreds of thousands of years began to feed back at this moment. These golden mists carried the vast might of the great way that had been cultivated for 300,000 years, and their might was immeasurable. The dark night was colored into day by the golden mist, and the majestic sound of the dragon's roar resounded throughout the land of Wei. At the same time, this immeasurable dragon chi began to converge into Zhou Chaoyang's hand, condensing into a long golden arrow. At this moment, the gazes of countless people looked towards the capital city of the Great Wei. They knew that something of great importance would happen tonight. Trying to suppress me with the vast chi. It seems you really think I'm a devil. Lu Chuan laughed. A cocky, domineering laugh. In that case, I'll be a demon back. Sword 10 Demon Pro. Lu Chuan mobilized the sword chi that had condensed into a river of stars in his dantian, and an infinite amount of black sword chi erupted. Half of the sky was polluted by the sword chi and was even blacker than the night. This blackness seemed to coalesce into a substance, and a glance at it made people unable to extricate themselves. At the same time, the 4 demonic stars above the zenith erupted with bizarre red light, which converged together and burst down to shine on Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's breath has also changed, no longer so lethargic and indifferent. The whole person seemed to be a great devil descending to the world with a monstrous sin, coming to purify this tainted human world. However, Lu Chuan raised his hand and crushed the red demonic light that reflected on his body like a substance. What is it that dares to come and influence old me? What kind of vigor? What kind of arrogance? What kind of panache is this? The black sword chi, and that golden divine light each occupied half of the sky. On this night, 2 colors of extreme beauty appeared in the sky of the Wei Royal City. Chapter 83, Spilling the Wei's Blood. I have no regrets in dying with this opponent. Zhou Chaoyang laughed freely and put the golden arrow in his hand on his bow. Lu Chuan stood with his sword, all his power focused on the tip of the sword. For this opponent, Lu Chuan did not use the expanded sword stance of Sword 10 Demon Pro. Lu Chuan was going to give him the final blow in the manner of a swordsman. This was a sign of respect for Zhou Chaoyang, as well as for himself. 2 extreme colors lit up the sky above. These 2 colors, like a silk chrysanthemum in autumn, with beautiful and enchanting petals, bloom in the night sky with a fleeting beauty. Come on, battle! Zhou Chaoyang roared out, and his arrows erupted with brilliant to the extreme colors. Lu Chuan looked at the arrow indifferently and rushed towards Zhou Chaoyang the moment his power built up to its peak. I am a swordsman, and a swordsman is someone who is skilled in the art of swordplay. Looking at Lu Chuan's sword, the bow in Zhou Chaoyang's hand had not been loosened. Finally his face took on a bit of an apologetic look as he turned his bow around and pointed it at the sky. The golden arrow shot up into the sky and exploded in the distant sky, the golden ripples swirling like water ripples and filling the entire sky. How dare you, harlot! A cry of fury rang out above the heavens, and then there was no more movement. When Zhou Chaoyang shot that arrow towards the sky, Lu Chuan's sword also cut across his neck. Zhou Chaoyang covered his neck and turned to look at Lu Chuan with an apologetic smile. Sorry, little brother, you are borrowing my power. Lu Chuan put away his killers and his brows furrowed fiercely. Zhou Chaoyang slowly gave Lu Chuan a thumbs up. Don't blame the Rapunzel. We've been waiting for this day for too long. It's not easy to get such an opportunity. Zhou Chaoyang smiled gently and looked toward the 10,000 lights in the distance. May the people of my great way, after this night, live in peace and happiness, no longer worrying about heavenly calamities and no longer fearing the indiscriminate killing of innocents by cultivators. For the sake of this Lang Lang Kuan, I Zhou Chaoyang insufficient. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Chaoyang's laughter grew smaller and smaller, and eventually his head shot up into the sky, a shower of hot blood spilling over the land. Lu Chuan looked at Zhou Chaoyang's calm face and sighed deeply. Valuing the head, Lu Chuan floated down to the front of the imperial study. In the 18th year of Xuanwu, 3 8th realm cultivators fought in Taiyan City, causing the deaths of 70,000 innocent civilians. In the same year, a 9th realm evil cultivator was forced into Changfeng City, and those pursuing him disregarded the civilian population and struck out in the city, causing the deaths of 120,000 civilians. In the 19th year of Xuanwu, hundreds of cultivators brawled in Linyu City, and the entire city was broken in half, with over 200,000 civilian casualties. In front of the imperial study, Chao Yunlan opened the book he was holding and read it word by word. In this book, There was a record of things that had happened in the land of the Great Way over the years, where cultivators had injured innocents. These shocking figures are the result of the blood of many civilians. Chow Yunlan's voice choked, but it grew more and more determined. 20 years of Xuanwu. Enough, came Chao Xian's furious rebuke from behind the closed door of the imperial study. These are accidents, unavoidable accidents, and you come to threaten the father who bore you for the lives of some untouchables? Accident? What an accident! Chow Yunlan sneered. If it weren't for you, father, indulging these cultivators, would there be so many accidents? How dare you? Who are you talking to? Chow Yunlan pushed open the door of the room, appearing in the doorway in a rage. Why don't you kneel when you see me? Seeing that the person at the door actually didn't salute him, Chao Xian was so angry that he almost stormed off on the spot. Bang bang bang. The dozens of guards around Chow Yunlan suddenly knelt down on one knee and faced Chao Xian. Please, Your Majesty, abdicate. Please, Your Majesty, abdicate. Please, Your Majesty, abdicate. But the voices of only a few dozens of people, yet at this moment they were so powerful. Against the grain, against the grain, against the grain, against the grain. Chao Xian was furious. Zhou Chaoyang, quickly take down these rebels with me. Until this moment, this confused emperor did not know that the imperial city's #1 combatant had already died in battle. Stop screaming. A cool teenage voice suddenly rang out. Chow Yunlan's body trembled violently when he heard this voice. Turning her head to look in the direction the voice came from, when she saw Lu Chuan holding Zhou Chaoyang's head, the tears in Chow Yunlan's eyes could no longer be controlled as they gushed out. Dead? Dead. Chao Xian looked at Lu Chuan and was shocked out of his wits. Forbidden guards. Forbidden guards. I still have hundreds of thousands of Forbidden Guards army. It's more than enough to take down your gang of chaotic officials. However, Chao Xian's words came to an abrupt end because half of the Tiger Talisman was on Zhou Chaoyang. The Phoenix Character Battalion has already entered the city. Chow Yunlan interrupted Chao Xian. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Phoenix Character Battalion, apart from the Forbidden Guards, is one of the most elite large armies in the Great Way. Without being able to personally dispatch the Forbidden Guards, it was only a matter of time before the Phoenix Battalion took over the metropolis. Chao Xian knew that the momentum was gone and sat paralyzed on top of the threshold, instantly as if he had aged 10 years. Yunlan, when did you start setting up? Chao Yunlan looked at Chao Xian with an expressionless face. Does it still matter? Ha! Chao Xian laughed and laughed, then suddenly growled. You only have a few years to live at most. What do you want this throne for? Enough! Chow Yunlan straightened his chest. I will make new laws for Wei. Too naive. Too naive. Chao Xian snorted and shook his head. You really think that the law can restrain cultivators? Ha! I will kill until they comply. Chow Yunlan said, waving his hand at the guards behind him. Take the late emperor down to rest. Chow Yunlan, let me tell you, the root of Wei is these cultivators. If we eradicate them, the foundation of the country will be shaken. Ridiculous. The root of the Great Way is the hundreds of millions of ordinary people. Looking at the clamoring Chao Xian, Chow Yunlan popped out these words from between his teeth. You guys go down first. I'll talk to this gentleman. Chow Yunlan waved away the guards and sat down on the ground with a tired face. Lu Chuan stepped forward, sat beside her, and placed Zhou Chaoyang's head on the ground. Chow Yunlan raised her tearful eyes and froze, looking at Zhou Chaoyang's calm dead face, silent and speechless. It was only after a long time that he turned his head to look at Lu Chuan. Your Excellency, is there anything you wish to ask? Lu Chuan gently shook his head, then nodded. When did you decide to borrow my power? Chow Yunlan picked up Zhou Chaoyang's head and embraced it into his arms, looking at the sky and slowly said, when I was in White Slope Town, after coming into contact with you for a few days and roughly understanding your character, I released the Undying Phoenix in White Slant Town and went back to Metropolis to ventilate the situation. The Immortal Phoenix is ostensibly contacting Father, but secretly it's actually bringing back the Tiger Talisman and informing Zhou Chaoyang and Prime Minister Wen to start setting up. When I returned, I deliberately asked Father to put me under house arrest, and I understood that with Father's character, he would surely neglect you. As long as you beat your way to the door, Father will definitely have Zhou Chaoyang take a shot at you. As long as I can get Zhou Chaoyang to borrow the Dragon's Chi and seal the Tontian Tower, so that all the previous emperors can't intervene, I will be considered successful. Aha! Lu Chuan gently nodded. Not only was this girl thoughtful, but she also had a good eye for people. Looking at Chow Yunlan, whose eyes were full of fatigue, Lu Chuan asked, how long will you probably live? Chow Yunlan didn't avoid the issue. 3 years, I'll be in secret mourning after my death, letting Prime Minister Wen preside over the dynasty until my younger brother comes of age. Lu Chuan got up and gently tapped the white long sword on his waist. In 3 years, if I can draw this sword, I will come and renew your life. You are worth the special trip I came to make. After saying that, Lu Chuan got up and walked towards the door. Suddenly he turned his head again and said faintly, by the way, I was at the city gate and sent someone to deliver the stuff. I won't go back on my word this time, right? No way. Chow Yunlan nodded fiercely, and at this moment, there was a little light in her eyes. Looking at Lu Chuan's lean back, he couldn't help but ask, Sir, where are you going? Find your way home. Chapter 84, Lu Sledgehammer. Who are you? Before the palace hall, Lu Chuan was a little confused as he looked at the woman who was sitting on the ground and crying like a pear. The sudden appearance of this chick and her ability to mobilize her sword chi was a bit bizarre. Hearing these words, the woman whose figure was blurred, cried more and more. You forgot me. You forgot me. Wow. Lu Chuan's eyes danced, and with his hands behind his back, he slowly slipped in the direction of the city gates. Seeing that Lu Chuan actually ignored her, the woman hurriedly got up and cried while chasing after Lu Chuan's ass. Name? Halfway there finally the woman stopped crying and Lu Chuan asked about the situation. Lu Sledgehammer. The woman seemed a bit displeased, huffing and puffing as she lowered her head and rubbed her feet against the ground. Lu Chuan almost didn't spit out a mouthful. What the hell? Your name is Sledgehammer? Your girl's name is Sledgehammer? The woman's cheeks puffed out in anger. You gave me that name. Ha. Lu Chuan laughed awkwardly, and suddenly nodded with a serious face. Good name. Really level. Sledgehammer. How smooth and powerful it sounds. He. I knew it. It's a good name. Hearing Lu Chuan's praise, the woman raised her head proudly. Lu Chuan couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Did this chick really have no problem with her brain? Identity? Why can you mobilize my sword energy? Sword spirit. People are your sword spirit. The sledgehammer was angry and grunted. Yeah, why don't I have any impression at all? Lu Chuan knocked his forehead in some bewilderment. Or what? Sledgehammer couldn't help but yell. You sealed your memories after your brain injury. And along with it, you sealed me too. Heartless. Ha? Lu Chuan frowned. Injured? I had a brain injury? Lu Chuan felt that his brain really had a tendency to degenerate towards a pig brain. Shouldn't the reason for sealing one's memories be a mental problem? How come it's a brain injury now? Either the donkey is lying about this or the sledgehammer is lying. Don't believe the words of that crazy criticized. At this moment Ah Fu rushed over from the distance with a gasp. Who are you calling a crazy batch? Sledgehammer's fuzzy face suddenly pulled open a crack, revealing fine, sharp teeth, and looked at Ah Fu with a scowl. Looking at the location of the crack should be the mouth, except that the crack was pulled all the way up to the base of the ear, living up to the appearance of a large-mouthed ogre. Humph. Shut your damn mouth. Don't you have a point in your heart about how you were born? Ah Fu was uncharacteristically strong. You stupid ass. If it wasn't for you, my master would have become this demented now. I'll kill you. Sledgehammer was not at all vain. Ruffling his sleeves he was about to go up to the line. Demented? Is this about me? Lu Chuan felt a little innocent. How can you use the word dementia to describe yourself when you are so good-looking and gorgeous? Give me back you. Lu Chuan lifted Sledgehammer's collar and pulled her behind himself. Donkey, is there something you're hiding from me about the memory seal? Lu Chuan frowned and looked at Ah Fu. Ah Fu was also dry, nodding his head and glaring with wisdom. That's right, there is indeed something to hide, but I can't tell you right now. When the memories are unsealed, everything will naturally come out. Master, this donkey has no good intentions. I will go to help you slaughter it. The sledgehammer was indignant, and lifted up his sleeves to go up and Ah Fu again. Lu Chuan tugged on Sledgehammer's ear. Be honest with me. A girl, all day fighting and killing, what kind of behavior? Pain. No. Being grabbed by the child's ear. Sledgehammer pain is straight screaming. Lu Chuan let go of his hand and looked at Ah Fu with a gentle nod. After so many years of companionship, Lu Chuan was still willing to trust this stupid donkey, and there must be a reason for it to hide from him. Anyway, it's not a bad life now. No burden. No need to hold on to this. Seeing that Lu Chuan was willing to believe in himself, Ah Fu was so moved that he almost didn't cry. It's an unspeakably deep bond after so many years of being together. Hey, big handsome. I got you a good one. Ah Fu said cheaply, opened his big donkey mouth, and a small red gourd popped out of its mouth. Lu Chuan took the gourd into the hand heavy. The texture is very good. Curiously asked, what the hell? The topmost sword-raising gourd. He. Ah Fu bulged his eyes in triumph. Sword cultivators in this world usually use this kind of gourd to warm up their flying swords, but of course you certainly can't use it. Big shui bai. In addition to warming the flying swords, this thing can also be used to hold wine, not to mention other things. Just the one in your hand. It's no problem to fill it half of a big river. Hey yo, can really bother you Lu. Lu Chuan is happy, is worried about nothing to fill the wine. No, where did you get this thing? Picked it up on the road. Can you believe it? Shhhhhhhhh. Alfred whistled as he cocked his head to the side. The hell, I believe you. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. You don't really have to guess where the gourd came from. Definitely this bastard took advantage of the turmoil in the imperial city of Wei just now and went to the treasure trove to take advantage of the situation. Lu Chuan was not polite, and directly hung the gourd to his waist, muttering justifiably. This bunch of dangling hairs, borrowing my power to seek power and usurp the throne. It's not too much to charge a gourd as payment. Not too much. Not too much. Very reasonable. Alfred nodded cheerfully. Although the gourd is not worth a few dollars, it is a token of one's appreciation. Next, Lu Chuan took the gourd and began to sweep up the alcohol in the metropolis. And to Lu Chuan's surprise, different kinds of wine could be categorized and stored in the gourd without having to worry about mixing them together. If one of those sword cultivators knew that Lu Chuan had used the entire vast world, the only chaos gourd, to fill it with wine, he would probably be able to blow his lungs out. For a whole half day, Lu Chuan ran through the entire metropolis winery and bought up all the wine. So from that day on, the legend of a wine fairy mostly spread. During this period, Chow Yunlan also sent someone to deliver the 5 elements hegemony body technique and even hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Of course Lu Chuan only received the 5 elements hegemony skill and did not take the spirit stones. After all, when the verbal agreement was made, there was no spirit stone as a reward, and Lu Chuan had always been a person with a very contractual spirit. Your Majesty, it's bad. The treasury has been stolen. Chow Yunlan, who was preparing for the enthronement ceremony, was shocked. The royal treasury is the stock of Wei for hundreds of thousands of years. If it is stolen, even if she is the reigning prince, she cannot afford this responsibility. Lost what? Chow Yunlan asked without moving. That chaos gourd is lost, and according to the guards, it looks like they saw a skinny donkey. Chow Yunlan smiled when she heard this. She knew that Lu Chuan was fond of drinking. Chow Yunlan waved his hand. Go down. It's fine. Chapter 85. Be a man with a backbone. 5 elements hegemony body skill. After cultivating to the 3rd realm of the divine Tao, one can trigger the hegemony body special ability, immune to the 5 elements techniques and all spirit-based attacks. The most important thing for the 5 elements hegemony body is to find the method of balance, and the most convenient way to do so is to search for the spirit of the 5 elements origin. The 5 elements hegemony body condensation realm breakthrough requires 3 million top-grade spirit stones, and the Qi and blood realm breakthrough requires 8 million top-grade spirit stones. Lu Chuan almost didn't foam at the mouth when he looked at it, finally realizing that the 5 elements hegemony, why this thing is so uninviting, not to mention whether or not a balancing method could be found. The resources that would need to be consumed would be astronomical. Lu Chuan roughly estimated that to break through to the 9th realm, he would need around 2 billion top-grade spirit stones, and above the 9th realm, not only did one need enlightenment, but one must also have all the 5 elemental origins. Lu Chuan sprayed a mouthful of old phlegm in disgust. With the 5 elements hegemony body's cultivation method, Lu Chuan of the 1st to 9th realms was now able to cultivate it. With Lu Chuan's control ability, he could balance the 5 elements for the time being. As for the 9th realm and beyond, that would be discussed in due course. Letting you pretend, giving you spirit stones you didn't want, and now you're regretting it. Pure and simple big wrong seed. Ah Fu bulged his intelligent eyes and mocked. The dog thief spoke out of turn. I will kill you. Sledgehammer, who was sitting on top of Lu Chuan's head, came down with a flying foot and kicked off Fu in the face. Poor Fu. He was kicked straight out. Sledgehammer hasn't said anything about going back since he got out. Lu Chuan also let her turn into a palm-sized miniature person, sitting on his head to play. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. This picture has been staged no less than 10 times in the past 2 days, and anyway, they are all used to it, so just take it as invisible. Don't we have no spirit stones? Let's go ourselves. Let me check. Alfred quickly came running back up his ass, his intelligent eyes darting around for a moment. There is the nearest place is a small neutral country. There is the largest auction house in the entire Sky Wasteland continent. Let's go and grab a vote. Guaranteed to get rich. Moreover, this small country is also the place where the great emperor's dojo will soon appear. So it's not like we're delaying things and we can make a profit. Isn't it a good thing? What do you take me for? A bandit. Go $0 shopping Lu Chuan tamped his fist on Ah Fu's head. It's hard. Isn't it? Alfred lifted his shattered head and stubbornly finished his last sentence. CH changes. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Anhui Kingdom. An anomaly on the Sky Wasteland continent, as it was a neutral country. On this continent, it's almost impossible for you to live a peaceful life without taking sides. The Anhui Kingdom, on the other hand, had lived peacefully for over 100,000 years as the only neutral country. There was only one reason for this, and that was that this was once the place where the heaven-swallowing emperor had resided for the longest time. In the vast world, you could not give anyone face, but you could not give face to the heaven-swallowing great emperor. After all, the grave grass grows over and over for those who don't give that dilettante face. Even though the heaven-swallowing emperor had left for 100,000 long years, Anhui City was still a place of pilgrimage for cultivators. Of course, there was another most famous industry in Anhui Kingdom, which was the auction house. Countless precious heavenly materials and treasures would appear in the major auction houses every day. There's only what you can't afford, not what you can't think of. Gaga gaga. This kind of place is not at a place for protagonists like me to brush resources. Today, Moncler Outlet Online, I am going to have the biggest $0 purchase in history. In front of the capital of Anhui Kingdom, Fubo City, in the long queue to enter the city, a masked teenager, with a masked skinny donkey, looked at the gold glittering three big words of Fubo City, and Jie laughed strangely. Those two in front. What are you doing? Hurry up, there's a line behind you. Sorry. Lu Chuan hastily took off his headgear, and in the process, he pressed down on the sledgehammer on top of his head that was about to storm out. Lu Chuan smacked the nearby Ah Fu with his hand again. Your grandma, do your best to give me some bad ideas. Ah Fu suffocated. Still have to mix into the city. You directly carry your sword in. Kill him in blood. I'll see who dares not pay. Sledgehammer, whose head was being held down, had a rare moment of unity with Alfred. That's right, let's kill in together. Slaughter the men for fertilizer, and give the women to their masters as wives. This one is even more of a heavyweight. Lu Chuan spat fiercely. Bah! When I what murderous big devil ISN. It? Sledgehammer and Alfred returned in unison. The young man is short of spirit stones. The soldier guarding the city couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Lu Chuan. After all, just now these two were conspiring loudly, and everyone around them heard them. See Lu Chuan born beautiful and lovely, and just a realm of small chickens. The crowd did not take seriously, as if listening to a joke. What? I'll be short of spirit stones. What do you take me for? A poor bastard. Lu Chuan blared viciously at the soldier. Lu Chuan was born too good-looking, and the bright realm was too low, so this fierce look was like being pampered. Soldier is also good-tempered, cheerfully said. The Sun family in the East City is recruiting house guests. 10 top-grade spirit stones in January. The little guy can go and try. If the Sun family Missy looks at, Flatfoot is not a fool's errand. Eat soft rice. I like it. Ha. Bah, old man is that kind of person. A big man should have backbone. Lu Chuan said this without a blush, and no one can outshine him in terms of thick skin. Backbone can't be a meal. The soldier shook his head and handed Lu Chuan a jade tablet. This is the city's pass order, and also the token to enter the major auction houses. Keep it well. If you lose 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, why don't you go and grab it? Lu Chuan took the jade tablet and carefully put it away close to his body. Seeing Lu Chuan's cute look, the soldier couldn't help but smile again and reached out to write a few characters in the air. Little one, I've already notified the Sun Mansion. You can report at any time. Don't worry, you definitely won't be shortchanged. Looking down on people. My ass. Lu Chuan wandered into town. After entering the city, Lu Chuan, however, went straight to the East City. Donkey, what kind of look is that? I just want to feel what it's like to eat soft food. Don't get me wrong. Sinning ah. Do you still want this face? Lose the face of your family ancestors. Looking at Lu Chuan's excited appearance, Ah Fu was crying. The Lord of Fountain Mountain, the first generation Lord of the Qing Kingdom, and the head of the Tianji Pavilion had already entered Fubo City an incense stick ago. In the magnificent city Lord's mansion of Fubo City, Yi Guchang was leisurely drinking tea and listening to the reports from his men. Yi Guchang was the Lord of Fubo City, which was also considered to be the Lord of the Anhui Kingdom, because it is such a big-ass place. Called the Emperor is really diaphragmatic, so the rules of the city lord and the lord of the country, very early inherited. Listening to his subordinate report those thunderous names, Yi Guchang's sword brows twisted for a moment, then he couldn't help but sigh. The news that a great emperor's dojo was about to appear was definitely impossible to hide. After all, the heavenly signs had already appeared. I just don't know how many cowards and demons will swarm into the volcano city, which is definitely not good news. Chapter 86, Mysterious Runes. The Sun House was a prestigious and powerful family in Fubo City, and the Sun family's Long Moon auction house had the strength to be ranked in the top 3. In these recent days, there are just too many cultivators coming to Fubo City, and the auction house is too busy with too much running water every day. The previous household servants had been sent to work at the auction house, and now a new batch of household servants needed to be recruited to ensure the normal operation of the mansion. Little ancestor, please don't think one way or the other. You can't be a soft touch. At the entrance of the Sun Mansion, Ah Fu bit the corner of Lu Chuan's coat, trying to drag the bastard to eat soft rice. However, Lu Chuan, this body of strength, playing with you, directly brought Ah Fu also into the middle of the Sun House. Little brother, are you going the wrong way? The guard at the gatehouse stopped Lu Chuan. Seeing that Lu Chuan was born cute and only had the strength of the first realm, the guard's tone but was relatively gentle. Yes, we are in the wrong place. Ah Fu hastily opened his mouth, only to be slapped in the face by Lu Chuan. Hey, I'm here to apply for a gigolo. Yuck. For a housekeeper. Lu Chuan playfully looked at the doorman. Then he went on to tell the guarding sergeant, who had recommended himself. The doorman sulked for a moment, seemingly contacting someone. There is such a thing as a recommendation, and since it was recommended, come with me. The doorman brought Lu Chuan to a small quiet courtyard and left after explaining a few words. Not long after, a woman of great poise appeared in the middle of the small courtyard. The woman looked like she was in her 30s, with a standard goose-egg face. Her features were born extremely delicate, and she was dressed in a long, elegant dress. The temperament is like the gurgling of running water, quiet but not wild, with waves but not impetuous. You're the child that old Zhang was talking about, right? When the woman saw Lu Chuan, her pretty eyes couldn't help but light up. Sure is spirited and cute. Hello pretty sister. In order to eat soft rice, Lu Chuan also put up a fight and actually pretended to be a good boy. Fine, cute looking and sweet-mouthed. What kind of person doesn't like that? My name is Sun Kai-dai. I'm the chief steward of the Sun Mansion. Just call me Aunt Sun from now on, the woman said cheerfully, actually reaching out to rub Lu Chuan's head. Unbeknownst to Lu Chuan's head, there was also a crazy batch of sword spirits sitting on his head. Seeing that the woman was actually so disrespectful, Sledgehammer bared his teeth and jumped up to go up and kick the woman. Luckily, Lu Chuan was quick on his feet and grabbed the sledgehammer in the palm of his hand. Hey, sister, this is the little spirit beast I raised. It doesn't know any better. Sun Kai-dai frowned, looking towards the sledgehammer with bared teeth and ferocious look in Lu Chuan's hand, and always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. But Lu Chuan's realm was really too low, and Sun Kai-dai didn't end up asking too much about it, and asked for some more basic information. Lu Chuan, this little raggedy mouth opened his mouth, making up nonsense with a snotty nose and a tear, portraying himself as a lonely and poor man. This miserable little look stirred Sun Katie's glorious motherhood, and she was close to following Lu Chuan to tears. Little fellow, you'll be working in the Big Mrs. Courtyard from now on. 15 top-grade spirit stones per month. In addition, you will be provided with cultivation techniques for each realm. Work hard. Everyone in the Sun House has a chance to excel. Thank you, Sister Sun. Lu Chuan called out sweetly. If you don't say good looks are a pass, you try someone with a pockmarked, ugly face, and there's absolutely no way you'll get that kind of treatment. Lu Chuan's job was simple. It was to take care of, every day, the spiritual flowers and herbs in the yard of the Sun family's eldest lady. For the dream of eating soft rice, Lu Chuan also put in a lot of effort. That night, he worked overtime and memorized all the information about the spirits. The next day on the job, it was time to water and add soil, and the set of services went off without a hitch. This made Sun Kai-dai very satisfied. However, what made Lu Chuan a little dissatisfied was that he actually didn't see any rich white women on the first day. You haven't even met the main guy. Why do you talk about being a softie? Interesting. At night, Ah Fu cheerfully came into Lu Chuan's small room, its bulging intelligent eyes displaying its excitement. Grandma, are you out of your mind? Why are you so excited? Lu Chuan smacked Ah Fu with his hand. Ah Fu didn't care about the slap he received and tossed his head flirtatiously. Big handsome guy, guess what I found? Don't. I'm here to eat soft food. Don't give me a hard time. Lu Chuan knew that this bastard didn't hold his farts and directly advanced his defense. He. Ah Fu was not afraid to die to come to Lu Chuan, the wisdom of the big eyeballs dripping and turning. Look at this. What is it? Said Ah Fu's eyes lit up and projected a picture in front of Lu Chuan. The screen was dark, with the occasional flash of a few ancient runes. What the hell? Lu Chuan looked at the runes that flashed by and his scalp actually went a little numb. Lu Chuan had always been synonymous with boldness, and coupled with an abnormal mental state. This was the first time something that could make him feel this way. I don't know. Fu shook his head with a straight face. PFF. Lu Chuan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spray out, and he rammed his fist on Ah Fu's head. I don't know what you're so excited about. Ah Fu restored his exploded head to its original state and said excitedly, it's because I don't know that I'm happy. It's the first time that even I can't analyze what kind of rune this is. Ha! Lu Chuan scratched his head. It seemed to make a little bit of sense. Ah Fu cheerfully explained to Lu Chuan. There are two possibilities. Firstly, this rune came from somewhere else and doesn't belong to this realm. Secondly, this rune came from an era where there are no records, so I can't analyze where it came from. Lu Chuan pinched his chin and considered it very seriously. But in the end, he popped out a few words that almost didn't give Ah Fu a whole broken defense. None of my business. Put. Alfred spewed out with a mouthful of harumph. How is it none of your business? There must be a reason for you to come to the Sun family. Maybe it's these runes that are guiding you. Junior, don't reject your destiny. Hit wash it. Sledgehammer sleepily got out of Lu Chuan's arms. Annoyed that Fu had disturbed her dreams, she raised her small fists viciously. Lu Chuan suddenly grabbed Ah Fu's neck and dragged it to the doorway and threw it out. Give me the whole thing all day long. Yuck. Sleep. Today, the Grand Master of Wu is coming to your residence as a guest, so be sure to pay good attention to your words and behavior. As soon as he went to work the next day, Lu Chuan received the task of serving tea and water set by Sun Kai-dai. It's just that shouldn't the maid do this job? Why should she do it herself? Lu Chuan was a bit confused, but as soon as he heard that the Sun family's eldest miss would appear, he instantly got in the spirit. It's just serving tea and water. For a soft meal, it doesn't matter. Chapter 87, The Hairy Little Household Guard. Zhou Yu was a very popular character in the entire Heavenly Wasteland continent. After all, things are rare and expensive, and to be able to read a Confucian saint at the peak of the Annihilation realm is already almost unique in this era. In the world of cultivation where readers had no chance of getting ahead, Zhou Yu was the spiritual pillar of all readers. Most importantly, Zhou Yu himself was overpowered. There is Zhou Chaoyang in the south, and Mei Zhou Lang in the north. These two extremes of literature and martial arts, and under the premise that those old monsters do not come out of the world, the two of them are almost the ceiling of the battle power of the Heavenly Wasteland continent. Because of the impending opening of the Great Emperor's dojo, Zhou Yu came to Fubo City, the Sun family's eldest miss, who also happened to be Zhou Yu's little fangirl. Plus, the Sun family had recently obtained some very impressive items and needed a big shot to stand in for the auction house. A man of such prestige and strength as Zhou Yu was the obvious choice. As a matter of course, the Sun family had used the sky-high price to hire Zhou Yu to stand for tomorrow's auction. This is bright heart tea, and it needs to be brewed some time in advance with the finest heavenly spring before it can be consumed. This tea ripens once every 3,000 years and can drive away the demons of the heart and enlighten the mind. And there is only one plant in the world in our Sun mansion, and it only matures about half a caddy at a time, but the master usually can't afford to drink it. Send tea over later. Don't talk too much, and watch your virtue. In the tea room, Sun Kai-dai taught Lu Chuan how to make tea while chattering. Sun Kai-dai really likes Lu Chuan, or else this good job would not be his turn as a newcomer who just entered the house. Hey sister, don't worry, I do things. Reliable. Lu Chuan knew that Sun Kai-dai was good to him, so he quickly patted his chest and assured himself. Dependable. Really. The sledgehammer on his head also swore to guarantee up for Lu Chuan. Looking at this pair of living treasures, Sun Kai-dai couldn't help but smile. You were born lovely. Go to the master to turn around. Will be remembered. In the future our master Yu's people, naturally will think of you. Sun Kai-dai said and turned around to get the delicate tea tray. However, as soon as she turned around, Lu Chuan picked up the tea bowl with a cheap hand. The bright tea rose up in curls of green smoke, and in the green smoke there seemed to be symbols of civilization extinguished, divine and incomparable. Fragrant. Lu Chuan couldn't help but inhale. Fragrant. Ah. Sledgehammer also jumped onto Lu Chuan's hand and followed and inhaled. Put. Sun Kai-dai held the tea tray and looked at this pair of living treasures. Her breath almost didn't come up. Alright, I'll save you a piece of tea later. It's almost time to send it over. Sun Kai-dai angrily rubbed Lu Chuan's little head, almost causing Sledgehammer to storm off again. Lu Chuan slipped out with a tea tray, and before he took 2 steps, he directly opened the tea bowl and sipped it beautifully. The tea goes down your throat with a sweet aftertaste, and the whole body and mind relaxes. Fragrant. Ah, old man really is a bumpkin. Has never seen the world. Lu Chuan, who had eaten the 100,000-year-old power pill, couldn't help but sigh. Sledgehammer jumped to Lu Chuan's hand, grubbed at the tea bowl, and stuck out his little tongue and bared it. Fragrant. Ah. Sledgehammer followed Lu Chuan's example and shook his head in intoxication. Put. Lu Chuan grabbed the sledgehammer. Do you belong to the dog? Tongue can be rolled right. A bowl of tea to create half. Looking at the tea that was only half left, Lu Chuan had a black line. Fragrant, said Sledgehammer, waving his little arms and legs and trying to pick at the tea bowl. Lu Chuan hurriedly put the sledgehammer back to the top of the head to cover the tea bowl. Fragrant my ass. Wait a while and let the donkey go dig out the treasure chest. That bastard is a repeat offender. Should be able to get some out. Then we'll both have enough to drink. When Sledgehammer heard this, he laughed out an old duck-like quack. Hearing Lu Chuan's eyes jump. I don't know who she learned this from. Lord State Master, please. Sun Family Master, please. In a small, elegant courtyard, Zhou Yu was talking to Sun Baimo, the head of the Sun family, about tomorrow's matter regarding the auction house stand. The Sun family's eldest young lady, Sun Rinxue, stood behind Sun Baimo playfully and kept looking at Zhou Yu. Sun Baimo had a son in his old age and spoiled Sun Rinxue to the skies. Sun Rinxue is also competitive. The second generation of those vices is not at all stained, but instead is fresh, lovely to the extreme. Sun Rinxue was a beauty that was on the top of the list in Fubo City, and even the entire heavenly wasteland continent. Not only is she beautiful and kind-hearted, but her natural talent is also first-rate. It is said that Sun Rinxue's natural talent is not far behind that Great Way's eldest princess who was born with an immortal phoenix. What made Sun Baimo a little worried was that this nature of his own baby was just too soft and sticky to accept the family business in the future. Right now, Sun Baimo's biggest hobby, besides the auction house, was to find himself a door-to-door son-in-law. Ahem. Sun Baimo noticed the abnormal breath of Sun Rinxue behind him and couldn't help but dryly cough twice. Sun Rinxue's small face was red, and she stole another glance at Zhou Yu before lowering her head to look at her toes. This Zhou Yu is not only gentle and elegant, but also born a first-class good-looking. Which young girl is not moved? Sun Baimo did not want Sun Rinxue to have too much contact with this Zhou Yu character, even if Zhou Yu is willing to marry his own daughter. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it won't be the Sun family climbing the ladder, but the entire family will be swallowed whole. Sun Baimo sidetracked the topic. Lord State Master, how about trying my Sun family's bright heart tea? Zhou Yu clasped his fists and smiled. I've heard of him for a long time, and it's rare that I have the opportunity today, so I won't be polite. Serve tea. Sun Baimo raised his chin in triumph. Bright heart tea was unique in the Sky Wasteland continent, and Sun Baimo certainly had the capital to be proud of it. Here you go. You Lu. Lu Chuan ass-kissed the tea tray and jogged over. When Zhou Yu heard this voice, his body shook and he always felt something familiar. Looking sideways at the little houseguest in green clothes, instantly his entire body froze on the spot. Zhou Yu could never have imagined that this god of murder would appear in the Sun family, and that he was still a small houseboy. The tea you asked for, Master. It's hot. Yo, this dude is handsome. Promising young man. Lu Chuan cheerfully placed the tea tray on top of the stone table. Handsome. Sledgehammer looked at Zhou Yu, his eyes full of little stars as he raised his little fist. As for Sun Katie's exhortation just now, long ago this bastard was thrown into the clouds. Put. Looking at Zhou Yu's face that was not normal, thinking that Lu Chuan had rushed him, Sun Baimo only felt a mouthful of old blood going straight to his throat. The little guy doesn't know any better. Lord State Master don't mind, said Sun Baimo blaring fiercely at Lu Chuan, still not going down. However, Lu Chuan, the dangling hair, actually glared directly back. You little. Looking at Lu Chuan's dangling hair-like eyes, Sun Baimo's anger and blood surged, and his old face was suffocating red. Shang, if you may not be my father-in-law in the future, I head for you to rip off, but also small? I see you like an old. Lu Chuan pulled the corner of his mouth disdainfully, then threw a wink at Sun Rinxue. You want a little white boy, girl? Just ask and you'll get it right away. Chapter 88, Soft and Cute. Sun Rinxue, this little girl. How have I ever seen such an arrogant and shameless person? Frightened on the spot was a small face, timidly pulling the corner of Sun Baimo's coat. I don't know you. What are you talking about? Sun Baimo was even more angry with the smoke on the top of his head, and if it wasn't for the presence of Zhou Yu, he probably would have broken Lu Chuan's legs on the spot. Don't be angry, Sun Family Master. Don't be angry. Zhou Yu, who had returned to his senses, but cheerfully pulled Sun Baimo. All people have the heart to love beauty, and Miss Snow was born with a closed moon and shy flowers, so she is naturally attractive. Lord State Master. You. Sun Baimo was speechless. How Zhou Yu still toward this small without manners. Junior Master. Sit together. After pacifying Sun Baimo, Zhou Yu saluted Lu Chuan again. Sun Baimo's heart was creeped out because Zhou Yu actually performed a junior salute to Lu Chuan. You know me? Lu Chuan sat down with a big grin and looked at Zhou Yu with some confusion. There was a time when I had a side meeting, but I was in the dark and you were in the light. Zhou Yu seemed to be interested in befriending Lu Chuan and did not hide much. Although Lu Chuan looks a little demented, but his brain is still fast. Immediately realized that this guy in front of him has something to do with Chow Yunlan's assassination, because Lu Chuan had come to the heavenly wasteland continent for a total of a few days, and the only thing he was involved in was the matter of Chow Yunlan. It was simple to gauge. On the side, Sun Bimel was a bit confused as to what this insolent little houseguest was from. Lu Chuan did not mean to pursue the blame. He and Xiao Yunlan is just a transaction. There is not much emotional entanglement. Drink tea. Drink tea. The first time I saw you, I thought you were promising. Lu Chuan cheerfully pushed the tea bowl, which had been half drunk by sledgehammer, in front of Zhou Yu. Sun Bimel looked at the eyelids jumped straight. This little housekeeper old-fashioned tone, and what is the matter? Thank you. Thank you. Zhou Yu smiled and picked up the tea bowl, but as soon as he opened it and saw that there was only half of the tea, he almost didn't spray it out on the spot. It doesn't take much thought to realize that it must have been stolen and drunk. And Sun Bimel saw Zhou Yu's hands. Only half of the tea left. The face is on the spot black. Really hate to go up and strangle Lu Chuan. What Sun Bimel did not expect was that Zhou Yu actually did not mind, and sipped it beautifully. Good tea. This. Sun Bimel's eyes almost didn't stare out. I don't know what this Grand Master Zhou is smoking. When did he become so nice? Since there's a young master here, I won't join in on this fun. After finishing his tea, Zhou Yu didn't nag and got up to thank Sun Bimel. Then he saluted Lu Chuan again. Junior Master. Then I won't bother you anymore. Well, promising lad. Report my name in and out later. Lu Chuan grinned broadly and nodded his head with a grouchy look. Sun Bimel people are stupid. After a long nose effort, it is not easy to invite this god. This is so yellow. Please stay, Mr. State Master. The conditions are still negotiable. Sun Bimel thought that Zhou Yu was going to take advantage of the matter of the little houseboy to sit on the ground, and hurriedly chased after him. Hey, little sister. Lu Chuan stopped also want to follow out to hit Sun Rinxue, excited his hand straight rubbing. What are you doing? Come on people. Sun Rinxue was so scared that she lost her face. She was blocked when she was a step slow. The point is that this is still your home. Don't scream. Don't scream. No one will hear you even if you scream your throat out. Lu Chuan approached Sun Rinxue step by step. There's really no one in the neighborhood yet, because Sun Bimel wants to talk to Zhou Yu about things, and he's afraid that there will be ears on the other side of the wall to move people away. Send T this matter, or repeatedly explained Sun Kai-dai do. Sun Rinxue had never seen this kind of battle before, so scared that she couldn't stop backing up. Tears kept rolling in her eyes. Hiya, this little sheep's appearance is just too delectable. Lu Chuan stretched out both hands and ruthlessly pasted them on Sun Rinxue's small face. Then this bastard actually rubbed it fiercely a few times, and Sun Rinxue's miserable little face was rubbed red. Oh, what are you doing? Wow. Sun Rinxue cried in direct fear. The old Chinese doctor said that I have a bad stomach and can't eat hard things. What do you think? Lu Chuan said with a smile. This little girl is so soft and sticky. It's really fun. Then, just, eat soft ah. Sun Rinxue replied while huffing. Do you have a soft rice note here? Lu Chuan suddenly came close. A pair of brilliant star-like eyes staring at Sun Rinxue. When Sun Rinxue saw these eyes, she suddenly reacted that she had been tricked. This little houseboy didn't mean to slight himself at all. He was totally teasing himself. Sun Rinxue had a 7-knuckle heart, which was a gift from the heavens at the time of her birth. This heart could allow Sun Rinxue to feel many things and be able to distinguish between good and evil. In front of her, this little houseboy, although he had a flowery mouth and rubbed his face hard, Sun Rinxue couldn't feel a single bit of malice. Certainly no malice, and not a hint of affection. He was just teasing himself. Oh, you get out of the way. Okay, I want to go find daddy. Sensing that Lu Chuan was not malicious, Sun Rinxue became a little bit more bold, but only a little bit. I wanted to be meaner, but it turned out to be like pampering because the voice was soft and sticky. Ha ha. Lu Chuan looked straight up happy. This little girl was also too funny. You haven't answered the question from earlier. Do you have a soft spot here? I usually don't like to eat soft. You like to eat soft? You can let the kitchen make it for you. Sun Rinxue weakly shrunk her neck. Ha ha. This little girl is too cute too. Goo. What are you doing, little ancestor? At this time Sun Kai-dai rushed into the small courtyard. At a glance, he saw Lu Chuan cornering Sun Rinxue and became anxious on the spot. Sun Kai-dai pulled Lu Chuan and rushed straight to the back door of the Sun Mansion. Sun Rinxue finally had the time to catch her breath and looked at Lu Chuan's back with a strange expression. For she had never seen such a man, neither malicious nor kind, as if he were a wooden man without feelings. Get out of here. When the master comes back, he'll have to break your legs. Sun Kai-dai took out a small ring and stuffed it into Lu Chuan's hand. There are some spirit stones in there, and some pills. From here all the way south, we'll be fine once we enter the territory of the Great Wei Kingdom. Put. Lu Chuan looked at Sun Kai-dai somewhat strangely. Sister, why are you being so nice to me? It's only been 2.5 days since I entered the mansion. How can you be so favorable to yourself? Sun Kai-dai smiled helplessly. If my brother hadn't been in trouble, He would have been as old as you are. Hurry up and go. You really don't let people worry about you. Emotional support. Lu Chuan sighed in relief. The bastard thought Sun Kaidai looked at himself as an old fresh meat. In case he confessed to himself. Did he agree? Or did he agree? Where were you thinking? Little brat. Seeing Lu Chuan's lewd face, Sun Kaidai blankly glanced at Lu Chuan without any good reason. Chapter 89. A good business deal. Lord State Master, stay back. Sun Baimo chased after Zhou, anxiously sweating. The price can still be negotiated. Lord State Councilor set a price. Sun, will absolutely not return the favor. Zhou stopped helplessly and laughed. Master Sun is mistaken. You have a great god at home. Why break the bank again? Sun Baimo frowned somewhat suspiciously. Because the great god in Zhou's mouth could only possibly be that mouthy little houseboy. But that little one realm only. How is it possible? Although I don't know what his purpose is, the Sun family master must seize this opportunity. Zhou smiled mysteriously and left the Sun mansion while Sun Baimo was in a daze. Could it be that it's really a high person who hides his strength? But it doesn't look like it, except for being like a little white boy. Where is there a little bit of a high person's demeanor? Sun Baimo muttered and turned around to go back to his house. Since Zhou had said so, he still decided to take a gamble. Why are you so stubborn? Instead of running away, Lu Chuan actually went back to the small courtyard. But of course the lovely Sun Rinxue had long since slipped away. Watching Lu Chuan and that villain, chewing the tea with relish, Sun Kaidai was anxious with blood rushing up. Even though the head of the Sun family treats people easily, but Lu Chuan has spoiled such a big thing. Even a clay nature has a fire. Although it was not so bad as to beat and kill Lu Chuan, breaking a leg and throwing it out of the Sun family was certainly not something that could be escaped. Why are you so stubborn? Sledgehammer followed Sun Katie's tone and bounced on top of Lu Chuan's head. Little brat, do you want to die? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes without any humor and pressed the sledgehammer into the tea bowl. Put. This pair of living treasure almost did not give Sun Kaidai whole broken defense. At this moment, Sun Baimo rushed into the small courtyard. Sun Kaidai face white hastily went up. Wei Lu Chuan pleaded up. The master of the family. You rest your anger. Children playful do not understand things. I will educate properly. This matter is wrong and I did not urge clear. Alright, Kaidai. Go about your business. I have something to say to little old brother. Sun Baimo waved his hand and interrupted Sun Katie's words. Little old brother? Sun Katie's brain was a bit stuck for a while, and she turned her head towards Lu Chuan with difficulty. Good sister. Go and busy yourself. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Lu Chuan cheerfully waved his hand. Sun Katie's brain was full of mush, and in the end, she could only retreat in fear. Little brother. Hey, how about we discuss something? As soon as Sun Kaidai left, Sun Baimo came up with his ass. Lu Chuan looked at the funny. This Sun Baimo temperament is really good. If another person, I guess just now to repair themselves on the spot. Sun Renshue's soft and sticky nature probably followed his old man's character. Lu Chuan, while wringing the tea on Sledgehammer's body, laughed and said, in fact, I'm just idly wandering around. See, you're a nice person. Say, what's the matter? Sun Baimo was overjoyed in his heart and quickly said, it's like this. A few days ago, I received a batch of goods, but this batch of goods is too valuable, and I need someone to help stand up and deter the curfew when it's time for the auction. After finishing himself, seeing that Lu Chuan didn't say anything, Sun Baimo hastened to add, of course it's not standing for nothing. The remuneration will be given to you in no less than a cent. Okay, a small matter. Lu Chuan nodded. Who? Sun Baimo breathed a sigh of relief. How about 5 million upper grade spirit stones? Asterisk. Dirt cheap. Lu Chuan Li's eyes narrowed. The richness of this heavenly desolate continent was truly not comparable to that bird-like place in the Tianyuan continent. That, little old brother, although you are deeply hidden, but there is no fame. Look at it. Sun Baimo looked at Lu Chuan with some twisting. The fact that these words were said proved that Sun Baimo actually still had some trust in Lu Chuan. After all, Lu Chuan's apparent realm was really low and a bit scary. Lu Chuan was indifferent and nodded. It's fine. I'll just go stand on the stage. Whoever else you want to find will be fine. Seeing Lu Chuan so reasonable, Sun Baimo's heart finally let go. To be on the safe side, Sun Baimo needed to find some famous cultivators to go and stand together. In this way, explicitly, a famous and powerful great cultivator can deter the curfew. Secretly, there is Lu Chuan. This, Zhou Yu, our respected people escort, can do everything. Little old brother likes to drink tea. Later I'll send someone to send some bright heart tea over. This set of clothes of a house servant, also don't wear it. There's a set of tinsel silk robes in the mansion, and they are also given together to little old brother. Sun Baimo is indeed quite good at what he does, and Lu Chuan also has a big heart, and completely does not understand what it means to accept nothing without merit, and accepts everything as it is. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can sell it for spirit stones. Miss, you've been fuming for an hour, and you're still thinking about Lord Guosher? In the boudoir, the little maid snickered at Sun Rinxue, who was looking at the window in a daze. Nasty. Sun Rinxue puffed out her cheeks and rubbed her little face. The raw pain from the teenager's rubbing earlier was still fresh. Little Red, do you think there is that kind of person in this world, who has no feelings at all? The little maid named Xiaohong, while tidying up the house, laughed. I don't think there will be any. How are we going to live without feelings? Also, Sun Rinxue thought again of that teenager's eyes that were as brilliant as stars, but with a few moments of lethargy. Hey, big handsome, guess what the Sun family is auctioning off tomorrow? Lu Chuan was in his hut, drinking hot pot with sledgehammer, when Ah Fu ran out with bulging intelligent eyes. It can't be that mysterious rune, can it? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Yeah, I can't tell, you've gotten a lot smarter lately, Fu said, suddenly with the momentum of swiftness, flinging his big tongue up. A mouthful of Lu Chuan's dipping saucer was rolled away. It was full of Lu Chuan's saliva, and Ah Fu even gave the plate a mouthful to swallow, smashing his big mouth with a face of intoxication. I'll slap the hell out of you. Lu Chuan looked at the goosebumps all over his body wildly, went up and pressed Ah Fu and hammered him. Hit wash it. The drunken, mesmerized sledgehammer went up with his little fists raised and did the same. Something. Ah Fu was pumped straight and could only yell up to distract Lu Chuan. Have a fart. Lucian returned to the table and remixed a dipping saucer. I tracked it down, and there's something not quite right about this rune falling into the hands of the Sun family, Ah Fu said, and then eyed Lu Chuan's new dipping dish. Poof. Seeing that Lu Chuan was about to get mad again, Ah Fu hurriedly turned his head away. I can't analyze this rune. My heart is always clogged. Tomorrow when you go to the station, pay more attention to see if there are any suspicious people. Lu Chuan nodded his head. This rune gave himself an evil feeling as well. If he could, it would be better to figure it out. Chapter 90, A Good Son. But he's got a big mouth. Kawa kawa. Come get changed. Early in the morning, when Lu Chuan still had a bad headache from his hangover, Sun Kaidai came knocking on the door with a set of exquisitely crafted clothes. When Lu Chuan came to apply for the job, in order to smooth things out a bit, it was to change a dashing sword suit into a tattered and torn rough linen suit. The two long swords were also temporarily deposited with Ah Fu, so the people of the Sun House had not seen Lu Chuan's windy little form. Egu, drinking half the night's wine again. As soon as the door was opened, a smell of wine came over, and Sun Kaidai couldn't help but cover her nose and rant. Hey, a little hobby. Lu Chuan laughed a little awkwardly. Sun Kaidai shook her head helplessly, handing over the clothes in her hand. This is the clothes that the master asked me to send over. Later on, I will change into them and have to go to the auction house. Sun Kaidai did not ask what happened between Lu Chuan and Sun Baimo, although she was curious about the change in the master's attitude towards Lu Chuan. She had never said more than a word. Such a woman, such a nature, is truly rare. Are these clothes worth it? Lu Chuan took the clothes and looked at them with some disdain. Fancy and not low-key at all. Sun Kaidai thought about it and introduced it for Lu Chuan. Well, it's almost 2 million upper-grade spirit stones. It's built with top-grade ice silkworm silk, and it has a high resistance to fire attribute spells. Good guy. Lu Chuan directly put the clothes on the table. It's better to wear my own. When I take it to sell it later, we'll split it in half. Cough. Sun Kaidai almost didn't choke to death. What's the little one thinking about? Hurry up and change. Many big shots will come to the auction house today. We can't disgrace the master. Sister, don't worry. I'm nothing but a good point. Handsome and suave. How can I not disgrace anyone? Lu Chuan said and gently snapped his fingers. A greenish-gray houseguard's clothes instantly turned into a dashing sword suit with black stripes on a white background. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, horses rely on saddle loaded. Lu Chuan, this clothes a change of temperament immediately up. Sun Kaidai thought she had misread the situation and couldn't help but rub her eyes. Just now, if Lu Chuan was a spirited and cute little boy, now he was a graceful nobleman. How did this happen? The difference between one before and one after was too big. Sun Kaidai incredulously circled around Lu Chuan. How about it? Handsome. Lu Chuan fluttered his hair flirtatiously. Ah Fu, bring the Grand Master sword. Cough. Sun Kaidai almost didn't raise a breath. A good noble gentleman. As soon as he opened his mouth, he turned into a dilettante, and directly broke the big defense. Ah Fu appeared and placed two long swords in front of Lu Chuan. By the time Lu Chuan hung the long sword on his waist, and lifted the red zucchini on his hand, the whole person became, in a complete manner, A graceful and dashing swordsman. That's great. Sun Katie's eyes glowed as she watched, helped Lu Chuan straighten his clothes, and finally smiled happily and barked, "Pay attention to safety." Alas. Good. Lu Chuan gently nodded, his heart somewhat touched. After all these years, I've long forgotten what affection feels like. Sun Katie's concerned eyes, and awakened Lu Chuan's heart. That point for the parents. For the relatives, not much memory. Obviously the two have known each other for only a few days, but they can touch the soft places in each other's hearts. Karma. Wonderful. When he arrived at the entrance, a luxurious seat pulled by a spirit beast had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Lu Chuan, Sun Bimo's mouth was open enough to stuff a fist in. The difference between before and after was also too big. Sun Rinxue on the side was also dumbfounded. This noble gentleman in front of him, was he really that little rascal yesterday? Yo, the little beauty is also here. Come join brother. Seeing Sun Rinxue, the little softy, Lu Chuan couldn't help but want to bully her a little, breaking the big defense in a second. Sun Rinxue could be sure that this guy was the little rascal from yesterday. Why does a nice guy have a big mouth? Who can I talk to? Little Shui, go and sit in a car with little Gongzi. Sun Bimo directly pushed Sun Rinxue to Lu Chuan's side. Father. Sun Rinxue was ashamed and annoyed. Although he knew that Lu Chuan did not mean any harm, he still kept his head down and did not dare to look up. You young people have something in common. Take your time to chat. We're not in a hurry. Sun Bimo was happy as hell and personally brought Lu Chuan his seat. You old man. Lu Chuan cried and laughed a little. Was this trying to recruit himself as a son-in-law? Go up. Go up. What are you shy about? Seeing his daughter squirming and refusing to get on the car, Sun Bimo directly pushed the person up. Father, how can I meet people if others know? Sun Rinxue picked at the car door, her eyes tearful. What, how to see people? Who dares to say anything? I'll pull out my tongue for him. Sun Bimo yelled a sentence in anger. Another push took Sun Rinxue's small hand and gouged it off the car door. Sun Rinxue did not stand still, directly rushed backwards into the car, just headfirst into the arms of Lu Chuan. Looking at Sun Rinxue, who was so shy and angry in his arms that he was about to cry, Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and gave another rub to the person's small face. Hey, little beauty, don't be so hasty. Of course if you can't wait. I don't mind if it's here. Oh, don't come over. Sun Rinxue broke away from Lu Chuan's clutches and shrank to the corner shivering. Ha ha ha, come over and sit down, or else the clothes will be stripped for you. This chick was just too cute. Lu Chuan really couldn't help but want to bully her a bit. Sun Rinxue was so scared that she shivered again and wiped her tears as she sat across from Lu Chuan. What's that in your hand? Lu Chuan was a little curious. On Sun Rinxue's left hand, she had been holding a delicate little box. Soy, bean curd. Sun Rinxue pitifully opened the box, and a strong fragrance of beans came out. Except that the tofu had crumbled into tofu brains. Looking at the crumbled tofu, Sun Rinxue couldn't help but wail. No crying. Lu Chuan glared at her viciously. Sun Rinxue immediately shut up, pouting her little mouth, pearly face. Listen, to Dad. You also want to go with us to the auction house. And you said you like to eat soft. I made you some food in the morning. Ha ha, you little girl is also too much fun. Lu Chuan took the small box in Sun Rinxue's hand and poured the tofu into his mouth with a sigh. I know you don't mean any harm. Seeing that Lu Chuan ate the tofu he made, Sun Rinxue's expression was needy and happy. Who told you that? Old me is a child eater. The kind that eats several at a meal. Lu Chuan glared ferociously at Sun Rinxue. Don't you scare me. Sun Rinxue weakly shrunk her neck. You don't have any malice or good intentions. Ha! Lu Chuan was a bit curious. He usually did not have any emotions. Just how did this chick see it? Red heart. At this moment, Ah Fu appeared, taking advantage of Lu Chuan's lack of attention. His big tongue rolled away the small box that was stained with Lu Chuan's saliva in one bite. Fragrant. Ah! Alfred swallowed the box with a look of enjoyment. I'll take your mom, you pervert. Lu Chuan went up to hold down Ah Fu and punched its dog head several times. Wow 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 wow. Killing donkey's law. The Sun Rinxue on the side was so scared that she was wow 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 wow. Chapter 91, The Great Emperor's Contract. What's all this noise? You've never seen the world. Ah Fu quickly recovered and glanced disdainfully at Sun Rinxue. This girl is naked and can feel different emotions in different people. And it's not surprising that she knows about your Mukide's feelings. No, not Ah. They said that I am a seven-knuckle heart. Sun Rinxue weakly retorted. Ah Fu spat, a bunch of stupid eggs know what the hell. The seven-knuckle heart is a human spirit. You stupid witch like a human spirit. Oh. Sun Rinxue puffed out her cheeks in some aggravation. He. Ah Fu turned to Lu Chuan again with a fawning face and pouted his big lips. Big handsome guy, there is a weird aura in the city. Something that doesn't look like this world. What? Aliens nah? Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wait. Ah Fu suddenly turned his head again, bared his teeth to reveal a mouthful of large plate teeth, and yelled at Sun Rinxue. Yikes! Sun Rinxue was so frightened on the spot that her white eyes rolled up and she directly fainted. Put! Lu Chuan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spray out. Hurriedly carrying the fainted Sun Rinxue to his side, he used his thigh as a pillow and settled the little girl. What the hell are you doing scaring people? Lu Chuan slapped Ah Fu in the face with his backhand. Che, didn't eat nah. Ah Fu didn't care about receiving a slap and even mocked. I realized that you've been perverted lately nah. Lu Chuan lifted up his sleeves and was about to go up and give the donkey a horse killing. Ha. Just kidding. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Ah Fu jumped away in a hurry and suddenly said with a straight face, letting this girl know what she shouldn't know won't do her any good. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Finish what you just said. Ah Fu nodded. There is a strange aura in the city that I cannot analyze. There is only one possibility. The source of the power of this aura does not belong to this world's system. Lu Chuan frowned. How so? You'll be confused even if I tell you more. Ah Fu drummed his eyes of wisdom. Just one sentence. This aura should be from another world, or from an unknown era that survived to this day. What are the implications? Lu Chuan came to attention. This unknown power should cause the heavenly Tao to suppress it, just like it did to you. Ah Fu said and frowned. But nowadays, there is not a single movement in the heavenly Tao. I suspect that the heavenly Tao might have been contaminated. Lu Chuan snorted. With a broken mouth you say ah, where is the evidence? Ah Fu turned up his lips in disdain, wanting a load of evidence. Laozi has linked to this world and can synchronize with the heavenly Tao. The slightest change in the heavenly Tao can be sensed by Laozi. If the Tao is dead today, it might have been affected by something, and the most likely thing is this bizarre aura. Lu Chuan tossed his hair flirtatiously. It's kind of interesting. Is this going to be an alien invasion? Ha. Invincible swordsman violently beating up aliens. How smooth it sounds. Strange. If it's from another realm, it should be restricted by the Great Emperor's contract and unable to enter this world. Ah Fu muttered in bewilderment. If it's a power that existed in this world, once upon a time, then it shouldn't have such a great impact on the heavenly Tao. A Great Emperor contract? What the heck? Lu Chuan was a bit curious. Alfred raised his head proudly. When it came to this aspect of knowledge, that was his strong point. The Great Imperial Pact. A protective boundary. If a world has given birth to a Great Emperor, the world will utilize the power of the Great Emperor to produce this kind of boundary to prevent the invasion of other outsiders. Nah, there's one of those knots in your old house, called the Pancake Pact. Without the protection of the Pango Pact, just that tiny little place in your hometown would have been trampled down long ago. Ha? What are you talking about? How did I enter this world since it's protected by the Great Emperor contract? Lu Chuan couldn't help but choke out a sentence. What do you know? Ah Fu snorted. The Great Emperor born in this world is your dilettante hometown that crossed over. How is it possible for an old hometown to see an old hometown with two tears in their eyes? And how is it possible for the Great Imperial contract to restrict the entry of people from the same world? Hey, it's kind of fun. Lu Chuan nodded. Ah Fu looked a little worried. The problem is, as the heaven-swallowing Great Emperor is the number one powerful figure in the ancient world, this land is bounded with the Great Emperor's decree. Theoretically no other power can intrude into it. No one can come. You're stupid nah. If it's not from outside, then it's an internal problem. Why are you obsessing about it? Lu Chuan's brain was simple, and he looked at the problem simply. The reasoning is so reasonable, but I always feel that something is not right. The appearance of this breath is too sudden and bizarre. Fu shook his head. Anyway, if you catch that grandson later, just me to death. You're stepping on a horse and teaching me things. Lu Chuan slapped Fu out of the way. That little face is full of collagen. Having nothing to do, Lu Chuan began to ooh and ah about Sun Rinxue again. People have a pretty little face that is hard to rip out of all sorts of shapes. Oh my face hurts. Sun Rinxue woke up, and the first thing she felt was her face. A burst of fiery pain. She saw Lu Chuan's chin, followed by the brilliant black eyes like stars. The black eyes were 3 parts flirtatious, 3 parts lazy, and 4 parts indifferent. Wow. Sun Rinxue realized that she was lying on Lu Chuan's lap and stood up straight in fear. Ha. Looking at Sun Rinxue's violent reaction, Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. I let you lay on my thighs. You have to let me lay on yours. Oh don't. Men and women are not related. Sun Rinxue shrank to the corner and rejected pitifully. If you don't come over, then I can go over. Lu Chuan cheerfully rubbed his hands together, with the appearance of an old colorful batch. Bang! At this time, the carriage suddenly shook violently, and then cursing voices rang out from outside. Lu Chuan frowned and pivoted the curtain to poke his head out. Looking up, There was a luxury-seated car straddling the main road ahead. The tremor just now should have been caused by the spirit beast pulling the cart, because of the sharp braking. At this time, the Sun family was greeting the other party's family in a friendly manner. "It's the dragon family." An aroma wafted in, and Sun Rinxue, a rash young man, poked her little brain out against Lu Chuan's side. "Are you afraid of me or not?" Lu Chuan let this chick get confused. "If you want to say you're not afraid, you can make her cry with a glare of your own. If you want to be afraid, now you're so close. It's really as silly as Fu said it would be. The people from the Long family are annoying, always looking for trouble with father, and their family still wants to marry me." "Humph," Sun Rinxue muttered with an angry grunt. Chapter 92, The Calculated Sun Family. "Yo, if it isn't the Sun family master, so busy rushing, are you going to the auction house?" A greasy young man jumped out of that luxurious seat. Through the crowd of people who were cursing at each other, he came to Sun Baimo's seat and shouted in a flowing manner, "Long Ao Tian, what do you mean by blocking the road?" Sun Baimo frowned and lifted the curtain. "Put. What?" Lu Chuan sprayed out on the spot when he heard the name. "Long Ao Tian, ha ha ha." Sun Rinxue looked at Lu Chuan with a strange expression, because just now, she actually felt Lu Chuan, and for a moment, she had happy emotions. "He is the son of the Long family, Long Ao Tian. What's wrong with that?" Sun Rinxue scratched her head in some confusion, not understanding why Lu Chuan was happy. "Nothing is wrong. Ha ha." Lu Chuan really couldn't hold it in and sat down on his butt, happily watching the fun. "Don't be angry, Sun family master. When my father passes, he will naturally make way." Long Ao Tian playfully saluted Sun Baimo. Sun Baimo's face was grim as he gritted his teeth. The texture of the muscles on his cheeks was clearly visible because he had exerted himself too much. This Long family was the #1 family in Fubo City, and it likewise ran an auction house. As the saying goes, peers are enemies, and business competition naturally involves entanglement of interests, and a bit of friction is normal. It was just that Sun Baimo did not expect that the Long family would actually dare to stop themselves on the avenue. Sun Baimo's heart is clear. Don't look at only Long Aotian one person here to make a demon, but don't know how many people staring at the back. I don't know how much effort it will take to get through here safely today. It seems that recently, Fubo City is not peaceful, and City Lord Yi Gucheng has already disregarded these things on the auction house. Seeing this opportunity, the Long family dared to make such a blatant attack. "Say it, what conditions will allow me to go over?" Sun Baimo didn't want to bother with more words and asked directly. "Sun family master is painfully fast." Long Ao Tian raised his head proudly. "It's very simple. I heard that your auction house has a batch of good goods recently. We don't ask for much. Just even half of it out and give it to my dragon family's auction house." "Ha!" Sun Baimo laughed back in anger. He, you Long family are all the same. Ah, always like a dog that can't get enough to eat. This batch of goods." Sun Baimo bet on the entire family assets, even half to the Long family. "That is not directly to Sun family life? Old thing, what did you say?" Long Ao Tian was furious. Tian. At this time, a luxurious earth dragon seat slowly traveled and stopped not far away. The curtain lifted, and a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression looked sideways at Sun Baimo. "Lord Father." Long Ao Tian hurriedly scurried to the side of the car. "This old thing just scolded us." The middle-aged man shook his head indifferently. "Brother Sun, since there's nothing to talk about, let's just spend time here." Bang! There was a crack, and there was one more person in the luxurious seat that straddled the middle of the main road. This person had a white beard and white hair, looking like an old man. However, he had a dragon's breath and a strong and sturdy body. This person was named Mo Wenyong, the mysterious Fountainhead Mountain Master, a proper Annihilation Realm slammer. On the Heavenly Wasteland continent, aside from super-large dynasties like the Great Way, there was another force. It's something like the Fountain of Youth, a holy place of cultivation that has survived for an unknown period of time. It was said that in the Fountainhead Mountain, there was an immortality medicine that could extend a cultivator's life indefinitely, which was also the origin of the Fountainhead Mountain's name. This Mo Wenrong didn't know how many years he had lived as an old monster. After Zhou Yu refused to stand for the Sun family, Sun Baimo needed to find famous cultivators again to stand for the auction house, and the person who approached him was none other than Mo Wenyong, the immediate lord of the Fountain Mountain, and he had already made a deal with Mok Manwing, even paying half of the commission. The current Mo Wenyong should be sitting over at the auction house. However, the truth was that not only did Mo Wenyong not sit down at the auction house, he had even teamed up with the Long family to suppress himself. "Mountain Lord Zhou, what do you mean by this?" Seeing this person, Sun Baimo's face was horribly gloomy. "Are you stupid? What does this mean, can't you see? Not far away." Long Ao Tian's face was full of mockery. Then Long Ao Tian respectfully saluted Mo Wenyong. Old ancestor. Old ancestor? This sound of address instantly caused Sun Bimo's heart to cool to the bottom. The Long family actually had a connection with the fountain. The hiding was really deep enough. Sun Bimo thought back for a moment, and then realized that the process he had used to hire Mo Wenrong was somewhat smooth and not quite normal. It was even Mao Wing who came to himself of his own accord. It seems that everything was calculated by the Long family. Mountain Lord Mo, you are also a generation of strong men. Using such tactics, aren't you afraid that the world will laugh at you? When it came down to it, Sun Bimo could only play lip service. Sun family master is overstating it. Mo Wenyong didn't even look at Sun Bimo and blandly said, competition in business is based on your own means. You're just stupid. He. Also, Sun Bimo laughed and shook his head in recognition. In the cultivation world, the means didn't matter. The result did. Sun Bimo looked back at Sun Rinxue, his eyes full of worry. If he were to be gone one day, how would this stupid little girl of his own be able to get by in this cultivation world of hearts and ghosts? Father! Sun Rinxue softly shouted. Father is fine. Sun Bimo squeezed on a smile and looked back at Mo Wenrong. I admit it. I can give you half of the stuff, so you can get out of the way. Painful. Mo Wenrong nodded. And suddenly his words changed. Aotion, this child is interested in your daughter. If Sun family master doesn't mind, can you allow this marriage? When Long Aotion heard this, his eyes were fiery as he looked towards Sun Rinxue, for whom he had long coveted for a long time. If one could marry this woman with a seven-vesseled heart, and then use a secret method to transplant that heart into oneself, then it would be of immeasurable benefit to one's cultivation path in the future. Feeling the fiery eyes of Long Aotion, Sun Rinxue was so scared that her little face turned pale and she timidly hid behind Lu Chuan. Seeing Sun Rinxue behaving intimately with Lu Chuan, Long Aotion, who had long regarded Sun Rinxue as his personal belongings, looked furious, viciously glaring at Lu Chuan, thinking about how to get this little white boy killed later. Ha! Sun Bimo smiled grimly. So he was waiting for himself here. He, Sun Bimo, had only one precious daughter. How could he possibly let Sun Rinxue marry into this filthy place? The Long family. And in the future, this huge business of his own was going to be handed over to Sun Rinxue. Marrying Sun Rinxue is also equivalent to getting the Sun family's estate. This Long family is really playing a good game. Everything else is negotiable. Just this one thing, it's never possible. You Long Aotion also don't take a look in the mirror. What kind of virtue? Worthy of my family Schwer? Sun Bimo directly frontal hard up. For the sake of his daughter, not to mention the Long family, he can be the enemy of the world. Old man, don't give your face away. Long Aotion was furious. Chapter 93, Step aside. I'm going to play hard to get. Hitting the attention on his precious daughter, Sun Bimo's face gradually changed color. His eyebrows screwed together. A knife-sharp light erupted from his eyes and he loudly chided. I don't need others to give me my face. Little bastard, here is no place for you to talk. Long Tang, you wanna swallow my Sun family? It depends on whether you have the stomach for it or not. As Sun Bimo's voice fell, dozens of figures, not far away, rushed over at breakneck speed. Although the number of people was not large, but between the rolling and moving, there was the power of a tiger and a dragon. After operating in Fubo City for so many years, how could Sun Bimo not have a little bit of strength? And at the moment, these people were his bottom card. Vulcans, ha. The middle-aged man in the carriage laughed grimly. I can't imagine that you really got it out. Vorlons, a very ancient form of cultivation. It takes dozens of mindful people practicing together to achieve results. It was said that after the cultivation was accomplished, dozens of people would join together and have the power of the Voltron, able to harden themselves against Annihilation Realm Grand Cultivators. With the appearance of the Vorlons, the Dragon family would have to weigh whether it was worth it to completely tear their faces off with the Sun family or not. If they really fought, I'm afraid that it would destroy half of the Volcano City, and Yi Gu Chang would definitely intervene at that time. Thinking of the city lord who was known as the one-sword-flying immortal, Long Tang's expression changed several times. And Sun Bimo is a notorious daughter slave. He will do anything for Sun Rinxue. Long Tang does not doubt that for the sake of Sun Rinxue Sun Bimo has not. With the determination of the Dragon family fish death net. In the end, Long Tang smiled and shook his head. Brother Sun, don't be angry. Since you don't want Xiao Shui to enter my Dragon family, then don't enter. Long Aotian was anxious when he heard this, picking at the car window and roaring anxiously. Father, no way. While the old ancestor is there. This marriage must be finalized today. Pa! Long Tang raised his hand and gave Long Aotian a slap. Shut up. There's no place for you to talk. Long Aotian was dumbfounded by the slap and lowered his head, not daring to speak again. Brother Sun, I'll see you at the auction house. Long Tang smiled skinlessly as he prepared to part ways. Slow down. At this time, Lu Chuan, who had finished watching the play, suddenly snapped. All eyes converged on the too pretty to be true white boy. But the strength of this realm was so close to being laughable. Sun Bimo is also a little confused. He put the bottom card out, only to avoid this wind. What is this to get into? Little brother, there's nothing more to do. Let's go to the auction house first. Shut up. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Shut up. At this time, Sledgehammer poked his little head out of Lu Chuan's arms. This bastard drank too much last night and slept until now. And as soon as he woke up, he learned to talk with Lu Chuan. Sun Bimo lips is a shivering. Looking at this big a small two living treasures. How to look at it is not like an expert. Always feel that they are on the big time Zhou. At this moment, Mo Wenrong, who had been acting very calmly, his pupils suddenly shrunk violently. This was because he noticed the small red gourd that Lu Chuan was carrying in his hand. If I'm not mistaken, that's the chaos gourd that's been missing for over 200,000 years. Thinking of the legend about this gourd, Mo Wenrong's eyes suddenly caught fire. Lu Chuan glanced obliquely at Mo Wenrong. The corner of his mouth tugged disdainfully, then looked at Long Aotian. Cub seed, did you just glare at me? Pooh. Sun family side of the people, directly sprayed out. This look pull hate? Little scum, what did you say? Long Aotian had just received a slap and was currently angry, just when an ungrateful one came. Hey yeah. Lu Chuan fluttered his hair flirtatiously. Everyone back off. I'm going to have to pretend in front of Long Aotian today. Ha ha ha. Little scumbag, are you an acrobat? With two swords hanging from your waist. Long Aotian didn't take Lu Chuan seriously at all. After all, no one in their right mind would take a word realm chick seriously, and probably no dog raised by the dragon family would even look at a chi condensation realm cultivator more than once. And proper cultivators, even sword cultivators, didn't hang their swords on their waists. Lu Chuan's appearance, in the eyes of the cultivators, it was a juggler in the jungle. Like to laugh? Lu Chuan suddenly stormed up and charged straight at Long Aotian. So fast that he pulled up a string of shadows. Watch out! Mo Wenrong reacted the fastest, yet it was still too late to make a move to stop him. Help me! The shadow of death loomed over him. And Long Aotian never had the chance to finish this last sentence. Put! Blood spurted out wildly like an out-of-control faucet. Long Aotian's head disappeared while his body came to fall down. Soaring blood brought up a wind-like sound. By the time the crowd could make out Lu Chuan's figure, he had already returned to his original position, carrying a fresh human head in his hand, and vegetable and pretentious. Ah, te, said Lu Chuan, lifted his foot and kicked Long Aotian's head, like a soccer ball. Good ball. I can play good soccer without eating sea cucumbers. Ha ha. The heads disappeared into the sky with lines of blood, and Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. It all happened so fast and furious that it couldn't have been more than 2 seconds back and forth. By the time the crowd responded, the dust had settled. Honor. Long Tang's sad and angry roar resounded throughout the entire Fubo city. Sinful beast, killing my son, I will break you into pieces today. Long Tang stormed out, his true essence bulging out, directly shattering the carriage. Flying up, Long Tang blasted his fist towards Lu Chuan. The sky instantly formed a huge fist shadow, just like gold casting. Powerful, golden fist. Little brother dodge. Seeing this fist shadow, Sun Bimo anxiously roared. Don't look at the fact that Long Tang was only a heavenly fault realm cultivator, but with this Swire Divine Art Golden Fist, he had the ability to harden against cultivators who had just entered the Annihilation realm. Impulse is the devil. Sun is gone, can regenerate it. Why get angry? Lu Chuan flirted, looking towards that huge fist shadow, the corner of his mouth hooked up that mocking smile again. Mo Wenrong, however, did not move at this time and retreated, watching Lu Chuan from afar. His powerful 5 senses told him that if he made a move against this teenager, he was afraid that he would end up in the same place as Long Aotian. Long Tang also noticed Mo Wenrong's behavior and immediately realized that something was wrong. After blasting out a punch, he directly rose up in the air and prepared to escape far away. Did I let you two go? Lu Chuan snorted. Sword claw. The 5 fingers hooked up and pulled fiercely at the canopy, and the sword she spewed out with it. 5 huge black cracks were pulled through the air, and a low whistling sound came from the cracks. It was as if a wound had been torn open and an agonized groan was emitted. This claw of Lu Chuan actually directly tore through space. The spatial turbulence ripped up, carrying the power to tear everything apart as it furiously rushed up. Long Tang was trapped in the torn space. He wanted to hold up the domain, but the riotous spatial turbulence was cutting at extreme speed. What was even more terrifying was that these spatial turbulences were interspersed with a sword chi that tore through everything. Chapter 94. Big Shui Bai has made a big mistake. Long Tang couldn't hold up the domain at all in this shattered space. Once a cultivator at the 3rd realm of the Divine Tao was unable to hold up a domain, then the strongest means could not be used. Longtang frantically swung his fist, and as soon as the golden fist shadow appeared, it was shattered by the turbulence. Ancestor, help me! He realized that if he continued like this, he would only die, and shouted for help to Mo Wenrong. However, Mo Wenrong did not have the effort to pay attention to him at all, and disappeared far away without looking back. As Mo Wenrong saw death, Longtang could only place his last hope on Lu Chuan. Little brother, you're a generous man. Let me live. I'll promise you whatever conditions you want. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. What do you take me for? A great benefactor? CHCHCH changes. Who let your son stare at me? The son does not teach the father's fault. Bah! Longtang was so angry that he almost didn't spit out his old blood. What a pitiful thing. It was my rebellious son who rushed you. You should be relieved that he's already dead. Please let me live. I'll gift you all the wealth that the Long family has accumulated over the years. Ha! Lu Chuan's head tilted and he grunted in anger. What do you take me for? A poor beggar? PFF. Longtang sprayed out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This grandson belongs to the type of person who says all the good words and does not advance in oil and salt. The shattered space was becoming more and more violent, and the protective spells were about to be consumed. In the midst of Longtang's despair, a violent aura crossed his face. Little since you want to drive the whole city to the end. Let the whole of Fubo City be buried with us and me, said Longtang with eyes full of madness. Took out a fist-sized small ball that shone with a metallic luster. Seeing this small ball, Sun Bimo's face changed. Little brother, quickly stop him. That's the ancient demon seed-eating worm. This thing will eat everything. However, Sun Bimo's reminder was still too late. As Longtang used to spray blood on top of that small ball, the black light above the small ball rose up to the sky, and within the light, countless arcane symbols were uncertain. Then the small black ball resounded with an ear-piercing sound of shattering. Buzz. A soul-stirring chirping sound was emitted, and then a black gas, which looked like a ribbon, rushed out from the small ball. With Lu Chuan's eyesight, he could of course see that this was not some black gas, but something made up of countless small insects that were indistinguishable to the naked eye. Ha 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 ha, die together! Longtang roared madly and opened his hands, allowing that black chi to rush into his body. Longtang's body instantly dissipated into the air. In the blink of an eye, a heavenly fault realm cultivator was chewed up by these tiny insects, and even his divine soul was eaten clean. No wonder Sun Bimo was so scared. Buzz. That ear-piercing chirping sound resounded once more, and black gas burrowed out of the shattered space. That black chi seemed to have grown a little stronger after devouring Longtang. What made Lu Chuan a little surprised was that these bugs were actually able to travel freely through the shattered space. The strangulation of those sword chi of his own didn't seem to be working either. However, soon, Lu Chuan was a bit tense as these little bugs actually swallowed his remaining sword chi. The bug that swallowed Lu Chuan's sword chi changed in color, shifting from pure black to a colorful black that shone with a weird light. An extremely sharp aura emanated from these small insects, actually tearing the air between flights. I seem to be in big trouble. Lu Chuan scratched his head in some embarrassment. Longtang, this dead lunatic. Seeing this scene, Sun Bimo anxiously roared. Voltron shifter, send the lady out of the city, quickly, the farther the better. At this time, in the city lord's mansion, the two Zhou, who were drinking tea with Yi Gu Chang, also noticed the abnormality of this side of the street. City Lord Yi Gu Chang's face was blue as he looked into the distance. Sure enough, this thing is still in Longtang's possession. When it was said to be permanently sealed, this dog scum actually played the civet cat for a prince trick with me. Zhou Yu frowned fiercely. Brother Yi, shouldn't this thing have gone extinct a long time ago? Why would it still appear? Yi Gu Chang gritted his teeth and shook his head. What appeared in the auction some years ago was taken by the Long family. I interfered in this matter, and the Dragon family promised to permanently seal the element-devouring insects. It was my carelessness. Zhou Yu sighed. These past few years, messy things, appearing more and more. Ancient and Taiku extinct things also appear frequently. I'm afraid it's not going to be a change in the sky. There's no time to discuss this. Lord State Master, go with me to take a look. While the Yuan-devouring insects have just come out, they must be resolved as soon as possible, or else I'm afraid that the entire Fubo city will be swallowed clean, said Yi Gu Chang with a wave of his hand. The air around him rippled. Then the two figures disappeared into the air. Yuan-devouring insect. Interesting. On top of the largest restaurant in Fubo City, a man and a woman looked at the direction of the accident with smiles. Should we go and take a look? If this thing isn't resolved as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will lead to a major disaster. The woman's nice eyebrows raised as she looked at the man. The man nodded. The Yuan-devouring insects are immune to almost all attacks and can only be sealed by special means. So it's good for us to go and take a look. A big deal. Just came and did this. At the entrance of the city, The young man who was going through the formalities of entering the city, dressed in rags, looked happily into the sky. I'll go in first to watch the fun. I'll get the passage jade token later, the young man said, his figure dissipating before the city gates. Tonger, follow me to take a look. It seems to be a yuan-devouring insect. In a small tavern, Zhuge Ming, who was eating noodles, put down his chopsticks. Zhuge Ming picked up the feather fan next to him and gently waved it, and an 8 trigrams map appeared above the ground. The white-clothed general behind Zhuge Ming put down a silver ingot and then disappeared together into the manhwa formation. A graceful woman was strolling down a busy street, eating and strolling. Suddenly an ethereal black shadow appeared behind her. The black shadow respectfully bowed to the woman. Pavilion Master. Long Tang released the element-devouring insects, and the teenager who previously decapitated 2 of our Chiohong Tavern's people was also present. Isn't Zhou Yuhui in the city? He, a scholar with a heart for the world, will naturally go and solve it. The woman somewhat gamely took a bite of the pineapple in her hand. The black shadow hesitated and said, Pavilion Master. The yuan-devouring insect swallowed the teenager's sword chi and seems to have evolved in an uncontrollable direction. I'm afraid that the state of affairs is somewhat uncontrollable. The woman's eyes fluttered for a moment. What's going on with those old nobodies in the city? The black shadow thought for a moment. Outside of the couple from Tianqi, Zhuge Ming and Zhao Tong from Shishu, Yi Gucheng and Zhouyu, and the beacon march that just entered the city. No one else has moved. Bah! The woman spat. None of the people from the other continents have moved? The black shadow nodded. Now that the city has gathered at least 50 annihilation realms in the entire vast world, other than those from our heavenly desolate continent, everyone else is holding on to watch the show. Chapter 95, The Gods and Goddesses Make Their Appearance. The yuan-devouring insect swallowed Lu Chuan's sword chi and evolved in an uncontrollable direction. Several peak annihilation realm cultivators in the city caught wind of it. Yi Gucheng and Zhouyu were the first to arrive. When the two arrived at the scene, they could only see the black mist made up of yuan-devouring insects flying wildly in the air. A sharp-to-the-core aura was emitted, causing people's hearts to jump. And Lu Chuan, the bastard, was actually standing right below, studying something with the donkey beside him with a serious face. Little master, how is the situation? Zhouyu had a relationship with Lu Chuan and hurriedly went up to ask about the situation. Lu Chuan had a good feeling about this scholarly man. After all, the person that Sun Rinxue didn't even hate, definitely wouldn't be that bad. Lu Chuan shook his head and rubbed his chin with a serious face. The situation might be a bit bad. This bug should be an attribute-less creature that can devour anything, judging from my donkey's analysis. Oh, right, said Lu Chuan scratching his head. These bugs swallowed some of my sword chi, so there might be some trouble. Put, cough. Zhouyu almost didn't choke to death. He had seen Lu Chuan's sword chi and understood how terrifying this little white boy's sword chi was. Little master, how is the situation? Yi Gucheng also came up at this time. Yi Gucheng had previously learned about Lu Chuan from Zhouyu's mouth, and came up naturally courteous. As the saying goes, people are divided into groups and things are gathered together, and Zhouyu's best friend would not be any worse. Looking at the circumspect-looking and righteous Yi Gucheng, Lu Chuan told the situation again. Yi Gucheng looked at the black mist in the sky and nodded. They are not attacking right now. They should be digesting Little Master's sword chi. So let's take advantage of this effort and combine our efforts to seal this heaven and earth. Saying that he would do it, Yi Gucheng waved his hand and a dark green long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword has a faint cold light, and the hilt is carved by a dragon, making it no less majestic, and the blade is as sharp as autumn frost. Lu Chuan watched with amusement, as this was the first time he had encountered a sword cultivator who used a long sword instead of a flying sword. Yi Gucheng bowed to Lu Chuan. I heard Brother Zhou say that Little Master is a great person with a sword, so I will definitely ask for some advice from Little Master after this. This Lu Chuan fellow was also nonchalant, flirting with his hair. Yes, no problem. Put. The people of the Sun family who hadn't had time to withdraw yet almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood when they saw Lu Chuan's shameless appearance. Yi Gucheng was a renowned master of the sword path, and the cutting jade autumn frost in his hands had long been divine. No one would object to saying that Yi Gucheng was the #1 sword cultivator in the Sky Wasteland continent. Me, then, first. Yi Gucheng smiled and nodded, then condensed his chi and concentrated. A breathing sound synchronized with heaven and earth rang out. As the rhythm of this breathing gradually smoothed out, a faint silhouette appeared above the distant zenith. One sword flying immortal. It's one sword flying immortal. The Sun family crowd looked on with excitement. The shadow was still in the sky, yet it was in the blink of an eye that the faint shadow had already arrived above the yuan-devouring insect. The silhouette rose up with a sword, pulling it across this part of the world. The crowd only felt a flash in front of their eyes. The air was actually pulled by this sword and rolled up like the pages of a book. The yuan-devouring insect was also swept up in it. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this sword carried supreme spatial aptitude. Brother Zhou, it's your turn. Yi Gucheng dropped his sword and looked at Zhou Yu. Then I'll make an offering. Zhou Yu smiled faintly as a yellowed ancient book appeared in his hand. Opening the pages, countless small words flew out of the book. The small character came to the edge of the rolled-up space and laid down a party of arcane formations. The space shook violently, and an infinite amount of divine light rose up to the sky, ruthlessly suppressing the rolled-up space. It is said that the great Wu Master of State, as an ordinary person, at the age of 98, read a book and entered the way, and within a day, from an ordinary person, straight to the peak of the annihilation realm, which can be said to be unprecedented, creating a legend. Listening to the Sun family's discussion, Lu Chuan nodded his head fiercely. In the future, if anyone tells him or her that reading is useless, he or she will have to beat the dog's head off. Your Excellencies, could you allow us, the couple, to join in the fun? At this time, a divine couple fell from the sky. It's that fairy couple from Tianqi. The Sun family members also completely stopped panicking at this time. With so many top-tier powers here, they could still let the yuan-devouring insects overturn the sky. The man's name was Zhang Chuji and the woman's name was Bai Chuzhong, the lord of the mysterious Holy Land, Tianqi. Unlike other holy places that were high and mighty, these two had a very good reputation in the heavenly wasteland continent, and the husband and wife often went down to the mountains to get rid of demons and help the weak. Trouble you too. Yi Gucheng saluted the couple. The husband and wife glanced at each other and gently nodded their heads while quickly pinching up their spells. This technique was called Illusory Sea Infinite and was a very powerful sealing technique. Once the husband and wife used the sealing technique to seal the extreme night demon that was causing trouble for the party. The tide sounded and the illusory sea rolled in and rolled across the space. Gentlemen, how about I come along for the ride? At this moment, Zhuge Ming and Zhao Tong appeared. Everyone's pupils shrunk at the sight of these two. Zhuge Ming, this person has how many great achievements do not talk about. Is that a hand of gods and ghosts Ada map? Can cross the world, no one can stop. Moreover, Zhao Tong, the guard who had been following him, had a hand of the seven-snake tango gun, inherited from the Western Shu war god, which was also unique in the world. This duo could be considered the ceiling of the battle. Brother Zhuge, please. Zhou Yu was acquainted with Zhuge Ming and greeted him cheerfully. Zhuge Ming nodded, and with a flick of the feather fan in his hand, an 8-formation diagram appeared above the sky. The scope of this 8-formation diagram was so large that it enveloped the illusory sea of that husband and wife together. Countless Chi-Men figures swirled up, once again reinforcing the seal as unbreakable. Interesting, interesting, how can such a big bustle be without me? Zhuge Ming had just stopped, when a young man dressed like a beggar appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Beacon March. Yi Gucheng frowned. This Beacon March is a very famous Annihilation Realm peak cultivator, origin unknown, teacher unknown, acting both good and evil, not very popular. Alas, Yi's city lord, don't be so hostile. How many people are watching our heavenly wasteland continent's cultivators make a joke? I'm no longer ignorant. I won't come to make trouble at this time. Beacon March said cheerfully, raising his hand and pulling it hard against the sky. A violent rumbling sound resounded through heaven and earth, and then 4 beacons appeared at the 4 corners of the seal. The red-colored beacon fire was lit, and the blazing firelight connected the city, enveloping the entire space. The crowd didn't know what it was, but they were certain it was some sort of sealing technique. The crowd's hearts dropped. It was good that they weren't here to cause trouble. Big Handsome, do you think these seals will work? At this time, Lu Chuan, who was squatting on the side, chatted with Ah Fu. Lu Chuan shook his head. It's hard. I guess it will be broken. Chapter 96, So Many Perverts. Little brother is wrong. These people of ours are considered to be the ceiling of the battle power of the heavenly wasteland continent. Isn't it a bit unjustifiable that so many people can't handle a single yuan-devouring insect? Seeing that Lu Chuan was born with a clear brow, Beacon March said while coming up to Lu Chuan. Nima, this one can't be an old glass, right? Seeing Beacon March's gaze, plastered over his body, Lu Chuan's eyes danced. Go away or your eyes will be gouged out for you. Lu Chuan fiercely glared at Beacon March. This glance, however, made Beacon March even more excited. Little brother was born really lovely. In the future follow me to mix. Other dare not say. Tianwu continent, this piece of land. I still cover. Come on. First call out Brother March to hear it. Saying that, Beacon March actually stretched out her hand to lift Lu Chuan's chin. Put. Lu Chuan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spray out. Was thinking of gouging out the colorful batch's eyes, plus breaking that salty hand. Sinful beast, how dare you? Suddenly Sledgehammer in his arms jumped out and bit down on Beacon March's finger. Sledgehammer is known as a crazy batch. Taking advantage of Lu Chuan, can give you good juice to eat? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Beacon March, who had been bitten, only felt a heartbreaking pain that came from her fingertips. The entire arm turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sword energy began to pollute his body. Feeling the unstoppable sword chi, Beacon March's face changed drastically and directly cut off his right hand. Luckily, Beacon March was decisive enough. Or else, under carelessness, I'm afraid that the sledgehammer would have been bitten to death directly. Really, if a small sword spirit had bitten a peak annihilation realm cultivator to death in one bite, it would probably be able to make people laugh their heads off when they said it. Sorry for the disturbance. Beacon March backed up extremely fast while a new arm grew out. The crowd was really surprised to see this scene. Annihilation realm cultivators were all able to revive their severed limbs, but there really wasn't anyone else who could do it as quickly as this. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, also attracted the attention of everyone except Zhou Yu and Yi Gucheng. They couldn't figure out how this little cultivator, who was ostensibly only in the first realm, had managed to do the kind of thing he had just done. CHCHCH changes. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and put the sledgehammer that was about to rush up and bite into his head. Sledgehammer then quieted down and started pulling Lu Chuan's hair for fun. Lu Chuan felt that he would sooner or later be gripped into baldness by this stupid girl. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. If this still can't be sealed, I'm afraid there's really no way out. Looking at the sealed space, which was still considered calm, Yi Gucheng's heart that he was carrying was finally put down. Click. However, as soon as Yi Gucheng's words left his mouth, a shattering sound rang out from the sealed space. The crowd unconsciously looked at each other, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. Bang! There was a crack, followed by a shattered point in the center of the sealed space. Click, click. The crack suddenly and rapidly spread out in all directions. Centered on this point, quickly reinforce the seal. All of you help me. Yi Gucheng's face changed in fear and he took the lead to fly into the air. The crowd did not dare to delay and followed Yi Gucheng as he rushed into the sky. Little beauty, don't go up there. It's dangerous. Let your brother go. Beacon March actually dared to speak out and molest Lu Chuan. This is really big enough guts. Puppy Day, I'll skin you. Lu Chuan's heart was sickened. Puppy Day, I'll skin you. Sledgehammer raised his small fists in an exemplary manner. Shut up, girly girl, you're full of. Lu Chuan flicked the sledgehammer above his head. The little guy was bounced and flipped over twice, and after stabilizing himself, he wailed, "Handsome, I'm going to post a quest for you, take it or not." Ah Fu flung his big tongue out to lick Lu Chuan's face. Bang! Lu Chuan furiously rammed his fist on Ah Fu's head and stormily cursed, "Your grandmother, are there so many perverts these days? Hey, 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 take it easy, take it easy." Ah Fu hurriedly climbed up, a white light lit up in his wise eyes. At the same time Lu Chuan's mind resounded with the mechanical voice of the system. Side quest trigger, the peril of city destruction. Mission description, the Yuan devouring worm absorbs the chaotic sword chi and evolves into the Yuan devouring chaos worm, which will cause a devastating disaster to the entire Fubo city and even the heavenly wasteland continent. Difficulty, epic. Choice, I. The host chooses to join the sealing army to solve the danger of destroying the city. 2. The host chooses to help the Yuan devouring chaos worm and devour the city of Fubo. Reward, completion of the first one rewards the host with the title of Guardian. Completion of the second article, rewarding the host with the title of Public Enemy of the Human Race. Guardian, when the host fights for others, he can obtain a special bonus, a 30% increase in physical strength. Public Enemy of the Human Race, when the host faces the human race, he can gain a special hate bonus that cuts the human race cultivator by 10% of his true essence ceiling. What a messy thing. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in disgust. This reward is good enough. Ah Fu cheaply came to Lu Chuan, but calamity was caused by you. You definitely have to solve it. And there's still a reward to take. It's not a loss in any way. Ha, that makes some sense. Lu Chuan nodded. Phew. Right at this moment, a silver-colored lance came from the distance at great speed, bringing up a tremendous amount of might that pulled the air out of shape. Damn it, someone has fallen down a well. The always gentle Zhou Yu couldn't help but burst into foul language at this moment. Boom! Just as the crowd was paying attention to the silver lance, a pagoda burning with green flames above the zenith of the sky fell down from above. Disperse. This is the pure world glazed fire. It will draw out the karma on the cultivator. These words shook everyone's heart. Which cultivator didn't have a bit of bittersweet fruits and rewards on his body? If this was ignited, it was estimated that not even a bit of his divine soul would be burned. The crowd hurriedly dispersed, and could only watch as the pagoda ruthlessly crashed into the seal. The seal, which was already full of cracks, completely collapsed under this strike. A blur of mist rose to the sky. Crap! How did it evolve into a chaotic attribute? The faces of the crowd changed drastically. they were all top-tier figures. So naturally, they could see the changes in the yuan devouring insects at a glance. Beacon March. Look out. It's coming. The evolved swarm, hovering in the air in a circle, headed straight for Beacon March. Ha ha ha, brother is here waiting. Beacon March was completely unafraid as a long crystalline blade appeared in his hand and forcefully chopped down at the swarm. The wind and thunder between heaven and earth were loud, and the long sword rolled up monstrous divine thunder, covering the swarm of insects, temporarily trapping the swarm. The Beacon March pole trick resumes. Thunder Pool, Town. Ha ha ha. Above the sky, a gigantic city made of thunder and lightning suppressed in the air. Chapter 97, Sword 8. This is the Thunder Pool. It seems to be a move used by the heaven-swallowing emperors in the past. Yi Gucheng seemed to remember something and made a surprised sound. Could it be that this bad boy has something to do with the heaven-swallowing emperor? The crowd was a bit puzzled. No, this should be a castrated version of the Thunder Pool. According to the older generation, when the heaven-swallowing emperor used this move, he directly suppressed the 36 heavenly demons outside the domain, allowing the entire vast world to be free from the harassment of the heavenly demons for 100,000 years. Be careful. With a wave of Zhuge Ming's feathered fan, an 8 trigrams formation chart, blocked in front of Beacon March. Boom! The violent shockwave rippled out, and the entire space was affected. I can't block it. These bugs ate my thunder pool. Quickly spread out. Beacon March didn't have time to express his gratitude to Zhuge Ming and flew down to the ground. The thunder attribute, which was considered to be the strongest attacking attribute, was unable to cause damage. The crowd realized that they couldn't stop these bugs even if they put up a fight, so they hurriedly dispersed. Little beauty, brother is here to save you. Beacon March rushed towards Lu Chuan, wanting to escape with him. However, just as he rushed to Lu Chuan, he received a hard blow on his head. Beacon March only felt the sky spinning and her center of gravity unsteady as she tumbled to the ground like a large toad. Ahem. Well, what a heavy slap. Bah! Nothing. Lu Chuan spat and rushed up to the sky. Io, old brother March, are you alright? This fellow, Sun Bimo, took advantage of this opening and rushed up to help up Beacon March. Who are you? Beacon March's head was heavy and his big head flopped around for a while. In the following Fubo City, Sun Bimo, the teenager who slapped you just now, is my future son-in-law. Sun Bimo, this goods is also a lot of face don't want. At this time still thinking of pulling relations. What? When Beacon March heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue, directly freezing on the spot. This is not the time to talk about this. Let's get out of here quickly. Sun Bimo pulled the frozen Beacon March away from the scene. Your sword chi shouldn't have any effect on them anymore. It's best to lure the swarm outside the city first. Ah Fu followed Lu Chuan's side and guided him up with an old spirit. Nima, you're teaching me to do something. Lu Chuan kicked off Ah Fu and charged headlong towards the swarm. The swarm, at this moment, was attacking the couple in Tianqi. Although there were others to cover them, the swarm's devouring ability was too perverse and immune to all attribute attacks, and the speed of the swarm was getting faster and faster, almost on the verge of ignoring spatial distances. This led to a close call for the couple, who didn't even have time to hold up the field. Husband and wife have their backs against the wall, their lives are at stake, and yet there is no hint of abandonment of each other. It's a bit unwilling to die here. Zhang Chuzheng shook back the swarm of insects and smiled somewhat helplessly. Old man, be careful. Suddenly Bai Chozon flipped his body and blocked in front of Zhang Chozon. The swarm had clearly been shaken away, but actually turned back in an instant. Wifey, Zhang Chuji bared his eyes. However, it was already too late. The swarm was too fast and had already arrived in front of Bai Chozon. Go you! Suddenly Lu Chuan's figure appeared, a few points faster than the swarm. Snap! Pop! Husband and wife too received a kick in the face at the same time, and their entire body flew out. Kenpachi, God Rin! Lu Chuan rose up. The sword chi rushed up to the sky, and strangely enough, the black sword chi actually turned into gold color at great speed. Lu Chuan was bathed in sword chi. His hair and pupils were dyed gold. The whole person was like gold poured out. Divine might. Lu Chuan's 12 sword strokes are heaven, earth, human, wind, flower, snow, moon, god, ghost, demon, plus the final great destruction 2 styles. Of these, only Kenpachi, divine prosperity, was the most special move. All other moves are tyrannical to the extreme and made for killing. Only this sword 8, with its righteousness and vast heavenly might, was born for protection. Squeak! The swarm of insects slammed headlong into Lu Chuan's golden sword chi and actually suffered a defeat. This pissed off the little buggers, squeaking and gnawing away. Lu Chuan turned his head to Yi Gucheng. Find me the grandson who just released the cold arrow. After I clean up this thing, I will come back to clean up those 2 shameless cubs. Don't worry little master. I'll take care of this matter. Yi Gu Chang nodded. Go! Lu Chuan's figure shot straight up into the clouds, and the swarm of insects followed in anger. Kenpachi, God's progenitor, Kago. It had been rushing towards to above the clouds before Lu Chuan stopped, and the Sword 8's expanding stance was issued. Golden light spread out in the sky, enveloping the entire massive volcano city. Golden swords rained down on the city of Vorpal, and the warmth of spring rippled throughout the city. Sun Rinxue looked at this beautiful and touching scene and gently opened her hand to catch a drop of sword rain. The rain of swords dispersed in her hands, forming a golden shield that enveloped her. Sun Rinxue laughed happily. Gu, you've changed. You've changed. You actually used the 8 of swords. I thought I'd never see that move in my life. Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan and shinned up. You're the one who grants a lot of words. Lu Chuan raised his foot and kicked Fu out of the range of the golden light. The swarm swarmed up and directly gnawed Alfred clean. Put. You're going to die. Fu appeared bizarrely by Lu Chuan's side again, his eyes popping out in anger. Yo, why are you okay? Lu Chuan grabbed Fu's ear and looked left and right, with the appearance of a curious baby. Che, old me is neither a life form nor a substance. What can this bug do to me? Fu responded smugly while enjoying the touch of this Lu Chuan's small hand. Dead pervert. Lu Chuan hastily withdrew his hand and wiped it on his clothes with a disgusted face. You can think of something. This thing is immune to your sword chi, and when it eats your golden god progenitor, I'm afraid that nothing in this world will be able to hurt them. Lu Chuan frowned, looking at the swarm of insects that were gnawing on his golden sword chi. This was indeed not a solution. Lu Chuan drew his killing knife and tried to swing a few swords, and it was just as Fu said. The sword chi couldn't do any damage. Fu looked straight up with joy. This thing was a huge disaster in the ancient times, and in this era, it's even more reckless. Lu Chuan suddenly pinched Fu's neck and shook it fiercely. Less pretending to be a big-tail wolf for me here. You damn sure have a way, don't you? There is a way, but you have to kiss me. He. Fu is a dead pig. Lewdly smiling. Put. Lu Chuan really wanted to smack the girl on the spot. Suddenly Lu Chuan stopped his hand and remembered something, then removed the small gourd hanging on his waist. Grandson, is this gourd capable of collecting these bugs? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked cheerfully. Chapter 98, 3 Twists and Turns. Lu Chuan knew this bastard too well. Stupid asses never do anything that doesn't make sense. The gourd looks like a small token of appreciation for yourself. However, Lu Chuan, who knew the nature of this goods well, understood that it would definitely not be so simple. The reason why he had never asked was because he knew the donkey wouldn't harm himself, so he didn't seek out the root of the problem. Hush, 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 whistled Alfred, cocking his head to one side and pouting his big lips. You're overthinking it. Isn't it just a broken gourd for drinking? He. Fu's appearance reinforced Lu Chuan's thoughts. Lu Chuan opened the stopper of the zucchini and bellowed at the swarm. Grandson, dare you say yes when I call you? Put. Fu couldn't hold it together. His mouth spewed right out. What are you doing? Fun nah. Walker son. Son Walker, the one who walks son. I am your grandfather. Lu Chuan pounded the gourd, but there was no movement. Your grandma. Bang. Lu Chuan, somewhat furious, knocked the gourd on Fu's head. A fist-sized bag instantly rose from the top of Alfred's head. Gee whiz. Didn't eat nah. Fu mocked up disdainfully. Lu Chuan was furious and directly threw Fu out again. If I can't cure a bunch of bugs, how can I go out in the future? Lu Chuan put away the killing knife, followed by a tremor in his body, and a monstrous blood chi erupted from his flesh. Sword armor. Whispering, a set of golden armor soon covered his body. After doing so, Lu Chuan directly stepped out of the range covered by the golden sword chi. When the swarm saw Lu Chuan, they rushed over like crazy. Lu Chuan reached out and grabbed it, a little faster than the swarm, and a handful of small bugs were pinched in the palm of his hand. These little bugs are really pugnacious to the extreme. Being pinched in the center of the hand, they don't panic at all, and directly gnaw on the ground. Bah! Lu Chuan stuffed the worm in his hand into the gourd and hurriedly plugged it with the stopper. Ahem! That's okay? Fu almost didn't spurt out again as he watched. In order to experiment whether or not this gourd was useful to the elemental devouring chaos insect. After Lu Chuan stuffed the worm in, he closed it for a short while before opening the plug. Fu really couldn't look at Lu Chuan's silly appearance anymore and opened his mouth. Don't worry, you can't get out. This gourd comes from a big place. The innermost space is connected to a prison. Lifeforms entering the gourd will be automatically sucked into that place. I'll get you later. Lu Chuan knew that the gourd wasn't that simple and glared fiercely at Fu. Fu muttered up. It's not for your sake. Being a father and a mother, what do I want? Now that we've found a way to do it, what comes next is much simpler. Lu Chuan used his sword armor to harden against the gnawing of the swarm. grabbing and stuffing these bugs into the gourd again. Fu shook his head as he watched, but there wasn't much he could do, because Lu Chuan was only in the chi condensation realm. He couldn't catalyze the gourd with his true essence. Gradually, as their numbers dwindled, the bugs realized something was wrong and began to flee from Lu Chuan. However, although they were fast, they could not match Lu Chuan, and so a bizarre and comical scene appeared above the sky. The Yuan-devouring chaos insect, which had made numerous peak annihilation realm cultivators unable to do anything about it, was being chased all over the sky by a little white boy who was ostensibly only in the first realm. Stuffing the last little worm into the gourd, Lu Chuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly a large, dark mountain suddenly fell from above the zenith. This big mountain was obviously still a long distance away, yet in the next moment it broke through the spatial limitations and landed directly above Lu Chuan's head. Ka-ching! Lu Chuan had iron to the point that he actually used his head directly against the big mountain. Originally, with Lu Chuan's speed, he could have dodged it, but in that case, this huge mountain would definitely smash into Fubo City. In this instant, the scene of Chao Yunlun, with tears of blood in front of the imperial study room, complaining to the Emperor of Great Wei about the tragic civilian casualties resounded in his mind again. Perhaps Lu Chuan himself did not even notice that along the way, some people and some things had unconsciously influenced his behavior. However, the weight of this big mountain was a bit beyond imagination, and it almost didn't smash Lu Chuan's head into his stomach. A huge shadow loomed over Fubo City, and if Lu Chuan couldn't top it, I was afraid that the entire city would be smashed into a meat pie. Fountain of agelessness. The cultivators who were in the city saw this scene and their faces all changed color. Mo Wing Yong. This scumbag, disregarding the thousands of civilians in my Fubo City, especially when Yi Gu Chang saw this scene, he was so angry that he almost didn't clench his teeth. The fountain is both a holy place of cultivation and a magic weapon passed down from the ancient times. It is rumored that the fountain is built with star meteorite from the ancient mine of Taichu. Not only is the star meteorite one of the hardest, but the weight is even more intimidating. Just one fist-sized star meteorite can crush a huge mountain. No one can handle such a big pile of smashing down. Even the legendary, topsy-turvy ancient giants would probably be smashed into pancakes. Eyes on the fountain, as if it were a shooting star about to touch the ground. The countless low-realm cultivators and civilians in Fubo City stared blankly at the sky, unable to do anything about it. They didn't even have time to be afraid. Only those Annihilation Realm Grand cultivators in the city were able to instantly move out in such a short period of time. The shadow of the fountain grew larger and larger, and the scent of death, like a tidal wave, lapped at it. Just as the Fountain of Agelessness was about to touch the highest building in Fubo City, the moment the city lord's mansion, that instant, the Black Mountain suddenly stopped. Those who came back from the dead finally had time to feel fear. The cries of a child rose and fell in the city of Vulpec. And as more people looked towards the city lord's mansion, someone finally spotted Lu Chuan, who was like a mole cricket, underneath the great mountain. Is this the man who topped the fountain? Doubt, disbelief, gratitude, all kinds of emotions flooded people's minds. Little master, hold on, we're here to help you. Yi Gu Chang, who had not left the city, flew up. At the same time, there were a few more figures that flew up from the city, and they were the same few people who had just helped seal the element-devouring chaos insect. Humph, something in the way. Just then, a cold voice rang out, followed by a silver lance that cut through the sky, coming straight from outside the city. This was the very same lance that had stirred up the seal earlier. Tonger, I'll leave it to you. I'll go help that little brother. Zhuge Ming nodded to Zhao Tong at his side. Zhao Tong didn't say much, as a dragon gut's bright silver spear appeared in his hand and charged straight up. Just as that silver lance appeared, the pagoda that had previously crashed through the seal and carried the pure world glazed fire also appeared along with it, smashing straight at the fountainhead. Sinful animal, don't hurt my heart and soul. The angry beacon march transformed into a thunderbolt and headed straight for the pagoda. Beacon, don't be impulsive. When the crowd saw this, they were shocked. If they didn't have more than enough protection, if they directly dipped into the pure world glaze fire, they were afraid that they would be burned to ashes. March of the Beacon is not a cutie pie when it comes to being able to mix it up. Naturally, he used a large amount of lightning and transformed into a blue giant, his flesh not directly touching the pure world glazed fire, and fiercely met the pagoda. Chapter 99, Breaking the Mountain. Little brother, are you okay? Yi Gu Chang, Zhou Yu, and the couple from Tianqi rushed to Lu Chuan's side, and together they helped to hold up the fountainhead. The weight of this ageless mountain, however, was completely beyond imagination. A few people are not brute force department. Make use of milk strength also can't top the slightest bit. I'll open the domain to hold it up. Brother Yi, try using your sword to see if you can cut down the fountain. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth as he listened to the cries rising and falling in the city. Opening a domain was a considerable exertion and burden for a cultivator. An Annihilation Realm cultivator who opened the realm once would not be able to open it a second time normally for at least 3 days. Cultivators were not very willing to open their domains until the critical moment. Now that the Great Emperor's dojo was about to be revealed, there were dark currents in Fubo City. Zhou Yu's willingness to open the realm at this point in time was truly a one-track mind. Brain pain. Brain pain. Lu Chuan shook his head in some confusion. The blow to the top of his head just now almost didn't give him a concussion. Little brother, it's great that you're alright. The crowd cheered up from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, he was also shocked at the brute strength of Lu Chuan. Who could actually carry the fountain of agelessness? What kind of monster was he? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. What's the point of getting together? Lu Chuan said as he craned his neck and put his hands on top of Fountainhead. Bang! The brute force of his entire body was unleashed, and he actually rushed into the sky against the fountain. Beacon March, who was hard against the pagoda above, was startled. If I hadn't reacted fast enough to avoid it in time, I would have been knocked into a little cutie. Beacon March was avoided, but Pagoda was not so lucky. It was directly hit by the ageless mountain that Lu Chuan had topped up. The pure world glazed fire was knocked out and landed on top of the fountainhead. The blaze spread out, instantly enveloping the entire fountainhead. Lu Chuan just charged through the clouds against the burning black mountain. The crowd looked confused. Was this still a person? It was still Yi Gucheng who came back to his senses the fastest and said angrily, I'll trouble all of you to go and help find someone. The pure world glazed flame. Exclusive to that group of vultures in the heavenly fairy continent. That's Silver Lance. It should be the Haotian continent's god of guns. Jun Wuxiang's broken blade. No matter what the reason. No matter who. Whoever dares to commit such an unscrupulous act on the heavenly wasteland continent, should pay the price. Yi Gucheng's direct statement of the problem, rising to a struggle between continents, was a smart one. The others were also enraged. They were all top-notch people. How could they let someone ride their heads in on them? The silhouettes of the crowd turned into streams of light and rushed towards the outside of the city. The fountain almost touched the ground just now. These annihilation realms must have slipped out a long time ago, and the only way to find them was to go out of the city. Got a headache? Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan and asked cheerfully. None of your business. Lu Chuan huffed his little nose in disdain. You too, why don't you hide? For the sake of those civilians in Fubo City? Ah Fu bared his big lips, his eyes full of heartache. Lu Chuan has never been smashed like this before, although there is no major damage, but Ah Fu is also heartbroken. Get out of here. Noisy. Lu Chuan took the time and kicked Fu away. Oh scared. Sledgehammer crawled out of Lu Chuan's arms and kept patting his chest. This bastard's escape kung fu is also first-rate. For the little time it took for the fountain to smash down, she was able to get over Lu Chuan's head and into his arms. Lu Chuan looked amused. Not afraid. Watch me put on a show for you, said Lu Chuan once again exerted his strength and toppled the fountainhead out of the confines of Fubo City. Killjoy sheathed his sword at the same time. A black aura flashed out from above the tip of the sword. This black aura rushed towards the fountain, but it was not fast. Then came the second sword. The sword chi of the second sword was a bit faster than the first sword. Then came the third sword. The speed of this third sword was again a bit faster than the second sword. Then came the fourth sword, and the fifth sword. One sword was faster than the other. Lu Chuan chopped out a total of 9 swords in this instant, because the speed was so fast that it was as if only one sword had come out. The sword chi at the back caught up with the sword chi at the front, and the 9 sword chi overlapped. What a subtle sword technique this is! The 9 swords that overlapped together were concentrated at one point, and their might was immeasurable. Boom! With an explosion, the sword chi blasted on top of the fountainhead. This metal, which was claimed to be the hardest and heaviest in the world, was blasted to pieces at this moment. Rewind the clock a quarter of an hour. When the chaos gourd is in hand, the earth prison will be mine. The living beings held in the prison will be Master Karinai's, and the sword nurturing gourd will be Brother Jun's. In the middle of a large mountain outside of the city, 3 people were discussing things. The one who was talking about the distribution plan was none other than Mo Wenrong, who had previously slipped away under Lu Chuan's nose. Across from Mo Wenrong stood a fat-headed monk. The monk's dharma name was Karinai, a Buddhist monk from the Tendo continent. The strength of the Tiandu continent ranked 4th in the Howling Great World, second only to the Heavenly Wasteland continent. But the Tiandu continent is a very special place. Other continents or all kinds of forces go hand in hand, and many parties fight for the world. The Tendu continent, however, is the sole dominance of Buddhism, with one family dominating the resources of the entire continent. These vultures, each one of them raking in the dough, are full of brains. If it really comes down to it, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Wasteland continent isn't a match. It was because there were too many forces on the Sky Wasteland continent to be united. Unlike the Sky Fairy continent, to the left of Mo Wunrong, there stood a young man with a straight figure and a handsome face. This one was named Jun Wuxiang and came from the Haotian continent, which was number 1 in terms of strength. The Haotian continent was the reigning king of the entire vast world, and no one dared to oppose this. Jun Wuxiang himself, in that monster-filled realm, was considered to be a vassal. After Mo Wunrong slipped away from Luchuan's side, he found these two and discussed things. The matter of deliberation was naturally about Luchuan's zucchini. This chaos gourd had been missing for hundreds of thousands of years, and not many people knew the secret, and it just so happened that Mo Wunrong was one of them. This chaos gourd, with its ancient origins, goes back to the age of chaos. It is the fruit of a gourd vine that was born with heaven and earth. Inside this gourd was connected to a space which was called the Earth Prison. The prison holds the great evils of the age of chaos. Of course what Mo Wunrong was interested in was not those living beings imprisoned in the prison. What he was interested in was the prison itself. The Earth Prisoner was created from one of the 5 elemental origins, the origin of Earth. If the origin of Earth was integrated into the fountainhead, Mo Wunrong was confident that he would take that step and reach the supreme half-step emperor realm. And the bald lady was looking at the great murderers held in the Earth Prison. If we can use the Buddha's teachings to ferry these living beings to become protectors, it will greatly strengthen Buddhism, and then the Buddha's eastward journey will no longer be a fool's errand. As for Jun Wuxiang, he was just a hilarious one. As native Haotian people, they were looking down on other continents' cultivators, but the gourd itself was indeed a nice thing to bring back to the young lover to use to raise the flying sword. A top gift. Chapter 100. The three of them were chatting happily here when Master Kurenai's large, greasy face suddenly changed color. Master, what's wrong? Mo Wunrong asked with a frown. Master Kurenai shook his head. It's fine. The Linglong Pagoda suddenly lost contact with me, and now it's connected again. Mo Wunrong sighed in relief and patted his ass in passing. Grandmaster's Linglong Pagoda is close to the quality of a divine artifact, together with my fountain of youth. That brat may be weird, but it's more than enough to suppress him. Master Kurenai was very flattered and laughed. Sure, Master Mo Fountain is the real supreme treasure. As long as it is mixed with the essence of the earth to refine it, it will surely reach the level of a divine artifact. In addition, the broken blade of the June cultivator is also a rare divine artifact in the world, and even if the other party is at the peak of the annihilation realm, suppression would be more than enough. Jun Wuxiang laughed along without any sincerity. How can my broken gun compare to the two of you's magic weapons? Just as the three men were commercially blowing each other off and fantasizing about a better future, far above the zenith, a sudden earth-shattering explosion sounded. Put! Mo Wunrong's face turned white on the spot, and a mouthful of old blood was directly sprayed out. Then he burst into a rage. My fountain of agelessness has been blasted to pieces. The original magic weapon that was linked to Mo Wunrong's mind was destroyed, and he was naturally extremely injured. The other two were also horrified to the extreme. They were naturally clear about what a star meteorite was. The Fountainhead Mountain, which was built with the star meteorite, was actually directly blasted to pieces, which could frighten the two of them. Let's go. I'm afraid we've messed with the wrong person. Master Kurenai made an immediate decision. 3 people are living tens of thousands of years of the old turtle, naturally understand the importance of it, without any hesitation to bugger off. Master Kurenai was the first to prepare to start. However, before he could make a move, a small, white and tender hand rested on his shoulder. The hairs of sweat on Master Kurenai's entire body instantly stood up. Who? When did you approach? Why didn't you notice anything? Great doubts and fears filled his heart. At the same time, the shoulders of the other two were also put on by a small white hand. How absurd and unparalleled was this? 3 peak annihilation realm cultivators actually not knowing when they had been approached. It's a travesty to say that. Yo, brothers, chatting pretty high. A voice with 3 parts flirtation, 3 parts killing intent, and 4 parts lethargy rang in the ears of several people. The voice came so abruptly, so close, that one could even feel the exhaled breath. Yes, indeed it was an exhale, obviously a boy's voice, but between the breaths, it carried a faint scent of orchids. Mo Wunrong felt his hair stand up one by one, because this voice he remembered very clearly. It was the handsome young man who carried the gourd. It's fat and greasy. It's chicken gross. The voice sounded again. Then the small hands on their shoulders disappeared, and the hearts of the 3 of them sighed in relief at the same time. Master Kurenai was the strongest and was the first to return to his senses, turning to look at the place where the breath came from, only to see a godly young man, standing not far away, looking at them with a smile, while this young man was only in the first realm. Who else but Lu Chuan? Grandmaster Kurenai swallowed. If anyone still thought that this teenager only had the strength of the first realm, then they really had water in their brains. A bald ass. A treacherous man. You're considered a cutie. Right. Lu Chuan pointed over the three one by one and laughed joyfully. If you like to play so much, then come together. Master Kurenai followed with a sarcastic smile. He is joking. The three of us don't have any malicious intent. Sword 10, Corpse Demon. Lu Chuan didn't bother to talk nonsense and suddenly pulled out his killing life. Surging sword chi rose up to the sky, followed by these sword chi transforming into demonic chi at extreme speed. The huge demonic chi covered the sky, coloring the sky above into black, and this part of the heavens and earth instantly became night. Lu Chuan's small face was outlined with bizarre black demonic patterns, and the killing life in his hand whistled in response to his furious master. Amat Ba Buddha. What a great demon descending. Today, the three of us, we shall rid heaven and earth of evil. Master Kurenai put his hands together, his entire body shining with golden Buddha light, and looked at Lu Chuan with a righteous face, trying to run. Ha! Corpse demon, rise corpse. Lu Chuan's feet stomped heavily, and huge demonic chi surged into the earth. The dead buried under this land all came to life in this moment. The demonic aura covered the sky, and the place turned into a gloomy black demonic domain. A demonic statue, rising up out of the earth, loomed large, all stained with scarlet, putrid blood. Stretches of corpses were awakened from the peaceful sleep of the earth, under the stimulation and addition of the demonic chi. These corpses that had been buried for an unknown number of years, wrapped in the demonic chi, rushed over one by one as if they were fit as a fiddle. In this inferno of fear, the endless army of skeletons cackled and laughed strangely, adding to the eeriness. A great mountain and river were hardened and pounded into a horrible demonic area. The three of them, Mo1 Rong, watched as their legs and stomachs trembled. It seemed that only the legendary heavenly demons had this ability to assimilate the world. The three of them glanced at each other, all seeing fear in each other's eyes. They wanted to escape, but they realized that the rules of the surrounding heaven and earth were all shielded by this terrifying demonic domain. If they wanted to rush out now, they could only rely on their own strength. Gather the strength of the three of us and break out in one direction. As long as we break out and return to Fubo City, we will be able to unite with other righteous people to put down the great demon. Master Kurenai's voice resounded in the hearts of the two. Mo1 Rong and Jun Wuxiang nodded. Now this was the only way. There could be no more delay. The army of corpses and bones that were contaminated by the demonic chi were close to rushing in. You damn digging up other people's ancestral graves. Beware of being struck by lightning. Ah Fu cheerfully appeared beside Lu Chuan and flirted. Ch changes. Lu Chuan disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Dead can still play a residual heat. Can still come out to move the muscles. This kind of good thing where to find? Come here. Let me ride it. Lu Chuan grabbed Ah Fu's ears and dragged it to himself, taking a step across. Tacker hey. Charge. Lu Chuan slapped Ah Fu's butt and pointed at Mo1 Rong's trio with bravado. Wonderful. Being ridden by Lu Chuan, Ah Fu had a look of enjoyment on his face, snorted, and charged at full power towards the three. A weak young man, riding a thin donkey, charging at three Annihilation Realm cultivators. Is this to be funny? To an outsider this salvage to drool combo does look like it's here for a laugh, but only the three people who were targeted understood what a huge pressure their bodies and minds were suffering at the moment. The three of them exploded all of their true essence out, with Master Kurenai leading the way, breaking out in one direction. Chapter 101, Removing the Head. The immense pressure made Mo1 Rong's trio distracted, and they tried their best to break out in the opposite direction of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan rode Ah Fu, and when he said he was charging, he was actually just slowly following a few people's asses. Lu Chuan did so because all three of them were at the peak of the Annihilation Realm. If they were determined to run regardless of the cost, they might only be able to stop two of them. If one of them gets out, where in the world can we find him? Lu Chuan is quite a vengeful person. Since he wants to kill, that must be killed. Not one left behind kind. Never run away one. A few skeletons, blocked in front of the three. The golden Buddha light shone around Master Kurenai, instantly purifying the skeleton. This unbearable skeleton gave a few people great confidence. However, they failed to notice that the purified skeletons soon climbed back up, spirited and strange. Wait a moment, these three people's corpses, used to keep it, broken is really a waste. In the future, you can't always do everything yourself. You don't like to deal with the living. Raising corpses is a good choice. The hilarious duo that followed the trio's asses actually chatted at this point. That's fine, but that fat, bald lady is really a bit of a turn-off for me. Lu Chuan has absolutely no favor with this kind of baldy. After all, in that part of his hometown, the reputation of these baldy people is really too stinky. Then the baldy won't want it. Break it up and use it as fertilizer. Alfred nodded cheerfully. The conversation between the one man and one donkey was not concealed, and it clearly reached the ears of the three. Hearing that Lu Chuan wanted to raise his corpse, especially Master Kurenai, who was even disliked for his corpse, was scared to the point that his hairs were standing on end. The pace of the breakout picked up a bit more. However, the three of them didn't even notice that the true essence they had consumed could not be replenished in this polluted world. As time went on, the skeletons grew in number and all sorts of weird and wonderful things popped up. Even in the back, there was actually the skeleton of a giant python that tumbled up from the ground, causing a violent earthquake. The size of this giant python skeleton is simply unbelievable. Actually wrapped around two large mountains, I'm afraid that the length of the body is not less than 10,000 meters. This giant python corpse? I don't know which era it was buried here, and I don't know how many years have passed. The skeleton didn't show any signs of decay, and the color wasn't that lifeless gray, but shone with a weird green light. The ancient beast Pan Moon Python. The breakout trio lost their voices in terror at the sight of the huge skeleton. This thing is a famous demonic beast in the ancient times. It is said that it was born with the strength of the Tao One realm, and after it reaches adulthood, it will be the peak of the annihilation realm. This size was definitely an adult disc moon python when it was born. Although this thing had already become extinct, demonic beasts descended from the bloodline of the disc moon python had a great reputation in this era. This thing had been dead for an unknown number of years, and it was actually buried outside of the city of Fubo, and by the looks of it, there's still the possibility of demonization of the corpse's immortal bones. Lu Chuan was in two minds when he saw this huge corpse. The body gently leapt up and landed on top of the corpse's head, while kicking Fu away in the process. Cursed and exasperated Fu, who had been kicked off. Lu Chuan controlled the python corpse bone and pressed hard against the breakout trio. Under the enhancement of Lu Chuan's demonic chi, the strength of this corpse bone was already no weaker than any of the three of them. These three were forced to do nothing but fight their way to the top. Violent crashes resonated throughout the sky as black and golden shockwaves entwined and swept across the tainted world. In the blink of an eye is the sky collapsing like the end of the world. Before the smoke and dust cleared, the bones of the python that had been knocked apart were once again assembled. Funny thing is, Lu Chuan got the other local corpse bones and installed the python's corpse bones. Two thick white bone arms. Not knowing how to fly was good. Lu Chuan placed two more white bone wings on the python's corpse. A combo monster appeared in front of the trio. Giddy up, punch the duck. Lu Chuan stood on top of the head of the python's corpse, like a great general who commanded thousands of troops and horses with great vigor. The charged trio hadn't caught their breath yet, and when they saw this combination of monsters, they almost didn't turn their backs on the spot. However, the huge body had already pressed down, and the three of them had no time to catch their breath, so they could only meet it again. The three Annihilation Realm peaks were still somewhat strong, and the bones of the combined python's corpse were washed away again. What? No? Then I'll get you a sword. With a wave of Lu Chuan's small hand, a demonic statue in the distance transformed into a long black sword and fell into the hands of the python's corpse. The giant python's corpse bones mightily wielded a huge sword and smashed down on his head. The three were swept by the sword wind and old blood spurted out on the spot. Exasperated, the three of them once again dispersed the python carcass. However, in Lu Chuan's demon domain, this thing was just immortal, and it could recover even after being smashed into crumbs. In the end, Lu Chuan even added 4 more hands to the python's corpse and transformed the other demonic statues into giant swords as well. And so an inquisitive Stitch monster appeared. 6 hands, 6 swords, 4 wings of a big, weird snake. Just asking if you've ever seen one. Looking at this mental pollution, the breakout trio nearly gave out. Teach you a trick. Blade Storm. Ha ha ha. Lu Chuan reached out and pressed his hand on the top of the python's head, and a wave of sword chi surged into the corpse. The python's empty eyes lit up at this moment, flashing with an eerie green light. Rip. The sound of swallowing a letter actually resounded from the python's mouth. Then the python unfolded its 6 arms and its huge body began to spin. The terrifying sword chi gathered around the python's corpse, forming a huge tornado, because the python's corpse was too huge. This scene was really shocking. The breakout trio's faces turned pale, realizing that this seemingly funny move actually had the power to split the sky and open the earth, and could not be fought against. Although they didn't want to fight it hard, it was not their choice. The sword blade storm enveloped too large a range and it was impossible to avoid it. The storm was wrapped in monstrous might and swept in. Black sword chi scurried everywhere, and this improvised demon realm became a sea of sword chi. The breakout trio got rolled. By the time the storm passed, the three were lying on the ground as if they were dead pigs. I'm smiling with glee. I'm smiling with glee. Lu Chuan happily jumped down from the python's corpse and came to the trio. The hand rose and the sword fell, directly chopping off Jun Wuxiang's head. Blood sprayed up, bringing up a wind-like sound. Spare my life, I have no eyes. Mo Wunron was scared less. Before the words were finished, however, the head rolled off with a grunt. Little master, listen to my bowl. put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The fat meat on Master Kurenai's face kept trembling up, and the golden light on his body shone. The air distorted unrealistically under the golden light. And at this time this bald lady still wanted to use illusions to confuse Lu Chuan. Ha! Lu Chuan cutely cocked his head and laughed. It's not too late to put down the butcher's knife when I've slaughtered you. The poor three-peak Annihilation Realm peaks had their heads removed in such a haphazard manner. If they had recklessly broken out at the beginning, one of the three might still be able to survive. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as if in this world. Chapter 102. Three heads. 3 heads of Annihilation Realm Great Cultivators were placed so neatly in front of Lu Chuan. An Annihilation Realm Cultivator was a majestic lord wherever he was placed. Now that 3 were hanging at once, there was no telling how much of a ripple it would cause when word got out. And Annihilation Realm Cultivators, don't look at the current volcano city pile up. Just throw a brick down seems to be able to hit one. But that was a gathering of the entire vast world. At least 80% of the Annihilation Realm. And if it weren't for the impending battle at the Great Emperor Dojo, it would be impossible for such a spectacle to occur. This big snake corpse seems to have a spirit and has a tendency to demonize. Keep it. It might be useful in the future. Alfred scurried over and looked at the weird python sewing monster, grinning happily. Lu Chuan didn't care much. It was just a corpse. It didn't matter if it was there or not. I'll raise the ashes of that bald guy, and you can handle the remaining 2 corpses and the bones of this giant python. I'll leave first, Lu Chuan said and casually waved his hand, withdrawing the demon boundary, while a fishing rod made of sword chi illusion appeared in his hand. Fishing up 3 more heads with his sword chi, he slung the fishing rod over his shoulder and headed in the direction of Fubo City. The 3 heads wobbled behind Lu Chuan's ass, occasionally colliding. Lu Chuan has a leisurely and complacent look, like a fishing man who has burst his armor. My little beauty, are you alright? The first one to find Lu Chuan was Beacon March. This dead pervert. This goods is estimated to really like Lu Chuan. See Lu Chuan intact, happy as the ass up. Just as he reached it, however, he stopped immediately. After seeing clearly behind Lu Chuan's buttocks, 3 rounded piles of stuff, he directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Dead. Beacon March was in a bit of disbelief. Aha! Lu Chuan turned his head and smiled. How about it? Do you want to hang on to it too? Beacon March was sweating profusely and shook his head with a sarcastic smile. Hey, this isn't fun. Excuse me, if you don't want to hang on to it, stay away from me. Dead glass. Lu Chuan blared fiercely at Beacon March. Ran. Beacon March hurriedly jumped a few meters away, but still shamelessly followed behind Lu Chuan. How did you kill them, little beauty? These are 3 peaks of the Annihilation Realm. If they are bent on escaping, there is no way they can die. Could it be that these 3 bastards had an infighting, allowing you to pick up the slack, little beauty? Our heavenly wasteland continent, for at least 10,000 years, there have been no Annihilation Realm Great Cultivators that have fallen. Ha. If this matter reaches the ears of those old undead, TSK, how rich the expression should be. Wait for me, little beauty, don't go so fast. Hey, I know I'm kinda annoying, but don't mind me. A beauty like you can't do everything yourself. You should still be missing a family dog. What do you think of me? Proper peak of the Annihilation Realm. Beacon March is not only sexually dysfunctional, but also a ing chatterbox. Raucous Lu Chuan headache. Little Master, Sun Yi Gu Chang and his group, also found Lu Chuan, and upon seeing the 3 heads, the reaction was almost the same as Beacon March. Are those civilians in the city alright? It was rare for Lu Chuan to care about others. Yi Gucheng nodded his head and heartily said thank you. It's fine. It's already back to normal. This time it's thanks to Little Master. Otherwise I'm afraid that this Volvo city would be gone. It doesn't matter. It's just a show of hands. Lu Chuan was truly not polite at all. Little Master is truly a man of God. I can't wait to see the faces of those vultures and the cultivators of the Hautian continent. Good killing. This bunch of things should be killed. And let them understand that they can do whatever they want not just because they have reached the Annihilation Realm. The group chatted as they quickly returned to Volcano City. This arrogant behavior of fishing for heads and waving them around caused quite a commotion. Luckily, Yi Gucheng was present, or else I'm afraid it would be a bunch of crap again. Soon, word spread that someone had killed 3 Annihilation Realm Great Cultivators, and their heads were still being fished around the city. In the city of Fubo, it was a time of chicken and dogs. Lu Chuan was thinking about the auction. After all, it was a considerable amount of spirit stone income. Where is the Sun family's auction house? And after this mess, is it still a normal auction today? Yi Gucheng nodded. For this auction, Sun Bimo has almost staked his entire fortune. If the sky wasn't falling, he wouldn't have cancelled this auction. Zhou Yu, who was on the side, chimed in. Little Master gave the Sun family a stand. Then let's go over and join in the fun too. The auction this time is mysterious. Some of the unseen old demons have been heard to have come. The crowd had no objections, and it would also be good to take this opportunity to pull some strings with Lu Chuan. In front of the large auction house, Sun Bimo kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. Some time had passed since the earlier incident, and the auction house was functioning normally. Some important guests, too, had almost arrived, but the only one missing was Lu Chuan, who was standing in. Mo Wenrong's temporary backlash had left him with no one to use, and now he could only point to Lu Chuan to hold down the fort. If there is no big man to calm the scene, this auction may be out of the question. Little Sun, is it hot? A familiar voice rang out, and Sun Bimo was so excited that he almost didn't cry. As for the appellation of Little Sun, how could there be any mind to count on it? After taking a good look at the line of people around Lu Chuan, Sun Bimo's heart fluttered and fluttered. Yi Gu Chang, Zhou Yu, Zhuge Ming, Zhao Tong, that couple from Tianqi, any one of these people coming out, that would be a master that could make heaven and earth shake 3 times. The fact that it's all actually gathered together now is just too much to calm down. However, what was even weirder was that these people seemed to have a somewhat ambiguous attitude towards Lu Chuan. Not to say pleasing, but they also seemed unusually close. This scenario was somewhat beyond Sun Bimo's cognitive realm, until he saw the 3 heads hanging behind Lu Chuan's ass. After the cardiac arrest, he also finally reacted to why these bigwigs had this attitude towards Lu Chuan. Sun Bimo's heart is secretly happy. This time is to pick up the treasure. With this kind of character stand, this auction should not have any problems. Gentlemen, please come inside. There are still good rooms empty, so you can look at this auction together. Sun Bimo cheerfully invited the crowd. Old Sun, what exactly is it that is being auctioned this time? Sparing such heavy blood and making such a grand gesture. It can't be a divine artifact, can it? Yi Gu Chang asked jokingly. It's a notch higher than a divine artifact. Sun Bimo smiled mysteriously. We'll find out later. Oh, then we'd like to see it. The crowd happily crossed into the auction house. Chapter 103, Sleazy Operation 2. Before Lu Chuan entered the auction house, he peeled off Beacon March's top and covered the 3 heads. When picking up the clothes, the pervert can give this pervert an excited red face and neck, drooling, and as a result, he received a slap from Lu Chuan before he came down honestly. The Sun family auction house, on the outside, appeared to be nothing more than a small high-rise building, but after entering, one realized that there was something else. On the first floor is the ultra-luxurious hall, which can accommodate at least tens of thousands of people. The hall was very empty, only a small delicate table platform stood in the center, and it seemed that the auction item to be auctioned later would be in this position. This auction house is built with a peculiar space stone, the white music stone, and the space inside can be stretched and expanded to accommodate however many people there are. Seeing that Lu Chuan was like a curious baby, Zhou Yu thoughtfully explained for Lu Chuan. The second and third floors of the auction house have more than 30 deluxe boxes, each of which is a small independent space, making it easy to hide your identity without being disturbed. Gentlemen, your room is in room number 3 of the heavenly character. This way please. Sun Bimo, who had a bottom line, spoke quite a bit louder. Lu Chuan did not go upstairs with the crowd because he had to stand in the lobby. After Sun Bimo finished guiding Yi Gu Chang and his party, he assiduously brought a chair to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan slammed the 3 heads, heavily, on top of the tabletop in the center of the hall, because there was a tattered top covering it. Other than Yi Gu Chang and his party who had just gone up, the people in the other boxes didn't know what it was. Lu Chuan followed and turned his head to Sun Bimo and asked, the upstairs private rooms are full, right? Sun Bimo looked at the 3 covered-up heads for a vicious chill, nodded to Lu Chuan and whispered, come all together. Instead of more people, there are 3 vultures from the Tendu continent in room 4 of the heavenly character, 4 people from the Tianhua continent in room 2 of the heavenly character, and 3 cultivators from the Hokkien continent in room 1 of the heavenly character. The cultivators in these 3 rooms are all just coming over to the annihilation realm. The other boxes are roughly some, our heavenly wasteland continent's powerful families and clans, as well as those from other continents who have come over to join in the fun. Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're making a big enough battle. Aren't you afraid that people will rob you? It's fine. Don't we have you here? Sun Bimo also took the opportunity to pat his ass. Gentlemen. Lu Chuan cleared his throat, looked around the upstairs box, and opened his mouth. Today I was invited by the Sun family's head to come and stand for this auction. Let's get one thing straight. If you want to get any ideas you'll have to think for yourself. Put. A few snickers came from the second floor booth. It's obviously inappropriate for you, a district chick, to say something like that here, and it's very inappropriate. Let me hear that sound again and there will be consequences. Lu Chuan arrogantly warned. then sat down on his but on the chair next to him, pulling off the torn clothes covering his head in the process. 3 dead brains were displayed in front of the box crowd in a bloody manner. The entire auction house instantly became silent, and a needle could be heard. A short silence was followed by a gush of cool air, and the ones who reacted the most violently were the people in the Sky Character Room No. 4 and Sky Character Room No. 1, because among the 3 who died, there were people from their continent. Seeing the heads of Master Kurenai and Jun Wuxiang, the people in these 2 rooms were instantly sweating. It's seen your brother Kurenai. The 3 vultures in the 4th room of the heavenly character quickly and surely identified that big brain. A monk with a face full of crossflesh and a hideous centipede-like scar over his left eye stormed out on the spot and was about to rush out and slaughter Lu Chuan. Kuki, don't be impulsive. The 2 old monks beside him hurriedly pulled him back. The monk named Kuki had anger churning in his chest like a boiler that was about to explode from too much pressure. Senior uncle, just watch senior brother get humiliated? The 2 old monks shook their heads. When this matter is resolved, naturally, we will ask for an explanation for Kurenai, but don't move before the auction ends. In room 1 of the heavenly character, the 3 windy and arrogant Taoists were shocked and then quickly quieted down. The kind-eyed Taoist in the center shook his head and said, let's wait for the auction to end. Yi Guchang and the others are also there. Go and understand the situation with them in a little while, and go back to have an explanation with Jun Wuxiang's elders. On the right-hand side of the old Taoist, the middle-aged Taoist with a full beard sneered, account for it. Who do I account for it with when I come out to hang around? Jun Wuxiang has always had no one in his sight, and his strength is also half a bucket of water wringing. Dead is dead. 2 words live his moms deserve. To the left of the old Taoist, the well-mannered Taoist laughed. Actually, I am curious as to who actually killed the Jun Wuxiang trio. Yi Guchang. Zhou Yu and his party had the ability to do so. It was just that the time was too short for them to do so. It couldn't really be the little guy from that realm, could it? The old Taoist waved his hand. That's just it. Don't bother with this matter. Killing 3 Annihilation Realm cultivators in such a short period of time. This kind of person is not something that can be speculated upon. At this time, the literate Taoist, again, surveyed Lu Chuan in the hall with interest. That little guy down there, he's got a handsome face and aura, and his roots and bones are marvelous. Doesn't the bearded man want to take in a shut-in disciple? The bearded Taoist nodded. It's good. It's just that this sitting has no sitting phase. The virtue is a bit poor. When it's done, I'll go and tie him up, and bring him along on the way back. Wu Wei Zi, don't mess around. The old Taoist couldn't help but chortle softly. This little guy is not simple. Hey, the bearded man snapped, not daring to talk back. Gentlemen, if you think your necks are harder than the owners of these 3 heads on the table, come and touch them with me. Without further ado, Lu Chuan said, arrogantly poured a mouthful of wine and said to Sun Bimo, let's begin. Sun Bimo music is liver trembling. When has it ever been so hard? Humph. Sun Bimo majestically stood before the tabletop and cleared his throat. I'm sure you all already know a bit about the items being auctioned today, so I'll make some additions here. The item up for auction is the origin rune of the once vanished mysterious era, the 10 evil era. Upon hearing the words 10 evil times, most of the cultivators in the boxes stood up from their chairs. The age of 10 evils, an age of mystery to the core. It is said that it was also a great age not weaker than today's aura era, but the 10 evil ages, for unknown reasons, disappeared into the long river of history almost overnight. It has even been said that the records of the times of the 10 evils are missing from all of time. Today's cultivators' understanding of the 10 evil era is speculated in ancient unearthed tomes, based on sporadic records. Chapter 104, Origin Rune Auction. That era was too mysterious and filled with endless imagery. The origin rune in this auction was said to be the source of power in the age of 10 evils. The ones who were interested in these runes now were almost all those at the peak of the Annihilation Realm. This group has reached the pinnacle of their power, and they have to think of something else if they want to go further. Now the appearance of the origin rune had caused a large portion of Annihilation Realm cultivators to be foolish. I won't say any more nonsense. The auction will now officially begin. Sun Bimo knows that it is better to say 1,000 words than to let the buyer take a look. After saying that, Sun Bimo's hands gently pressed on top of the tabletop in front of him. The tabletop resounded with a pleasant mechanical turning sound. Soon a hollow appeared in the center of the tabletop, and then a small white metal lotus flower rose from the hollow. This tabletop was a special magic artifact, and without the owner opening it in the right way, no one else would be able to retrieve what was inside no matter what. The lotus flower slowly opened, and all the people in the box were holding their breath at this moment. A blooming white lotus flower with a mysterious black character floating above the center of the flower. The opposing colors of black and white made that rune even more mysterious. Looking at the mysterious black characters, Lu Chuan beside him frowned as that bad feeling crept back into his heart. Gentlemen, the first origin rune to be auctioned today, Sun Bimo said and gently tapped the white metal lotus flower. A sudden change occurred, and the runes actually erupted with a terrifying energy under this gentle impact. This energy was almost equivalent to the full force of a Dao One Realm cultivator. Luckily, the white lotus flower emitted a light that counteracted this force. Just a light touch could produce such a huge amount of energy. If we could find the right way to use it and fully develop it, I can't imagine what kind of a picture it would be. As you all have seen, the energy contained in this rune. The bidding will now begin. 10 million upper grade spirit stones to start. Each increase shall not be less than 10,000 upper grade spirit stones. The bidding time limit is half an hour. The highest bidder wins. As soon as Sun Bimo's words fell, a curtain of light rose above the table. Above the light screen were labeled the bids for each room. And of course all bids were now at the starting price of $10 million. After Sun Bimo did this, he actually didn't care and moved a chair to sit beside Lu Chuan. This novel way of auctioning was really the first time Lu Chuan had seen it. As far as I can remember, don't auctions always need an auctioneer on stage to create an atmosphere and stimulate spending? Sun Bimo is good, directly as a shirker. Just leave it alone? Lu Chuan was a little curious. Sun Bimo cheerfully nodded and said, "This is not an ordinary auction. There is no need for a professional auctioneer. Everyone understands the value of this rune, and those who want it will naturally bid. Then you've got a clean slate." Lu Chuan laughed, and with a sudden turn of words asked, "By the way, where did you get this rune from?" Sun Bimo didn't hide it and said directly, "A few days ago, a mysterious person found me and said he wanted to do business with me. Of course business is all about these runes. I practically gave everything I had to buy them. Why are you being approached?" Lu Chuan was a little curious. Sun Bimo raised his chin proudly. "Although my Sun family's force can only be ranked third in Fubo City, but in terms of financial power, no one dares to call me first when I say second. In the whole of Fubo City, I, the Sun family, am the only one who has the financial power to eat these runes in one sitting." Lu Chuan nodded. "That made sense. Then the person who sold you the rune, do you know the whereabouts?" Sun Bimo shook his head. "That person was mysterious. I didn't even see the front face." "Right." Sun Bimo suddenly remembered something. "Although that person has the appearance of a human, he gives me a feeling that he shouldn't look like a human. And the language is rusty when you talk to him, as if you've just recently learned it. Kind of interesting." Lu Chuan smiled and turned his attention to the bidding. Looking with interest at the numbers above the light screen, which kept jumping, the price was soon raised to 100 million. Lu Chuan understands the benefits of bidding in this way, reducing unnecessary trouble and eliminating the need for the major powers to face each other face to face. The highest bidder right now is room number 4 in the sky. Are these vultures so rich? Looking at the numbers that were still rising, Lu Chuan felt like a real dirtbag. Humph. Sun Bimo snorted coldly. This group of vultures, controlling the resources of a continent, the level of wealth should not be underestimated. Looking at Sun Bimo's attitude, it was obvious that he was also not very fond of these bald men. Seeing Lu Chuan's curiosity, Sun Bimo simply told Lu Chuan the reason. "These vultures, who have been hitting on our heavenly wasteland continent, have been wanting the Dharma to go east and spread Buddhism here. With the brainwashing ability of these vultures, this kind of thing can't be allowed to happen no matter what. There's been some friction with them over the years, especially the Wei dynasty that guards the eastern coast and has slaughtered quite a few baldies." Chatting away. It's bidding time. The final result was that the heavenly character rune No. 2 won this rune for 230 million upper grade spirit stones. TSK 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 TSK. Lu Chuan looked straight, smacking his lips, and even got up the idea of robbery. Of course, it's just a thought, but Lu Chuan doesn't care to do such a cheap and tasteless thing. Lu Chuan, though, is good-natured and mentally ill, and has been known to kill indiscriminately, but all of this is based on the premise that, well, someone is inviting it to happen. Usually Lu Chuan, as long as no one messes with him, in fact, is still 3 views are very positive, can be cute and love a person. The auction for the second rune will now begin. With the same rules, this price Sun Bimo is obviously satisfied, and his voice is much lighter. "Ah." Lu Chuan yawned. This type of auction was good, but it was a bit boring, and I was afraid that it would take several more hours until the auction was over. "I'm going to take a nap. Keep your movements down." "Ah." Sun Bimo was a bit speechless. Letting you come to the stand and you come to the auction house to sleep is probably the first ever. Seal off the venue, stop the auction, and anyone who has touched the runes must not leave without authorization, or else they will be killed without pardon. Lu Chuan was awakened by a domineering voice. Opening his eyes, he saw 3 aliens dressed in white robes, even the head partially covered by a hood, standing in the middle of the hall. "Why is it alien?" because this guy wasn't human. Lu Chuan was sure of his feeling. Sun Bimo was in a daze. He was enveloped by a white light, unable to move or even make a sound. What are you doing? What are you doing? Lu Chuan jumped up from his chair. Chapter 105, Getting Rich While You Can. Lu Chuan jumped up and directly flew up and kicked at the ass of the white-robed alien in front of himself. Don't be so insolent. White-robed alien reacted extremely fast, turned back to the big sleeve sweep, the kind of trapped Sun Bimo. Foggy white light swirled away. However, Lu Chuan's flying kick directly broke through the white light and kicked the white-robed alien's buttocks. Boom! The white-robed alien flew out as if it were a cannonball, crashing through the auction venue and flying to who knows where. The other two white-robed deviants obviously froze for a moment, and didn't react until Lu Chuan's big ear scratch greeted their faces. Snap! 2 crisp slaps rang out, and the 2 remaining white-robed foreigners, too, were slapped out. Lu Chuan smashed the white light that trapped Sun Bimo with another smooth hand. Everything happened so fast that the untied Sun Bimo was still in a state of confusion at the moment. Go on, go on. No one can leave until the auction is over. Lu Chuan happily lay back again. Sun Bimo was sweating profusely. How should it be possible to continue the auction in this situation? Moreover, the runes have already been auctioned out 3. Sun Bimo has already returned his capital and made a small profit. There are still 2 runes left. You can think about it in the long run. Little brother, let's call it a day. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Lu Chuan was indifferent and nodded. This is your own end of the contract. Ah, the money cannot be a penny less, but also want to hire me again. You have to count the money separately. That's natural. Sun Bimo sighed in relief. Lu Chuan was acting oddly, so he was afraid that he would make another demon. At this time, almost everyone in the box had also come out, and after the crowd greeted Sun Bimo, they were ready to leave the auction venue. Bang! The first cultivator who went out the door had just crossed the threshold with his right foot and was directly bounced back. Everyone's faces changed, and they hurriedly ran their divine abilities to check it out. Oh no! The periphery of the venue has been set up with boundaries. The true essence has no effect. My true essence impacted on it like a stone sinking into the sea without a single reaction. Unable to perceive the rules of the great Tao, the heavenly Tao is shielded, and the domain cannot hold open. Everyone panicked when this last news came out. In the crowd's perception, there couldn't be any boundary that could shield the heavenly Tao. Yet this absurdity is actually happening now. Unable to utilize the rules of the great Tao, these cultivators were like tigers without teeth. Although they still had fighting power, they were definitely not strong. Finished. Sun Bimo only has the heavenly fault realm, and is at the bottom of the heap relatively speaking here. And he's got a huge amount of money on him, so he'll be damned if he doesn't panic. Father, Sun Rinxue also found Sun Bimo at this time. It was obvious the girl was terrified and her little face was white. Sun Bimo to the baby girl opened a box. Fought to let the girl see the world. Now it is good also to set in. Ouch. So boring. Lu Chuan, the bastard, was at this moment lying on a chair, bored and drinking a small drink with sledgehammer. Sun Bimo's eyes lit up and he patted his head. How could he have forgotten about this great god? Sun Bimo came over to Lu Chuan's side. Little brother, how about I hire you to protect our Sun family members for 1 million top-grade spirit stones each? The Sun family's father and daughter, along with a few other miscellaneous household servants totaled 7 people, or 7 million upper-grade spirit stones. Lu Chuan was somewhat impressed with Sun Bimo. He was actually willing to spend a huge amount of money to protect those houseguests. His character was absolutely stellar. Yes, let your Sun family come to me. Lu Chuan nodded his head in agreement without much consideration. A few family members were moved to tears when they saw Sun Bimo, who had gone to great expense to protect them. Go to your little brother's side, grab his clothes and don't let go. Sun Bimo was most worried about his daughter. Pushing Sun Rinxue to Lu Chuan's side, he barked. Sun Rinxue looked at Lu Chuan. Her small face was suffocatingly red, a little embarrassed to reach out. Gu, little ancestor, what time is it? Still shy. Sun Bimo's old face reddened with anxiety, grabbed a corner of Lu Chuan's robe and stuffed it into Sun Rinxue's hand. Don't let go. No matter what happens. I. Sun Rinxue lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Chuan. This girl was just too cute. Lu Chuan couldn't help but bully her a little and rubbed Sun Rinxue's little face fiercely. Your father paid for it, so if you're told to pull it, pull it. Good. Sun Rinxue nodded fiercely. Junior master, the situation is a bit bad. At this moment, Yi Gu Chang, Zhou Yu and his group also arrived at Lu Chuan's place. The energy that set up the boundary is very strange. Never seen before. It's possible that it's not from this era. Zhou Yu pinpointed the root of the problem. Lu Chuan heard straight music. A small matter. Do you want to seek shelter? 1 million upper grade spirit stones a person. The price is fair. Children and old men. Cough. Joe, you almost didn't choke to death. But on second thought, 1 million top-grade spirit stones was indeed not too much. These people had all seen Lu Chuan's methods, and it was worth it to use 1 million top-grade spirit stones to buy a peace of mind. Yi Gucheng crowd all paid their money, and when it was finally Beacon March's turn, the bastard looked like he was going to cry. Don't you damn well say you don't have any money. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Beacon March scratched his head awkwardly. Little beauty. You see, I indeed don't have one. Why don't I use a magic weapon instead? A peak of the Annihilation Realm who couldn't get a million top-grade spirit stones would be able to laugh his teeth off when he said it. Aside from spirit stones, everything else is off the table. Lu Chuan refused dryly. Right now, there was a shortage of close to 2 billion spirit stones to break through the 5 elements hegemony body to the Divine Tao Third Realm. Lu Chuan couldn't look at anything but spirit stones right now. I'll be your dog. Woof woof, barked Beacon March without modesty. The crowd had a black line. Was this guy really in the Annihilation Realm? I'll pay for the March brothers, so bear with me. Little brother. Sun Baimo found the right moment to take out the spirit stones. Still don't give a kowtow. Lu Chuan kicked away Beacon March, who was rubbing himself straight up. Humph. Lu Chuan cleared his throat again and shouted at the many cultivators on the second and third floors. I accept the bodyguard mission. 1 million upper-grade spirit stones per person. To ensure that you all leave here safely. 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. Can't be bought at a disadvantage. Can't be fooled. Want to buy as soon as possible. The noisy venue instantly became silent. All eyes gathered on Lu Chuan. Although the 3 heads of Lu Chuan earlier were a bit of a deterrent, this apparent strength of the first realm was really unsettling. No one is allowed to leave the venue. Violators will be killed without pardon. At this time, that domineering voice rang out once again, previously knocked out by Lu Chuan. The 3 white-robed foreigners reappeared. This time, the 3 of them were not so polite, and each white-robed alien took out a bronze ancient mirror and shone it at Lu Chuan. Chapter 106. What the? A strange hazy green light shot out from the bronze mirror, enveloping Lu Chuan. Following Lu Chuan actually disappeared in front of the crowd. Sun Renxue, who was pulling on the corner of Lu Chuan's coat, froze and looked at the empty palms of her hands, and a great fear struck her heart. Where did you guys get him? Sun Renxue summoned up the courage to open her mouth and asked. He has gone to the mirror realm, with no possibility of returning. At this moment, one of the aliens opened his mouth to speak, his words devoid of any emotion, cold and icy like a robot. All those present who have come into contact with the origin rune will be examined. Please cooperate. The crowd's scalps were numb. Now that Lu Chuan had been gotten away by bizarre means, they could only rely on themselves. Check. Check what? Yi Gucheng led the crowd and confronted the 3 deviants. The origin rune has a strong ability to contaminate and infect. It can cause the overthrow of the world. Those who have come into contact with it must be examined and if infected must be destroyed. The word destruction caused a moment of discomfort for the crowd, as only items used that word. In other words, the 3 aliens, who didn't even think of them as beings. Who the hell are you guys and what gives you the right to do this? Zhou Yu, who had the best temper, was also furious at this moment. Ignorant, one of the aliens said, holding up the brass mirror. The bronze mirror this time emitted that white, dusky light that enveloped the entire auction venue. This kind of light had an extremely strong binding quality and could even hinder the operation of true essence. Those who were enveloped by the white light lost their ability to move almost instantly. After the white light, only the strongest, Yi Gucheng's group, plus the cultivators in the heavenly room, remained a little bit mobile. Although he was still able to move, the operation of his true essence was blocked, and he no longer had the ability to resist, targeting so many Annihilation Realm peaks at once. The tactics of these deviants are simply appalling. Yi Gucheng, who remained calm at this moment, transmitted his voice to the others who could still move. This should be a tactic specifically targeting us cultivators. Those of us below will hold back these 3 foreigners, and the others who can still move. Quickly find out this method of cracking. Yi Gucheng was worthy of being the head of a country, and was still able to maintain his composure in this situation. There was no response from the crowd, a tacit acceptance. Go! Yi Gucheng didn't dare to delay and directly launched his sword. Zhou Yu and the others followed and swarmed up. However, imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. The attacks of Yi Gucheng's group were suppressed to the extreme by that white light, barely raising any waves. After a few moves, the true essence that could still be mobilized was depleted, and Yi Gucheng and his party fell into the same situation as the others, unable to move. Deacons, they should be the legendary deacons. At this moment, the kindly old Taoist priest in room 1 of the heavenly character, roared, out of fear. His voice was tinged with trembling. On the inscriptions of the Laojun Guan, it was recorded that this kind of thing when an era is about to meet its destruction, this kind of alien will appear. Lao Junguan. That was the oldest cultivation sanctuary in the great vast world, and the number of years of continuation could no longer be verified. But one thing is for sure, Lao Junguan has been through at least several eras, so the old Taoist's words had some credibility. At this moment, one of the alien types spoke. The origin rune. Is the origin of this disaster? For the continuation of the Aura era, we need to purify. Please sacrifice your ego and help this era continue. Beacon March stormed out, and a huge green-colored thunderbolt was generated out of thin air, blasting straight into the top of an alien's head. However, the might, although quite strong, did not do any damage. Screw your sacrifice of ego. I cultivate for the sake of free heaven and earth. Lawlessness, let me sacrifice myself to fulfill. Think beautifully. Beacon March's words basically represented the attitude of the others. The aliens didn't care for Beacon March's move to hold up the mirror. The times have made you whole. You need to feed the times. The pathetic inferiority of the human race has made you incapable of sacrifice and dedication. The catastrophe of the overthrow era has just begun, and your sacrifices will buy precious time for the great Tao. White ripples swirled on the three mirrors, and the entire auction venue had an unrealistic sense of distortion under the pull of these ripples. The crowd was pulled up through the distorted space, in so much pain that it was as if they were going to be split into 5 pieces. Schwerer, Schwerer. Sun Bimel ignored the physical injuries and crawled towards the already fainted Sun Rinxue. Let the bloodshot eyes bulge out. Let all the bones in your body break in the pull. Sun Bimel was still crawling with all his might, trying to give Sun Rinxue the last thing to rely on, knowing small sentiments but not great justice. Pathetic race. An alien raised his foot and stomped towards Sun Bimel's head. What kind of springtime fart are you putting on your mom? Just then Lu Chuan's furious voice rang out. Ka-ching! Suddenly, the mirror in the alien's hand shattered away by inches. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the black sword light flashed by, and then the head of the alien who had raised his foot shot up into the sky. Lu Chuan's figure appeared in the center of the field, his killing knife already sheathed, his face terribly gloomy. Impossible. The mirror realm is a boundary specifically for cultivators. No cultivator can come out of it. The alien who had always been cold and unfeeling, at this time, his voice also lost its original lightness. What bull asterisk mirror realm. If it wasn't for me wanting to see your methods, how can you want to trap Grandpa me with this that's not as good as this? Lu Chuan, who was furious, raised his hand and made another sword strike. The black sword light flashed, and the head of another alien's heads rushed up into the sky. The last remaining alien, seeing Lu Chuan chopping off his companion's head like a vegetable or melon, didn't have any hesitation. His figure transformed into a streak of light ready to bolt. What about the promised sacrifice of dedication? Something's really wrong. These aliens are no slower than people. Did I let you go? Lu Chuan snorted. Killing life in his hand swung up again, and his sword chi transformed into thousands of thin filaments, forming a huge cage that closed off the entire auction venue. Donkey, here's something for you to play with. Organize the relevant information for me. Lu Chuan is really angry. In the past, when someone offended, they just killed it. This time, using the system's function, this is going to be a rush to kill the whole family. Small point. Ah Fu appeared, rushed over to the alien with his ass in the air, and opened his big mouth to give it a whole swallow. Give me a few minutes and I'll sort it out for you right away. Is everything alright, little son? Settling the alien, Lu Chuan went up and helped the badly injured Sun Bimo up. Lu Chuan was so angry because Sun Bimo's behavior reminded him of his father. You can insult a man, but you can't insult a father. Shui Air, little brother don't care about me. Look at Shui Air. Sun Bimo's whole body is almost fractured, but he can't care about himself at all. Don't worry, it's fine. Lu Chuan went up and hugged Sun Rinxue. Chapter 107, The Origin of the Alien. Take it. Lu Chuan suddenly threw Sun Rinxue, who was in his arms, towards Sun Bimo. Sun Bimo was startled and wanted to get up to catch his precious daughter, but he could only squirm on the ground as his bones were basically broken. In the end, Sun Bimo put his life on the line to use his body as a cushion to catch Sun Rinxue, and he bared his teeth in pain. Okay, very determined. I'm going to take you as a good friend. Lu Chuan smiled. Sun Bimo cried and laughed. Lu Chuan acting style is really a little unconventional. Look, little brother, what the hell is this? At this moment, Yi Guchang held a foreign body and came to Lu Chuan. Scarecrow? Lu Chuan was a bit confused. The alien corpse was not the flesh and blood of a creature at all, but a scarecrow tied up with red silk thread. No wonder it's so tightly covered. This look is more demonic than a demon. Big handsome guy, there's intelligence. At this time, Ah Fu bulged his intelligence eyes and appeared beside Lu Chuan. Let's go on guard. The boundary outside is still there. I'm afraid that these deviants still have accomplices. Yi Guchang was very sensible. After all, something like first-hand intelligence was not something that could be shared with others. It's fine. You guys listen together. Lu Chuan pulled over a chair and sat on his butt. For Lu Chuan to act in such an atmospheric manner, the crowd was impressed, and their favorable impression of this little white boy rose to another level. Young monks, can you let us listen too? At this moment, those 3 vultures also came over. If you want to listen, you can. 1 million top-grade spirit stones per person. Lu Chuan gave the trio a crooked eyebrow glance. The 3 monks were sulking. What information was worth so many spirit stones? But just now, Lu Chuan had exploded the foreigner, and the 3 of them didn't dare to have a fit, so they could only hold their noses and hand over the 3 million top-grade spirit stones. Little brother, could you let us listen too? We'll pay for the spirit stones as usual. At this moment, there was 1 person from each of the heavenly character room. No. 1 in heavenly character room. No. 2. You see how smart people are. Come 1 person to listen to just 1 person. You too 1 person $500,000. Lu Chuan cheerfully stretched out his small hand. Put. The 3 baldies barely spat out a mouthful of old blood. The old bald lady at the head of the group, suppressing his anger, asked, Young monk, why did you only charge them $500,000? Ha? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Because I don't see you guys as good. Is that reason enough? The 3 baldy lungs are almost bursting with anger. I have never seen such a bully. I'm asking you, is this reason enough? Lu Chuan raised his eyes, indifferently looking at that bald lady, and asked again without relenting. This indifferent look, as if a pot of cold water was poured from head to foot in the middle of winter, made the bald lady couldn't help but shiver. Enough, enough. Baldur's scalp went numb and he swallowed. These vultures are usually really annoying, but now that they have suffered a big defeat, all the people around them are happy. Any more words, and I'll beat the out of you. Lu Chuan gave a vicious warning and gestured sideways for Ah Fu to start. Bah! It's cheap for you stupid things. Ah Fu was not polite at all, spraying everyone once. This thing is called a mirror deceiver, and is not a life form. It is refined from a superior puppet art. There's someone behind this thing manipulating it, and the rightful owner, if you will, shouldn't be from this era. I can't capture the location. Also this thing originated in the age of 10 evils, and exists to save the heavenly ways that have suffered catastrophes, or are about to be overthrown. The crowd was a bit confused when they heard this, so it seemed that the 3 aliens weren't lying. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Ah Fu snorted. The torrent of the times, rolling in and out, will not stop because of 1 person or 1 organization. A group of remnants of the old times still want to change their destiny against the heavens. It's really laughable. In the 10 evil era, because of the misuse of the origin rune, the power went out of control, and a radiant great era disappeared overnight. These origin runes, stained with too much blood and dead souls, have changed. The origin rune on your hands has a very terrifying death poison that if activated will cause widespread contagion and death, and may even infect the heavenly Tao. Well, that's all the intel. The golem was pinched off too quickly. That's all I can learn. Listening as if they hadn't listened. The 3 baldies always felt that this spirit stone was a bit of a loss. If these runes are really like what Brother Donkey said, then they must be sealed. Yi Gucheng's heart was set on the world. Sun Baimo hastily nodded. I am willing to hand over the remaining 2 runes. Our one is also willing to be handed over and sealed by City Lord Yi. The kind-looking old Taoist followed suit and made a statement. Of the 3 runes that were auctioned off, there were 2 for the bald lady in rune 4 of the heavenly character, and 1 for rune 1 of the heavenly character. The crowd looked to the 3 Balrogs, only 2 of which were now left in their hands. We will bring these runes back to be sealed, so we don't need City Lord Yi to bother. The bald lady in the lead was a bit displeased. After spending a lot of money to get it, how can you just hand it over? There was nothing the crowd could do about it. They couldn't just rob it the hard way. It would be a lost cause if they got angry and really let these vultures activate the runes. It's all up to you guys. Lu Chuan got up and walked to the door, calling out, Donkey, bring the chairs over. Reaching out, he gently pressed it, and the air in front of him rippled as if it were a wave. Lu Chuan closed his eyes, and the sword chi in his hand turned into thousands of fine threads that surged into the invisible boundary. The sword chi began to disintegrate the boundary, and soon the boundary opened up a channel. Lu Chuan sat on his butt on the chair that Ah Fu moved over to block the passage. Those who have paid can go out. Those who haven't paid will each pay 1 million top-grade spirit stones for the toll. Ha ha. Little beauty. You really know how to play. Beacon March farted to Lu Chuan. Little beauty. Do you need a bookkeeper? It resulted in another solid slap on the head before the bastard subsided. Little brother. Here is 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Yi Gucheng handed over a ring. Lu Chuan waved his hand. I just charged you $1 million for protection. There's no need here. Just go out. Lu Chuan does business and has always emphasized a fair, just and open. Little master really does do business as a child. Admire. Admire. Yi Gu Chang made a bow. With Lu Chuan's ability, occupying the only passageway out of here, he could ask for whatever he wanted. But Lu Chuan didn't do that. By the way, you have touched the runes. You may be infected with the deadly poison. The sword chi at the entrance will help remove it. Don't use your true essence to fight against it. Lu Chuan reminded. Little master. Great righteousness. Yi Gu Chang and the others gave a big salute to Lu Chuan. Yi Gu Chang was the first to step out of the passageway, and the black sword chi entered his body. After going out the door, Yi Gu Chang stood frozen in place, not responding to the others' calls. Ha ha, brother Yi is so enlightened. I'm afraid that he has made another breakthrough this time. Zhou Yu laughed out loud. Yi Gu Chang and Lu Chuan both used swords, and from Lu Chuan's sword chi, it was not uncommon to have some insights. The crowd looked at the settled Yi Gu Chang with envious faces, somewhat annoyed at how they were not sword cultivators. Everyone go back and rest first. I'll protect brother Yi. Zhou Yu was genuinely happy for his dear friend. Chapter 108, The Great Emperor's Dojo. 1 million. 1 million. Mandatory fee. Those who are not satisfied can stay here without paying. Little master, we've paid our money. Can you let us pass? The three vultures came to Lu Chuan and wanted to pass. Lu Chuan shook his head. One of you has a toll of $2 million. If you are not satisfied, you can stay aside. Why should we pay so much? The bald lady with scars on his eyes couldn't stand it anymore and roared. With that dead man's head. Is that answer satisfactory? Lu Chuan pointed at Master Kurenai's head on top of the tabletop. Don't you dare bully people too much. The bald old face clenched his fists ironically. Cookie, no offense. Let's hand it over. Old Baldy took out a ring and handed it to Lu Chuan. The price has gone up. $4 million each. Lu Chuan looked at the ring in the old bald lady's hand and smiled cheerfully. You, 6 million. Okay, just 6 million. The old bald lady endured his shivering and took out enough spirit stones to hand over to Lu Chuan. Junior scholar, can you say one more word? Before going out, the old bald lady turned his head to look at Lu Chuan. Can't. Hurry up and get out. Seeing you guys is annoying. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Put. The old bald lady didn't dare to say more, for fear that his 10,000 years of culmination kung fu would be reimbursed here. The next step was much smoother, and 1 million top-grade spirit stones was really no big deal for these big families. One by one, the people paid their money and left this place of wrongdoing. $78 million, almost enough to break through to the fourth realm. Lu Chuan beautifully counted his income this time. At the same time, there was also some distress that if he wanted to improve in the future, the number of spirit stones he needed would increase exponentially. Where to get so many spirit stones? Moreover, after the ninth realm, the 5 elements origin was still needed, which was a big trouble. After counting the income, Lu Chuan bought a candy cane and ate it while going back to the Sun House. Big handsome guy, something to tell you. Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, looking at the sugar gourd that Lu Chuan had licked in his hand, his harumps dripping. Lu Chuan was furious. If you look at me with those perverted eyes again, I'll beat the out of you. Believe it or not, have a fart and let it go. Lu Chuan was a little impatient. Alfred nodded with a compensatory smile, his large tongue fluttering as he looked for an opportunity. That one. It's about the origin rune. Something that involves an unimaginable depth. How? Lu Chuan frowned. It's really complicated. Let me tell you briefly. Ah Fu thought about it and organized his words. This thing, the origin rune, has no idea where it came from, and with all the clues I've utilized, I've been unable to catch a hint of it. So I can only be sure of one thing, that this thing was created artificially. Someone may be utilizing these origin runes to lay out the real purpose. I'm afraid it's appalling. You stepped on the horse and said the same thing as you didn't. Lu Chuan slapped Fu. Ah Fu seemed to have foreseen that Lu Chuan had made a move and directly did the opposite. The bastard took the initiative to put his head up, and in the meantime, with a flick of his big tongue, he rolled away the unfinished sugar gourd in Lu Chuan's hand. Fragrance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. UING pervert. The next 2 days were fairly quiet. Lu Chuan lives in the Sun House, either teasing Sun Ringxue this girl, or with Sun Kai Dai nagging. A small day of comfort. It was just that these two women, the way they looked at themselves was getting more and more out of place, which made Lu Chuan unwilling to tease them anymore. Early in the morning of the third day before dawn, Ah Fu appeared at Lu Chuan's door. Handsome, today is the day the Great Imperial Dojo opens. Hurry up and get up. I'm going to release the main quest for you. You post yours. I'm squinting. Annoying. Lu Chuan reluctantly rolled over in bed. Bother. Ah, pain. Pressed me. Sleeping in Lu Chuan pillow side of the sledgehammer. Was pressed. The pain is straight screaming. What a stinker. Alfred muttered disgruntledly. Ding! The main quest is released. Legendary mission, 9 Dragons Luck. Mission description, the Great Emperor's dojo is open, and the Golden Dragon of Chi Luck is about to appear. The host needs to compete for at least 3 Golden Dragons of Chi Luck in the dojo, to get the Great Chi Luck added to his body, and to get the opportunity to become an emperor. Mission reward, 3 Chi Luck Golden Dragons guaranteed reward. Qualification to enter the Bronze God's Temple for 1 hour. Additional title reward, Great Emperor's Qualification. Great Emperor's Qualification, when the host is in combat, he gains the Golden Dragon Bodyguard, increasing his physical defense by 30%. Special reward, for each additional Golden Dragon of Luck that the host obtains, 1 hour will be added to the time to enter the Bronze God's Temple. Special reward, if the host obtains 9 Golden Dragons of Chi, he will receive the title King's Landing. King's Landing, ignite the star of the Emperor at the zenith, and when fighting, you will be blessed with the reflection of the star of the Emperor, which will enhance your overall strength in all aspects. Ch. Lu Chuan rolled over and climbed up with some disdain. There are 4 levels of quest difficulty: Epic, Legendary, Inferno, and Mythic. This quest is a legendary level quest, 1 level higher than the previous quests, so I wonder how much the difficulty will go up. The system's rewards were dispensable for Lu Chuan, except for the Bronze Shrine, because he couldn't use these titles at all at the moment. In fact, this could not be blamed on the system. After all, in the past 100,000 years, Lu Chuan had almost finished collecting all the rewards he could. Lu Chuan is now nothing short of. The system can only give these sounds good. In fact, not much use of the title. These titles may come in handy if we can meet a flagging opponent later, but they won't be of much use now. Some old undead have already appeared, and besides the human race, many old monsters have come from other races as well. Ah Fu was at the door with a gloating face. These old monsters? I don't know what kind of scene it will be when they meet Lu Chuan. What the heck is an emperor formation deed? Can't you just become an emperor? Lu Chuan, who had gotten dressed, appeared at the door. This sleepy and cute look made Ah Fu's mouth water. The opportunity to become an emperor is equivalent to a ticket, and only with this ticket are you qualified to enter. And this path is difficult. One may end up having to take a trip down the starry ancient path in order to seize that small chance of becoming an emperor. There's so much bull asterisk. It's so hard to go back home. Lu Chuan cursed and rolled his eyes. Bang! Right at this moment, the entire heaven and earth suddenly darkened into blackness. Coming! The great cultivators inside and outside the city who were qualified for this contest were all looking up at the dark sky. The heavy blackness began to gather above the city of Vorpal, and the heavens and earth began to return to light. Eventually all the darkness was compressed together into a small black hole. The black hole slowly rotated, emitting a demonic glow that looked as if it was about to pull the soul away. Chapter 109, 3 Animals. The dojo is in the form of an independent small world, and the small black hole above the zenith should be the entrance to the dojo. It's up to you whether you live or die after entering. Ah Fu looked at the small black hole and explained for Lu Chuan. At this time, Yi Gucheng and his group also came to the Sun family. These people seemed to have formed an alliance and were playing together for the past few days. 2 days ago, Yi Gucheng had gained enlightenment in Lu Chuan's sword chi, and his strength had risen a notch. Now it was just 1 foot short of the threshold to cross over into the half-step emperor realm. Half-step emperor realm, although it also sounded like it had the word emperor in it, but compared to a great emperor, it wasn't the difference of this one word. The gap between a great emperor and a half-step emperor realm could be what the annihilation realm was to the chi condensation realm. It was simply 1 heaven and 1 earth. Ha ha, Junior Master. This entrance is based on your strength as the first, but we're also going to join in the fun. Yi Gucheng enthusiastically stepped forward to greet him. Zhou Yu also laughed and flirted. After we enter, we won't go to fight for the chi. Let's see if we can take advantage of it with our luck. Little master, don't shout at us. Lu Chuan had a good feeling about this line of people and nodded his head with a smile. Don't worry, luck is also a part of strength. As long as it is you guys who have that luck, I will definitely be an adult. Then we'll be here to say thank you in advance. Receiving Lu Chuan's assurance, the crowd put their hearts down. Ha ha ha. Gentlemen, I'll take the first step. The sky and the earth rose up as a figure arrived with great strides from the distant heavens. It was obviously far away, yet in the blink of an eye, he was at the entrance to the dojo. This person stopped at the entrance of the dojo, and only then could the crowd see exactly who it was. Just see this life as ring head and leopard eyes, dark skin, stout body, living a fierce Zhang Fei look. Yi Gucheng frowned slightly. The tiger god of the beast race? This old thing survived in the era of the heaven-swallowing emperor, and I can't imagine that it hasn't even reached the end of its life until today. Zhuge Ming, who was at the side, nodded. Indeed, it's this old fellow, who is said to have been at the peak of the Annihilation Realm 100,000 years ago. It's just that I don't know whether or not he has taken that step after all these years. The Hanyu stood before the entrance and mocked. Ha ha, the dojo appeared for the human races yet you all stumbled. Why is that? Since you don't have the determination to dribble, I think it would be better to pack up and go home. This old Beacon March has the worst temper, angry to go up to split the girl. Brother March, Joyu stepped forward and pulled him back. Don't cause trouble at this juncture. This old thing dares to be so arrogant. It must have something to fall back on. Bah! Sooner or later, I'll dismantle the dog's bones and take them to make wine. Beacon March spat viciously. Brother Tiger is so bold. I've come to join in the fun. A bold voice resounded between heaven and earth. As the voice fell, the distant sky resounded with the sound of the ocean churning in shocking waves. The crowd looked there, only to see a vast blue sea that actually rose up into the sky, which was truly a veritable heavenly river pouring in. The blue sea traveled forward at great speed with the power of crashing the sky and cracking the earth, and it was only in the blink of an eye that it arrived at the entrance. The Lord of the Four Seas, Ben Ba. The crowd's faces were ugly. This great seafood, hasn't he been silent for tens of thousands of years? And there are rumors that he has already fallen. Why has he suddenly popped up again? Beacon March retreated behind the crowd somewhat sheepishly. When the crowd saw Beacon March's behavior, they almost didn't burst out in joy. It was obvious that this bastard had some kind of grudge against the Sea Clan. Now that people's parents have come out, can they not feel weak? He. It's just a few years ago. Went to the Sea of Wind and Cloud to borrow a magic treasure. What kind of eyes are you guys looking at? Borrow. You know what? It's borrow. Beacon March emphasized fiercely. Yi Gu Chang was a little worried. Brother March must be careful. This old seafood has the most violent temper. When he unified the four seas, he killed so much that heaven and earth changed color and the seawater reflected red. Beacon March shivered and hurriedly came over to Lu Chuan's side. Fawning, little beauty, you would protect your own family dog, right? Put. Lu Chuan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spray out. Why would this guy be so uncouth? Lu Chuan disgustedly went up and gave a king's punch, which made Beacon March wail. Perverted thing? Touch me again and the bones will be torn apart for you. It seems that these two old tortoises prepared beforehand and made an alliance. Zhuge Ming pinched his fingers and counted. His face was getting uglier and uglier the more he pinched. The winds and clouds are moving northward. The Z-Way star is moving northward. The Beast star is moving eastward. And our human race is in danger. It's not over. There are 3 Beast stars active and they have allies. As soon as Zhuge Ming's words fell, heaven and earth were suddenly illuminated in an ambiguous pink color. A soul-stirring, charming laugh rang out between heaven and earth. A delicate figure came in style from the sky. She folded her slender waist in a slight step and presented her white wrist in a light veil. Her eyes are full of spring water, and her head has a bonobo bun with a diagonal insertion of a blue dragon and phoenix hairpin. The beauty of her face is so delicate that she compares favorably to a flower. Her fingers are like sharpened green onions. Her mouth is like a vermilion dandelion, and her brows and smiles move her heart. What a beauty this was, and the best praise in the world seemed to be applied to her. Asterisk 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 nine-tailed sky fox. In the face of such a beauty, Beacon March was scared out of her wits. I'm not sure about the other 2 beasts, whether they have entered the half-step emperor realm or not, but this Tai Fox must have entered the half-step emperor realm. Why is Brother March so certain? Zhou Yu was a bit puzzled. Beacon March wiped the sweat from her forehead. This Tai Fox, but it was the little pet raised by the heaven-swallowing emperor at the time. What else is wrong with it? Put. The crowd almost didn't spray out on the spot. The head is also too big some. I can't imagine that a tiny pet can be cultivated to this level. How magnificent was the elegance of the heaven-swallowing emperor back then. Yi Gu Chang, however, had a face of yearning. He. Brother Tuanzi, lend me your magnificent body to hide. Beacon March smiled sarcastically and hid behind Zhao Tong. The crowd was speechless for a while and couldn't help but flirt. Brother March, do you have a grudge against this heavenly fairy-like woman? He. There is, but only that little bit. Young and ignorant. I went to her house and stole a gongfu. Beacon March wiped the sweat from her forehead. This horse is still called a little bit. Stealing people's feats. Just put it anywhere. If you are caught, you can kill on the spot. To people's surprise, that 9-tailed sky fox moved lightly with lotus steps and actually arrived directly at the Sun Mansion. A fragrant breeze drifted by, and by the time the crowd reacted, the woman had already arrived in the small courtyard. Little beauty save me. Beacon March blanched in fear. However, the 9-tailed sky fox didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, it came straight to Lu Chuan and looked at him blankly. Beautiful woman, do we know each other? Looking at the woman in front of him, Lu Chuan had to admit, This woman was one of the prettiest he had ever seen, bar none. Chapter 110. Hush, don't talk, be quiet. The woman told the crowd to be quiet and circled around Lu Chuan herself. At the same time, her little nose twitched as if she was sniffing Lu Chuan's body. Eventually the woman laughed happily and stretched out her slender hand. She had a special smile, one where her eyes narrowed slightly, then the corners of her mouth curled up, and eventually her whole face blossomed like a flower. Hello, my name is Xiao Degun. What's your name? Put. The crowd really didn't hold back. Why does this kind of stunning beauty have such a bull asterisk name? Xiao Canon. It's just absolutely perfect for the name. It was similar to Lu Chuan's sword spirit, Lu Sledgehammer. However, Lu Chuan felt that it was a good name, and looked at Xiao Degun's outstretched hand for a moment in a bit of a trance. She actually wanted to shake her hand, a courtesy only found in her homeland. Hello, my name is Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and solemnly shook Xiao Degun's small hand. Seeing that Lu Chuan really knew how to do the handshake salute, Xiao Canon smiled with his little tiger teeth showing. Xiao Canon jade neck slightly forward. Will be the scourge of the small face? Pasted to the ear of Lu Chuan. Whispered. I'll see you at the dojo, and I'll help you get all the Chi Luck golden dragons. Why? Xiao Canon's warm breath made Lu Chuan feel a little itchy in his ears, and he couldn't help but rub against his shoulder. You know. Canon Xiao let go of his hand and disappeared into the courtyard. The crowd looked on with envious faces, and although they were curious about what the nine-tailed Sky Fox had said to Lu Chuan, they had the good sense not to ask. Lord Sky Fox, do you recognize that little human being? Above the sky, the beast god asked with some doubt. Don't look at Xiao Canon smiling at Lu Chuan, but to the others that was cold and scary. What? You're asking questions about me? What are you? Xiao Degun's good-looking eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly disliked him. The atmosphere was a little stiff for a while. Then Ba, who was on the side, rounded up. Ha ha, it's naturally not our turn to ask about Lord Skyfox's matters. Let's go in first. Humph. The tiger god snorted coldly and took the lead in stepping into the passageway. Ha ha ha, Lord Skyfox don't count. This old man is old and not sober. After you. Then Ba made an inviting gesture in a very gentlemanly manner. Xiao Canon's good-looking eyes rolled over. Old seafood. If the master was still here, you would have been in the pot long ago. Where would you be able to speak? Then Ba was disliked and almost spat out blood. What is this ant smoking today? Ah, right. Your master is invincible. You please. Ba. Ugly, old, and smelling fishy, it affects the mood. Xiao Degun covered his nose and walked into the passageway. Who the did I invite? Penpa spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. The beast race, the demon race, and the sea race, are actually united. Strange, our human race's half-step emperor realm, why hasn't it appeared yet? The couple from Tianxi looked at the three beasts that disappeared into the passageway with some confusion. The first emperor of Wei can't come. The Tower of Heaven is sealed by hundreds of thousands of years of dragon energy. Zhou Yu looked at Lu Chuan in a slightly flirtatious manner. Lu Chuan innocently shrugged his shoulders. The Tongtian Tower was sealed. That was Zhou Chaoyang's masterpiece. None of his business. The Dao Lord hasn't appeared either. Is something wrong? Yi Gucheng's face was filled with worry. There were three known half-step emperor realms in the human race. Respectively, they were the first emperor of the Great Wei, the Dao Lord of the Haotian continent, and the prosperer of the Tianqing continent. Ever since the human race had produced the heaven-swallowing emperor, the entire race's chi had been plucked to the top. While other races had at most one half-step emperor realm, the human race had as many as three. There were even rumors that because the heaven-swallowing emperor was too powerful, this fortune even affected other great worlds. It was just that nowadays, none of the three half-step emperor realms of the human race had appeared. Could it be that the bloom is off the charts and it's time to go downhill? There are still some demons and devils that haven't appeared. If a half-step emperor realm of the human race doesn't show up, I'm afraid that we won't be able to gain any benefits this time. Zhou Yu said and looked towards Zhuge Ming. Zhuge Ming shook his head inside. The Ziwei Palace is bleak. I am afraid that it is really the human race. Zhuge Ming didn't finish his sentence, but the crowd already knew what it meant. At this moment, above the sky, several streaks of black light crossed and rushed into the passage. Yen Yu of the Ghost Clan, Feng Xiaosha of the Spirit Clan, and Lord Lolo of the Snow Clan. These were those famous Annihilation Realm peaks of the foreign races. Yi Gucheng looked at the crowd and said, things happen for people. Let's go in as well. If the human race really reaches the point of prosperity, we'll just do our own and have a clear conscience. Everyone nodded their heads. If the decline of the human race was a general trend, then the only thing that could be done now was to do their own thing. Little master, want to join us? Zhou Yu looked at Lu Chuan. There was another expectation in the crowd's mind, and that was this teenager. You guys go in first. I'll wait. Chuan had always preferred to be alone and was not used to being in the company of others. Take care, we'll see you inside. The crowd bid farewell to Chuan and walked into the passageway. After eating the soft rice prepared by Sun Rinxue, Chuan slowly walked towards the passageway. You will be back, won't you? Looking at Chuan's fading back, Sun Renshua's heart inexplicably twinged as she gathered her courage and asked aloud. Chuan didn't turn around. He just raised his hand and waved it gently. Not back. Two simple words with cruel kindness. Chuan is finally leaving this world and embarking on his journey home. He didn't want to leave anything intentional in the world, much less a young girl, living with unattainable expectations. I've left some gifts for you in Colorado in my room. Chuan walked into the passageway, did not turn back from the beginning, walked dry, did not leave a thought. On the table in the room, there were 2 sword scores that Chuan had written overnight, specifically for Sun Rinxue and Sun Kaidai. Chuan hoped that these 2 kind-hearted women would have the ability to protect themselves in this dangerous world. The sky is so dazzling. This is a very surprising world to Chuan. Birds and flowers, the breeze is not dry, everything seems to be so appropriate. Only when Chuan raised his head and looked at the sun at the zenith, a mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out on the spot, because above the zenith, hanging above the sun, actually a big funny expression that squinty-eyed grin is laughable. Ha ha. Chuan couldn't help it and laughed happily when he saw this classic funny expression. That heaven-swallowing emperor, his own second-rate hometown, must be a very interesting person. Just as Chuan was admiring that comical expression, a grand yet ethereal voice resounded in this world. Life and death have their destiny. Wealth and honor. Are you all ready? As the ethereal voice fell, the huge comical expression above the zenith actually grinned, the slanted eyes looking even more intelligent. Chapter 111, The Golden Dragon of Luck appears in the world. As this grand and ethereal voice fell, the comical sun above the zenith emitted a violent golden divine light. Golden divine light spilled over the earth and fell on the cultivators who entered this world. All the cultivators felt the warmth of a spring breeze at this instant. Even the body was light, and the divine soul was about to leave the body. Some cultivators, just by being under this divine light, had some realization, and their entire being fell into a state of metaphysical meditation. Suddenly, a high-pitched explosive dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Above the zenith, the huge funny sun exploded. 9 huge golden divine dragons circled above the zenith and released their songs. The golden dragons are brightly colored, with majestic forms and different postures. Some of the giant dragons seems to be like a cloud, to fly into the sky, some round eyes, angry eyes, some teeth and claws, set up to meet the battle, some raging, killing, some show off, proud. There are also back to look at the distance, calling companions, when it is really a wonderful, beautiful. At this moment, Ah Fu appeared beside Chuan. Ah Fu, who had always had extremely high eyesight, also had green light in his eyes when he saw these 9 golden dragons at this moment. Truly the golden dragon of great luck. Whoever gets the golden dragon gets the world. Alfred prayed to the sky in style. Brother Da Di, for the sake of my family's big handsome guy, who is from the same hometown as you, share one more strip for my doll. Above the zenith, the 9 golden divine dragons once again whistled in a high-pitched manner. Then the 9 giant dragons rushed off in different directions and eventually disappeared into the sky. Asterisk 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 your dad. Looking at the Chi-Luck golden dragon that swept over his head but did not stay, Ah Fu was cursing in anger, until all the golden light disappeared and the Chi-Luck golden dragon found its current owner. Chuan was not favored. This brother is called in vain. Ah Fu threw his big head in anger. What are you getting excited about here? I'm not a native of this world. It's not normal for me to not be able to share the golden dragon of Chi-Luck, Chuan said and rammed his fist on Ah Fu's head. You're arguing a chicken feather here. That's what they say, but isn't it too much for one article to be indistinguishable from the other? Ah Fu was indignant. Still old folks. I shucks. Just as Fu sputtered, that grand yet ethereal voice sounded again. Luck, as always, is not a factor in determining the outcome, only strength is. Open the Shura for 3 days. 3 days later, the cultivator who obtains the most Chi-Luck golden dragons will receive the great emperor's inheritance and set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky in pursuit of that chance to become an emperor. Life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. Fight to your heart's content. These few words completely ignited the enthusiasm of the cultivators. Originally, I thought that in the dojo, one could only obtain great fortune, but I didn't realize that there was also a great emperor's inheritance. As the undisputed number 1 great emperor of all time, there was no need to say what his legacy represented. Ah, ha ha ha, it's actually an open Shura. That guy who got the Chi-Luck golden dragon first is going to be in bad luck. Ah Fu's mouth completely shifted at this point. This was because the first cultivators to obtain the Chi-Luck Golden Dragon would definitely be swarmed and die a miserable death. When a hometown boy meets a hometown boy, there are tears in his eyes. Lu Chuan also followed the smile. It seems that this cheap hometown still take care of their own well. Big handsome guy, what do you say? How do you want to operate? Ah Fu waved his big tongue, still wanting to fish in troubled waters and lick up Lu Chuan. You dead pervert. Lu Chuan hastily took a step back. Now is not the time to beat the yacht to death and need the stupid ass to give himself ideas. What do you suggest? Lu Chuan rolled his good-looking eyes. Alfred mused for a moment, and then he had a plan. 2 suggestions. First, push all the way across, kill everyone you see, and keep killing until everyone in here is dead. As long as everyone is dead, the Golden Dragon of Chi-Luck will naturally gather at your place. But there are hidden dangers. After all, the cultivators who come here are no babies. There are several half-step emperor realms alone. I don't know the size of this world, and I'm afraid it's hard to uncover all of these things if they're bent on hiding. Lu Chuan nodded. The donkey was right. If he pushed across, he would only have 3 days. I'm afraid that would not be enough. Ah Fu continued. Secondly, wait for the opportunity to move. Wherever the fight starts we go. It's only enough to snatch the 5 Chi-Luck Golden Dragons. Lu Chuan nodded. This suggestion was the best. Then let's wait for a while. I'll go wherever the fight starts, said Lu Chuan as he kicked Fu away. Asterisk 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 asterisk, came Alfred's exasperated voice from far away. A stream of light flew straight down, ruthlessly slamming into the mountain. The mountains crumbled and the earth fell in a straight collision. Ahem! In the midst of the smoke and dust, a violent coughing sound rang out, and a magnificent figure slowly climbed up from the rubble. A Confucian white robe, in the hands of Genshin bright silver gun. Actually Zhuge Ming's escort Zhao Tong. Their group had originally entered the passageway at the same time, but after entering, they were randomly assigned to this world, and unluckily, a Chi-Luck Golden Dragon had chosen him. Although Zhao Tong had been careful again and again, but he could not hide from the first day but could not hide from the 15th. He was still sneak attacked by 3 foreigners and was seriously injured. Human cultivator, hand over the Golden Dragon of Chi-Luck and your life will be spared. The 3 figures set up a triangular formation to surround Zhao Tong. These 3 guys, who were not human beings, were all strangely long. Zhao Tong looked at the Golden Dragon seal above the back of his hand and gently shook his head. He was just a guard with no ambition to become an emperor. But Lord Warlord said that when you have the ability, you must help the world at the same time. Now that the human race was beginning to decline, if they couldn't keep 1 or 2 Chi-Luck Golden Dragons, I'm afraid that in the future, the entire human race would be trampled under the feet of the foreign races. Except for individual foreign races, the other foreign races were mostly murderous, and they were not as inclusive as the human race. If they were allowed to step on the heads of the human race, one dare not imagine what kind of hellish scene that would be. Zhao Tong didn't understand so many great principles. He only knew that he must keep this Chi-Luck Golden Dragon in his hand. If it is lost, it only proves one's death. Come! Zhao unified his voice and shouted harshly. The white robe stained with blood on his body transformed into silver armor, and a white steed appeared at his side. Zhao Unicorn stepped onto the horse's reins and pulled violently, and the divine shining Night Jade Lion let out a terrifying neigh. The surging killing intent that had been through the battlefield rose up to the sky, causing the 3 foreign races to be frightened for a moment. What a white horse general! Field, open! A white shield, with Zhao Tong as the center of the circle, swelled away at great speed, instantly enveloping a 1,000-mile radius of the realm. Within the realm, the hissing howls of thousands of armies charging resounded as Zhao Tong's aura was raised to an incredible level. Coming up and opening the field, Zhao Tong was heading for a fight to the death. I've long heard that General Zhao, under the tutelage of the god of war of Western Shu, has mastered the 7 Serpent Exploratory Plate, and our 3 brothers are here to learn about it today. The 3 foreign races also opened their domains at the same time, yet to one's surprise, the 3 of their domains actually fused together. Chapter 112, Despised by a Dragon. The domains of the 3 alien races had actually fused together, which Zhao Tong had not expected. Originally, he should still have the power to fight, but now that this has happened, I'm afraid that there is really no return. But Zhao Tong didn't retreat. Pulling the reins with his left hand, the Genshin bright silver spear in his right hand emitted a violent chirping sound. Oh, General Hakuba, we admire your courage, but courage usually determines nothing. The domains of the 3 alien races completely fused together at this moment. The huge range exceeded Zhao Tong's domain by a lot, and bizarre crimson chains, brightening and flickering in the domain. 1 white and 1 red, 2 domains, above this earth, squeezing and rubbing against each other, colliding with each other. Great Dao runes kept appearing and were constantly being worn out, and all sorts of visions kept being generated. Dazzling people, Zhao Tong was usually a silent person, and at this time, he was even more silent in launching his charge, the shining jade lion on his hips. With every step forward, a huge circle of wooden thorns surged up around him. This wide open rushing formation technique interpreted the rigidity to the extreme. That 3-in-1 domain also erupted with a bizarre sky-charging red light at this moment. A river of blood poured down from the zenith and rolled towards Zhao Tong. Boom! The two realms violently collided together, and Zhao Tong crashed into the pouring river of blood. The terrifying energies entangled together, causing a great earthquake, a shockwave visible to the naked eye, as if the autumn wind swept away the leaves and rippled away. The two domains, one white and one red, gradually overlapped and overlapped. However, Zhao Tong was ultimately fighting against 3 peak annihilation realm peaks with the strength of one person. The charge was blocked by the river of blood, and the huge wooden thorns were corroded by the river of blood. The 3 foreigners transformed into blood spirits and merged into the blood river as they began to harass them in close quarters. Fighting, picking up the slack. Just as Zhao Tong was in danger, Lu Chuan's figure descended from the sky and actually smashed straight into the overlapping 2 domains. Lu Chuan follows Fu's advice and skips around the world, looking for places where there is conflict. It just slipped out here. Lu Chuan smashed straight into the field. This is simply unimaginable. The field held open by the peak of the annihilation realm. How can it be broken through at will? And the realm was considered a small world that could be absolutely dominated by cultivators, without the same level of domain confrontation. Not to mention breaking through, touching it would probably end in ashes. Suko. Lu Chuan was also a bit surprised to see Zhao Tong. Just as he was distracted, the blood river slapped down again, and huge ghost heads were generated in the blood river, hissing and roaring as they rolled towards Lu Chuan. Young sir, be careful. Zhao Tong swung his spear, trying to relieve Lu Chuan. However, Lu Chuan did not return his head, and formed his fingers into a sword with a backhand stroke. River of swords. The black sword chi crumbled the earth behind it, cutting a deep, bottomless crack. A rushing river of black swords rushed straight up from beneath the crack. Boom! The river of blood and the river of swords collided together, triggering a deafening crash. What happened next was a distraction for the 3 Fae. Under the impact, the blood river actually retreated, and the sword river kept wearing down the great Dao runes in the blood river. The black sword chi in the sword river was like a tiger that had been starved for 9 meals in 3 days, constantly tearing and devouring the great Dao runes in the blood river. You have the golden dragon of chi luck on you? Lu Chuan asked cheerfully. Cough. Zhao Tong nodded, but a mouthful of blood was sprayed out of his mouth. He was seriously injured from the sneak attack by the 3 foreigners earlier, and just now, he charged hard once more. The fact that he was still standing now was entirely due to his overpowering will. Hey, forget about yours. After all, it's an acquaintance, and it's not easy to do it. Lu Chuan spread his hands somewhat helplessly. Zhao Tong cried and laughed a little. This little gentleman was still so naughty. Little mister, I definitely can't keep this Chi Luck Golden Dragon, so take it if you want it. It's not too good. Lu Chuan looked at Zhao Tong somewhat foolishly. Zhao Tong was also a dry person, and directly ripped off his right arm. I don't know how to make the Golden Dragon detach from my body, but let's give it a try. The right hand that was detached from the torso, the seal on it emitted a heavenly light at that moment, and a golden dragon rose into the air. Man, you're just too tough. Lu Chuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It's alright. It can be reborn with a severed limb. It just hurts a bit. Zhao Tong covered the blood-spurting wound. Little mister, don't delay. Go collect the golden dragon. The Chi Luck Golden Dragon had already rushed up into the sky, when suddenly several figures rose up from the ground and headed straight for the golden dragon. It seemed that the 3 foreign races were far from the only ones staring at Zhao Tong. You put away the domain. Lu Chuan barked out an instruction and suddenly drew his longsword, raising his hand against the 3 foreign races that were fighting against the river of swords. A huge half-moon sword chi that was hundreds of meters in length, slashed straight away, tearing the field apart wherever it passed. Lu Chuan didn't stop after the sword and rushed up to the sky with a tap of his toes. At this moment, around the Chi Luck Golden Dragon, 6 figures had appeared and were fighting over the ownership of the Golden Dragon. Above the sky, various colors of the field held open. For a time the fight was lively and incomparable. Different great Dao runes, crashing into each other, formed a terrifying turbulence above this sky. If one's strength was a little weak, I'm afraid that they would be twisted and crushed by these turbulent currents. E-drops, it's all E-drops. Lu Chuan chattered, not paying attention to the many cultivators in the melee, but charging straight at the Chi Luck Golden Dragon. Little you dare. The crowd was furious at the sight. They had trailed all the way here and had seen 3 foreign races sneak up on Zhao Tong, as well as the tearing apart of 2 huge domains. They all thought they were the yellow bird, but they could never imagine that there was an old 6 after the yellow bird. For a while Lu Chuan became a target, and a large number of magic treasures, with a terrifying whistling sound, smashed overhead on. Lu Chuan didn't have time to pay attention to these people and directly pulled a semicircle in front of his body with his sword. A black round moon shield rose up, protecting Lu Chuan within it. Numerous magic treasures bombarded on top of the shield, and although the movement was great, it could not hurt Lu Chuan in the slightest. Seeing that Lu Chuan was about to touch the golden dragon of Chi-Luck, the crowd was in a hurry. "Gentlemen, how about settling that machine-stealing brat first?" Someone made a suggestion. The crowd nodded and together they turned around to kill Lu Chuan. At this time, Lu Chuan touched the Chi-Luck golden dragon, and as a result, the next scene almost didn't make Lu Chuan's back go out of breath. Bah! The Chi-Luck golden dragon actually gave a disdainful bah humbug. It obviously couldn't look at Lu Chuan, a little one-realm rookie. I gripe your grandmother. Lu Chuan cursed in anger. Just at this time those cultivators rushed to kill, and Lu Chuan, who was angry, backhanded a sword. Sword 4 wind up against the sky. In the midst of the trembling space, riotous wind blades sprang up. A huge black wind blade sliced through the surrounding space, rolling up a terrifying spatial countercurrent. Chapter 113, Sword 4 wind up trapped in the sky. The spatial turbulence rushed up haphazardly, causing the 6 people who were charging to slow down. The overbearing sword chi wrapped in the turbulence caused several people to be distracted. This sword chi was too overbearing, to the point that it could easily tear apart the realm and directly attack their own bodies. After receiving a move from Lu Chuan, the crowd had realized that they were completely not the opponent of the teenager in front of them, and that they should retreat at this time and then make a plan. Yet the greed in their hearts drove them on and on. The great Imperial Dojo had opened for the first time in 100,000 years, and too many cultivators had gone crazy waiting for this day. With the great fortune in front of us, there is no reason to give up on this. As the saying goes, wrestle a bike into a motorcycle. Greed had buried their last hope of survival. If they had fled at this point, 1 or 2 might have survived. Yet there are no ifs in this world. Lu Chuan's Sword 4 Wind Rising's expanded stance was a sword stance that specialized in space. Lu Chuan had never comprehended any rules of the Great Tao like a cultivator normally did, much less a divine ability about space. In the eyes of the others, this sword stance that was like a spatial aptitude was actually something completely original to Lu Chuan himself. This sword move didn't have the rules of the Great Tao, and it simply couldn't be countered with rules of the same level. The spatial turbulence tore apart the domains of the crowd, and the rules in their domains were as fragile as paper being torn apart under this sword chi. The crowd was becoming more and more alarmed, and sweat soaked through everyone's clothes. They had realized the danger, and if they continued like this, sooner or later they would be torn to pieces. However, it was already too late. This reverse air is just an appetizer. Sword 4 wind up trap. Lu Chuan gently danced a little with killing life in his hand, pulling up a beautiful black sword flower. The sword flower slowly drifted towards the torn space, and above the path, the flower bloomed. The flower carries the ultimate elegance and beauty, yet the more beautiful it is the more dangerous it is. Boo! The sword flower gently dotted the torn space, resounding with the pleasant sound of a clear spring tinkling. Yet this melodious voice was the murmur of death. After the sound of the clear spring tinkling, the torn space resounded again, hissing as if a snake was spitting out its mail. It was a hissing sound, slowly getting louder. Suddenly a tiny gap cracked in the distant space, and the slow hissing sound evolved into an ear-shattering roar, as if heavenly thunder was exploding in the ears. The space began to crack away at extreme speed, and a sound as if breaking a mirror violently rang out. The entire space began to collapse down at an extremely high speed with the sword flower as the center. Eventually the spatial turbulence evolved into, well, a big space fall. The 6 were caught up in it, howling and struggling madly. Yet in the midst of the great fall of space, their struggle seemed so feeble and ridiculous. The crowd wanted to escape from this space regardless, even if they used the blood escape that would cause their realm to fall. However, to the despair of the crowd, the rules of the Great Tao had been distorted in the trapped space, and the rules could not respond to them at all. Unable to use the rules of the Great Tao, they were nothing. In the end, the crowd could only watch as their bodies were swallowed up by the trapped space. They struggled, regretted, and hollered. Most desperately, however, their voices were also distorted by space, turning them into a burst of electricity of unknown significance. Bah! Nothing, vegetable and fun-loving. Lu Chuan spat viciously and, killing 6 Annihilation Realm cultivators in 2 moves. This kind of battle record could probably scare people to death if they said it out loud. After resolving the troublemaking cultivators, Lu Chuan turned his attention back to the Chi-Luck Golden Dragon. Long Bug, I'll give you a chance to call out to your father, and what you just poo-pooed me will be written off. Lu Chuan slowly raised the long sword in his hand and grinned his small mouth in a morose tone, revealing his morose white teeth. Dad, I'm your good oldest son." Without any hesitation, the Chiluk golden dragon directly roared furiously. The look was as if he was afraid that if he shouted a little slower, he would be torn to pieces. Cough cough. Lu Chuan was choked a little bit. This goods so no sense of propriety. Do not even resist a little? Woo, we've had a hard life. Last time we met a cranky dilettante. This time we've met a cranky god of killing. Woo. The Chiluk golden dragon cried out in pain and accusation. The last time I was beaten. Look at it. It's still not healed. It's been 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Do you know how we've repaired our psychological trauma in these 100,000 years? The golden dragon of Chiluk said as he lowered his head and showed Lu Chuan the horns on top of his head. Sure enough, the horns on this one's head were broken, and some of the scales were also in a state of shedding and not repaired. This life is quite bitter, haha. Looking at the snotty golden dragon of Chi, Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed and hurriedly put away his sword. Oh, you won't hit me at the drop of a hat, will you? The Chiluk golden dragon looked at Lu Chuan with teary eyes. Don't worry, I've always been a good talker. As long as I'm not naughty, I've never rarely taken action. Lu Chuan hurriedly assured. That's good. That's good. The Chiluk golden dragon broke into a smile and turned into a golden light, rushing into Lu Chuan's body. Bah! Believe you. At this moment, Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan and spat fiercely. Unlike Zhao Tong's golden dragon seal, Lu Chuan's seal appeared above his eyebrows. This bit of faint golden light imprint added a bit of valor to Lu Chuan's feminine appearance. Slightly. Let me lick it. Ah Fu watched the saliva flow straight, flinging his big tongue defiantly. He was going to go up and lick Lu Chuan's little face. I'll whip the hell out of you. Lu Chuan lifted up his sleeves and went up to press down on Ah Fu to give him a hammering. Cough cough cough. Wrong. Don't fight. Next time. Dare. After collecting the Chiluk golden dragon and hammering Ah Fu, Lu Chuan then found Zhao Tong. This guy is so injured that he's no longer able to move. As for the three foreigners, no bodies were seen, so I guess they slipped away. Get over here. Lu Chuan picked up Zhao Tong and yelled into the air. Alfred appeared with a sardonic smile, having just skinned a little. That beating wasn't over yet. Carry Tongzi on your back and this beating will be spared. Lu Chuan picked up the stout Zhao Tong. Being hugged by a big man, Zhao Tong was a bit uncomfortable. Again, he saw Lu Chuan's near and beautiful little face. His old face, a big old man who was not good with words and was usually cold and arrogant, actually reddened. And on Lu Chuan's body, there was a faint floral scent that smelled very good. Zhao Tong suddenly understood why Beacon March kept pestering Lu Chuan. Asterisk. You girl blushing? Lu Chuan's eyes jumped. No. See your long thick eyebrows? I can't imagine that you are also a pervert. Bang! Why are there perverted s all around grandma? Lu Chuan directly threw Zhao Tong to Ah Fu's side, hurting him with his teeth bared. Bah! Blaming others for being perverted when you don't look for your own reasons? Ah Fu muttered as the pack picked up Zhao Tong. Chapter 114, A Great Beauty Falling from the Sky. I say donkey, how come this Chiluk golden dragon still has its own consciousness? Lu Chuan took Ah Fu and also Zhao Tong, and started to sneak up all over the world. And since he had nothing to do anyway, he asked about the Chiluk golden dragon. This thing, world Chi, exists in all eternity, probably since the beginning of the heavens and the earth, and does not die out with the changing of the times. Unless the entire world collapses, they will disappear completely. Ah Fu slanted his eyebrows and crooked his eyes as he answered Lu Chuan's questions, and he was 10,000 times more dissatisfied with having to carry Zhao Tong on his back. It's unknown how many years have passed. Even a pig should have a spirit, not to mention the cohesive molding of this thing. Lu Chuan nodded and continued to ask. Quite interesting. This thing has nothing to do with the avenue, right? Yes, but it's not very relevant. Ah Fu thought for a moment. When the great Tao is strong, the Qi naturally flourishes, and when the great Tao is weak, the Qi naturally shrivels up with it. The Aura era has been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. It's already reached the point where it will go downhill when it's in full bloom, and this may be the last great fortune of the Aura era. As they chatted, a black shadow suddenly fell straight down above the sky and smashed in front of Lu Chuan. Sister Cannon, what are you up to? The person who fell down was no other than the nine-tailed sky fox who had a conversation with Lu Chuan earlier. Just unlike the previous appearance that was so graceful, the nine-tailed sky fox at this time could be described as being in a sorry state. She had a bloody hole in her chest that ran back and forth and was the size of a fist. According to the strength of the nine-tailed sky fox, this kind of injury, although scary to look at, should be able to recover quickly. But right now, not only had her wound not recovered, The flesh and blood were still festering around her. It should be poisoned by the look of it. The worst part was that she was even hit with her own body. 9 fluffy white tails, spread out in a circle behind him, their fur dull and dull. The whole going to God look. The 9-tailed sky fox was still a bit defensive, but when she saw that it was Lu Chuan, she was relieved. Cough. 9-tailed sky fox coughed out a large mouth of blood. His complexion slightly improved. Anxiously said, I was attacked by the tiger god in Benba. This is the master left me 2 Chiluk golden dragons. You take it and go quickly. Saying that, the 9-tailed sky fox actually directly chopped off a tail. The tail shrunk extremely fast and fell into Lu Chuan's hands. Upon closer inspection, the tail was glowing with a faint golden light that was unlike any other. Ruthless man. No. It's a ruthless fox. Next to him, Fu looked straight up. The Fox clan determines strength by the number of tails. I'm afraid that if you chop off a tail, your strength will fall to the annihilation realm. Lot of words, none of your business. The 9-tailed sky fox glared fiercely at Fu and turned her head to look at Lu Chuan. Hurry up. Those 2 half-step emperor realms will be here soon. The 9-tailed sky fox struggled to stand up. The remaining 8 tails slowly lifted up, blue flames igniting on each one. Nemas, this chick is so tough. She even lit the innate fox fire. She's going to die. Seeing this scene, Fu Wisdom's eyes bulged out some more. Lu Chuan was now reminiscing about the 9-tailed sky fox's well-phrased national curse. Not bad for a dilettante's pet. Cursing with such vigor. What are you waiting for? Don't go yet. A tail of the 9-tailed sky fox swept across, wanting to shake off Lu Chuan. As a result, this fluffy tail was grabbed by Lu Chuan with one hand. It's so cozy. The touch. Lu Chuan had always loved fluffy critters. Grabbing the tail and rubbing it straight into his face. Are all the people in your master's hometown so perverted? The 9-tailed sky fox spat out a mouthful of old blood directly, wanting to draw back his tail but realizing that he couldn't do it at all. Anna, not just 2 small thieves, dare to come and slaughter not on the line. Lu Chuan loosened his hand and went forward to check up on 9-tailed sky fox's injuries. Hearing these arrogant words, the 9-tailed sky fox was in a bit of a trance for a moment, for her master was in the same mold. Never fearless. What kind of poison is this? Donkey, come over and analyze it. Lu Chuan gently dabbed a bit of the blood that was blackened at the 9-tailed sky fox's wound. Don't touch, the 9-tailed sky fox exclaimed. Yet it was still too late. Lu Chuan had stained his fingertips with blood. The 9-tailed sky fox's voice changed in anxiety. This is the 9-star black lotus. Something fished out from the river Styx. It has a sure kill effect on living beings. At this time, the blood on Lu Chuan's fingertips actually came to life, crazily trying to drill towards the flesh and blood. However, Lu Chuan was all copper skin and iron bones, and the great Dao runes couldn't hurt him half a bit. So how could he let a little bit of blood break his defense? Lu Chuan used his sword chi to vaporize the poisonous blood and move one head to the 9-tailed sky fox's chest, looking up carefully, trying to see if there was a way to get the poison out. Big is really big. I'm afraid it's not a G-cup. Lu Chuan looked at the spectacular scenery and couldn't help but sigh. What time is it? You still have the heart to look at this. Take the Chiluk golden dragon and leave quickly. The 9-tailed heavenly fox shivered with anger, causing the poisonous chi to flip over and a mouthful of blood spewed out again. Stop playing. This chick is dying. Fu warned from the side. Sorry. Lu Chuan scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Cannon, how about you send me 2 Chiluk golden dragons, and in return I'll keep you alive? Lu Chuan looked seriously at the 9-tailed heavenly fox. You? The 9-tailed sky fox snorted out a laugh. Even if his life was on the line, this smile was soul-stirring. Vixen. Lu Chuan did not understand the meaning of these 3 words until this moment. Fu yelled again at this time. 9-star black lotus. In the underworld are among the top poisons. There is no antidote at all in the present world. If you want to save your little life you have to go to the underworld department to take a trip. Hearing this, the 9-tailed sky fox's bright eyes dimmed. Since the underworld ministry had been repaired by the master 100,000 years ago, the passageway to the present world had long been closed, and now it was impossible to go to the underworld ministry at all. She's been following in her master's footsteps all her life. She wanted to visit her master's hometown and have a beautiful sleep in his home. Yet the dream was shattered here. I found you active trying to guide Lousy to the underworld ministry. What kind of heart do you have? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes at Fu. Hush. I'm not. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Alfred whistled, cocking his head to the side in a trio of denials. Hurry up and go. I'm resigned to dying here. The 9-tailed sky fox pushed Lu Chuan away, the blue fox fire at the tip of her tail burning violently. She looked towards the sky, and at this moment, there were 2 black shadows that were approaching this place at great speed. If you have the chance, help me to visit my master's homeland. Good mountains, good water, Good scenery. Why don't you take a look for yourself? Luchuan said and flicked his fingers. Millions of strands of sword silk flew out from his fingertips. The sword filaments surged into the nine-tailed skyfox's body, sealing off all of her chi and blood so that the toxin would not continue to spread. Chapter 115, Use Your Strength. Haven't you eaten? I said that you gave me 2 chi luck golden dragons in return for keeping you safe, and I've always kept my word. Luchuan gently waved his hand and the foxfire around the nine-tailed skyfox dispersed and her tail disappeared at the same time. I'll use my sword chi to seal off the toxins in your body first, and when we get out, I'll take you to the underworld to detoxify it. During this period, you have to be obedient. You can't use your true essence, and if the poisonous gas breaks out and causes an accidental violent death, then I'm not responsible for it. Luchuan's words carried an unquestionable dominance and confidence. It was as if he said that if he could go to the underworld, he would definitely be able to do so confident that one would not dare to doubt it. The nine-tailed skyfox stood frozen in place, not even doing a bit of resistance even as her body was sealed by the sword chi. Donkey, take care of the big sister, missing a hair of sweat, for you to be asked, Luchuan said, holding the nine-tailed skyfox with his sword chi, gently placing her next to Afu. Nine-tail's body was sealed, although anxious, but there is nothing to do, can only be at the mercy of Luchuan. Looking at Luchuan's upright stance, in a trance, the figure seemed to merge with another lewd back. Aha! The nine-tailed skyfox subconsciously gave a soft assent. Slightly, Afu looked at the nine-tailed skyfox on the side, and happily fluttered his big tongue for a while. Don't worry, if this chick is missing a hair, I'll cut myself on the spot to thank you. Luchuan moved his arms and legs, gently patted the long sword on his waist, and looked towards the 2 figures that were approaching extremely fast. First time against a half-step emperor realm. Consider what level it is, right? That was an understatement. Like a teacher trying to test a student's level. Aside from Afu, Zhao Tong and the nine-tailed skyfox all thought that Luchuan was crazy. Half-step emperor realm that was with a Tao that he had comprehended. Compared to cultivators like the annihilation realm, who needed to borrow the great Tao of heaven and earth, there was a fundamental difference. In the vast and boundless vast world, there were no more than 7 known half-step emperor realms. In this world, no matter who it was, no one should be so contemptuous of the half-step emperor realm, and there were still 2 of them. Boom! One of the figures that came from the sky, smashed straight down, not far from Luchuan on top of the ground. An overbearing and berserk aura surged up. A huge crack appeared in the ground, like an evil dragon turning over, rising up and spreading over at great speed. Another figure, with the unique fishy smell of the sea, directly swept over the heads of the crowd and landed at the rear, forming a front and rear pincer movement. The crack in front of him spread to an abrupt end at Luchuan's feet. Snap! The sound of applause rang out from the smoke, and the tiger god's burly body gradually became clear. I really underestimated you. You actually managed to block my beast god chi and dared to enter the dojo. You really aren't as simple as you seem, the tiger god said, and then looked at the nine-tailed skyfox beside Afu. To his surprise, the breath of the nine-tailed skyfox actually leveled out. Although there was no true essence fluctuation, for the time being, his life was definitely safe as well. This 9-star Black Lotus, he had spent a great deal of effort to get it, and had even hitched a ride on a divine artifact of the Beast Clan. Now it didn't have the effect of a sure kill, which annoyed the tiger god. Lord Skyfox, you really are living more and more back. How to find a little white boy to block in front of you, not afraid that the great emperor, his old man, knows and laughs at you? The infuriated tiger god couldn't help but taunt. The dog scum sneak attack the old mother, batch of words and more. So like snarling dogs and barking, you don't call the tiger god, just call the dog god. Nine-tailed Skyfox's mouth is also sharp as attack, presumably also got the true essence of her dilettante master. Disliked the tiger god almost cerebral infarction. What is Luck Chuan doing? This one is actually making a teaser stick. He took out the severed tail of the nine-tailed Skyfox and used his sword chi to visualize a rope with a short pole to make a simple cat teaser. Come play, kitty. Luchuan cheerfully turned to the tiger god and waved the simple cat teaser in his hand. To say that this piece of disgusting people, Luchuan said the first, no one dares to claim the second. A good beast clan bearer. Hard for someone to make a kitten. The tiger god's eyes jumped straight up. He had never been so insulted in his entire life. But when he saw the severed tail, the tiger god's pupils contracted violently for a moment, and he was certain that the golden dragon seal was on that tail. Little brat, hand over the seal and I'll leave you a whole body. The tiger god let out an explosive cry, and a loud thunderous explosion resounded around him. His entire body was a full size larger, and his muscles bulged out like rocks all over his body. Boom! The tiger god's feet powered up and charged toward Luchuan. This stomp directly cracked the earth. The speed was so fast that it actually brought up a large number of phantoms. Don't get tough with it. He's a brute force lineage demonic beast with infinite strength. Boom! Before the nine-tailed sky fox could finish his words, the tiger god and Lu Chuan ruthlessly collided. Bang! At the same time, the earth underneath the duo's feet actually burst apart because it couldn't withstand the collision of this brute force. Use some strength. Haven't eaten nah. Lu Chuan's teasing voice rang out from the stormy earth and wolf smoke. Little brat, you seek death. The tiger god was furious. He swung his fist out and fiercely blasted at Lu Chuan, bringing up a fist wind that actually tore through the surrounding space. The tiger god's punches were more vicious than one another, pummeling Lu Chuan's vital points. Use a little more force. I'm still okay. Lu Chuan, however, blocked his punch without any hesitation, looking like he was taking it easy. The tiger god was so angry that he almost didn't clench his teeth. No cultivator had ever dared to fight him in close combat. Not only did I encounter it today, but I was taunted for not having the strength. In a violent rage, the tiger god's entire body spread out a kind of scarlet red runes which covered his entire body, raising his power to a terrifying level. A tiger's silhouette as big as a mountain was generated behind his back. The tiger god lifted his arm and a vast and powerful fist force blasted out. Wherever the wind of the fist reached, the air exploded, like a dragon spitting out its breath with a horrifying sound. A bit decent. Lu Chuan held a teasing stick in his right hand and only threw a punch with his left hand, and went hard against the tiger god. Fist shadows erupted from the sky, and ear-piercing cracking sounds resounded in the air. Soon these fist shadows, because both sides threw their punches too quickly, actually turned into a blurry black screen. Almost everything that could be seen in the surroundings was torn apart by the explosive fist wind. But in just a few seconds, the two of them had blasted each other no less than 1,000 times. The tiger god was getting more and more alarmed the more he fought. Not only did this teenager fight himself back and forth with only his left hand, but he also looked like he still had some strength left. I told you to use some strength. Didn't you hear me? Lu Chuan suddenly turned his right foot forward into a bow step, while his right arm curled up and a top hark elbow slammed on top of the tiger god's chest. This blow directly toppled the tiger god and sent him flying, blasting straight through several large mountains in the distance before he managed to stop. Chapter 116, Sword 1, Heavenly Gothic, 7 Killings. Benba, what are you waiting for? The seal of Qi is in this kid's hands. Don't bother with 9 tails. The tiger god quickly scurried back after being blasted away. This time, he didn't attack Lu Chuan rashly, but roared at Benba who was watching from the back. Their alliance was nothing more than a formality, betrayed in minutes whenever there was a conflict of interest. The previous sneak attack on the nine-tailed skyfox was the best proof. Now that Benba was watching from the back, it was obvious that he wanted to let the tiger god go against Lu Chuan alone so that he could reap the benefits himself. The tiger god roared angrily as he tightly stared at Lu Chuan. This brat is treacherous and grotesque. Only if you and I join forces will we have a chance of winning. If you hide at the back and watch the show, when I lose the battle, it will also be the time of your death. After all these years, you've lived to the dogs. You can't even solve a little white boy. Benba taunted as he stepped on the waves and crossed over Afu's few people to come behind Lu Chuan. Go go go. Let us stay away and watch the fun. Or it will not be good if it spreads to ourselves later. Afu took a look at this situation, rolled up 9 tails and Zhao Tong and directly skipped. 3 Chi Luck Golden Dragons. I'll return them to you if you win. Lu Chuan looked at the two guys with a smile. The tiger god and Benba looked at the severed tail in Lu Chuan's hand, and the golden pale light that flickered on it made their eyes sizzle. They've waited too long for this day. No matter what means were used, one had to get enough Chi Luck Golden Dragons to pursue that nebulous emperor's way. Killing you all before the broken tail falls is such a pleasant decision, Lu Chuan said and suddenly threw the broken tail in his hand up high. The golden severed tail rushed up into the clouds and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Lu Chuan killing life sheathed his sword. Sword 1, Heavenly Gothic, 7 Killings. An extremely sharp sword aura erupted above the slayer. Lu Chuan, at this point, actually closed his eyes with a smile on his face. Rampant little child, let's show you what is called the Imperial Way. Tiger Hunt. The tiger god let out a roar that shook the heavens, and the sunny heavens and earth were suddenly covered in a scarlet shadow. A cold and sluggish aura filled the entire heaven and earth. It was as if the world had been pulled into a hell of blood with this roar of his, and it became his hunting ground. Kuan-Peng Tian Mu. Penumbra opened his domain almost simultaneously with the tiger god. Unlike an ordinary cultivator's domain, it was enveloping a side of heaven and earth. Benba's domain was extremely special. There were no great Dao chains and runes. All there was just his own crazy outburst from the inside out. The tiger god's hunting ground, as well as this kind of penumbra, a field ability that extremely strengthens the physical body, are all paths that are uniquely theirs. This is one of the conditions for becoming an emperor, having one's own Tao. an ethereal cry rang out. And in this blood-colored hunting ground, an illusory, sun-shadowing Kuan Pang figure appeared. Penpa raised his large hand and pulled hard toward the bottom. The illusory Kuan Pang figure was like an out-of-control airplane, smashing straight towards Lu Chuan. At the same time, the tiger god also moved, his figure blending into this red hunting ground and disappearing in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he had already reached Lu Chuan's side. On his hand was an extra pair of red gloves, which was the famous artifact of the beast race, Shao Feng. In the vast world, a divine weapon was a very rare and terrifying kind of thing. Although divine weapons belonged to the category of magic treasures, no matter how good a refiner was, they could not create a divine weapon, because this world's artifacts were not, in the ordinary sense, the kind of so-called high-grade magic treasures. The divine artifacts here are those that require a community and countless years of sustenance to form. The community provides for the artifacts protect the community, and the artifacts and the community are complementary to each other. These gloves of the tiger god were provided by the beast clan. Worn by him, the power of the artifact was better utilized. A trident also appeared in Benba's hand, which was a divine weapon provided by his sea tribe, named Twilight. Two great half-step Emperor realm powerhouses, holding divine weapons of their own clans, simultaneously unleashed a fatal strike on Lu Chuan. There were no earth-shattering bursts of sound, no passionate collisions of the rules of the Great Tao. In this moment, all sound was dissipated and unheard. All five senses were shielded. It was as if the whole world had returned to the kind of silence in which heaven and earth had not yet opened. That's the real way to go. Lu Chuan still had his eyes closed, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Even if everything is blocked out, even if everything falls silent, but with the sword still in his hand, then Lu Chuan was invincible. Just at the moment when the two divine artifacts were about to touch Lu Chuan opened his eyes. At this moment, Lu Chuan's sword stance created specifically for killing finally revealed for the first time what it meant to be ferocious and tyrannical. An extreme aura of tyranny burst forth. The entire world was, at this moment, trembling for this sword chi. All things are born to nourish all beings, and none of them are good enough to repay heaven. Kill, 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 kill. 7 kills rise. Lu Chuan swung his sword in this thousandth of a second. The sword cut a black crescent at his side. Once this black crescent moon came out, the silent world was broken. As if it was in the chaos, the sword that opened up the sky and the earth. Even those two divine artifacts that were about to touch the body emitted a fearful trembling sound. The black crescent moon ruthlessly slammed into the two divine artifacts. These two divine artifacts that had been offered through the ages were turned into powder under the collision with this black crescent moon. The black crescent moon decimated the two divine artifacts and also severed their owners' bodies. The crescent moon didn't stop for a moment and went straight to the sky. The charging crescent moon kept enlarging, and eventually all the cultivators in this world saw one tyrannical sword chi that stretched across the sky. The sky was trembling, the earth was shaking, and all things fell silent again at that moment. Lu Chuan raised his hand and steadily caught the severed tail that had been thrown into the sky earlier. Just in time. After this sword, two divine artifacts were destroyed, the hunting grounds were washed away, and the Kuan Ping phantom was chopped to pieces. The bodies of both Benba and the tiger god were cut off at the waist. Lu Chuan's extremely destructive sword chi had no possibility of being repaired even by a half-step emperor realm. Ha ha ha, invincible posture, invincible posture. Benba laughed out loud as he looked at Lu Chuan's upright stance. Once upon a time, there was a dilettante who did the same. Carrying a machete, he hacked through the whole world, hacked through the whole starry sky, and hacked all the demons and monsters who dared not venture out for 100,000 years. Ha 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 ha, heaven blesses the great world of vastness. The second great emperor will soon be born. Well, it's just a pity that my clan's sacred weapon. Ha 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 ha. Penumbra closed his eyes in a loud laugh. Perhaps to outsiders, he's just a power-seeking maniac. But who knows? He also has a heart that has no regrets for dying for the tranquility of the great world of vastness. Chapter 117, A Strange Request. Lost and convinced. Ha ha ha. The tiger god smiled broadly and grouped together the pieces of artifacts scattered around him. Tears filled his eyes as he looked at the pieces. He couldn't remember the last time he shed a tear. Without the artifacts, who will protect my clan? That's just it. I won't go to the underworld. Old seafood, you'll take my place. Go and have a look at the scenery over there. Don't lose the prestige of the great world of vastness when you get there. Little white boy. Trouble a thing. After I die, bring the divine artifact back to the middle of the heavenly bush mountain and hand it over to a beast race high priest. Without waiting for Lu Chuan to nod, the tiger god used the last of his strength to dip his hand in his own blood and draw weird charms all over the broken upper body. Soul, return. the tiger god's body shattered with a loud bang. And then his divine soul floated out and merged into the shattered artifact. The shattered glove actually emitted a rushing red light at this moment. The fragments also slowly connected at this point, eventually repairing as before. In his last moments, the tiger god hung on to his people, and he repaired the artifact at the cost of never being able to transcend life. If you ask for mercy, you get mercy. So what's the point of complaining? The words and practices of the two dying men touched Lu Chuan. These two guys, both of them, have a great love for their pack and the land that gave them birth. Lu Chuan's eyes began to heat up, and he himself didn't notice that his pupils had changed shape by now. Everything became a little blurry and the world seemed to change in the eyes. The white longsword on his waist, which had never been sheathed, was gently quivering at this moment. Pull it out, pull it out, pull it out. Ah Fu, who was watching from afar, seemed to sense Lu Chuan's abnormality and mumbled nervously. However, Lu Chuan's abnormality only lasted for a moment and soon returned to normal. And the trembling white longsword also returned to calm. Alfred rolled his intelligent eyes and couldn't help but sputter. Grandma, is there not enough empathy? Sure enough, he's a thin-skinned bad boy. Looks like we have to find him a sensational love to awaken the heart of the lover in his heart, said Afu looking to the side of the graceful nine-tailed sky fox. No, too Thai and hot. And the virtue is not good, dirty in the mouth, just like a dilettante. What are you stepping on? The nine-tailed sky fox grabbed Afu's ear and pulled it vigorously. Lu Chuan rubbed his eyes, gently patted seeking Rin and laughed. If you don't want to come out, then don't come out. Wait until the day you think I'm qualified. Then Lu Chuan cupped the pair of gloves and cherished them in his arms. Don't worry, I'll make sure to send it back to you. Lu Chuan almost seldom guarantees anything to others, but as long as he nodded, no matter how difficult it was, Lu Chuan would fulfill this pledge unless he died. Because this is a romance that belongs to men, and also belongs to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was leading a donkey, on which sat a sickly beauty, followed by a mighty general. This strange procession wandered up and down the crisis-ridden Shura. There are already 3 Chi-Luck golden dragons. If we find 2 more, then we'll win. The golden mark on Lu Chuan's brow heaved a bit. It's a good thing that the imprints are overlapping and not spreading out, or else when the time comes to get a little golden flower in the center of the eyebrow, that would really be a big sissy. Touch me. The nine-tailed sky fox suddenly made a strange request. Ha? What did you say? Lu Chuan looked at the nine-tailed sky fox with some bewilderment. Nine-tailed sky's lips were bloodless because of her injuries, but this pallor gave her a shockingly sickly beauty. Touch me, the nine-tailed sky fox repeated, then closed her eyes and brought her head toward the front. What kind of strange request is this? Lu Chuan looked at the nine-tailed sky fox somewhat speechlessly, but it wasn't like it was a very excessive request. Lu Chuan looked at his hand and slowly raised it. Feeling Lu Chuan's hand, approaching herself, the nine-tailed sky fox's long eyelashes trembled gently. Foxes are canines and should enjoy having their heads petted. Lu Chuan pondered it squarely. Good boy, little fox. Lu Chuan placed his hand on the nine-tailed sky fox's head and gently patted it twice. The nine-tailed sky fox's pale little face reddened a little, happily tickling the corners of her mouth. Bah, take it away. Suddenly the nine-tailed sky fox opened her eyes and puffed out her cheeks. Hey, you guy, you're the one who let me touch you, and you're the one who stared at me. What do you want? Lu Chuan said as he put his hands together and ruthlessly rubbed the nine-tailed sky fox's little face. Little brat, bite you. The nine-tailed sky fox ferociously bared her cherry mouth. Ha ha, Lu Chuan looked straight up happy. This fox was also too funny. I thought you were the master. Eventually the nine-tailed sky fox propped up her chin with eyes full of loss, because Lu Chuan's invincible stance was too similar. Master won't touch me. That nasty fellow, he'll just grab me by the back of the neck and make a couple of big loops in the air. Put. Ha ha, Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. This beauty, with a big one-armed loop, is really a second-rate style. You like your master a lot, don't you? Looking at the nine-tailed sky fox with eyes full of despair, Lu Chuan asked happily. The nine-tailed sky fox blankly glanced at Lu Chuan and fell into deep contemplation. My master raised me and taught me the ways of the world. Why are you so obsessed with worldly food? Like your master? At night Lu Chuan raised a campfire and began to cook dinner. The nine-tailed sky fox's eyes narrowed happily when she saw this scene. The people are food. Eat well, and be down to earth. Lu Chuan looked at the lonely night sky and tried to recall everything in his hometown. In fact, there is another reason. That is, when he is full, Lu Chuan can feel that he is a living person. A living person with flesh and blood, down to earth. The nine-tailed sky fox propped up her chin and looked at the lonely night sky like Lu Chuan. She remembered that her master often said the same thing. A sudden sharp whine broke the silence. A bit of golden light cut through the sky and fell on top of the earth not far away. Ha ha ha, I told you that my family dolls come with great luck in themselves. Right, This can even be stumbled upon. Ah Fu was happy to see this bit of golden light. His liver was trembling with joy. It was obvious that this was the color of the golden dragon of Chi luck. However, Ah Fu didn't urge, because it knew that when Lu Chuan was eating, the sky was falling and he wouldn't care. Feel free to deal with some food. The ingredients I brought from manhwa Pavilion are pretty much eaten. Lu Chuan took out 3 oversized bowls and gave a bowl each to the nine-tailed skyfox and Zhao Tong. This was made from yesterday's leftovers, a hot meal. Lu Chuan has never been in the habit of wasting food. The nine-tailed skyfox and Zhao Tong, who were carrying rice bowls as big as their heads, were in trouble. They didn't know how many years it had been since they had eaten this kind of worldly food, and they really didn't know how to eat it. Eat? Why don't you eat? Are you not giving face? Lu Chuan glared fiercely at the two men. Zhao Tong had more contact with Lu Chuan earlier and knew that this little white boy was a bit neurotic. In order to prevent Lu Chuan from doing anything strange, Zhao Tong pinched his nose and sighed into the big bowl. What made Zhao Tong a little surprised was that this soup rice that looked like a mess of everything had a surprisingly delicious flavor. Chapter 118, The Silly Roe Deer. Seeing that Zhao Tong was eating favorably, the nine-tailed skyfox also picked up her chopsticks with confidence. Hey, don't tell me, it doesn't look like much, but it tastes pretty good. Lu Chuan with the ingredients. Is the Bright Moon Pavilion those maids, carefully selected out, are the top of the line? Even if it is a pig, cooked out can be delicious. The woman, nine-tailed skyfox, was also a second pull. It tasted good, so he just lifted up his sleeves and sobbed and dried. There was absolutely no trace of the baggage that comes with being a woman of great beauty. Snap! Lu Chuan was burying his head in dry rice when an arm suddenly flew over and smashed straight in front of him. The arm looked like it should be a woman's hand. The fingers were white, long and slender, and there were some mysterious green lines on the arm, which was very nice. Of course, whether it looked good or not was not the point. The point was that on this broken hand, there was a mark, a golden mark. Put, Nine Tails, who was eating on the side, saw this scene and directly spewed out all the rice in his mouth. That's okay? There's still pie in the sky? Pick up when you buy. The official can't even fetch it. Lu Chuan settled his dinner in 3 or 2 bites and cheerfully picked up his arm. Boom! At this time, the distant earth came from a violent tremor. A horrible shock wave actually swung directly to Lu Chuan's side. I just don't like this kind of battle against waves. Killing people is all about precision. Lu Chuan spat while holding up the barrier for the nine-tailed demon fox. This chick was sealed body. Now at best it is stronger than ordinary people. If you do not pay attention, I guess how no. Hey, for your trouble, eh? The nine-tailed sky fox smiled and hid behind the barrier, continuing to dry his meal. I say, can you shut that cute little mouth of yours? It smells like big ballast when you open it. This nine-tailed sky fox, all good, all have no choice, is long mouth, a mouth directly break defense. Don't like it, plug up your ears and batch talk too much. The nine-tailed sky fox had probably gotten the true essence of her dilettante master, and disliked people. The sight of Zhao Tong looked at Lu Chuan with some bewilderment, saying that when other people open their mouths with a big ballast flavor, he himself is not also a good nobleman, but when he opens his mouth, he's a hangdog. Lu Chuan had just finished cleaning up the dishes when a petite young girl figure came straight from the distance. The girl wore a fire-red flannel jacket and a green skirt. The 2 running little legs look so natural as they stomp and stomp. The head, with its small braids, leans crookedly over the right shoulder. There were 2 small golden horns growing on both sides of his forehead, and judging by this appearance he should not be a human. The young girl's big eyes looked at Lu Chuan, her head slightly upturned, showing a mischievous look. The young girl was without her right hand. Her face was a bit stained, and she looked a bit wretched, but she couldn't hide the aura that filled her body. Where is my hand? Did you pick it up? Give it back to me. The young girl puffed out her left hand, signaling Lu Chuan to hand over her right hand. What for? Lu Chuan blared fiercely at the young girl. If I picked it up then it's mine. Are you being unreasonable? That's my hand. You should give it back. The young girl was so anxious that she showed her own little tiger teeth. Hey, is this your hand? You call it. See if it says yes? Lu Chuan took out the broken arm and swung it happily. You this person how to be like this. You quickly return to me. The young girl screamed in anger. Ha ha, you can come and grab it. Lu Chuan cheerfully used his broken arm and tickled himself. The young girl's small mouth grinned on the verge of crying out. Oh, Ama said that you can't bully the weak. You're only in the first realm. I won't strike out at you. Hey, quite principled. Lu Chuan cried and laughed a little. How naive this young girl was. Alright, don't bully others. Little Linger come to sister. The nine-tailed sky fox couldn't stand to watch. The young girl cocked her head, and only then noticed the nine-tailed sky fox, who was protected by a black barrier. Sister Cannon, Why are you here? The young girl was immediately happy to see Nine Tails. It was just that this voice, Sister Canon, almost didn't give Lu Chuan a good laugh. The next matriarch of the spirit clan, a silly roe deer, is called Xiao Lingling. The nine-tailed sky fox tugged on the young girl's fleshy little face and told Lu Chuan about the young girl's origin. The spirit race is a very interesting race, somewhat like the demon race, but fundamentally different, as the spirit race is born and bred spirit beings, each of which is an unrepeatable and special existence. This child is very naughty. When she was a child out to play and got lost, and met the spirit hunter, just happened to run into me. By the way, this name is still the name I gave her. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lingling scratched her head in some embarrassment. Sister Canon, how did you get so badly injured? How was your body sealed? Xiao Lingling's showy little nose twitched as she sniffed at the nine-tailed sky fox. Wasn't it that nuisance that beat my sister up like that? I'll go and avenge you. Little brat, stop it. You've been venturing out all day. The nine-tailed sky fox grabbed Xiao Lingling's ear and turned it around so fiercely that the young girl bared her teeth in pain. Sister, I'm dizzy. Suddenly Xiao Lingling, without any sign, rolled her eyes and fainted. I guess the big battle just now was aimed at her. Lu Chuan stepped forward and grabbed the young girl's forehead. The pair of cute little golden horns. It's nothing serious. It's just that my aura is exhausted and off. I'll be fine after resting for a while. This child, I guess she snuck out again. Her AMA is probably all anxious and sick right now. The nine-tailed sky fox hugged Xiao Lingling inside helplessly. Didn't you say that the spirit race is born and bred? Where did you get a mother? Lu Chuan was a little curious. Amma is the spirit clan chief. These little ones are all called that, the nine-tailed sky fox said, looking towards the broken arm in Lu Chuan's hand. Wanting to speak. What? You want me to return the arm to the little one? Lu Chuan asked with a smile. The nine-tailed sky fox said with some sadness, the spirit race is kind but ill-fated. If you can, leave them a Chiluk golden dragon so that their race can grow. Lu Chuan thought for a moment. When it's over, if I have more than 5 golden dragons in my hand, I can keep one for her. Well, that's for the best. The nine-tailed sky fox nodded. Come out. How long do you want to hide? Lu Chuan suddenly looked towards a shadow not far away and flirted. As soon as Lu Chuan's words fell, that shadow actually came to life, and a silhouette, whose entire body was shrouded in mist, climbed up from that shadow. Spirit Hunter, Chu Baichuan. Seeing this black shadow, the rage in the nine-tailed skyfox's eyes almost spilled out. Ha ha ha. The black shadow laughed strangely, then saluted the nine-tailed skyfox. Lord Skyfox, see you in peace. Chapter 119, Weird Time Ability. The dark shadow turned to Zhao Tong again and smiled. Western Shu White Horse General. Lord Zhao, see you at peace. Don't greet me, don't recognize you. Zhao Tong coldly grunted, his bright silver spear already in his hand. Funny enough, the black shadow actually directly ignored Lu Chuan after greeting these two. What does this mean? It means that you are looking down on the little chickens in the first realm. Seeing the black shadow acting in such a manner, Zhao Tong happily put away the bright silver spear in his hand, because he knew that this grandson was definitely going to have bad luck. Cub Seed, why don't you greet Grandpa? Looking down on people, right? Lu Chuan roared with a red face. Cub Seed, why don't you greet Grandma? Looking down on people, right? At this time, Sledgehammer also climbed out of Lu Chuan's arms. Sledgehammer clenched his small fists and swung them in a viciously helpful manner. The black shadow narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Chuan. He could be sure that he really wasn't wrong. This little white boy really only had one realm. It was either a coincidence that he found his hidden self just now, but the odds are that it should be Zhao Tong's doing. The dark shadow brainstormed the reason why Lu Chuan had found himself. Oh, he didn't realize that this brainstorming had sent him straight to the point of no return. Cub Seed, look straight at me. Actually daring to wander off. Lu Chuan's brain filled with blood and almost exploded. Pup Seed, look straight at me and kill you. Ow. Sledgehammer began to spice things up. He, little brother, don't misunderstand. The black shadow looked at the angry big and small, smiled and shook his head. I'm not looking down on the two of you. It's just that I have a principle that I don't deal with cultivators below the annihilation realm. Ha! This troper is still not looking down on the little chickens. Be careful. This guy has weird methods. I've been chasing him for tens of thousands of years, and several times he slipped out from under my nose. The nine-tailed skyfox looked at these two living treasures and couldn't help but open his mouth to remind them. Can run, right? Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and stomped his foot fiercely. The realm of the dead, a huge sword chi boundary, centered on Lu Chuan, spread out with a bang, directly enveloping an area of 100 miles in a circle. The moment Lu Chuan Junction came out, Black Shadow knew that he had looked away this time, but it was too late to escape. But Black Shadow didn't panic because he had special means of saving his life. He could proudly say that in the entire vast world, no cultivator could take his life. At this moment, the stupid elk who had just fainted woke up and saw the black shadow. The whole body shook uncontrollably. A spirit hunter, as the name implies, is someone who hunts spirit races? Because spirits are born and bred elves, there is a high value. Whether it was used as an artifact spirit or for alchemy, it was highly sought after. As the saying goes, where there's buying, there's selling, and spirit hunters are a profession that has sprung up in this market. The spirit race had some innate fear of these spirit hunters, and the dark figure in front of him was one of the most notorious of the spirit hunters. Even his lifelong goal was to hunt down Xiao Lingling, the next matriarch of the spirit race. Don't be afraid, the nightmare will soon be over. The nine-tailed sky fox gently patted Lingling's back and softly comforted. Xiao Lingling tightly hugged Ninetail's waist. The fear that penetrated her bones still made her tremble. Little brother, it's me who looked away. Sorry in advance. The black shadow politely saluted Lu Chuan. What do you need a police uncle for if apologizing works? Sledgehammer swung his fists viciously, itching to get off his ass and go for a physical fight. You seem to be very confident. Lu Chuan snorted. Is it because you think I can't do anything about you? Boom! As soon as Lu Chuan's words fell, his entire body scurried out like a ghost. Because the speed was so fast, the eyes of the crowd couldn't follow it at all. It looked as if Lu Chuan stood still and didn't move. Only the sonic boom that exploded in the air proved that Lu Chuan had moved. In a trance, the dark figure saw a faint shadow rushing towards him. By the time he reacted, a showy hand was pressed to his face. A huge force that could not be resisted at all came crashing down from this hand. Boom! Then the dark figure was pressed by the hand straight into the ground. The immense force caused the ground to tremble wildly. The old man a sliding shovel. Lu Chuan pressed the black shadow's face forward. The poor black shadow. By the time he reacted, his entire body had already been pressed and slid on the ground for thousands of meters. The whole head was pressed to pieces, and all the flesh and blood, basically, was also rubbed and scraped to pieces. Coupled with the strangulation of Lu Chuan's sword chi, the destruction of the sword chi to the body, even if it was an annihilation realm, there should only be a breath left. However, right at this moment, the surrounding spacetime suddenly fluctuated strangely. Everything was back to square one, back to the moment before Lu Chuan struck. The black shadow stood well in front of him, with no sign of injury at all. Ha! Lu Chuan's brain tilted, a little confused. Again, Lu Chuan stormed up again and charged straight at the black shadow. Still like last time, Lu Chuan pressed the black shadow and slid and shoveled for thousands of meters, even increasing the strangulation of his sword chi. As a matter of fact, Black Shadow should have died violently on the spot, but everything went back to the drawing board. Time back? Lu Chuan was a bit bewildered. He, as long as I don't want to die, no one in this world can kill me. The Black Shadow laughed. I admit, I was the one who looked away. You are powerful beyond imagination, but it's useless. It's not a time flashback. If it was a time flashback, it's impossible to keep the previous memories. The erudite Fu spoke up at this time. Loop. It should be a time loop. Once the result of this cub's death occurs, it could trigger the time loop and bring everything back to the starting point. What messed up? Lu Chuan didn't have an active brain and was a bit confused. How? Fu wagged his big tongue. It means you can't kill him, and once you do, it triggers a specific loop that puts everything back to square one. Asterisk. This hangs. Lu Chuan's eyes were glowing as he listened. With this ability, wouldn't it be impossible to die? I have no intention of making enemies with you all. Would it be alright to remove the boundary and let me leave? The Black Shadow smiled confidently. Ha! You want to leave after offending the abbot? Lu Chuan flicked his tongue and charged at the Black Shadow once again. Ha! I told you, you can't kill me. Knowing that he couldn't avoid Lu Chuan's attack, the Black Shadow simply stood still and didn't even bother to move. However, this time, Lu Chuan didn't directly kill him. Instead, he used his sword chi and hung him upside down. 9. I have at least 9 ways to make your life worse than death. Lu Chuan shook his hair confidently, and a small knife transformed into sword chi appeared in his hand. Cub Seed. Have you ever heard of death by 1,000 cuts? Chapter 120, Professional Lynching. The death by lynching, also known as death by 1,000 cuts. At this point, the Dark Shadow did not seem to realize the seriousness of the matter, although he marveled at Lu Chuan's means. Holding him, an Annihilation Realm cultivator, as if he were holding a chicken cub, but he wasn't afraid, because he was immortal anyway. I'm a professional, don't you worry. Lu Chuan joyfully weighed the knife in his hand. The first knife. It's starting. Lu Chuan cut the first piece of flesh on the Black Shadow's anterior major muscle first. The meat is then thrown up to the sky, which is called meat for heaven. When this first blade went down, the Black Shadow only shook a little. For most cultivators, Physical suffering and torture could no longer shake their hearts. The second cut is called the blindfold. Lu Chuan cut the fleshy skin on the Black Shadow's head and drooped it down to cover his eyes. This is usually done to avoid the prisoner being on all fours with the executioner, preventing the prisoner from radiating an unusually cold, fearful gaze when he is in extreme pain can cause the executioner to panic and affect the execution. Of course, with Lu Chuan's level of perversion, there was no need to worry about this at all. This second cut, it's just going through the motions. Be sure to stay awake. Lu Chuan smiled as he struck a sword chi into his body. This sword chi directly entered his brain and began to stimulate his central nervous system. This allowed Black Shadow to stay awake no matter what the situation. After doing these preparations before the execution, Lu Chuan began to officially cut the meat. Lu Chuan's understanding of the human body is very professional. After all, after living for more than 100,000 years, who doesn't have some perverted little hobby? Hoo 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 hoo. Lu Chuan hummed a little song and began to torture. This leisurely appearance, like a butcher who woke up early to go to kill pigs to feed his family. When Lu Chuan first moved the knife, the blood flow inches, until the cut to 300 knives, and then move the knife is no blood, mainly because the Black Shadow is frightened. The blood club into the small abdomen, calf belly, cut by open. Blood are flowing out from here. Lu Chuan can be quite professional. Every 10 cuts a break. A yell. The cut muscles were like large nail slices, one strand at a time, densely clumped like hedgehogs, until the 1300th cut. The Black Shadow finally couldn't take it and roared in terror. It wasn't the physical pain that broke him, it was the psychological, because his eyes were blinded by his own scalp. He couldn't see what was happening to his body. He wondered how many more cuts he would have to make. How much flesh is left on his body? This horrible weight exhausted him physically and mentally. Death is never the most horrible thing, only the waiting for it. Little give Grandpa a hard time. The Black Shadow roared madly. Black Shadow wants to blow himself up and use death to enter the time loop. However, how could Lu Chuan let him get what he wanted? The sword chi directly sealed his true essence, making him unable to mobilize it at all. Shut your mouth. Lu Chuan had no intention of communicating with him and directly sealed his mouth. Knife by knife, Lu Chuan cut extremely finely, until he had cut 3,000 knives, and there was still a lot of meat left on the Black Shadow's body. What a professional thing to say. Tactical backward movement. At first, the nine-tailed sky fox and Xiao Lingling, both just looked on indifferently. Because of this spirit hunter, many innocent spirits have been brutalized. Those spirit race members were either refined into pills or weapon spirits, either of which was an unforgivable sin. Wait until Lu Chuan cuts to 2,000 cuts. The nine-tailed sky fox and Xiao Lingling, the thought that the wicked still need to be warned by the wicked rose in their hearts. By the time Lu Chuan got to 3,000 knives, the two girls already didn't dare to look up anymore. There are thousands of punishments in this world, and Lu Chuan's hand of lynching is not the most cruel one. I'm afraid. Oops. Mainly because there wasn't enough time. Theoretically, the lynching would need to last for many days. What a bargain. When Lu Chuan cut to the 5,000th slash, he began to crumble. The execution lasted for a whole hour, and now the Black Shadow only wanted to die. Only hoped that he would die quickly. 10,000 cuts. 10,000 cuts. Professional. Very professional. When Lu Chuan cut to 10,000 slashes, Ah Fu roared loudly. Overpraise. Overpraise. I'll give you such a professional package in the next couple days as well. Lu Chuan shamelessly made a cupped fist salute to Ah Fu. Bah! How dare you! Ah Fu trembled a bit, not daring to push any further. With the last cut, Lu Chuan cut off the Black Shadow's head. It's finally over. It was the last thought of the dark figure, tinged with relief. As soon as the Black Shadow died, the time and space here began to fluctuate strangely again, and everything began to cycle again. Ha ha ha, cub seed. Let's do it again. Lu Chuan looked at the Black Shadow in front of him, and his little tongue fluttered with joy. The dark figure's eyes were bloodshot and bulging. Turns out what he thought was the end was just another beginning. The cycle of time will lead him into a horrible reincarnation hell. Dark Shadow didn't want to go through what he just did again. Not at all. Even if he did go to his death. The blood transportation. The Black Shadow no longer hesitated and directly used the ultimate life preservation means of a cultivator. The blood escape. This kind of recluse technique, at the cost of consuming essence and blood and lowering the realm, disappears far away in the twinkling of an eye. With the strength of the Black Shadow, once he used the blood escape, he could at least vanish for hundreds of thousands of miles. Even the legendary 99,000 miles of golden-winged rock in one breath could not possibly catch up. Yo-ho! Why don't you stop playing? Goon Cannon! Seeing the Black Shadow turn into a mist of blood and dissipate in front of his eyes, Lu Chuan was happily mocking. Let's see how far you can run. Lu Chuan turned around and directly picked up the nine-tailed sky fox and Xiao Lingling with one hand. Lucian was still sweet enough not to pin them with his cackle. Instead, he had them both, sitting on top of his bent arm. Nine-tailed skyfox is fine, after all, is an old hag, nothing to be ashamed of. This was not the case with Xiao Lingling, who was still in her teenage years in the usual sense of the spirit race, and her little face was red with shame. Moreover, her sense of smell was very sensitive, and she smelled the faint floral scent on Luchuan's body. It made the little girl, her heart feel like a deer in headlights. Luchuan then instructed Afu, "Stupid donkey, take the tutelage. Why should I be allowed to bring a big old man and you bring two little daughters?" Afu protested in dissatisfaction. "If you have an opinion, just mention it, I won't adopt it anyway." Luchuan rolled his eyes and suddenly powered straight out. "Hey!" leaving Afu and Zhaotong wide-eyed. That, why don't you go first, brother donkey? Don't mind me." Zhaotong was a bit embarrassed. "You can pull it off, since my doll ordered it. Naturally I won't leave you behind." Afu rolled his intelligent eyes and packed Zhaotong to follow. Although Luchuan was fast, he couldn't catch up with the speed of the blood recluse. But Luchuan wasn't in a hurry because a sword chi was imprinted onto the black shadow moments before he fled for his life. Even if he escaped to the ends of the earth, Luchuan would be able to pull him out. Chapter 121, Can I Get a Life? Ahem. In a deep and secluded mountain, the black shadow held onto a mountain rock and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Ha! It wasn't until he vomited up the bruises that his whole body felt better. A return from the dead. There's never been a more perilous time. The black shadow smiled triumphantly. No matter what, even if it is a fall in the realm. But in the end, the little life is saved. Next, just hide well. When the cultivation grounds were over, and when they went out, they would catch a few more spirit races and practice them into elixirs to make up for the lost essence blood. At that point, one is immortal again. Hello, surprise, mom messes with Fark. Just as the black shadow relaxed, Luchuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Although he couldn't understand what kind of language it was, Black Shadow knew that it was supposed to be a curse. The Black Shadow was scared by the voice, and instantly sweated. Liar, liar, it must be that I'm hallucinating. It must be right. It must be because the time loop has been used too many times, and there are after effects. The Black Shadow did not want to believe that he could be followed even after he had evaded hundreds of thousands of miles in a split second. He mumbled something up, his eyes empty as if he had lost his soul. Young man, life is always so unpredictable. Learn to be brave and strong. Luchuan gently patted Black Shadow's shoulder and comforted sympathetically. Ah, Luchuan's shot finally called the Black Shadow's soul back. The Black Shadow's entire body winced as he jerked his head up and looked straight at Luchuan. Then he spoke very quickly. I have a top secret piece of information. Can I get a life for telling it? Oh, interesting to say. Luchuan pulled out his ears that had only just gone a little deaf from running too fast. When the Black Shadow saw Luchuan's attitude, the hope of life burned in his heart again. One of the 5 elemental origins. The whereabouts of the wood origin. Only a dragon and phoenix among men like you is worthy of the 5 elemental origins. Who are you calling dragon and phoenix? Luchuan slapped the Black Shadow across the face. The face, which was shrouded in mist, instantly swelled up. The attitude of the Black Shadow, however, grew more and more respectful, humbly hunched over, and cautiously asked, Then are you interested? 5 elements origin well. Still a little interested, tell me. Luchuan smiled playfully. This made the Black Shadow unable to figure out whether the teenager in front of him was interested or not. Can I get a life for saying it? Hey, still bargaining. Luchuan stretched out his hand and made a gesture to snap the Black Shadow's neck. I say. Cold sweat drenched the Black Shadow's back. Xiao Lingling, she's a spirit born from the origin of wood. She's the key clue to finding the origin of wood. Xiao Lingling, who was watching the action not far away at this time, raised her small face with a dumbfounded expression and looked at the nine-tailed sky fox. Sister Cannon, is this guy talking about me? Nine-tailed sky fox almost didn't hold in a mouthful of old blood. This stupid road deer's reflex arc is also too long. Speaking of you, alas, how can you be Na in the future if you are silly? The nine-tailed sky fox helplessly shook the 2 small horns on Xiao Lingling's forehead. Don't understand. Xiao Lingling scratched her head, her eyes full of doubt. Nope, that's it? Luchuan rolled his eyes. There is. The Black Shadow hated to tell what color his bottom was in order to save his life. Someone paid a sky-high price to buy Xiao Lingling for the origin of wood, and as long as we find this buyer, we can follow the trail and find out the whereabouts of the origin of wood. It's a bit interesting. Luchuan nodded. Who's the buyer? Can I get a life for saying it? The Dark Shadow once again voiced a soulful question. Speak up. Luchuan somewhat impatiently gave the Black Shadow another slap. The Black Shadow was scared and shivered again, and hurriedly said, Old Mother Lifeless. Old Mother Lifeless of the Divine Wood Palace. She was the one who offered an astronomical price for Xiao Lingling. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at the nine-tailed sky fox, who nodded gently. Finished? Lu Chuan asked in a playful and gentle manner. Say, finished. The dark figure swallowed hard. This information isn't worth much. Not enough to buy your life. Lu Chuan pounded his nails in some boredom. You, don't count your words. The Black Shadow, who felt teased, roared madly. Your grandmother. When did I promise to let your dog life go? Lu Chuan suddenly raised his hand and viciously slapped the Black Shadow in the face. Lu Chuan's imp-like character was revealed at this point. The Black Shadow's neck was directly jerked around a dozen times by the huge force before it managed to stop. Finally his face turned to his back, bulging with dead eyes. He looked at Xiao Lingling. Whoa 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 whoa. The innate fear of spirit hunters, coupled with the Black Shadow's violently bulging eyeballs, scared the silly roe deer into wailing and screaming, heading straight for the nine-tailed sky fox's arms. The nine-tailed sky fox's eyes were filled with heartache as she hugged Xiao Lingling and gently patted her back. It's all right. It's all right. He's dead. He's dead. And there's no need to worry anymore. Dead? Xiao Lingling poked her little head out and looked at the Black Shadow's corpse. Is it really dead? This great mountain that pressed above the head of the spirit race is really dead? The nine-tailed sky fox strained to pick up Xiao Lingling and brought her to the side of the Black Shadow's corpse. Xiao Lingling tightly hugged the waist of the nine-tailed sky fox. Until this moment, the fear that was engraved in her bones still made her not dare to face the Black Shadow directly. It was only until the poor Nine-Tails was about to be unable to hold Xiao Lingling that this silly roe deer carefully jumped down from his arms. Xiao Lingling took a step closer to the corpse and picked up a twig. She gently poked the dark figure's body, and when it didn't respond, she increased her force again. The look was both amusing and heartbreaking to watch. Nine-Tails. How did the kind and lovely spirit race end up like this? Oh, making sure that the Black Shadow was dead through and through. Xiao Lingling wailed. I'm afraid only she knows how many years of repression and fear this cry has released. You smell so good. Ever since Lu Chuan slaughtered the Black Shadow, Xiao Lingling had become Lu Chuan's little fangirl, like a piece of dog skin plaster. He kept sticking to Lu Chuan's side, and even forgot to ask about his broken hand. You're really good. That guy couldn't even beat Amma. He. Xiao Lingling rubbed her little face straight towards Lu Chuan's face in a way that she wanted to stick it on. Lu Chuan cried and laughed. This stupid roe deer is too simple. Grabbing the two small horns on Xiao Lingling's forehead, he gently shook them. Moncler Outlet Online. I look like a flower. Don't rub it in, but you have to pay for it. Woo, I have money. Xiao Lingling happily took out some colorful stones and put them in front of Lu Chuan with an expectant face. Cough. Lu Chuan looked at those brightly colored, but absolutely ordinary stones and almost didn't cough up blood. How did this stupid elk live to see this day? The nine-tailed sky fox spread her hands helplessly. Who knows? Good luck. Chapter 122, The Mysterious Man. After delaying most of the night to solve the Black Shadow, Lu Chuan finally found the time to squint for a while. Xiao Lingling was frightened because of the previous great battle and the encounter with the spirit hunters, and now she was already lying in the arms of the nine-tailed sky fox, drifting off into a deep sleep. Lu Chuan looked at Xiao Lingling and couldn't help but ask, this stupid roe deer doesn't look like he has low strength. He should be about the same as a top-tier annihilation realm like Zhou Yu and Yi Gu Chang. How could he be afraid of this kind of goods just now? The nine-tailed sky fox sighed helplessly, being scared from a young age. Plus the spirit hunters have things that specialize in dealing with the spirit race. Even if Lingling has a win in terms of strength, she'll probably be consumed to death in a real fight. How much do you know about the origin of wood? Lu Chuan was still more concerned about this. The nine-tailed sky fox shook her head. The five elements origin was born at the beginning of the heavens and the earth, and has never been secretive in its movements. Lingling is a spirit born from the origin of wood. That I do know, but it's not clear where exactly the origin of wood is. The nine-tailed sky fox looked at Lu Chuan somewhat strangely and asked, what are you looking for the five elements origin for? Lu Chuan told him about his five elements hegemony body. The nine-tailed sky fox couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who told you that the five elemental hegemony body has to be cultivated by origin? Since ancient times, there have been a few more five elemental hegemonic bodies that have reached great success, and the five elemental origin is that unique. It's impossible for everyone to find it. Ha! Lu Chuan was a bit confused and turned his head to look at Afu. Could this be the system fooling itself? SHHHHHHHH. Alfred whistled absent-mindedly as he cocked his head to the side. Blow again or my mouth will tear you apart. Lu Chuan glared ferociously at Afu. Afu innocently drummed his eyes of wisdom. Fox is right. You can use something close to the five elements origin instead of practicing, but that would make a flaw in the hegemonic body's great completion. You're a perfectionist and obsessive-compulsive. It's right for you to find the five elements origin. Is that so? Lu Chuan looked skeptical. The The nine-tailed sky fox at the side nodded. It seems like there is such a saying, that the five elements hegemony body has a bit of a flaw after it becomes a great success, but it's unclear what exactly it is. Alright, let's trust you for once. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and started sleeping in a random place. The nine-tailed demon fox was probably really tired as well, and hugged the silly roe deer and quickly fell asleep as well. Only Zhao Tong, like a tireless robot, stood guard for the crowd. At the slightest dawn, a strong tremor woke Lu Chuan from his sleep. Another fight? Lu Chuan snapped his eyes open and quickly rose into the sky, only to see a crimson energy mushroom cloud steaming up in the extremely distant sky. The crimson energy storm reflected the faintly lit heaven and earth into a bizarre color. Lu Chuan frowned. The energy was a bit overpowering. Although it was flirted with by Lu Chuan as a nuclear bomb, the true power of this explosive energy was feared to be hundreds of times stronger than an ordinary nuclear bomb explosion. Even those two half-step emperor realms from earlier would not have been able to strike such a burst of energy. Something else is coming in. At this moment, Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan. Strange. I can't check what it is. Odds are it's not a living being from the vast world. What's going on? With the blockage of the Great Emperor's contract, there's no way an outside being could have gotten in. Lu Chuan frowned. To put it another way, is it possible that something was lurking in the vast world before the Great Emperor Pact appeared? Hey, it's really possible. Ah Fu marveled a little at how Lu Chuan had a good brain. Ah Fu thought for a moment and continued. The Great Emperor contract came into effect 100,000 years ago. If it's really a fellow who lurked in ahead of time, then it must have deduced, twice, the time when the Great Emperor was born. This kind of terrifying deduction ability is something to watch out for. Hey, don't worry about that. I'll go ahead and you just bring them over here. Lu Chuan cheerfully gave Ah Fu a kick. Asterisk. Alfred waved his big tongue, wanting to smack ya. Lu Chuan rose up on his sword chi and went straight to the center of the energy storm. In just a few breaths of time, he had arrived at the scene of the incident. The disaster caused by this energy storm was somewhat beyond Lu Chuan's imagination. Putting out his huge divine sense, the 10,000 miles in a radius were almost flattened by the shockwave. And this power was a bit terrifying. Acquaintances. Oh, Lu Chuan spotted Yi Guchang, Zhou Yu, Zhuge Ming, and the couple from Tianqi at the exact center of the energy eruption. Lu Chuan checked. Several people were seriously injured and their lives were in danger at any time. Lu Chuan released his sword chi, which spread through the earth and unknowingly drew a sword formation at the feet of the crowd. Hey, a wave of Yin, a wave of Yin. Lu Chuan cheerfully shielded his entire body's chi and hid in the shadows. Gentlemen, still want to be recalcitrant? Hand over the golden dragon's chi luck and your lives will be saved. At that moment a man slipped up to the crowd idly with his hands behind his back, only to see this man, all dressed in black robes, was born to be tall, sturdy and imposing. And when he spoke, there was actually a haze in the man's mouth that gulped up, and he was a dragon and phoenix among men. To use Lu Chuan's scanty vocabulary to describe it, it was that the man had a great accent, just like the god of gamblers in the old movies, with a big back comb and a cigar in his mouth. It's very classy. Of course there was the more important point that on the back of this bastard's hand, there were actually 4 golden dragon seals. In other words, he had the same number of marks as Lu Chuan. If they added the one in Yi Guchang's in their hands, the 9 chi luck golden dragons were all alive, treading through iron shoes and finding no place. It took no effort to get it. Lu Chuan was happy as his liver trembled. Who the hell are you? Your power has already surpassed the half-step emperor realm and shouldn't appear in this heaven and earth. Yi Guchang lived up to his reputation as a good big brother, shielding the crowd behind him and confronting the man. Ha! Hearing Yi Guchang's words, the man couldn't help but laugh. Half-step emperor realm? The man shook his head. What a way to put gold on the faces of you cultivators. Someone whose Tao is not even complete deserves the word emperor? As for who I am, you don't need to know. All you need to know is that I will be the last great emperor of this era. Put. Ha ha. Hearing this, Yi Guchang suddenly laughed and laughed heartily. Soon Zhou Yu several people also followed and laughed, as if they had heard the world's funniest joke. Is it funny? The man didn't get angry, just asked in a light casual manner. Funny? Too damn funny. Yi Guchang asked while laughing and shaking his head. Do you know that there is an invincible man in this world?